You Melvino, the hero of the demon war, alone could destroy all the demons and send them back to hell. Since then, he has been revered by everyone. Even the leading academy of the Empire bears his name. But Udon's grandson is not as strong as everyone expected. Elzik understands all knowledge. His intelligence is exceptional, especially his ability to see mana, which is something all mages have always dreamed of. But what does it matter when he cannot even condense mana? While all his friends have already graduated, Elzik is still stuck in the beginner class. The reason is that he suffers from a condition called mana blockage, which prevents mana from flowing through his body. Despite multiple treatments, there has been no improvement. Elzik can't even create a simple magic circle. Many teachers advised him to give up on magic and use his intelligence to become a leading scholar. But Elzik refused. He kept chasing after magic. As a result, theory is always right at the top. Practice is where you get squeezed. 4 years, 4 failures, he is now facing his 5th rejection. This means being expelled from the academy. It's like a slap in the face to him and the Melvingo family. Because the grandson of the great mage was expelled from the academy named after his grandfather, while he was sitting reading about magic blockages, someone suddenly forcefully pressed his head down onto the table. He angrily looked up in horror to see who it was, but as soon as he saw Sonnet Nemeto, he immediately shrank back. Because earlier Elzik had used Sonia's name to scare the first-year students who were gossiping about him, his attitude changed 180 degrees when he returned to the present. "Oh, who is this? Could it be the wonderful, kind-hearted brother Son Nemeto?" Son gruffly scolds him. "You bastard, didn't I tell you not to use my name to threaten the freshman?" He may look difficult, but he's a good person, at least to Elzik's son Nemeto. After the Melvingo family was destroyed, the Magic Tower was led by 6 royal families. He is a member of that group, the child of the Nemeto family. As soon as he graduated from the academy, Son immediately became a teacher, an outstanding member of the students. Even though his path is completely different from Elzik's, Son is the only one who stands by his side as he returns. Today, Son didn't come to play. He pushes a stack of documents toward Elzik and asks, "What is this? A diamond dragon? What's the exploration plan?" "What do you want me to do with this?" Son explained. "Even though this is an ancient dragon, it is still being explored to this day. Recently, we suddenly discovered their nest. I want you to join this expedition." Upon hearing about an ancient dragon, Elzik quickly grabbed the documents, his face showing clear fear. Shouldn't they have gone extinct by now? They've found a dragon's lair again, believed to be the source of magic. Seeing Ellis's reaction, Son tempts him. "If you find any artifact, do you think the academy will just overlook the expulsion?" A series of promising scenarios unfolded in Elzik's mind. Amazing. It's not just about getting expelled, right? Maybe the Dragon's Cave could solve the mana blockage syndrome, but it's useless. Whatever it is, the director will just take it away. Suddenly, E realizes something, slams his hand on the table, and then bursts out laughing like crazy. Son, sitting opposite, looks confused. What the hell is this? What's wrong with this crazy guy? Eli quietly points to the red circle on the map. "Hey, Son, there's no nest there." Son glanced behind him and let out a relieved breath. Luckily, no one heard anything. "Be careful with your mouth. Do you know how many professors are involved?" "So what if you're challenging all the big shots at once?" Eli replied casually. Son grimaced and immediately used teleportation magic to move both of them to the location on the map. He pointed down and said, "Look, that crack was formed by the collision of 2 layers of earth and a surge of mana spilling out." Seeing that huge amount of mana, Elzik has to marvel that accumulating it for 100,000 years is probably not enough. No wonder people think the Dragon's Den is here. He wants to remind Els of the 3 principles of mana flow. First from high to low, then from wide to narrow, and finally from hot to cold. According to those principles, everyone would be sure that the dragon's lair is here. His finger pointed directly at the crack. But because the magma is so hot and flows through the cracks, the mana doesn't accumulate here, so the dragon can't live here. Son's face changed as he stammered, "No, that can't be. Ran Volcano is very special. Yes, its lava flows beneath the continental shelf. Son still doesn't believe it, but we have recorded a dragon's mana wave in this area. How could the dragon's cave not be there?" El propped his chin. "I never said there wasn't a cave." He smirked and continued, pointing to a spot on the map. "Definitely a cave there. Inside the Karagun cave is 100% the dragon's treasure." The scene shifts to Son standing in front of the director's door, scratching his head and hesitating, unsure how to report this. "My hand is on the door, but my mind keeps thinking, maybe I should pretend I don't know anything. If the director gets angry, I might get kicked out. But what if what Alex said is true?" Previously, Son also saw his friend's efforts, practicing day and night. And the result turned out to be nothing? Son's lips curled into a slight smile. If this is true, that kid can cure magical blockages. Slap his face to wake him up. If that's its friend, I have to help it. Son reported this to the director. Dinberg didn't look very happy. "Are you saying my research report is wrong?" Son tried to explain. "That's not it, but I wanted to ask for your opinion because I might." Before I could finish speaking, I was cut off. Son, I don't know why you came to that conclusion. If you can't convince me, then even if you are the son of the Nemeto clan, I won't overlook this. The room suddenly became oppressive, and a tremendous amount of mana completely suppressed Sun. So this is the power of the 7th apprentice mage. Just as things were getting tense, it was broken apart. Elzik burst open the door. Sun was startled and turned around just in time to see his friend shout, "Elzik, are you crazy? What are you doing here?" "I don't care," and simply bow. Politely, "Hello, Director. Sorry for barging in like this. The Director's look is not very friendly." "El Melvino, could it be that the assistant professor is deducing from your opinion?" El admits, "Yes, that's right." He sneered dismissively and praised your keen insight and clear understanding. "It's hard to believe a student could think of this, but there's no evidence. Just a guess, perhaps?" Elzik responds clearly, "This is common knowledge that even a 3-year-old child would know, so why do you need proof?" Old Dinberk's face darkened as Elzik looked straight into his face without a hint of fear. Outside, Sun was trembling and thought, "Is this guy crazy? Why are you mocking him? You little devil, what are you even here to help me with?" "You're here to kill people. Helping you would be more accurate," Dinberk said angrily, holding his head and laughing. "Is that basic?" "I'm speechless and can only laugh. A petty fool who can't even concentrate mana dares to say this," El retorted. "Do you mean my guess is wrong?" The old man regained his composure. "Well, some people do get lucky. Those idiots keep talking without knowing their place, just like you. So I, as a professor, can't ignore the opinions of my students." The old man looked at him with a sinister gaze. "Oh, right. Why not make a bet with me?" Dinberk laid out the rules, and I would prepare everything necessary to form an exploration team. If I failed, the Melvingo family heirloom would belong to me. That is the necklace left to you by Grand Wizard Melvingo. Sun shouted loudly, "Aren't you holding back?" Even though Sun was trembling with anger, Elsie still calmly lay reading a book. "I lost my eardrum. Oh my. Take it easy. It's fine. They said they wouldn't bother me if I found the dragon's lair, didn't they?" Sun snatched the book from Ellis's hand, his face grim with annoyance. "What if you don't find it? If your prediction is wrong, the family heirloom will be taken away." "You idiot. That necklace is only given to the head of the Melvingo family. Elzik still acts like it's no big deal. That guy really always wants to get this necklace." Sun keeps rambling on. "Are you still able to laugh? Don't you understand the situation yet?" He still smiles brightly. "Thanks. At least you've always been by my side." Sun covers his face in helplessness. "You didn't know that my life would also fall apart if we didn't find the right hideout, so what is the plan then?" Elzik returns seriously. "My friend, do you really think Elgic Melvingo would accept a bet just because he's threatened?" Sun wondered why the game suddenly turned crazy as Alex suddenly became berserk. If he dares to covet the Melvingo family heirloom, he'd better be prepared to risk his very life. Sun's eyes suddenly turned fearful, almost forgetting that this guy had 2 nicknames, one being the shame of the Melvingo family, and the other, like a second personality, the most terrifying figure of the Melvingo clan. Sun sat down facing him, beginning to feel more at ease. Ellis' expression reminded him of when they were still students, a memory he truly preferred not to recall. 7 years ago, Elzik was only 15 years old and was mocked by his friends because he couldn't use mana. The one in charge is Jevin. Are you sure he's a relative of Melvin when he can't even perform simple magic? Or perhaps the clan leader just looked down from somewhere? Faced with mockery and laughter, Elzik remained silent. As they turned to leave, he silently stood up behind them and acted. Holding a stone in his hand, Elzik struck Jevin directly on the head, causing everyone to be shocked. At the disciplinary meeting of Udon Academy, Elzik was brought forward to be punished, but according to the Empire's law, those who mock the ducal family must be dealt with. That is the price he had to pay. Unable to say anything more, Elzik was only suspended for fighting. And then, no one dared to mess with him anymore. That face-hugging expression shows his helplessness in the face of his friend's daring attitude. Just as he was calming down a bit, he looked down and Sun yelled out loud, "Are you crazy or what?" The arm holding the book keeps trembling. This is a forbidden book. "Are you done reading everything?" Eli scratched his head awkwardly. "Exactly right. If I happen to be caught, I'll be skewered and grilled." Sun was speechless and could only return the book to Elzik. "You're really crazy. What do you plan to do by learning the Beast King's body enhancement technique?" He hesitated slightly. "Oh, I was just wondering if this could help me cure my magic blockage. When the Beast King invaded the Empire with his Beastman army, we faced many difficulties because this technique enhanced his physical abilities. When the war ended, this technique disappeared because the Empire had driven out all the Beastmen and built walls to keep them out." Sun was somewhat skeptical, believing that the scholars had failed to recreate this technique. Elzik calmly replied while flipping through the decision sheet, "I've recreated it, but I don't know how it will change the body." Sun was stunned and asked again in disbelief, "Did you manage to recreate it?" Before he could answer, a violent shake occurred. Both Elzik and Sun got out of the carriage to see what caused it to stop so suddenly, as a voice and footsteps approached. "Hello, Elzik. It's been a long time." Eli coldly replied, "I didn't think I would meet you guys. Why are you guys here?" Turns out the one who arrived is Jevin, who has now become a senior researcher at Veru Institute. Seeing Elzik, all 3 of them looked a bit nervous. "Why am I here, huh?" "Because I care about my classmates so much. When Sun tried to confront them, Davin stepped back and said, "The director has asked us to support." Alec's gaze fixed directly on the support team, many of whom didn't look very friendly. "You're too kind. I told you we didn't need any help," Sun whispers softly beside him. "You can feel it, right? How many of you are hiding, Mana?" Eli looks quite worried. "This is more like the director's style. Trenan, don't worry, I've already prepared for this." Elzik was already holding something in his hand, his eyes wide with shock. "How did you get this?" He only smiled with a sinister grin. "What? Did he already take Gehenna's breath and the heavenly blue dragon armor?" Seeing his angry attitude, Devian quietly explained that since you told us to support him as much as possible, he hadn't finished speaking when the principal started cursing loudly. "This is crazy. Do you think lending a 4th-level magic energy to a student to turn a town into dust is okay? And it's that kid who borrowed it?" Old man, exhausted, shoves you away. "Get lost. I don't want to see your face anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away in a panic. Old Dinbrick was a bit worried that if the other candidates found out about this, it would cause big trouble. Suddenly, he had a thought. Wait, if that kid really found the dragon's den, that's not a bad thing. I guess that bloodline isn't just a rumor. Dinbarrick's hand slammed down on the table. Why don't I just replace this stupid research team? They dare to call themselves scholars but don't even know the basics. The old man licked his lips greedily. If those fools hadn't messed up, I would have a chance to seize the pendant. I need to get it. I am sure I will become the next leader. Dinberk, filled with rage, crumples the paper in his hand. You only win the bet if you can make it back alive. Sun follows Elix's instructions, activating the mana tracking spell, and right behind him, a pillar of light erupts from the ground. This confirms Elzic's suspicion. The dragon's lair is indeed here. I don't have time to celebrate. Elec urges the team. We must move quickly before the light column burns out. Sun hurriedly grabbed Elzy and flew straight ahead, while the old friend still stood there in shock. What about us here? The final scene shifts to where the goats have also arrived. He gasps for breath. Please wait. We're exhausted. And yet there's nothing here, not even a small cave. The goat secretly rejoices inside. Now it's safe to move forward and see what's inside your skull, isn't it? Someone should pay for this mistake, right? Suddenly shouting, Sun, look over there. Can you create a big hole here? Sun nodded, so I can have it. The source of magic power erupts within the body and the blazing magic is used. A giant flame shot straight down into the ground, causing a massive explosion that created a huge hole in the earth. The classmates were all in disbelief. What? How is that possible? If things go badly, there might be a dragon. Before they could react, a powerful force erupted from the mouth of the hole, causing everyone to cover their faces in fear. Eli reassures them, don't move. That's just the compressed mana escaping when I created the hole. Everyone go inside now. He confidently leads the way in, ignoring the others calling out from behind. Inside the cave, the deeper you go, the colder it gets. Even with spells cast, nothing seems to work. Eli's gaze is fixed on the darkness. Sun asked, what's wrong? Did you see something? El frowned. No, I just had a sudden chill run down my spine. Nothing seemed wrong, so they continued straight inside. However, Elzik had no idea that a terrifying presence had sensed his arrival. It is waiting for him behind that door. At the same time, a large door has been discovered, with the ancient dragon symbol clearly visible on it. Everyone was about to use their strength to break down the door when Elzik suddenly stopped them. Don't you see the dragon seal on this door? I won't know what will happen if I do something with it. Devin was annoyed, but still had to hold back. You must be bored. You're good at this. I get it. While everyone was discussing how to break the seal, Devin was just rummaging around and found something. He was curious, is the round thing on the door made of gold? Eli saw this and immediately shouted to stop him. But it was already too late. Devin accidentally touched it. The sealing trap has been activated, and the door displays ancient inscriptions while below the ground are multiple magic circles. It continuously unleashes fireballs to attack everyone. Once the trap is set, it can't hold out for long. Sun hurriedly asks, what should we do now, El? El takes out a book and a pen and says, I will try to decode this record first, the screams of everyone echoing. He sinks into his thoughts, trying to stay calm. Alec reassures himself. A situation test. Yes, I just need to imagine this as a problem-solving test, and I'm sure I'll find the solution. I trust myself, just like I always do. Outside, everyone was falling into despair. Sun's face also looked extremely serious, as Elzy wrote a series of ancient characters on paper. He placed his hand on a sphere on the door, eyes tightly closed, silently praying. Please, I beg you. After the chaos subsided, they stood stunned among the ruins, and it finally stopped. Sun let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto his side. I thought I was about to die. El quickly ran over. John, are you okay? You immediately recognized him. El cheerfully said, thanks to him, I am still alive. The people around also began to settle down. Wait a moment, the wound will heal quickly. What just happened really exhausted me. Duin, you're still okay. Sun's face is still covered in sweat, but he's smiling. You little bastard, you're really something else. The person being praised chuckles happily. That's my power, you bastard. Before they could celebrate for long, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Someone immediately notices and looks up in surprise. In a flash too fast for the naked eye to follow, something shoots down below. His arm was pierced through and completely blown away. He didn't even have time to scream as his body fell backward. The two people nearby rush over so quickly they almost bump into each other, and the sound of a thud echoes along with Elsie's panic and that of many others. "Are you okay? What's going on?" The countless ice blocks above are pointed directly at them, shooting straight toward him, causing him to exclaim. The shield was instantly formed, but its power still caused Sun to struggle. The other students also contributed their strength to strengthen the barrier. Eli quickly pulls out a roll of paper. "Not again?" He stared at the piece of paper and began muttering the spell. The pen in his hand formed each word according to his lip movements. Sun here is urging loudly, "Alec, hurry up." His speed reached its limit. Eli's eyes turned pale, and a faint symbol gradually appeared from within his eye socket as a great vortex rose with the appearance of a dragon, the source of magic. He quickly returned to reality. Suntir's shield above him was much weaker than before. In a hurry, he had to use his acceleration skill to run away. Magic surged powerfully around Elzic's feet. "Sun's situation is even worse. I can't take it anymore. It's too difficult." The cuts from the projectiles tore Eli's uniform apart, and blood dripped down his face from them. As he moved closer, Eli continued to use another magic spell. Devon's armor suddenly opened his mouth in shock, unable to believe it. Maybe this time the ice block also hit him, but left no wound. The tough armor on his chest protected E from them. The heavenly blue king armor makes Devon exclaim, "How does he have it?" Elsie's hand quickly grabs the object in front of him. He closes his eyes tightly and concentrates on reciting the spell. This time, it has to be for real. The relentless attacks are coming from all directions around the fortress. A giant block of ice crashes from the blind spot. Just then, Elzic also narrows his eyes to take control. They react to you and make it vanish in the blink of an eye. All that remains is a large gate. The trap has disappeared. I'm exhausted and collapsed to the ground. I thought I was about to die. My precious clothes are all torn up, damn. Sun's condition was just as bad, but he was able to lower his hand. Someone nearby was hurriedly wiping sweat away, while others were focused on the mysterious door. After the trap stops, it automatically opens, revealing a glimmering gap behind. The noise grows louder as the secret is uncovered. Everything was revealed right in front of Els. The exploration team helps the injured and then moves inside. The scene inside left him both amazed and overjoyed, with shelves floating overhead and a massive mountain of gold below. "This treasure room," another team member exclaimed. "There are so many magical artifacts. Look over there, it's armor made from dragon scales. Every corner of this place is shining with gold. Amazing, they are all ancient books passed down through the ages." He quietly smiled to himself. After all, they are still magic users, right? Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. "You're amazing, Captain." The young man looked at him in surprise with wide eyes. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked away leisurely. Then Sun came over to hug the kid. "What did you just do?" He also responded happily. Elic explains, "Who scored a perfect score on the theory exams? I just imagined it was like a test, then solved it using spatial geometry and then the principle of elements." While driving and explaining, he suddenly realized something. Wait, a test? Elzic's mind trembled. It felt like he was given a practice question before an exam. The person next to him didn't notice. "Hey, what are you thinking so deeply about?" That question immediately brought him back to reality. "Huh? It's nothing." Sun let go of him and gently patted his shoulder. "If things are this great, you should smile. Then you loudly declare, 'Elzic Melvingo, from now on no one can ignore you or the prestigious magic family.'" Hearing those encouraging words made his mother's cheeks blush. Well, even so, that still lingers in my mind. El happily accepted the pat on the head from his friend, but I just want to enjoy this moment. I've gained my freedom. Unlike the positive atmosphere, one member has already climbed to the top of the treasure tower. He held the magic tool in his hand, muttering incantations under his breath, and thanks to Elzic's efforts, everyone felt more at ease around him. "Captain, that person is pulling Elzic along excitedly. There's also a laboratory here. Hurry up, you're awkwardly following behind." "Understood," Sun said while paying attention to the goats grazing behind. "Our Elzie has grown up, and he's even called the team leader, so I should follow them." He looks quite urgent as he reports. "Sun, there's a dragon corpse behind the treasure mountain." Hearing that, you also want to go eagerly. "What, a dragon?" Before you could say anything, Devuan suddenly grabbed your hand. He carefully warned you that he would go there afterward. "There is some mysterious intent hidden. Let's go." The two of them moved to the place with this size of cactus skeleton. This must be a dragon king. The garden goat doesn't dare take its eyes off Sun. Yeah, it seems to have been here for over 4,000 years. Eli here was struck so hard by someone that he collapsed on the ground, helplessly. The fools. The young man grits his teeth in anger, saying, "You guys got too excited and let your guard down." The other gently strokes his hair and says, "We mean no harm. We like you." But he replied indifferently, "Work comes first." And Sun, who was observing, suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Devon," he blurted out like he was hit in the heart. "Huh, what's wrong?" "Sun," Huai Ni asked, "wasn't that just moving a moment ago?" The noise nearby made us look at the others. What's going on? I've never seen it before. Everywhere, let me check. Eli was about to call out to them like the other person had grabbed his rescue's shirt, but his vision suddenly darkened and his eyes rolled back in shock. I shouldn't have trusted any of their fathers after coming all this way. While the wizard nearby was casting a fire spell, he was blown away before finishing the incantation. Everyone move aside. I was so stunned I couldn't even speak. That person's arm from earlier is lying on the ground. What a mess. Loud noises started to reach the young man's ears. He couldn't believe it, but still turned his face. As I got a clearer view over there, the real shock began. Two people hurriedly ran away in panic. Save me, dragon. Right behind them is the skeleton of the Dragon King chasing after. What they brought made his face freeze completely. Dust and rocks fell like rain, along with a large shadow approaching. I was stunned as I looked up. Despite being just a skeleton now, the Dragon King still roared so loudly it deafened me, and my whole body kept trembling. Let's find a cave. Eli, this is also a test. He was so scared that sweat was pouring down his face. The others were frightened by Dongchan, just looking for the cave. He squinted to regain focus, not letting the dragon notice him. Wait a little longer, E is getting more anxious. But the Dragon King keeps a source of magic in his mouth without launching an attack, so why does he still look like this? A stream of thoughts flooded into his mind. The magic from the dragon's tongue is just magic after all, but the real dragon is truly astonishing. Is the delay in casting the root cause? Sun is safe, you idiot goat, you can't keep teasing him. Even so, the magic energy consumption is still too high, he reassures himself. That's right, if I want to do this in one go, I need less time to prepare. Elzik shouted loudly for everyone there to hear as the expedition team set up the defensive barrier and prepared to hold it. The magic artifact is immediately taken out, a shield. Sun and the other mages are ready to cast their shields. Everyone stay in your positions. A strong double-layered barrier was established around them, and El continued to shout to alert everyone. It's coming. A massive stream of energy shoots out from the mouth of the Dragon King. Its target is nothing but the person inside their protective barrier. The attack hits the shield and then disperses in multiple directions. The cracks started spreading everywhere before that overwhelming power. E carefully calculated that this attack would last for 20 seconds. If we can stop them, we'll have a chance. Sun clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. Everyone, stay strong. The entrance just beside that fierce battle is still wide open. He also paid attention to that. Running to the door will take about 17 seconds. The trap was set just below. If we can close the door within 3 seconds, everyone will survive. The sudden turn of events makes E flinch. A few people begin to fall under the Dragon King's attack. The shield burns fiercely, incinerating their bodies until nothing remains, leaving only a few behind Elik. He gathers all his strength and shouts. Now that the dragon has stopped, they must escape quickly. Let's run, accelerate, or it'll crush us. Elzik is also in that chaotic crowd. Good, if this keeps up. A sudden grimace spreads across his face as the harsh truth hits him. A tiny crack appears, and in an instant, someone nearby is attacked, blood splattering everywhere. A few drops land on his chin, and the bright world comes to a halt. At that moment, the unlucky body was thrown back as it was no longer intact. Ek opened his eyes wide, still trembling, unable to believe it. That mysterious creature lands forcefully on the ground and laughs joyfully as it destroys everything in its path. Not just one, but countless of its kind also poured in. Facing that deformed body, he immediately recognized the legendary protector of the three-headed dragon. He hadn't recovered from the shock earlier and couldn't think of anything else. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from behind, illuminating Elzik's view. It exploded upon contact with S's large body, knocking the creature away. Sun behind is desperately attacking them. Elzik, take it down with me. The sword in his hand swung down, but you managed to dodge. Everyone around is crying out in agony. Help me. He quietly wiped away the bloodstain on his chin. I have to come up with a way. They have fallen into a desperate situation, and the Dragon King is waiting. The only one who can do something is me. The stone face on his necklace glows because every problem has a solution, and the reaction from the pendant becomes clearer as the gem shines. A sharp pain suddenly struck Eli's mind, causing him to close his eyes. It passed quickly, restoring his vision. The scene before him suddenly changed. Why does everything look like this? I can see lines crisscrossing everywhere, like a spider's web. Sun was casting a spell while turning towards Elik, seeming to try to say something, but I couldn't hear a thing. Suddenly, the opponent's voice echoed, and Eli blinked and asked, "What?" When I turned my attention to the back, that big Zoba jumped right at me. It stabbed the spear down, but couldn't catch his movement. The creature's face showed clear surprise. Even he was amazed. Did I manage to dodge? My body automatically evades the attacks being launched? Then he became so tense that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is not just in his mind. He can see them, where he will go. How should I dodge? The opponent's movement seemed to slow down in his eyes, and I can see where he will attack. My attention quickly shifted to the road ahead. If that's the case, I'll be safe as long as I follow those points of light. Eli still hesitated inside. What if this is a trap? Unlike him, Sun was having a hard time dealing with them. S was able to easily overpower the other members. Is there anyone? They desperately tried to block its attack, but were still severely wounded. 3 more creatures appeared around Elzik. No, I don't have time to think anymore. If this keeps up, in the blink of an eye, the place where you stood before will lose your shadow. The young man escaped the encirclement at great speed. El shouted to signal the exploration team. Everyone will die in vain. Follow me. Sun quickly follows him. Hurry up, everyone. Devin also ran away in fear. Let me go with you. His friend nervously said, Wait, Devin. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. Let's go to a place where his eyes can see. The entire group followed the instructions as the Dragon King behind them started to scream. Watch out for Sat-2's weapon. This way, you run while warning them. Crouch down quickly and decisively to help them get past the first layer. Sun jumps ahead to handle the approaching enemies. Sun throws a fireball at his left leg. The path behind the door is very close, and we're almost at the exit. Just a little more. The first member grits his teeth and lunges over. We made it out. I feel more at ease now. Good, we're alive. Now just need to close that door. The arm suddenly stops even though it reached out to grab. Someone help me. Devin is trembling and cowering on the ground like a mouse. Please, the Soba group is coming quickly. Damn it, if I want to close that door, I have to leave him behind. What should I do? This guy is so annoying. He keeps fighting with his mind. But still, Devin desperately reached out as the monster charged in. I couldn't let him die. El immediately turned around to save him. The three giants over here share the same goal as you. Elzik J opened his eyes in fear, unable to sense anything else. Elzik, gasping for breath, looks like they can't get out of there. He nervously says, I am still alive. Sun shouted angrily, Are you crazy, El? Its nonchalant attitude only made me angrier. It's that guy's fault for having weak legs, so why is he blaming me? Konso Bateau stopped right in front of the gate and then walked away as if nothing happened. Can't they go outside? I only just thought of this now. The dense network clearly analyzes the door structure for him, with signs of destruction above the cave. Are the intruders right next to us? His gaze is fixed on the Long King, forming a sphere in its mouth cavity, and suddenly everything zooms in so he can see the details on its head. A magic tool pierced the dragon's skull and kept emanating demonic energy. That thought was suddenly interrupted by the destruction above its head. What? The farm goat panicked and shouted loudly. The Sora Bateau gang is coming. One of them is charging straight down from the ceiling. Where are you running to? We're surrounded. Just keep running. I don't care about the chaos. So, Sun was running, but suddenly stopped and looked back behind. El didn't follow them, but stayed inside the ruins. He shouted in surprise, Elzish, what are you doing? In response to the worry, he smiled brightly. Go ahead. I threw myself at his side, but it was too late as the door had already closed the entrance. In the end, only Sonic's desperate screams remained. You try to force the door open, but to no avail. Hey, you damn bastard, why won't this thing open anymore? Elzik, helpless, could only grit his teeth and tremble. 7 years ago, memories suddenly flooded back after Elzik was suspended. Are you Elzik? Nice to meet you. I'm Namito. Let's be friends. His cold gaze simply looked at him before uttering a single word that made Sun shockingly fall to the ground. That night in the library, only Elzik sat at the table, extending a friendly arm to attract attention. Sun returned with a friendly smile and said, Let's be friends. But the other person's answer didn't change. They just drifted away, disappeared, and my mood sank even more. Did I even get a chance to say anything? One day, during a lesson, they gathered deep in the forest. You must be truly resilient to become a real mage. Your score will depend on the order of completion, so please work hard. However, if you use magic, you will be disqualified. When the command is given, the students immediately rush to start. Among them, there is a playful goat struggling to catch up. Unlike them, someone's speed is so fast that their footsteps are invisible. Sun confidently leaves everything behind and heads straight for the goal, crossing through bushes and grass with ease on his own. Sun paused for a moment and muttered, Maybe I've covered about half the distance now. Should I bring AOZ along? Because he wasn't paying attention ahead, he accidentally tripped over a large rock, causing his body to spin backward into the unknown. Huh? Sun kept rolling a few more times on the ground like a wheel. You slide down that slope uncontrollably, barely holding onto a corner of the cliff with your lucky hand, hanging there above an unknown abyss below. Is anyone there? Help! Just at that moment, a group of people arrived following your cry for help. But Devon and his friends just mockingly use magic to climb up. Why bother whining? Sun frowned at their teasing, unable to use magic, so his hands kept trembling. How long has it been? I can't hold on anymore. Sun was so desperate that he started crying. Should I use magic now, even if I might be eliminated and die like this? A tear rolls down from his eye, his fingers slowly slipping off the cliff. If I get eliminated, how can I ever meet my father again? Until Sun could no longer hold on, he completely let go. Damn it. But at this moment, another arm grabbed him, and the young man struggled to hold on, surprising Sun. El was sweating all over his face from exhaustion, but still forced himself to say, Hold on tight. Later, they were safe, and each catching their breath. Sun took off one of his shoes because he was injured. Go ahead. You're already late because of me. Eli doesn't seem to care as he looks directly at the wound. The bruise spread across Sun's ankle, making it impossible for him to move, and in the end, he decided to help, which Sun found very confusing. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go ahead already. Elzik replied calmly. You said you wanted to be friends with me, didn't you? Your mother's cheeks flushed with emotion, but Elzic's feelings were cut off by what was said afterward. Forget it. Please let me borrow some of the artifacts from your house. The boy chuckled. It's all good, right? We're friends after all. You insist on scolding him. That damn bastard trying to scam your friend. I also defended myself right away because I saved your life after all. At least you should repay the favor, but your messy hair looks pretty tough. Why not let your bangs down? Sun gruffly replied, It's about honor. Right now, you're just helplessly standing in front of the door. This bastard, even though you're weaker than me, you still like to show off. The shouting from the others only makes me more furious. Sun loudly told the person. Inside, Elzic, to wait a moment, I will call the elders, or at least your father, please. After giving the instructions, he hurriedly rushed out very quickly. Don't die, Eli quietly smiles on this side. Thanks, son. That's why I can't let you get involved in danger. Facing him are loud footsteps. The long dragon and its guardians charge straight in. Who do you think I am? Thanks to my analytical skills, I can always slip past them. The boy immediately realizes something. Found it. As his arm breaks a part of the body, they attack relentlessly, but he dodges them all. Eli quickly jumps off the ground and reaches out to catch it. It's him. The magic flow gradually shifts from blue to gold and surrounds him. Armed, Elzie still has another old magic tool in his hand. This fire for fire technique. Elzie's eyes flashed red like a madman. You guys also want to taste your own goods, huh? The effect of the fire control spell makes his arm burn fiercely, and blood pours from his eye sockets. It should have required mana to use this artifact, so Eli let the flames flare up wildly. Unlocking, I will use my own life force to replace mana. The surrounding soil is burned black by that intense heat. They panic and scream, which makes him satisfied. All of this is just a test from the dragon. Something erupts from the chaos, and if he's right, the Dragon King unleashed a fierce surge of magic that swept through the room. Eli swiftly jumped up, and the answer was right there. Return to the moment when he faced the Dragon King, the object embedded in its skull radiating intense red magic. Eo's foot lands on the decayed skeleton of the Dragon King, right in front of the strange thing lodged in the dragon's skull. This spear is the key, and also the answer to the test. The remaining Longvuong guards are scrambling to climb up it. If my answer is wrong and this is just a prank by someone, I will fail here. Right behind is the bloodthirsty army of Sobato. Still, I will never give up because I am a Melvingo. They cling tightly to the boy's body, and a second later, a strange power erupts, causing them to panic. Eli suddenly found himself in a different place. He stared in shock at what he saw. What just happened? Descending from the sky, the mighty dragon soars high, its icy head like a frozen glacier constantly exhaling smoke, alongside another figure with horns on their head. Who is that? He suddenly turned with a sly smile, his eyes flickering with suspicion, and his face darkened significantly. The ice dragon puffed out its chest and created an energy sphere in its mouth while the mysterious person simultaneously raised their hand to summon magic. He doesn't need to recite a spell, just lowers his stance with a cold aura. The dragon's energy concentrates and absorbs into one point. When it launched its attack, he simply used a spear to block everything. Mo spun the spear in his hand like a drill, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. That guy charged straight at the dragon's mouth himself. Eli watched the battle in amazement. Is this amount of mana from an 8th level mage? No, it's not. White patterns intertwined with a black background appeared on the weapon and his body as he aimed at the dragon. He also realized that the true power was much greater. The Dragon King only managed to see a blinding flash of light, and the battle in the sky affected the ground below. Everything was torn apart by the force of gravity. He dreamily infused his magic into the spear and swung it. When his weapon pierced through the Dragon King, everything seemed to become blurred. In the end, only his arm holding the spear's shaft remained. What is going on? The defeated dragon lies beneath MIT like a trophy. Everything has changed. Mitt's image becomes incredibly mysterious in that dark red hue. E stared in shock, wondering if he was the one who had slain the dragon, as a dark spiritual energy suddenly brushed past his back, and a sinister voice echoed. It's you, grinning with bloodshot eyes, claiming that you will free me from this damn place, just like my new suit. Suddenly, a source of demonic energy floated toward him, and that voice echoed throughout the air. Come on, let us become one. He harbors great ambition, and together we shall rule this world. The tiny human, Elzic, was not excited about this. Instead, he felt extremely scared. His eyes suddenly paused as if he had discovered something strange. So it turns out the blue chains are emanating from that dragon's head. Those chains quickly lock onto Mitto. He was momentarily stunned when he heard a strange voice. Dream Pit, the Demon King. The radiant energy flared up for a moment. You will be burned here with me. Elzic really keeps surprising me. What is it? The Demon King? Its wide, gaping mouth kept opening wider, pulling him inside with mysterious chains. Although you and I have been sealed here for thousands of years, this time things have changed. His murderous intent shifted towards Eli when a high-quality vessel appeared before my eyes. Dark magic emerges from his eyes and mouth, preventing him from screaming as it keeps pouring in relentlessly despite him clenching his teeth. The dragon's bones also radiate a dazzling blue magic. This is not a test for the dragon, but a trap set by the Demon King. Eli collapses in helplessness as he is being taken over. His body is about to break apart from the strain. Am I going to die like this? My bones deep inside are about to be torn apart by him, then shattered into tiny pieces. Mitt laughs triumphantly. Sans mana is making the host's body stronger. Alec is being tortured by him to the point of fainting. Damn it. He and all the members of the family sacrificed their lives to drive away the demons in the demon battle, and then both parents faced death, leaving only his sister and himself. The royal family, the magic tower, and the vassal families have all revealed their rotten true nature. The ones I trust and rely on the most are also trying to take what belongs to my sister and me. A source of power that tears and pulls at every part of his body. When we try to protect them, his sister sadly says, "Please, just stop." He didn't even care and just left. We were abandoned. The boy cried out in pain as his distorted figure was twisted. Facing those who betrayed and insulted the family, Elzik could only throw stones at them. What else could I do? The door of the abandoned mansion slowly closed. It no longer existed. Damn it, no matter what, I will heal them, clear the magic blockage, and restore the family. His vision darkened, then made the traitors regret. Eli suddenly felt her heartbeat pulling her back. No, I haven't even started yet. I can't end like this. Melvingo, I won't let you devour me like this. I will fight to take back control with my own strength. That damn bastard. Mitt was pushed back by the blue magic energy. I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. He was amazed. What kind of power is this? In the endless space, an arm has reached out. Before Mitt could even regain his senses, he was consumed by the blue flames. His eyes kept flashing with sparks. Here, according to the agreement, the #1 Demon King will be swallowed whole. The guy raises a hand and blows away the dark magic layer. The Demon King helplessly screams in pain. Impossible. He was overwhelmed by his power. This isn't how it should be. Everything around him once again turned into a simple white. On Alec's arm, a very prominent tattoo is visible. The young man gazes vaguely at his transparent hand. Where am I? A stunning sunset scene appears along with the silhouette of someone. I gaze dreamily and ask, "Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar?" The scholar replied, "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic." Eli wondered if this voice was the one she heard earlier. The magic bridge you saw was originally white, but those fighting for greater power brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. Dark magic corrupts it along with them. Red and black gradually stain everything. We have decided to fix this and atone for our past. The other's lips curl into a smile. We created a guild in this world. The giant horn appeared, causing your misunderstanding. What is that? A demon? The Demon King does not. Both hands cradle the energy core called the Demon Lord inside. A guild capable of eradicating the demons at their root. The scholar's human-like hand slowly rises. Countless dragons swoop down from above, destroying all the demons. Our mission. However, the other hand does the same. Suddenly, a giant monster slides out and the demons will never disappear completely. They will always come back. Surrounding the scholar are those evil forces. You must keep destroying them, again and again. Until that moment, the entire assembly could not be dissolved. That person's fingers moved as if playing a melody. At the demon's feet, white smoke billows out. The roar of the dragons challenges him, but he remains undaunted. They attack the scholar at the same time, on a future day, and he happily raises his cloak like a galaxy revealing itself, as the ground connected to the demon is pulled along and the sky above shines brightly. Both of them unleashed a cataclysmic battle until nothing was left. But amid that overwhelming power, a creature with red eyes appeared. That giant hand reached out to the scholar just as Elzic's vision was pulled far away. He shouted in alarm to warn them, "Watch out." When he looked again, the hand had returned to normal, along with the familiar ceiling. The sunlight outside the window shines gently. He quickly wipes away the sweat and also notices the person beside him. Eli asked, "What did your rough friend John say? You also didn't hesitate to expose him. Are you crying?" The young man immediately denied it. "Me crying? Actually, Son is too embarrassed to face away. Damn it, why did he wake up now?" She ignored him, and the person on the bed sneered, dismissing his tears. Son's face darkened from the sarcasm. "It's okay, you can cry now since you also cried back in the cave. You turn to look as if you're about to hit someone." Uelzi immediately stepped back. "Oh, sorry. In the end, you still chose to eat your friend's punch. Did you send the rescue team to save me?" Son is still angry? Yeah. That's sick. You complain that I'm upset, but can't you use magic to heal this bruise instantly instead of just giving me an egg? He immediately refused. "You should be grateful that at least I still give you something, you bastard." The aimless young man muttered, "You're the head of a family, yet you keep calling me the butt in the dirt. What do you want?" "You crazy bastard." Ek quickly turned away. "What do you mean? I didn't say anything." Son just scolded and paid attention to him, then casually said, "If you keep acting stupid like that again, then suddenly demand wait and don't stand up." What is the person on the hospital bed panicking about? His emotions quickly turn to anger, and he mumbles before standing up. The threat made him follow immediately. Got it. When the two of them face each other, Son reaches out to measure. "Are you taller now?" He looked at himself in the mirror, checking his reflection, and even Elsie was amazed. What happened? Has my body already changed? Sun asked anxiously what had happened. Tell me what happened, and what about the dragon? The young man winks mischievously. Sorry, son, I can't tell you yet. Well, I'll tell you first when the time is right. Luckily, you just patted his shoulder, too. All right, Elzik, I believe you have some idea now, but honestly, is this bastard keeping secrets from me, too? He awkwardly comforted his friend, saying, Don't be angry. El quickly changed the subject. How's that cave? Sun sat down and started peeling an egg. My family will take over that place. You should go back to bed and say you're busy excavating it. But contrary to expectations, Sun said otherwise. No, they just keep it sealed and don't allow anyone to enter. What? Why? You shrug. Because it belongs to you, the one who found it. They cannot let anyone do whatever they want with it. According to the rules, the Dragon's Den will belong to the person who finds it. But usually, large academies can gain an advantage by requesting permission to excavate. The Magic Tower and the Academy will go crazy trying to find a way in. The person in front of him smiled shyly, making Sun scared. Looking at that thing, he cheerfully said, Thanks a lot. Deep down, I believe the Nemedo family also wants permission to excavate, but they still do all this for me without hesitation. That's disgusting, clown. Please don't talk like that. The two of them high-fived, understanding each other perfectly. Whatever joke you make, damn it, I'll respond right away. Thanks for the compliment, you sicko. While we were having fun together, Elsie suddenly thought of something else. Wait, I won't let go yet. The greedy look on the principal's face caught his attention. This is not the time for that. The old man out there is surely trying everything to gain the right to excavate. His anger is just starting to flare up now. He dares to play tricks to end himself. That kind of smile scares Sun to death. What crazy stunt is that guy planning to pull off now? Every time you smile so sinisterly, something is bound to happen. Hey, sweet talk and call your friend. Sun, you grit your teeth and step back. What are you going to do? He presses close to Sun. I want to ask for a favor. The young man also immediately went on the defensive. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a thing. But your words still reached my ears. Please inform them that I have been seriously injured. In the end, Sun could only ponder silently. Damn it, I accidentally overheard. Somewhere else, someone is walking steadily on a solemn tiled floor, their red cloaks standing out under the sunlight. Numerous soldiers are standing guard in front of the Royal Magic Hospital. One person in the crowd asks him, Can you repeat that? The butler gently lifted his glasses. Student Els is now unconscious due to serious injuries from the trip to the Dragon's Lair. So, I hope you all will leave here. The nobleman there, confused, said, I went all the way here and you're telling me to go back. Many others are also unhappy, so what about the excavation rites? Are you planning to leave that cave untouched? They gathered in front of the hospital in large numbers. So why is the Nemedo family blocking the hospital entrance? El muttered to himself in the room, stupid fools. The Nemedo family spokesperson, Kadonit, enters with a snack and asks you to rest. He does not respond to the request and continues to look outside. The noise was blocked by the glass but still audible. Once the door was closed, the space became peaceful. Eli finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, are you afraid to look over there? Why don't you stop staring and say something already? How long do you plan to keep scrutinizing me? Why don't you show some respect to the esteemed king standing right in front of you? The great demon king who once plunged the entire world into danger and chaos. Mitfet, however, now he is looked at with indifference. Maybe I should call you Mr. Fet. Although very angry, just a flick of his hand forced him down. You, him, and only a useless evil spirit keep attacking him endlessly. Just die. But Eli remained very calm. The Cotton Mage might even be better than him. Nemedo's hospital is still closed, and no one is allowed in. Only you are left standing alone in the room. E gently places his hand on his chest, no matter the circumstances. Just as I thought, it's not an illusion. The dragon's heart is a source of energy containing the absolute power of the ancient dragon. The dragon clearly died after being pierced by the Demon King's spear. Could the dragon's heart inside my body right now still be beating like any other heart? No, I still feel like something is different. He thoughtfully strokes my chin. I only remember the moment when the Demon King tried to take over this body. Then Eli looked to the side. Stop staring at me and say something already. How long are you going to keep looking at me like that? Mitt keeps talking non-stop. I believe I told you not to call me that. The mighty Demon King who plunged the world into fear and suffering Mitfet in ancient times when gods ruled the world. The demon god representing darkness had 4 attendants. First is Phi, representing destruction. Then Insai, symbolizing madness. Next is Foration, an emblem of depravity. And finally, Sinan Bakatam, the origin of sin, the primordial evil king Mitfet, the highest and most powerful demon lord in legend. This Mitfet guy keeps tying himself to me. He's ranting and raving. I told you, my name was given by the great gods, but you just yawned loudly, making him grit his teeth and bite his tongue. You Mitt, again hitting Alec, I swear I will tear you to pieces. Eli nonchalantly said, Oh my god, you're so noisy I could die. Your annoying words only make him more agitated. Does the Demon King usually act so foolish? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand. Are you deaf from old age? I waited for 1,000 years, and now my mana is being taken away by someone like this? I am the Dream Phoenix Demon King. I make the entire world bow before me. He stands alone before the blazing red light. That is his reason to exist. A dragon pierces through the layers of clouds to fly toward Mo-Fi-To, yet its massive wings beat down in the vast sky. The Dragon King roared loudly as he initiated the battle, ready to face it with an excited smile. Mito's spear clashed with the dragon's magic. He blocked my path. Strands of chains shoot out from Sina's tongue, wrapping tightly around him. The Demon King Mo-Fit-Fel declares confidently, "You will be buried here with me." The Dragon King linked the two of them together, terrible, his body deeply bound beneath the chains. And so, for 1,000 years, he once again let out a loud laugh as he found something. I waited and waited. When Eli's group entered the cave, Mo-Fit whispered, "At last you have arrived." The boy's body shivered at the chilling voice. "The vessel will free me from this seal. The perfect vessel has been flawlessly completed. All the tests before me, I almost succeeded in taking control of his body and soul. When Eowyn awakens, he loses control again, and all my plans fall apart. Now, Mo-Fi. To exist as a vengeful spirit, only a fragment of demon energy remains, and even my own form frowns. What power could possibly absorb me? The person next to him suddenly criticized him, cut out the act of pretending to be noble with power. That guy started cursing loudly while he was looking at the pendant. How dare a bastard like you? If it were me from 1,000 years ago, I would be a terrible bastard. This can only be caused by those Melvingo bastards. What do they think they are? I once fought against the whole world alone. Eli squinted, recalling that voice, hoping our message would reach them. In that moment when the soul was reclaimed, he felt it clearly with my future descendant someday. The stone statue and the face of the scholar look very similar. Was that voice his? The oppressive aura from before still lingers faintly in my memory. Here, in accordance with the pact, the first demon will be swallowed. Elik is stunned. Wait a minute. Does swallowing mean I have absorbed the power of the Demon King? Eli looked at the magic pendant in her hand, so this magic pendant is a tool to devour demon kings? No, it's a tool to devour demons. He calmly looked at the Demon King beside him, who was still grumbling. What's going on? What are you looking at? And the guy is curious, wondering if it can devour other demons like Mo-Fi-To. The first demon means there will be a second and third. A cruel smile spreads as it prepares to go. Demon King, you will soon be poor. Mo-Fi-To can't even hear it, but I get this chilling feeling of dread. The two of them walk up to a tall rocky cliff, making him wonder why Langthang suddenly came here. If the elders ask, you should know how to answer properly. I look down on you. You're too noisy. Shut up, you worthless ghost. He spread out the black cloth, and before figuring out how to use the power of this pendant, he needed to confirm a few things first. His fingers intertwined and placed in front of his chest. The young man adopts a meditation stance and closes his eyes, ignoring everything around him to focus his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was immediately surrounded by a powerful force, with several blooming blue roses in the scene. The orange beetle, enchanted by the blue hue, hurriedly flew over and landed on the delicate petal, beginning to suck the nectar. The impact from the creature caused the petals to fall, and the breeze made them drift aimlessly. The blue rose petals floated past where he was training. Elle can feel everything around her. A ladybug is fluttering its wings, and there's a gentle breeze passing by. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he could see and feel everything if his suspicion was correct. In Elzic's hand was a spell analyzed into dense frequencies, with his fingers beginning to curl into his palm. Icy's hand clenched tightly as his face remained hidden in darkness, and the Long King's heart immediately reacted, his fingertip glowing brightly with burning light before a blazing column of fire erupted upward. Mo-Fi-To watched the scene with a look of horror, breaking out in cold sweat. Long Fap, an ordinary person, is he using dragon magic? His fingers keep commanding the magic, but even with Melvingo blood, this is a bit too much. Flames flickered wildly in the air around him. Eli took a deep breath, but her tone quickly shifted into a smile. The dust and smoke left behind from that test are very clear now. I can finally use magic. Finally, the magic blockage that tormented me was lifted. Those words Elzic remembered vividly. The shame of the Melvingo family. How much more devastating will their fall be for such a prestigious magic clan? Someone like him is the grandson of our first principal? I can't accept that. Could he be the one the headmaster picked up off the street and raised? How can a mage fail to create a simple circle? The half-breeds only know how to speak, but not where they stand. All those who betrayed the Melvingo family and abandoned me. Right here, I challenge heaven and earth. I will make them regret. Below the stands, the sound of cameras clicking non-stop. The reporters below keep aiming their questions at Cow, asking if it's true that student Elgic Melvinger is in a coma. And what about the right to excavate the Dragon Cave? His sharp face clearly visible to all the photographers as he calmly replied. The official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the statement. After the press conference, the man returned to a room. The bride tremblingly stands before a young man, filled with fear. Young master, please don't make me do these things. Son, bored and uninterested, hears the door opening but doesn't bother to turn around. You're here? Well done. Kadao. He tremblingly and slowly carried over a stack of papers. It's nothing. All the fuss you cause every time you're with Elsie almost got me killed. Son could only chuckle awkwardly. Ha ha. Even the bride sincerely reminds Sun. But if your scam gets exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you handle the consequences? He shrugged casually and handed over a handkerchief while Sun remained calm and didn't repeat his advice. Elzik said he's already thought it through, so I trust him. You're all sweaty. Wipe it off. Elzik's face at that moment was truly sinister. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. But outwardly, he pretended nothing was wrong, while inside Sun was cursing silently. That bastard, does he know how much he's been through? I wipe my face with a handkerchief and ask softly, where did Ellis go? Sun shook his head and replied, I don't know where he went. In his hand was a letter. I'm just going out for a bit. What's the point of having friends? I'm counting on you. The daughter-in-law silently blamed herself, clutching the paper until it crumpled. With such a fragile body, where could he possibly go? Suddenly, his eyes seemed to realize something unusual. The daughter-in-law immediately informed Sun. The young master has a problem. Sun still looked confused, not understanding anything. What's going on? He seemed speechless, holding out an envelope sealed with a stamp. That one. Before she could speak, the door was kicked open and shattered. Your brother. What conspiracy are you planning that you didn't tell me? Zoa was startled and quickly stood up. Sister, why are you here? She strode in confidently, smiling gently as she looked at him. Why are you so surprised? Thou, the Firebird Mage? She shrugged casually. Is it strange for your sister to visit her brother? The Magic Tower, the Royal Family, and the Necromancer Alliance each produced great geniuses of the century within the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the Empire and are called the New 3 Stars. Thassa now turns to blame her daughter-in-law. Didn't you show her my letter? I've been so forgetful lately. My sister, the youngest in history to earn the title of Grand Mage, is one of those 3 people. Her face darkened as she tried to ask questions. So, what are you here for? She glanced over and sneered. I heard your friend is sick and has a magic certification, so I can't just leave it be. Is Eli not in the room? Is the boy somewhere else? His eyes darted around in panic, remembering that paper and feeling terrified inside. Forget her. If she goes into the ward, you'll be shivering from the cold. Min's gossiping too quickly. You have to send her away before she finds out. You quickly turn your face away to cover up. Eli is currently not available to meet anyone. Thassa glared suspiciously at her younger brother. Is that so? She immediately grabbed his trembling body, so please don't bother the doctor and go back. Little brother, your firepower is filling the entire room. Are you ordering her around? Thassa approached Sun and ordered him to continue our conversation. What happened to the Dragon Cave excavation rights? Now Sun finally stopped hesitating and realized something. Dragon Cave? Ah, I forgot this witch is a dragon fanatic. Her gaze fixed intently on her brother as she questioned him. No one has taken it yet, right? He was trembling, not knowing how to respond. That was Eli's decision. Thassa's eyes seemed ready to devour him, and finally she delivered a decisive blow to her brother. There's no other way. Thassa's strong arm also begins to loosen from Sun's wrist, then slowly releases. She leaves the room without forgetting to remind him. Whenever your brother wakes up, contact me, or if you don't contact me first, Thassa will make a move as if she's about to punish you in an instant, so get ready to get beaten. Little brother, Sun's mind is already imagining all the worst scenarios if you're caught again. Hurry up and do something. At the same time, a trembling voice sounded from behind. Young master, has she gone yet? The face of the butler, pale and trembling, standing in front of Sun, made him panic as if he saw a ghost. The newsboy's voice echoed throughout the capital. The heir of a noble magical family is unconscious. The newspaper stand is still busy with people passing by. Who will have the right to excavate the dragon's cave? The mysterious man in black muttered. Sun is handling everything well in my place. Elle recognizes a familiar face on the second newsstand. Well, who is this? Our director looks quite photogenic, doesn't he? His gaze is coldly fixed on him, still smiling while he can. Director, congratulations. Over here, Vo is trying to curry favor with you, so now you can do what you wish. No need to rush. The director frowned and reminded him, the election hasn't started yet. Joe smiled with a deep, sinister smile. I was too hasty. I can't understand the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the Academy and your students, sir. But because he was praised and got cocky, the director still forced a fake smile. Honestly, I told you, my son hasn't been promoted to principal yet. The director gently sipped his tea and asked, So, how is the student Elgic doing? John still bowed and reported, I heard he's barely hanging on to survive each day. Oh no, that's really unlucky. He quickly came up with some bad hypotheses, but if he wakes up, it'll be a big problem. We should hire a few assassins. The director immediately used pressure to silence him, sensing the terrifying aura. Vaughn trembled and stammered, I am sorry. After the intimidation, the director returned to his usual state and gently inquired, there will be a vacant professor position after the election. I wonder who will take that position then, I guess. What? The director still says I am just the director. I don't know what is happening outside the academy. He quickly suspected that the director was hiding something from him. He happily bowed his head and accepted the order. I will not let you down. Director sipped tea, smiled a terrifying smile. At night in the capital, a man in black is hiding in a dark alley. Eli pulls his hood down and mutters as he looks up at the towering building. All right, let's get started. His blue eyes begin to activate his third eye. With the eye of insight, he can see beyond the world. If Min finds the hidden space and channels mana from the dragon's heart into it, suddenly a series of powers manifest in his eyes. A powerful earthquake shook the ground. Eli merged into the raging force and a loud explosion sounded simultaneously. At that moment, he finally stood firm on the floor, able to cast magic without complicated incantations. El breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he's finally at the starting line. But Morpito frowns and mocks him. How pathetic. You can only use that level of magic, even with my power. Is that just a simple jump? Are you using a trick? Just started to enjoy myself and now I grit my teeth and frown. He's right. I need to be faster and stronger. The voice of the dream spirit still echoes in my ear, scolding Eli. You bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm talking? In my time, all of humanity, the demon world, and even the dragon clan would shrink back when they saw me. Whenever I speak, there is something called the dragon's sealing consciousness in the true dragon's magic. He shaped it and spoke aloud. Alec begins to activate the dragon's seal to cast the spell. Mitt stands bewildered in the blazing fire, not understanding anything. Yeah, Alec smirked maliciously and jumped. His foot movements were already prepared, just waiting for the command. The command just rang in his head and shot over to the other side, leaving him gaping in shock. There's no way that after the divine jump, it could be an even more spectacular display. Elzic's third eye radiated a fierce burst of power because his destination, the tall house earlier, was at an extremely distant point. He is still soaring through the air without any sign of slowing down. Even the main character can't help but exclaim in amazement. The height is too much. Eli's face was sweating, and he felt a thrill. Excellent, simple, but extremely effective. At the right moment, he begins to deploy it a second time and accelerates even more. All right, one more time. He leisurely floats along, following behind. Deep inside, he hated Elzie openly. A mere kid who had just learned magic but could already use mental seals and dual magic. The sworn enemy of the demon world of the Melvino family. Even the strongest Melvingo couldn't compare to this guy. Movito suddenly let out a joyful cry. Oh no, just one person. A dark face appears behind the wide-brimmed hat along with a sinister, treacherous smile. And recalling it, he feels a wave of self-blame. Oh no, I shouldn't think like that. No matter the cost, before he gets even stronger, I must take over that body and crush this dangerous seed. His heart was full of calculations. Is there any way? He still appeared calm in front of Elzic, but deep inside he seemed to be running out of breath. The mind imprint was truly excellent, but it was still very difficult for him to utilize it on his own. Eli clenched his fist to become stronger. I need to understand the core of dragon law. I need a teacher who can keep a secret. In an academy already taken over by... there is no one capable enough to teach me. Finally, at dawn, Elzic touched the ground. He must be at least on par with Hagam, but there's no way they would accept him as a disciple. Suddenly, memories flashed back and Elic remembered Mr. Yon. If he is still alive? Not counting your father. Yeah. Suddenly I had a bold idea. Wait, Mito still doesn't know he's the target and is still frowning in annoyance. Stepping on the seedling, I still have legs. El suddenly approached and made a request. Empito, can you teach me magic? I just thought of this now, and you are probably the best person to be my teacher. Has he ever looked confused before? What do you mean? Say that again. He immediately turned and walked away without paying any attention. El had to call him again before he looked excited. Empit. But when he turned back, Mito still looked bored and shrugged. What benefit does that bring to me? Elzic started to persuade him. I will create a new container for you using alchemy, but he simply dismissively criticized it. You think an ordinary person can create a container for me? Then make me strong enough to do it. Mito sneered and shook his head dismissively. Still not enough. You can do what if I am not stronger than you? Seeing him hesitate, Eli reluctantly lowered himself to negotiate with him for a different condition. But immediately after, he straightforwardly replied, I refuse. Why should I enlighten you? I might consider that if you become one of us. Holding tightly, look at that confused face, satisfaction just flickering away. Do you think you can play tricks on me all this time? Movito grew more and more excited. Although I am still too weak to devour him, if I secretly use dark magic on him while teaching, he will become stronger, and his soul will also be invaded by dark magic, until I can finally devour him. Now bow down and beg me to take you as my disciple. Know your place and obediently become my vessel, you foolish Melvingo. Suddenly he outright dismisses and curses at him. Oh my god, just get lost. This is the last thing Mito could have ever expected. While he was listening in shock, Elzic was already shouting at him. There should be limits to what you demand. Don't you understand the situation you're in? His cunning smile even surprised Mitt more than anything else. Why is that? Seeing how he looks now, Mito only seems like a cowardly demon scared stiff. He can't stand the humiliation and charges forward to fight. That damn bastard. Yet Eli only had to stand still, use her mental seal on him, and hold his mouth. His mouth was immediately sealed shut. I chuckled happily. Oh, more than I expected. Now Mito can only stammer with his mouth unable to produce any sound, but it still makes him cover his ears and cry out, "Oh my, you're so noisy." His whole body broke out in a cold sweat, still pointing his finger at Eli, seeking justice for himself. There's no way I could be subdued just with a focused mind, but he switched to another focused mind, acting adorable. Immediately, Mepito pouted. In a blink, both Elzic's eyes and ears were startled. He immediately turned away, overwhelmed by the horror rising up his throat. Oh my God, my eyes, wow. After looking again, I still saw him wearing 2 pink bunny ears on his head, and I got goosebumps in horror. Ugh, why did I ask him to do that pig-like thing? I feel like I might vomit again if I look any longer. Eli's face was pale, but he tried to set a condition with him. Calm down, I don't want it to be like earlier, okay? If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about the mind magic and incantations here. I will resolve it for you after I finish reading all the content. You think I will compromise with just this much? To me? The one who endured being sealed for an entire year? But Elzic still doesn't care at all, so should I use this time to practice now? At night, he was half angry and thought I would be generous enough to forgive him if he accepted that deal. The next day, he still trained diligently but paid no attention to the mute demon. He should be begging me to teach him magic by now, but instead, Elzic keeps practicing magic while his mind remains unsettled. Here is Mephisto, what's wrong with me? And on the day after the next, he will be overwhelmed by a series of discouraging days here that will crush his spirit. Anyway, I'm going to teach him anyway. Should I pretend to compromise? But Mito is still trying to comfort herself, even though only half of it is written on paper. No, I can't lose. The basic principle of the subconscious mind is seeing him tremble like that, Eli sitting next to him smiling smugly. Fi, do you really need to go that far? His anger is starting to flare up again. No, I am the Demon King Empit Fus. I will never hand it over to a human, but soon after, Mito sensed a different energy flowing within him. Huh, what's this? Why am I acting like his little dog? Eli's hands are clasped together as he ponders the fundamental principle of the Mind Seal, an ancient knowledge he cannot find in any book. Looking at the messy writing on the paper, he can't help but praise. Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to have helped me? Then he used his mind to cancel the adorable action and began to demand more. By the way, can you give a bit more detail on what's behind this? Maybe I'll let you speak a little more. Aren't you a bit bored? Because you can't talk, right? Movito was struck by lightning, unable to hide the rising anger. You bastard! What the hell is this? Don't you think you should have written more than the day before? Who the hell decided that? Seeing his expression, Elzic made a compromise. You can write multiple times a day, adding a little each time, and I will suspend the censorship for 3 days. What do you think? Are you convinced? Then he started to boast and show off. By the way, your handwriting is terrible. Write a little neater. Oh, I've thought about it, but doing it many times still isn't enough. Why don't you just write everything out in one go? Have you ever thought about teaching me some secret technique? Just wait and see. His heart is hiding a great hatred. The dark magic concealed in these records will completely tear apart the body and soul of someone who dares to underestimate you. Even now, I haven't stopped training. I've only learned the beginning, but with this much strength, Mito watching from behind for days has become strangely bored. Is this impossible? Why are there no signs of the curse magic activating? I remember I put it in there. At that moment, he was immediately grabbed by the neck. What's with your expression? Mephit Elzic glared back with a sneer, clearly intending to do something shady to my body, right? But nothing happened, so you're disappointed? Hearing this, he turned away in frustration, refusing to admit it. I don't understand what you're talking about. El chuckled happily at Memphito's innocent look. You think I'm so stupid that whatever you give me I just learn without question? Fine, anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, I have reached a new level. His heart was in turmoil as he cursed in anger. He knows now? Damn it. All this damn stuff. Meanwhile, Elzic is still flipping through the notebook looking for new formulas. I wonder if there's anything else. I'm getting stronger and stronger, so I don't want to stop at all. He's just nagging beside me. Does that human dream of being at home? Seeing that he refused to vomit out more magic, I started to threaten him. Fine then, keep your mouth shut. But Mitt, too, still firmly replied there was nothing left. This time he opened his eyes in astonishment. What? He shouted directly. Apart from my true consciousness magic, I have nothing else to teach you. As the birds chirped noisily across the sky, Elzie's stiff body began to feel a faint suspicion. That thing, the highest level of mental magic besides divine speech. Divine mental magic? Emphit put his arm around him and said directly, You can't fully understand it at your current level. You might be possessed by it. El started to feel his mind go blank and confused. He wasn't lying. What now? His next words made him feel dreamy. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That has always been the destiny of your Melvingo family. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield? The members of the family also acknowledge that. It is the motto of the Melvingo family. Those who will continue to protect the continent from demons. Dad taught her and me about the honor of the Melvingo family on the devastated territory during the war with the demons. Even if he said nothing, My father, you were gravely wounded by the aftereffects of the war. Surely you still remember the days fighting alongside him as a mage with iron wings. Dad, when I go to battle someday, I'll be able to use super cool magic like you, right? Great Wizard Elec has arrived, but he is avoiding your gaze entirely. What about that, Elec? Your mother also had to speak up for your father, who was desperate. She told you that if you want to become a strong mage, what should you do? Eli listlessly replied to her question. Yes, ma'am. That's right, learn. Her next words were like cruel blows to his heart. You can't just have the superficial appearance of being a ridiculously powerful mage like your father. I didn't tell you that your grandfather became the greatest mage before he became the strongest on the continent. Elzic's father trembled and gently compromised with her. Lady, I am still the head of the family. That's a bit harsh, but your mother bluntly told him to stop making the kids believe in illusions. Honestly, the men of Melvingo never know how to listen, or maybe our family always listens to our mother. Even so, your father still managed to remind his son that magic should only be perfected on the battlefield. Then he disappeared without a trace in front of him. Before taking him away, the villagers advised the son and daughter. Elle, make sure you finish reading the research summary on the relationship between the ancient magic circle system and the new prime language system by the end of the day. Is that clear? Wow, you look after Elgic. I don't want to listen to that weird stuff, Mom. Please don't. Today, I wanted to play with my father, but in the end, I was dragged away by my sister without any regret. Hey, sister, you're about to tear my ear off. Let me go. Damn it. Elsie's father tried to speak up for his little girl. Madam, studying is good, but after all, they are just children, and you don't listen to them. That's because you spoil the boy too much, making him have bad habits. It's true that, like father, like son, isn't it? And then that rainy night at the estate, tears were shed everywhere. Crying, crying, crying. My parents, my father's illness is worsening, and my mother. She tirelessly cares for my father day and night, then suddenly collapsed. He spent his final moments with his wife, and they left peacefully together. Before passing, he offered his final apology. I'm sorry, my love. You always shine brighter than anyone else. It's all my fault. Elsie's mother is now also becoming thin and frail. She smiles softly. Ever since I met you and had our children, I've never been happier. They hold each other's hands tightly, exchanging sweet words deep in their hearts. Thank you. Your smile has raised our children to be good people. You truly are a wonderful mother, Mother Elzic whispered. Are you there, my child? He asked, lowering his head. Yes. Mother asked me to take care of your little brother. Mom is sorry and thank you, my child, and she clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from making choking sounds. Elzic, I'm sorry, the magic blockage was caused by me. Elec choked back tears. Dad, I sobbed. Are you that scared of being like this? I kept crying. If you're gone, what will my sister and I do? He gently touched his face, feeling the warmth of his father's hand, and stopped crying. Thotho softly said, I have been happier being your father than all the days I fought as a mage on the battlefield. El held his father's hand as tears continued to stream down his face while listening to his words. You don't need to become a mage. My only hope is that you find happiness with the people around you. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand fell powerless. Elzic sat there, stunned as if he couldn't process what had just happened. Then he tremblingly spoke. Dad, until the moment you closed your eyes, your hand was still tightly holding your wife's hand without letting go. I am lost, stunned as if I haven't accepted reality, and I shout loudly, Dad, switch back to reality. But you know, Father, you were wrong to tell me I didn't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be discarded in this reality. His hand clenched tightly. That is why you must become stronger, so that no one can turn their back on you anymore. His back appears with rays of sunlight illuminating the magic that can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's right, what I need most now is real combat experience. A strange scene appears with a full moon in the dense forest. Where should I go? The Blood Demon Forest is full of ghost-like monsters? That place is too dangerous. In the dark space, there is a gate with cracks that let light shine through. Then hang in, there are already too many people there. Where to next? Elzic seems to be sitting in a chair, enjoying the last remaining daylight. The words of advice still echo in his ears. Listen, there are secret underground chambers all across the continent where our ancestors once lived. Yes, that's the place. Eli approaches Mito and whispers, Let's go. Mitt was suddenly confused. Where are we going? The scene gradually shifts to a towering, snow-covered mountain. We will arrive. El walks forward with a determined look in his eyes. The territory of Jedi Plateau. Under the blazing sunlight streaming through the trees, there is a shimmering green lake below. Elzic is carefully fixing his appearance. That could be a problem if his identity gets revealed, so he needs to change his look. A stream of water surges up, guided by the mental magic symbol Toa Tri. He stood in the rushing water, feeling the powerful flow pour over him. After experiencing this intense pleasure, Elzic suddenly stopped and cut his hair in half. The jagged strands of hair fly wildly through the air as the neatly styled hair before him transforms, revealing Elzic's completely changed handsome face. Your skin tone also looks unfamiliar in the reflection. Looks good now, right? In the capital, which is immersed in the coldness of a snowstorm, a team is preparing to depart. You're lucky, the branch will guide you. Inside the wooden room, there is a man, but now no one is going to the Highlands anymore. It's surprising that suddenly many people want to go there. My team just mentioned over there. The door just opened at the right moment. Oh, they've arrived just in time. Leading the way is a small-looking young man with a mischievous grin as he steps in. Looks like we have a new person. Eli also glanced at their group. 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters, and 5 people hiding their energy. The boy leading the way begins to introduce himself briefly, so I'll do the same. Our tribe has a tradition of naming everyone based on their birthday. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning. You're wondering what this has to do with anything, right? Today is actually the second morning of the week. In everyday language, that would be Tuesday, so as long as you stay close, you won't be in any danger. Ahi, even the Demon King himself would be annoyed by this long-winded grumbling. That bastard talks too much and pretends not to notice. So one day, I'll tear that damn thing apart. Elzik still responded politely. Oh yes, Manhwa, right? Can I buy a communication crystal? But you shook your head. What are you going to do? Our village doesn't have crystals. You could use methods like pigeons or sending letters. The more you talk, the more excited you get. Suddenly, I remembered a hilarious incident from the past involving pigeons and sending something. But then, an unpleasant remark interrupted me. What bad luck, let's go. Manhwa also chuckled happily and turned to walk away. Too bad. I'll tell her on the way. Let's go. Eli looked uncomfortable. She will be very upset if I don't contact her soon. Things are getting more and more complicated. Anyway, I already told Sun about this. He'll handle it. On the way to Kaunguyenti, Manhwa's narration echoed softly, and then a dove suddenly dove headfirst into the chimney. But before he could realize it, with that information, the chimney must belong to the thief who stole money from the person next to the elderly woman's lover, the oldest villager here. The Demon King looked around and said, I have a feeling this place is quite familiar. This is where the Jedi live. He glanced over skeptically. Do you know about the Jedi? Did you come here before? Mifit nodded slowly. Of course they are the scum daring to admire us. Hearing these words, Eli's body trembled noticeably. Is Jedi a demon? He scowled and turned to shout, Don't compare me to that trash, just a monster. Who would have thought they're connected to the demon world? It's incredible. He kept rambling about the old days. Still, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the blessing of the demon lord. Although his fate was not as fortunate, this event made Elzik gasp in surprise. Did the Jedi have a ruler in the past? Demon King, Mitt closed his eyes and muttered, His tomb is probably still nearby. He shouted in horror, His tomb? Do you know where it is? But he just shrugged indifferently. Even if it's still here, it has probably been robbed already. His eyes flicked to him with a complicated look. If Jedi is a demon, their graves must be somehow connected to the family's secret chamber, and suddenly a flood of memories of my father rushes back. The secret vault is the hidden sanctuary of the ancestors built to protect the family's legacy. When you grow up and become the head of the clan, go to the first plateau. He advised his son to carefully verify all the family heirlooms there, and to show respect to the ancestors. He glanced up, then lowered his face to look at the magic necklace. I'm quite curious about what the family legacy could be. I wonder if I can learn more about this magic necklace if I go there. Manhwa's voice still echoed throughout the journey. If you follow the legend passed down through generations in the tribe, the first Jedi who ever appeared was abandoned by her husband. And left behind on this plateau, that woman died. After taking revenge, she met Yukion, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story begins. That endless chatter kept echoing in Mfido's ears. He turned to blame Ia, saying, Can't you use magic to shut that guy up? Look, my ears are bleeding, and you're just trying to patiently drag him along and endure it. What kind of ghost would bleed like this? Still talking about that Jedi that guy keeps mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? Manhwa's voice is again shouting. All right, everyone. The road ahead will be quite difficult. Before we continue, let's have something to eat. The whole team split into small groups around the fire, and a strange man approached the group of only 3 people. Let us sit by the fire, please. Your third eye is starting to look into the other person's mind. He is as strong as the noble knight Elzik, observing from one team to another. They don't seem to be targeting him. Are they perhaps carrying out some kind of secret mission? He's also starting to notice that special person. Is that guy the leader? He doesn't seem like one. Suddenly, that person took off their hat, and not only Eli was stunned, but those nearby also looked on in shock. Isabao softly said, Thank you, we will cherish it. Women? The men nearby then revealed sinister, perverted smiles. Why are you hiding such a pretty face? The young girl, oh my god. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have such an amazing experience here. Suddenly, a sharp sword was drawn from its sheath and immediately lunged at the man who had just spoken those rude words. The man charged forward without making a sound, trembling in horror only when the sword just touched his neck. You've offended the young lady with your words. Atone with your life. Isabel shouted loudly to stop the matter. Ren, put down your weapon. Eli sat to the side, trembling in fear. Does he dare flirt with a noble? Does that head even have brains? But suddenly Mitt turned to look at him with a horrifying expression. From afar, a surge of magic is rushing toward us. His eyes widened in shock as if witnessing something truly terrifying. Sen still didn't lower her sword, but miss, these bandits, you shout loudly to stop them, lower your sword. Sen closed his eyes and resigned himself, then sheathed his sword. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted to the others, "Everyone run!" He looked back at him, confused, while the hunters were also puzzled. What's going on? Then, Sen pressed his hand down on the back of the sword and bowed his head. From the sword Sen had launched, rays of light shattered into sparkling fragments. Manhwa was stunned when he saw Sen act so decisively that he couldn't look away. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight at the enemy. The silent space has disappeared. Blood splatters everywhere. Sen is in danger, holding the sharp sword but still pausing to protect the lady. People around start trembling and grinding their teeth in fear. El furrows his brow at this, his eyes showing his utmost anger. This reminds me of the nest. He immediately rushed forward at full speed. Reaching the place he desired, Alec looked up at a vast blue sky just like the swirling one, with black cylindrical shapes falling down. Is it a shooting star? Looking down from above, he stands with his legs apart, ready to face the upcoming war, with Elzic's coat billowing and his determined eyes creating an even more tense atmosphere. Later, he began using his magical hand to block the dangerous wave ahead. El shouted loudly, blocking the spell from his hand that released a bright, swirling yellow light at the center. Not long after, Eli's eyes gradually looked down, showing concern for those around him. He suddenly wondered, how are the others doing? Everyone around is holding swords. Both men and women are entering the arena to fight, attacking the bodies of the villagers. The severed parts of the bodies gradually tore apart with decisive movements, emitting agonizing screams. The swords pierced through limbs, causing blood to splatter everywhere, forcing the civilians to cry out for help. Help me. The strikes are very powerful and fierce, making loud sounds. Gasp. Elzic and Impeto's eyes accidentally meet in a brief moment, but it's enough to make the atmosphere more tense than ever. Elzic suddenly froze, as if everything around him had been frozen in time, and perhaps a complex emotion was swelling within him. Movito smirks with a villainous grin and a fierce face as he approaches. Those fools from the Blood Eye tribe. After hearing that, he suddenly runs forward at the speed of light. He stood there, thinking of a wild jungle scene with many orange circular lights flickering on the trees. I heard that they usually follow a pack of 10. Then he thought of many large, terrifying creatures, as the orange light suddenly grew brighter and bigger than before. Not long after, Elzic started to feel worried mixed with a bit of fear, then clenched his teeth in anger. But there are just too many now. Over with Sen, he is extremely tense. He is shouting and commanding loudly, "Clear them out!" The monster right in front of him is baring its teeth to threaten humans, and as soon as it finishes speaking, those monsters begin to attack fiercely. The first battle was a bit tough, huh? The friend standing next to Mito whispers softly. Mumfit, with an evil smile on his face. You're starting to feel scared as the moment to fight approaches, aren't you? They really are humans. The guy standing next to him shouted loudly, holding his mouth. Then Mito was quickly taped into an X shape. There's no point in talking now. This isn't the time for nonsense. I guess the Demon King was a bit unconscious. X slumped down, darkness enveloping him as he thought, I have to admit, they are incredibly astonishing. Sen's eyes lit up, then looked up. When he looked up, he immediately thought of himself in the arena. Is this how a knight optimizes his aura? Then he suddenly had another thought. Seeing Elzic running quickly and looking up high, he wanted to admire even more. But this is not the right time. The Jetty's ambush is a real problem, but they are not all of them. The scene of the wild forest mentioned earlier reappeared in his mind. Another pack of Jetty is waiting for the chance to ambush us. Everyone could be in danger if they make the wrong decision now, as the rocks being shattered into pieces fall down into the abyss. However, the story will change if we strike first. The character's body emits blazing red lightning, removing the transformation. The blue light has another ability. It armorizes a vast, endless blue sky with monsters standing on either side, seemingly using memory to record some effective enhancement spells, and a horde of monsters rushes forward aggressively, clearly intending to attack. It kept rushing forward, and as it neared its destination, its eyes began to glow brightly. Even though I'm not sure if my attack will work, I've already targeted the prey I need, and I won't hesitate to launch a serious assault. Eli closes her eyes tightly, as if trying to dispel the frustration inside her, at least to slow them down. Taking advantage of their distraction, he leapt up and began channeling his magic, causing an explosion to erupt. The explosion erupts, hiding the anger behind their eyes, and now he has the chance to unleash it all. He stands from afar, watching everything gradually disappear and burn away. The explosion grew more intense, and shards of glass violently struck them. There are currently 2 left, and they still hold their confidence, staring straight at Els. It's not easy to make them leave. He used an even stronger method with his own hands. The magic circle wrapped tightly around them struck with great force, eventually spreading throughout their bodies. The number of them is gradually decreasing. Maybe everything is starting to be destroyed. Whew, there are only 2 left now? Then, from afar, everyone saw where you were planning to run off to. He turned around with a satisfied and delighted expression, enjoying the restraint. Eli lands safely on the ground, her knees slightly buckling. I'm pretty good too, huh? Then he sat on the body of the giant monster. By the way, let's have a talk. Not long after, Mito immediately flew over. Besides his furious scowl, he couldn't say anything else. On the contrary, Elzik smiled brightly at him with a smug look. Hey, I'm still here. Let's have a little chat. Unable to contain his rising emotions, he started pointing at his face and uttering aggressive words. That bastard. You really need to be disciplined. Elzik only needs to speak softly, but with underlying fury that makes him stop his actions immediately. Stop talking then, and once everything calms down, he immediately gives the order. There's no time, so hurry up and translate for me. Hearing that, Mito was so surprised he could only manage a short half-sentence. You were saying that Elzie is just standing there watching him and Konetti chatting happily, telling him that if he tells me where their tribe is, I will let the matter go, while he just leans on his chin, smiling smugly. It asked to be untied so it could leave. El immediately questioned after hearing that. I believe what you think. Suddenly, Mito's face became serious again, and his eyes sharpened. In this situation, it's better to negotiate through dialogue rather than threaten. Seeing the two whispering to each other, Elzik then fulfills Jetty's wish. Not long after, Mito quietly moved closer and whispered. Seeing this, it also leaned its ear towards him to listen. Mfido whispers softly, negotiating as an interpreter. Now let's pretend to cooperate with this stinky bastard. Even though they called very friendly, MIT still didn't hear. Sir. He managed to say half a sentence when the bear suddenly roared as if displeased, catching him off guard. He immediately used his power against the monster to prevent it from becoming agitated. A chill from the attack still lingers on his fingertips. He then breathes a sigh of relief, but remains quite trembling. It almost turned into a big problem. At this moment, Mito could only turn his back, pretending not to have seen what just happened, and left the monster behind. El confidently smiled with a threatening look, so let's talk again. Jetty's scream of terror echoed loudly throughout the vast forest, and then he looked at him and softly said, That naive snowman almost died because of you, Your Excellency. Deep down, Elzie thought, thank you for guiding me home. He then raised 2 fingers in a farewell salute to the bear in front of him. Cute and inviting in appearance, but completely different inside. All of you die now. Suddenly I clench my chest in the middle of the fun. The dragon's heart contains the magic of the dragon and the demon king. I can only unleash 3% of that magic power from here. If I use all of that strange magic, my body won't withstand it and will shatter. With my current level, fighting like before is really dangerous, but I can't back down. Alec's confidence continues to grow. He walks forward with his strong legs. If that's all it takes to give up, how can I build up my family? His gaze turns back and his thoughts continue. Surely that noble young lady will be safe and sound. Meanwhile, the scene opens with a large amount of blood splattering everywhere. Sen is no exception, his body and sword covered in blood. He gazed into the distance and sighed, while the 3 of them stood in silence for a long time on the bloodstains. From afar, Isabel is rushing over quickly. Ren, did you see someone just here? He started to wonder if he had died while fleeing alone, or was hiding somewhere. But when he turned his head, he answered her in a different way to ease her worries a bit. Maybe he has escaped safely. Isabel kept worrying, her eyes fixed straight ahead. I guess so, right? She says that, but her worried eyes still can't hide her concern. Elzik is also staring intensely ahead. Please stay safe and unharmed. Facing him now are dozens of giant monsters with blazing eyes. His gaze is just as fierce as his opponent's, and filled with formidable confidence. Don't look at him with such bloodthirsty eyes. Let me meet the clan leader. They keep threatening with their glowing eyes and their loud growling voices. They keep surrounding him from all sides, so many that Elzik has nowhere to run. Their large feet start to move. Alec looks up in confusion. In front of him is the massive, towering body of the monster, as tall and imposing as a giant. Still, Elzik managed to say what he needed to say. I have a few things I want to ask. In response, it growled unintelligibly. It then took out a shard of crystal from behind Elzik, surrounded by a powerful aura. It would be better if I didn't go this far, but I look up with fear and think that if I fail to talk, this is the quickest way to take down the clan leader. Suddenly, the beast's attention was drawn to Ellis's unique green eyes, prompting it to furrow its brow and ask cautiously with a hint of suspicion. What is your name? El found it strange. Alec Mellinger, after hearing this, the giant beast suddenly spoke softly. Follow me. Amidst the thick snow, it and Eli slowly walk forward. When they arrive, it immediately begins to explain more clearly. Our tribe has a legend. After hearing it, he instinctively asked, what legend is that? Suddenly, E's eyes widened as he remembered a great king who once ruled this mountain long ago. Turning around, he saw Mitt standing there unnoticed. But that monster still stubbornly insists on revealing the shocking truth. The king declared that only one person was truly recognized as a friend. The small figure of the mysterious person standing next to the giant king because of this mountain in the past appears with blue eyes, and Mel Vinger is his name. He begins to be cautious and keeps questioning himself. Is the ancestor of my family and the Snow King friends? Ellis's eyes suddenly became serious. Where is that house? The person facing him then grinned, revealing their sharp fangs. There. The 2 of them looked down into the abyss below. As I looked around, everything seemed to freeze in this place. Eli's face showed fear, and she suddenly thought, but didn't dare to speak aloud. Is there really a house under this cliff? The more I look, the more my fear keeps rising. That's crazy. There really is a house down there. Suddenly, Elzik saw another secret. His eyes widened again. Elzik looked down and said, "The airflow is increasing." Then it begins to explain to Eli more carefully. Once a year, when the wind weakens, we go down there. But no one has ever come back. Suddenly, MIT appeared right behind. With all that magic, how come you haven't uncovered a single clue? How could that be? Standing silently before the abyss, he remained for a while, yet no one had enough skill. Not long after, Elzik immediately spoke up. "Yes, it is indeed very risky with my current skills. However, if I just stand here now, I won't be able to take another step forward." Elik's slow footsteps are about to reach the edge of that deep abyss. It seems the ancestors want to see the skills of their descendants. Seeing that, the two people around Elzie hesitated. "What are you planning to do?" In the end, he jumped into the deep abyss without hesitation. Elik should have been scared, but instead he was beaming with joy. "I guess I have to go along with them." Vito was still panicking above the cliff, unable to believe he actually jumped down. Is this crazy guy really just going to jump like that? And I'm annoyed by the wind. Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought. Movito rushes down after him, shouting angrily, "Stop fooling around or you'll die." His legs are now fully stretched and ready. "All right, just one more step. I'm annoyed, but I grit my teeth and endure it. I can reach it now." A voice urging him to go down echoes, "Get down!" The lonely house becomes clearer before his eyes. Golden lights began to appear around Ellis's feet, shining brighter with each step he took. As he lands, everything around him erupts and shatters, and he radiates a terrifying dark aura. But unexpectedly, he was so exhausted that he lay down and complained, "I thought I was going to die." Eli smiled with satisfaction and pretended, "I did it, right? Is this the peak? Do you acknowledge that?" "Yeah, I admit it. Mitt is also helpless against you." It is indeed Eli trying to stand up and look at the house. Anyway, it looks very normal, like a thatched hut. He tremblingly reached out his hand to the door and a purple circle suddenly appeared. It seemed to be sealed with ancient magic. He pondered for a moment and then ordered Mampaido to try casting the spell. "You try to input the mana of the spell." Emfit snapped irritably and cleared his throat. Melvinger Elzik tried to use every spell he knew. The legendary demon sect, Demon King, Demon Hunter, entrusted squirrel-eating cake. Sorry, dinosaur DJ. He begins to fall into deep thought again. Is hung mana not allowed? Something like a key? He suddenly woke up as if he had found a way. Could it be? Elik nervously holds a silver object in his hand, and after pressing it into the purple light, the energy radiates even more strongly. Then they burst out with a flash of light. He was momentarily stunned and couldn't believe when the door gently opened. He silently scolds himself. As expected, he's deceived. In front of Elzik now is the vastness inside the dilapidated house. He picks up a book here, and then his eyes widen as if he's discovered something. Elzik seems to have discovered a treasure and gone crazy. The basic teachings of the magic theory. Oh, there's both celestial magic and monster magic. Is there also dark magic? Are all kinds of books here? Mito still stood there analyzing. It seems this is the residence of the Eastern Star Sage. He suddenly poked his head out and wondered. The great sage of the East? Movito couldn't understand and fell into deep thought. He silently pondered the relationship between his family and the Snow King, but then was drawn to a strange book that even he couldn't understand. The History of Melvinger. He opened it and read. Our family's mission is to eliminate demons. He begins to analyze and connect it with his dream. This is exactly the same as what I saw in my dream. El continued reading a page that made him stop in his tracks. What could it be? This part must have certain conditions. He seems to have almost figured out the meaning of the mission book that heaven has entrusted to the family and what it can do. A green light emanates from the pages, swallowing demons and then devils if it can digest them properly. Will the words that appear there harmonize with the new orbit or not? Then they burst out fiercely, surrounding him. It seems they have infiltrated his body. Eat the demon, swallow the demon, drink the demon. The item from earlier also changed slightly, transforming from a tarnished silver piece into a shiny, sharp silver fragment. The unclaimed voice still echoes. Eat, swallow, and drink the demon. His necklace emitted a massive surge of power, followed by countless blurred images appearing all around. The unclaimed sound still echoes. If so, all demons will be contained within you. Just like that, a new mage will appear. The heir who swallowed the first demon and solved the destiny and the demon's test will now be fully underway. Wow, where is this place? Someone's voice is approaching him, seemingly a successor from a distant promised future who will accept our arrangement. That person steps forward and appears from behind him. El also turned his head to look at him, smiling softly with amusement. He was too startled to understand. He introduced himself before I could finish speaking. Othan Melvingo. Tuhan introduces himself and his work. I am the guide responsible for leading and inspecting the main disciple. The history of him is also revealed. Tuhan Melvingo established the demon magic system of the Melvingo family hundreds of years ago. Throughout many generations, only a few ancestors could be considered truly distinguished. Toan happily listened as Elik talked about himself. It seems you know me. The man was surprised by the question, and he also looked taken aback. Could it be that our ancestor is the great hero Dong Thu? I asked him in surprise. None of my descendants know about this, alias. Where did you hear it? El explains that he knows because of the Demon King Mapido, and then realizes he can't find him anywhere. He seems to also know who he is, and softly asks, "Is MF the Demon King of the original sin?" And he confirms that it was that foolish demon. Toan laughs, placing his hand on his shoulder. Ha ha ha. So the first demon race swallowed by the child is M-Fit Plus? You're pleased to have found a strong opponent and suggest increasing the difficulty. The talented heir has truly arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of Anbaile? Over here, Mito suddenly feels an itchy ear. Who dares to curse my lord? Only by cutting off all 4 limbs. Eli still didn't understand after hearing Tu Han say that. What is the arrangement about? Are you giving instructions or guidance? He gently patted your head and said softly, "You're curious about many things too, aren't you? Oh, Tu Han. You can record it comfortably and leave the complicated stuff for later. Why rush to write about such complex things?" Eli felt a bit flustered and blushed at his gentle demeanor. "Why are you so shy? Reach out your hand to summon magic on your palm," he said as he created a magic circle in his hand. We prepared a magic wheel similar to this. The source of power burst out of the hand, shooting forward fiercely without hesitation. If it starts spinning once, it can't be stopped, so I won't let just anyone control it. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly verify the successor first. Standing on the grass in Tuhan, since you have passed my test, from now on it will be your choice. The image of their faces, each half merging into one, seems to be a single entity united with the magic wheel. He asks Elzik whether he will stop the wheel or let it keep turning. Elzik Melvinger seems to be bound by the wheel. I don't know what the family's plan is. If you take the wrong path, your life could disappear. He clenched his fist with burning determination. So this is the last chance to escape, then said with a calm expression. All right, I respect your choice. Finally, Elzie has made his decision. You will build your own school. His face gradually grew more stunned, as if stunned into silence, as he continued to say, I will carry on the wishes of my grandparents and the great heroes of our ancestors. I keep thinking about the future where I build an empire to leave my name on this land as a great mage. El stands beneath a large stone statue and looks up. Through the light of the magic circle, his face appears with a confident expression, affirming that this is the long-held dream he has cherished. His hand brushes past, the circle in his palm shoots forward and collides with the ground, causing a huge explosion. Tahan's face stiffens as he witnesses what is happening before his eyes. After witnessing this scene, Tahan happily patted Ellis's shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done. Oh, if our heir has this boldness, they will surely succeed." Eli shouted, dodging the slap. "It hurts, it hurts!" Suddenly a vast sky along with grass and mountains appeared. After Tahan's wave, a new scene unfolded behind him. He turned his face around in surprise and stammered, asking in the sudden cold that hit him, "Where is this place?" At that moment, he simply coldly said, "This is the first place for the acceptance test." In the biting cold, he clenched his teeth and pondered, "So this is where I will face the test?" Suddenly, Eli's face lit up with unusual excitement. "If that's the case, I might become much stronger than I am now." Tahan slightly smirks and asks, "Are you smiling?" For someone about to take the test, this mindset is very good. Then he pointed into the distance and spoke, "Then look over there." He followed the pointing finger with his eyes, stammering as he asked. He asked what I was looking at and continued to urge me to look further and deeper in the direction of his hand. Enveloped in thick black smoke, he squints as the thin black fumes pour out more and more, gradually blending and covering everything. What is that? A mysterious creature appears. It is the Snow Mountain King. In the land where the shadowy snow mountains dominate the herd, that is the empire of the Snow Mountain King. He is the first and also the last to unify the snow tribes and the ruler of these snowy peaks. Many streams of black and blue energy mixed together, creating an eerie atmosphere, but in the end, that greed was swallowed up, leaving it behind as a fallen demon. While Eli was still in shock, disbelief written all over his face, O Tahan issued the next challenge. "This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you must swallow. So I have to face that thing then?" "Oh." Tuhan calmly adjusts the button, not just confronting the demon. In the face of Elzic's trembling, he only seriously explained, "Now you will have to swallow the demon and obtain its root. The mark." With amazement, as if he couldn't believe it, he softly asked, "The mark?" Therefore each demon has its own dark thoughts, which are their true nature and symbol. The heart that holds these dark thoughts is called the mark of original sin. Mofit Plus can be seen. The strange symbol on his hand turns blue. This is the mark of the Daimon King. You still don't believe it, and look at your hand again. From now on, I will hunt the demon clans and steal their original marks. Hey, gently pat his shoulder and remind him to swallow the demon. El stared in disbelief at what he had just heard. All their power will belong to me. He left me alone, still lost in thoughts about how strong I would become with demon power, while he coldly waved and walked away. Still, Elzik hesitated, feeling a bit afraid. Only by trying would he know. It disappeared in an instant, leaving only green smoke and rising sounds as a reminder echoed in his mind. Remember this. Surrounded by green smoke and with a fierce expression, she tries to gather her strength to unleash her weapon. El threw himself at that dark, evil thing once it was deeply embedded. It wasn't to defeat it, but to swallow it. Suddenly, unrelated thoughts flashed through his mind. No, but what was I eating just now? What do you mean? It seems like something is appearing in the black smoke. Covered in thick black smoke, a strange creature trembles and asks, "Is this magic power Mfit Melvingo?" Mfit stared fiercely and said, "Prove it." Lan lung len tieng katangang dung lai. Trong su run re nhu kong tin kwasin vat ki la. Elzik lao nan den mang theo suk man trantri. Our marshal. A savage gaze appeared in Eli's green eyes, and a chilling voice echoed from above. Kill them. Step forward with one foot, gather your magic into a single point, and release it with great power. At this moment, a group of soldiers appears before us, the king's guards. They hold weapons and stand silently. Just a glance reveals dozens of them. Somehow they are different from the snowmen I faced before. His eyes focused on the fierce-looking leader, especially that one. With his current abilities, can I really win this? El extends his marked hand. If I only use the power of the original sin with the strength of the Demon King, I think I can catch that Mountain Snow King. He is now starting to feel tense and anxious. Damn it, if I don't know how to use it properly, it's just like doodling randomly. A furious roar echoes. It seems he's ready, but since this is the first test, with the power of the Demon King, it shouldn't be considered cheating. Let the magic in his hand explode. Everything exploded violently after his attack. The blast shook the air, and smoke and flames disappeared without a trace. The monsters suddenly aimed their sharp spears at his face, and his eyes froze in place. He was stunned, and his pupils did not move. These jetty demons suddenly appeared on both sides, closing in on him from inside. El did not hesitate, and began casting the mental spell again. His arm rises, then falls again in midair, stabbing forward as chunks of ice erupt from beneath the ground to defeat Jetty's beastly demons. A battle shattered their heads into pieces. Ellic's third eye glowed fiercely as he gazed through the wreckage in front of him. The last remaining existence is just a pile of wreckage. I heard you used to be part of the demon clan, but were abandoned. Eli sneered. You probably know that when you are weak, you will be discarded. The Yeti monster gritted its teeth in anger. The Yeti demons still haven't let him go and rush at him in a frenzy, but Elzik has never backed down, always facing them head on. If I can be stronger, this challenge will be gone. He reaches out and casts magic again. Ellic's heart shows unwavering determination for the future. I will destroy it 100 times if I have to. He poured all his consciousness into the fiery battle challenging the raging monsters, and the light from the fireball was so intense it knocked them far away. With each fierce wave of fiery attacks, he thought he would win. In the raging firestorm, a sudden burst of spiritual power cut through. And Elzie was the one who unexpectedly received that burst of spiritual power. He was stunned and spat out a mouthful of blood plasma. Eli was thrown back several meters, his body flipping in midair as if a fall would end it all. The monster Jetty, holding the advantage, had just slashed him with a sharp blade. At this point, all he could do was curse the damn thing under his breath. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Eli struggles to stand before the monster Jetty. If this keeps up, I will lose. His willpower remains very determined. He grit his teeth and forced himself to stand up. No, I can't give up on the first challenge even if my body can't take it anymore. Eli slowly stands up, trying to gather all his strength as the ground beneath him begins to shake violently. In front of him, the monster is staring fiercely with its terrifying eyes, but Elzik does not flinch. He will draw more energy. The monster's eyes also notice his movements. El begins to strike first, taking the initiative. His mind's eye begins to burn brighter from the heart of the dragon. Seizing the perfect moment, a slash is unleashed. Elzik suddenly launched a fierce attack on the monster's groin, causing it to roar in pain. The monster suddenly froze as the mind control spell took hold of its body. His eyes finally relax, and his breathing becomes even more rapid. A tremblingly kneels on the icy snow, finally letting out a relieved breath, his eyes gently fluttering open. Is this real? The shattered remains behind are beginning to release dark energies, starting to regenerate, even though the first circle was already too rebellious to see. Seeing the dark energy radiating from the Jetty monsters, Elzik started to panic. Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode. The soldiers are forming again. What should I do? But before he could regain his composure, the Jetty monsters continued to rise higher and higher, leaving Elzie no time to rest before he had to jump up in panic. Huh? The mark on his hand begins to emit a powerful spiritual force that protects him. Elzie looked around in confusion, realizing this was a seal. He stared at the mark on his hand, drawing in demonic energy before sitting down to observe. Although it is less clear than the ancestral curse seal, a new seal has definitely been created. Tahan appears again and continues to advise. If you want to use their power, you must know their real names. But even Elzik doesn't know if it's true or not. How can I find out? There's no way they'll tell you their names if they don't want you to know. Tahan comforts him, saying, don't worry, when the time comes you'll naturally sense it. Remembering his grandfather's advice, Elzik closed his eyes and sensed. Amid the swirling energy, he shut his eyes and perceived the world with his mind's eye. The true name of the snowmen is evil. Although I can't explain it, I only know how to use the sealing spell. Amid the raging snowstorm covering the tall mountains right at the center, Elzik stands tall among the monsters. And what is their true name? It seems you already have the answer in the palm of your hand. You mutter, before the next battle begins, may you be cold and ruthless. The icy blue light begins to spiral, ready to deliver a cold and deadly final blow. The monsters stand close together, sensing the chilling light targeting them. Each of their eyes was wide with shock, unable to react as the blazing energy lit up the sky. Now Eli also trembled, unsteady on his feet, using a bit too much energy, but still wearing a satisfied smile. But even so, he looked around and let out an amazed exclamation. Is this the power of the seal? A mark appears around him, and he stands right in the middle of it. The sinister and malicious laughter echoes once more into Eli's ears. Now only you remain. The very next second, he was knocked down and fell to the ground. Huh? His eyes slowly closed, leaving a jumble of confusion in his mind. Why? A desperate scream echoes as he suddenly wakes up, clutching his neck with both hands, blood pouring from his mouth, sweat soaking his body as he struggles to breathe. El collapsed on the floor of a room surrounded by messy piles of books, his eyes wide with fear and suspicion in his expression. What just happened? Mitt suddenly appeared beside him, arms crossed, mocking. It seems you've overcome quite a tough challenge. He looked up in surprise. It's just a dream. He ignored his actions and looked away with a voice full of regret. I had hoped the mission would activate since you fell asleep when your pendant was glowing, but it seems it's not that easy. I bow my head, understanding, deep down. Oh, so I didn't really die from the mission. He touches the Demon King seal on the back of his hand. Because I trusted the seal too quickly, I must have fainted after absorbing all the mana. I remember the scene of facing the monsters alone, but its power was much stronger than I thought. Eli strokes the Demon King seal, lost in thought, unaware of how powerful the original Sin seal truly is. Mitt's voice suddenly echoes, pulling him out of his thoughts. Could it be that this is the seal of evil? His eyebrows furrowed slightly, a complex expression on his face. It seems Dong Chi Hien Han has come up with a rather strange plan. Mo, how can I use the cursed seal of evil? I guess he told you my real name, he said mockingly. Do you think I would tell you? Mo Fai To's dark eyes glanced over and he declared in a heavy tone, no matter how much you insult me, you will never get anything from me. After saying that, he turned his head away. Elzik casually rubbed the back of his neck with a calm expression and said, I was just asking, no need to get so tense. He thought to himself that he knew he would say that after all, seals are the most important thing to demons. Elzik looked at Mito's back and silently decided not to touch his demon seal. He gently rolled up his other sleeve to hide his hand. He reached out his hand towards Mito, a brighter expression on his face. Mo, you said you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mofit turned around, looking resigned. Why are you suddenly asking me about that? Hearing that, he immediately replied, This is his grave, and it seems I have to catch him. His tone was initially confused, but gradually became agitated, questions pouring out continuously with a look of shock. Huh? Tahan Meovinger, I know you're crazy, but does he dare to send someone like you to capture a being I acknowledge? Eli leaned in close, a cunning look on his face as he watched him panic and sweat profusely. So, do you know any way to handle that? Moviet pushed aside to keep her distance, firmly refusing. No, Elzich didn't give up. Jang stepped forward with both hands to close the gap. Come on, he's not even a noble anymore, at least you can tell me that much, right? He immediately got angry, veins bulging on his face, shouting in frustration. What are you talking about? Revealing the seal's secret includes their clan's weakness, as if you didn't care about what he said, holding up 3 fingers to interrupt. 3 days, no more nonsense. He closed his eyes tightly, his words still sharp. Do you think you can humiliate my pride that way? Eli held up 5 fingers to continue negotiating. 5 days. Dream fee. Tingy clenched his teeth and asked, Do you still look down on me? He immediately gave up upon hearing that. Then it settled. He immediately lowered his voice, raised his hand forward, and forced a disdainful, awkward smile. But, because my generosity is as vast as the sea, I will let this one go. Phew, just 5 days of exemption from being a fool. Ha ha! Mofai Tuo coughs awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Immediately after he became serious. Listen carefully, with the seal you currently hold. Forget about completing the mission, you won't even get close to the Snow Mountain King. His face darkened. You mean, Mo Fai crossed his arms, but his sinister smile doesn't mean there's no way out. The scene changed, snowstorms raging everywhere. Eli standing tall on the ice in the freezing weather, lamenting, freezing to death. That's why I didn't come back. The figure of the Snow Mountain King appears, black mist enveloping its body with blazing red eyes. He sighed but realized he had to follow the hint Mofit gave him. Eli vanished in an instant, leaving only clouds of smoke on the ground. He charged directly at the Snow Mountain King, who was sitting in the center surrounded by ominous black shadows with glowing red eyes. Mofit's reminder echoed in his mind. Improving your achievements. Seals can be classified into common, advanced, valuable, unique, and legendary grades based on their rarity. There is also something called achievement levels that can lead to different power tiers even within the same rank. Eli approached step by step, moving with agility, skillfully dodging each shadow rushing toward him. The two snowmen closed in, one throwing a punch at him, the other wielding a spear and ready to strike. Meanwhile, the seal of the Snow Mountain King had already reached 10 stars. So you had to raise your achievement level to 10 stars or upgrade your rank to the ultimate. A triumphant smile appeared on Eli's face as he only had a 1-star achievement. In his most intense combat state, he swung his fist forward, the Demon King's mark on the back of his hand shining with a blue glow, and powerful energy radiated from his body. A blinding light flashes as snow continues to fall from the sky with steady steps on the white snow. E bows slightly, feet deep in the snow, and his tone becomes excited as he faces the black shadow ahead. Finally, we meet at last, Snow Mountain King. The shadowy figure's shape is unclear, and an ominous aura surrounds it. He silently thinks, no matter how many battlefields I've won, my achievements are stuck at 2 stars. So, do I have to face you to level up? The dark aura gradually dissipated to reveal the giant figure of Snow Mountain King. Elzich stood frozen in place, his mind screaming in panic, unsure what form this demon had taken in life. He remembered the gentle appearance of old Han when he smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's okay, you won't die." Elzich sweat profusely, his face full of doubt. "Are you telling me to defeat that thing? Is he really the respected ancestor of our family? He's not an enemy we are fated to clash with, right?" The snow keeps falling, and in the quiet space, strange sounds echo. He stands straight, with his hands relaxed, determined. "Still, I will try and see. It will be difficult, but if I keep trying, I lift my head, swing my arm forward, and smile confidently, I'm sure I can win." The scene changes again. Mofit looks down with a doubtful expression. "Huh." Eli opened her eyes wide, looking around in confusion. "Huh." He's lying sprawled on the ground again, limbs spread out, forcing an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha." I put my hand on my chest, feeling discouraged and sighing, trying my best, but when facing a strong opponent, I didn't even have time to move before dying. Mopai floats in the air, crossing his arms as he approaches to advise, "So you finally understand? Just give up that mission. I'm not holding back and cut him off, but if I manage to seize that entity's seal, that bastard is at it again." He straightened up, raised a finger, and suddenly asked, "Well, this might be a bit abrupt. King Tuyet's son is a woman, right?" He stared intently at Mopit with a doubtful look, then suddenly fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Mopit. To sense something and suddenly looked up. Seeing Eli's teasing expression, he immediately got angry, blushing and shouting, "Why are you looking at me like that? What are you looking at, huh? You think you're enough to enjoy watching Mito embarrass himself and try to get angry to hide it, secretly thinking to himself? I understand now. There's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mofit. I'll figure it out gradually." He clenched the flower-shaped badge in his palm, and right now, the more important thing is to swallow Tuyet-san Vuong. He gently changes his movement, holding the badge floating between his hands. Even though Min still doesn't know what to do, a flash of light appears, his eyes open wide with determination. And Min will find out if he just beats him to reveal himself. Then Eli quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Die!" El rushed swiftly to a large frozen rock, his body plunging down without any specific stopping point. Elzik suddenly widened his eyes in terror and then collapsed heavily, curled up on a pool of blood. "It hurts so much, my head feels like it's going to explode." But then, Elzik gathered all his strength into his fist and punched the huge ice block in front of him, finally delivering a powerful blow. The face of the demon behind the ice is gradually revealed. Eli feels joy. Gradually, I got closer and finally I saw her face. It looked at me with a fierce expression and roared, its bloodshot eyes seeming ready to tear Elzik apart. Elzik's side is no less formidable, perhaps even more terrifying now that Min has seen it. The cruel sealing technique of Snow Mountain King. The giant hand of the demon rises to prepare for an attack. Eli stares intently at the demon, her hand also raised to counter its strike. Finally, the two hands touch. Elzik's hand becomes smaller as it approaches the demon. The magic from the Snow Mountain King's hand gradually spread out. When their hands touched, blue sparks flickered in Elzik's hands, even if it meant taking everything from her. After a while, her magic began to take effect with a clear and powerful force, knocking Elzik away violently. Tohan, standing above, seemed to have witnessed everything. He probably felt a bit disappointed as he looked into the distance, contemplating that his ego would collapse if he kept fighting recklessly like this. I thought Elzik was weaker, but looking at him I was surprised because he was smiling strangely. Tohan suddenly seemed to have a unique idea from that statement. That's right, the child. When you see him using all his strength to deliver a powerful kick, you'll realize he will never appear even within our family. The demon's arm was instantly torn off after Elik's kick, and a blue light engulfed the entire space. Eli smirked maliciously as if he had already won. A madman. After a brief rest, he started laughing without paying attention to his opponent. I've already achieved 3 stars. Getting back to the main task, Eli's eyes widened as he looked at the dagger right in front of him. The demon launched an attack while Elzik was distracted. Seeing this, Elzik grimaced and blocked its powerful strike. As he caught it, he could only curse silently in exhaustion. At that moment, the demon's sword slowly dropped from his hand into the air. And then the deadly sword of the demon lunged straight at Ek. He instinctively used his power to block the attack. But the demon's power is too overwhelming for Elzik to believe. He clenched his teeth, enduring the demon's attack, and wondered if this was already his limit. El silently calculated as he looked at the fierce demon before him. To defeat the Snow Mountain King, I must understand her. He gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by pain. No, I have to. Then Eli hesitated. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't, becoming her. The seal on his hand gradually glowed brighter, and then a blinding light burst from the center of the seal. But the demon didn't give him time to unleash his power, and struck a blow that knocked him to the ground. Suddenly, Mito appears in the sky in a space soaked in red, and seeing his haughty expression, Elzik could only wonder why he was here. He looked down at exhausted Elis after the recent battle and softly said, "Prove that you are worthy to become a part of our race." Snow Mountain King. My mind is now confused and wondering. I am the Snow Mountain King. The blue seal on his arm is now glowing softly, then suddenly erupts with a blinding light in the center of the seal. Meanwhile, a figure with a rugged appearance and a skull-like face appears, faintly, then gradually becomes clearer. What exactly is going on? From afar, a figure waves their hand, then kneels down. The demons and gods have granted us a prophet. That person continued to voice their opinion to their leader. Our queen, the leader of the Highland, holding a small bear in the palm of his hand, he then shouted loudly with confidence and courage, "This mountain range will be ours." The Snow Mountain King in his childhood form, Tranthuat, said, "I was born to be a king who will rule over Snow Mountain." Hearing this, Elzik watched this scene and wondered, this is the past of the Snow Mountain King. But the first in Tuyet Sun's history to unify the tribes cannot be satisfied with just Tuyet Sun. A pair of bright red eyes flashed. At that moment, the figure of the Snow Mountain King stood alone on the mountain, watching the snow fall. I must reclaim our former glory. Listen to me, because we were once part of the all-powerful demon clan. He holds his own weapon in his hand. Once again, we will return to our rightful place. His sword swung out beyond the peak of Snow Mountain, causing countless humans and demons to kneel before us. The blade pierced through cells, splattering blood plasma, creating a terrifying crimson sky, and in the end, we once again became part of the demon clan. Tuyet Sonvuong's eyes blaze with fierce determination. And above all, I have tried to become a demon king. Countless corpses lie scattered on the ground. However, the image shows the Snow Mountain King kneeling on the ground while Mito stands above him with an imposing presence, and upon closer inspection, his still horribly smiling face is clearly visible. Movito grabbed Tuyet Sonvuong's chin and laughed triumphantly. The wall of the almighty Demon King is too high, and I can only taste the bitter defeat. His tone was full of disappointment. However, I never stop and do everything to polish my real name and strengthen my seal. Darkness and gloom envelop everything. I have taken the first step. A blazing red light flickered in my eyes, just a little more, and I could earn MIT Fluz's recognition. But a figure hovering in the dark sky. A woman and a muscular man staring into the distance. I was blocked by the imposing figures of 2 people appearing, showing that they are the wall blocking the desire of the Snow Mountain King, ending with the image of the full moon with serious green eyes. Perhaps the steepest wall the demon must face. Terror radiates from the glowing red eyes of the bear peering out into the dark sky. All energy is unleashed. Blood surges from somewhere, exciting Tuyet Sonvuong. In everyone's shock, a body gradually vanished, streaked with a flash of furious orange. What is that? Like lightning, a knight charges forward, delivering a powerful, decisive strike that causes a massive explosion, throwing everything into chaos. In those eyes, there is a hidden coldness, ignoring all the screams around. Help me. I don't want to die. The king's protectors were stunned by what was standing before them. A strange creature suddenly appears amidst everyone's screams. I want to live. A huge explosion just occurred as something shot down from above to the ground. Everyone covered their bodies with their hands to avoid being hit by debris during the blast. An axe with a carved wooden handle appears, emitting black smoke that covers the entire body of the Snow Mountain King, giving off an aura of danger. Calm down, her furious roar echoes. We belong to the proud demon clan. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Let our enemies see how terrifying we are. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Mpito's still stunned face, followed by a series of chaotic scenes with a swift axe swing that nearly took down all opponents in an instant, causing blood to spray everywhere. His eyebrows furrow slightly as the image of Lord Snow Mountain appears, sitting amidst a huge fire as if defeated. We lost the battle against humans led by him and were forced back to Snow Mountain. Why? Right now, her mind was still echoing with self-blaming words. Why? Oh. Tu-Han looked regretful and gently eased her anger. Humans, you have everything you wanted. Are you saying you won't let any of us have even one? She clenched her teeth and looked ahead, her arm exposed with glowing blue patterns. Dark energy surrounding her body begins to spread out and flare up powerfully. On the other side, Eli stands alone facing her, but is not intimidated by the appearance of the Snow Mountain King. His eyes narrow slightly as he gazes into the distance, lost in thought. This is your mission. Eli stood there alone, so focused that it was as if she had entered another space. Even if you are hopeless, you endure. Memories of when he was a child just learning to walk. The black aura around the Snow Mountain King still surrounded her, filled with countless hardships to reclaim glory for your clan. Eli touches the woman's face, and they both start crying. A great mission. Snow begins to fall. After that day, Tu-Han stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over Snow Mountain King. And after countless battles, they gradually gained mutual respect and stayed together for quite a while. She was blinded by hatred, but even so, we must reclaim our former glory. A truth that cannot be denied is that she could not completely escape the temptation of her ambitions and ultimately became a monster hidden in the darkness. Tu Yet Sun stood there solemnly behind the glass, with a cold face and a face that had died at his hands. His hair gently falls to partially cover Elzic's face, but cannot hide the cold expression in his eyes. His pupils suddenly constrict at the voice that rings out. You must be a distant descendant in the future. Eli still tried to get up, only to be met with a cold, emotionless reply. He said that. The Snow Mountain King, despite losing an arm from his serious injury, still managed to curl his lips into a smile. Seeing you destroy part of my mana and cut off my arm, it seems he's not bluffing. At Elika's awkward apology, she suddenly paused and chuckled softly. I apologize for her arm as thick black smoke emanates from it with heavy breathing. In front of Ellis's astonishment, she calmly spoke. In the end, I became like this because I couldn't give up my ambition. I am the king and also the commander of a race. I do not need any pity from the enemy. At this moment, Eli's eyes widened as he looked ahead in disbelief, while Snow Mountain King smiled coldly beneath the enveloping black smoke, exuding an oppressive aura. It seems like it's time to end this battle so I can atone with my people and honor their sacrifices. Why did I become so greedy to join the demon race? As long as I am happy with the people I love, that is enough. The entire body of the Snow King is immersed in dark ambitions blending with the snowstorm, shrouded in thick smoke, and I silently think to myself. In the end, she was overtaken by the demon's energy. His face now looked a bit tense. What should I do now? The body of the Snow King suddenly erupts with a flame of rage. He calmed himself down. Don't lose your composure. My opponent is the Snow Mountain King. Facing the furious Snow Mountain King, Elzish calmly confronts him. The king who unified this enormous snow mountain is the greatest warrior of the Snow Tribe, and the enemy I must swallow. If I don't use all my strength to defeat her, I will be disrespectful to her. Then his whole body gradually becomes enveloped in that light, with the mark in his hand looking extremely striking. I'll show her. A great mission, his mark creates countless invisible swords aiming to defeat her. The hero stomps his foot down forcefully, ready to fight, while his other leg swings out in a wide horizontal strike. Elzic charges with all his strength into battle. Two waves of energy clash, ready to decide the outcome in a fierce and fiery fight. He charged forward, causing the two auras to clash, resulting in a massive explosion that sent blue light flying to one side. The red light also, by inertia, shot to the opposite side. The blue light tears through space, blood spraying like a fountain from the body of the Snow Mountain King. After that clash, the Snow Mountain King's strange patterned axe reappears once more. Elzic also drew out his familiar axe. With weapons in hand, they began a new phase of their clash. He clenched his teeth and struggled to continue the fight to become her. Elzic began to thrust his foot off the ground. Two red beams streaked through the air, while on the other side, two green beams cut across the sky, causing the Snow King to spin in midair as Elzic started to use swift, light speed to dash through. His footsteps softly creaked on the snow's surface. Tuyet Son Vuong's eyes gradually turned red, and Eli's gaze also revealed a strong, determined look forward. The two are attacking their opponent, strangely. One foot touches the ground, clearly a life and death battle for me. Another foot continues to land. Although thrown back, as soon as their feet touched the ground, they charged at each other again, both faces full of determination to win and not give the opponent a chance to turn the tide. But why does it look so happy? On this side, Tuyet Son Vuong's face is also glowing with red light. Suddenly a huge explosion shattered the mountain, sending rocks flying everywhere. Blue beams of light appeared on the mountain's cracks as signs of a rich energy source. The giant mountains shattered into fragments as rocks broke apart, and I could feel the stones continuously cracking as the spiritual energy surged upward into the sky. The more he fights, the more excited he becomes. I can feel that in the intense battle with her, he's fighting while thinking about Tuyet Son Vuong's past with her. After struggling for a while, both of us knew the other was gradually exhausted. We have both reached our limits. White clouds of smoke burst into the air, and the battle will be decided. Without a moment's rest, both make their final decision with this last strike. Both of them moved closer, ready to deliver a fatal blow using a technique that had made countless races kneel before them. Their eyes blazing with fire, one hand ready to unleash the secret technique of the Snow Mountain King. Eli also, with sharp blue eyes, their hands touching. A massive explosion erupts, engulfed in thick black smoke, revealing two figures still fighting fiercely within. The snowstorm descended on the battlefield. Eli stared in shock at the scene before him, the other person's body completely blackened and unmoving. Tuyet Son Vuong, despite being badly wounded, still let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha! Her legs are still standing firm, but her body has been pierced and deformed. In the end, Elik is trembling uncontrollably and then starts biting his teeth down hard. His pupils constricted at her words. Thank you. At this moment, her true face is revealed as a woman, with tears still lingering on her face, showing a happy expression. The ground has become peaceful after a tense battle. Suddenly, the woman kneels down. Gentle sunlight filters through the clouds, shining everywhere. In the sunlight, her smile was both on her lips and reflected in the images of the two people still standing there. That smile grew more content as it gently appeared on her face, and then her body gradually vanished. Eli stands silently with his cloak still fluttering in the wind. His hand gently drops and a sprout begins to emerge from the ground, a flower starting to bloom. Finally, a flower blooms on that barren land. Rest in peace. So my first mission is over. At this moment, Tauhan happily claps and congratulates Elzik. You really managed to devour the Snow Mountain King. Impressive. As for Elzik, he sighed dismissively, unable to hide his exhaustion. It seems that from the very beginning, this first test was already too difficult. His exoneration just then made me angry to hear. Our family is invincible. If we can't even handle something like this, you can't call yourself a Melvin. That's why Sun calls the Melvin family arrogant and overconfident. Oh, Than nodded seriously and praised your incredible talent. But I have to admit, I was truly amazed. Even with talent, I think it would take at least 1 to 3 years. But a kid who has only been studying magic for a few years defeating the Snow Mountain King in just 1 month is unbelievable. But you don't believe that confident statement of his about it being just 1 month, so you become even colder. Yeah, just a month. Elzik tried to explain and then started to recall the specific time. No, I've only been learning magic for about a month. Maybe 1 or 2 months. It seems like you're joking around, Tahan laughs happily. Ha ha ha, just kidding now. Seeing you helpless, he didn't say anything out of worry. Really? Still maintaining that expression, he asked him, isn't this just a self-deprecating joke like Melvin's? Guff's forced smile to comfort himself was met with Elzik's response. Ha 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 ha, my gaze is really good, isn't it? You just finished speaking and I'll repeat it exactly. Even if I had talent, that was just then. Still smiling, he rushed to hold him tightly. This brat, it hurts. Your beard, your wife is here. Don't just enjoy the scenery and chat freely. What was she like in those final moments? Although a bit hesitant, he finally recounted that she had smiled. Hearing this, he also felt happy to receive a satisfying answer. That's really happy. It's also time for them to say goodbye. Thank you for everything up to now. Yeah. Take care on your way home, and then Elzik worries about something else. I probably won't be able to visit often either. Oh, you seem to understand him very well. I understand. After all, the head of the family is an extremely busy position. As he walked away, the old man gently said, all right, that's all. But he suddenly turned back, leaving Tahan confused, and Ellis couldn't hide his awkwardness. Oh, so I can go outside? That also surprises Tahan. You've gone outside so many times, don't you remember? Huh. Then, at this moment, a circle of light appeared, seemingly cutting across his face. When he returned to the original place, he still felt a bit shocked. Then Eli covered her face, enduring the shouting, damn it, my ancestors deserve to slap my face, my handsome face. Seeing that, Mo-Fi sneered, it seems that crazy guy from Odo has killed you, huh? Who wouldn't say a word and just kill someone like that? Then he also remembered the main point he needed to focus on. So, have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? After hearing that, he pulled up his sleeve to reveal his arm. Just finished that. Mitt smugly praises himself and Eli joins in to flatter him to the skies. Thanks for your help. Yes. Our great demon king is number 1. This old man really likes to turn things upside down. And he gradually straightened his face to reevaluate and judge him. No way, it's going to take a long time. I only told him a few things. This guy has gone beyond the level of a genius. He really is a monster, but I am curious about something related to him and the Snow Mountain King. Oh, I'm still curious about this. Weren't you quite close with Tuyet Son Vuong before? Why didn't you let her become a demon anymore? Mito started to stutter in fear while he remained excited. How about you? In the end, I did take a quick look at the memories of the Snow Mountain King. Why did you do that? After hesitating, he also told him the reason, and memories flashed back to the scene of him sitting on a pile of bones. I am the Demon King, and she is just a low-grade face of the demon race. Nothing more, nothing less. At that time, I was just a bit bored. At the top of Snow Mountain, Mitt looks down, and I hear someone from the Snow Mountain King say confidently that they will become a demon, so I came to see what kind of person they are. The face of the king mocks as he lifts Tuyet Sonvuong's chin. Well, if she wants to become a demon, she is a bit lacking, but her ambition and skills are commendable. He started to boast himself. If the person she met wasn't the true and righteous king like me, but people like Ao or Li Thi, she would have been turned to dust by now. On that red land, Mito turned her back and left the Snow Mountain King behind. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she's stronger. Then I left her there. After hearing the story, Eli was moved by the tragedy they caused. Unexpectedly, it was so brief, so he scolded him. Is that all? You'll never see her again? Why would I even meet her in the first place? Suddenly, a majestic scene surrounded by snow-capped mountains appears, with a tall figure followed by Mopi to smiling happily while holding an axe facing a mysterious mark on a large ice block. Meanwhile, Mampito is quietly smiling excitedly at something, his face still cold and stern. Then, Elzy claps his hands as if he's just discovered something interesting. And Mpito is surprised too. He understands now. I, Elzy, sneer with a mix of confidence and arrogance. Do you know how those petty bullies pick on the girl they have a one-sided crush on? He's furious and trying to explain. What? Still bullying someone weaker? Unrequited love? They just keep arguing back and forth, neither willing to give in. That's why after all these years you're still messing around, you bastard, how dare you mock me? If they can't argue, Elzik insults Mopo and they fight again. Mopo is just a dog. Just a dog. Die already. The scene shifts to someone's arm emitting white flashes. It turns out that it was Tu Han watching them from afar. He's truly an interesting junior. Then his face suddenly grew solemn, as if trying to hold back a deep sorrow. Do you think so? His eyes closed as he pondered someone. Aren't you angry at me? Then Tu Han again denied himself and answered his own monologue. The scene of Tuyet Sonvuong kneeling on the ground, holding something small that reminded him of his own hand. The surrounding scene is even more horrifying than the bodies lying scattered. Tu Han slowly calls out to Tuyet Sonvuong. Tuyet Sonvuong, filled with murderous intent, screams in despair as if collapsing, reaching out to Tu Han to beg for mercy. Please do something unexpected. Kill me. The figure of him fades into the darkness. Sorry. Your hands are summoning a strange red magic, and everything seems to have ended as your hands close. Your eyes are still there, as if you have accepted what happened. I've regained my composure, slowly opened my eyes, and thanked you. Standing on the gentle grass, he said a few words, and then left in tears. Forget your regrets and responsibilities. Let that child go and rest in peace. See you in the next life. The evening sky remains gentle, yet cool and melancholic. I hope it will be better now. The dream fairy floats in the air, arms crossed with curiosity. What are you rummaging through? A, sitting on the floor, staring intently at a book. I need to find some things. He looked at the towering shelves of books behind him. What are you looking for? Just something that made you rummage through the entire library like this? He reached into his dark cloak with a suspicious, dreamy tone. Wait, isn't that? You're holding a blue egg about the size of 2 fingers. Ice crystal. El recalls the memory of Tahan standing in front of him, reminding him to hold this ice crystal and go find the god Ko Meo La. He is holding a blue egg-shaped crystal in his hand. What did he just say? Give it to the cat god. You mean the camellia. He replied calmly. Yes, that's right. That person will become your new guide. El reached back, rubbed his neck, and looked down at the glowing crystal. Is this a mission? Tauhan still speaks calmly. That's right. How long do you think it takes to hold the crystal up to eye level before you're done? Stop slouching. Tahan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. Until you reach our level of ancestor? Elzic's pupils widen, a look of shock on his face. The ancestors of Tahan stand facing him. You will have many questions and someone will answer. The ancestors are truly amazing. The sky is clear and blue. His comforting words echoed. We have paved the way for you to reach him. El reluctantly tucked the crystal into his cloak. All right, I just want to make sure I have this egg with me. Tuhan remains calm. I apologize for placing this dangerous burden on your shoulders, but only you can walk this path. Tauhan's back was full of determination. Go on? His face radiated calm and dignity. Go and complete the winner. Back to reality. El raises the crystal high to examine it. Well, I was just told to bring this ice crystal to the cat god deity. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering my face. Ha ha ha. His face grew serious. The god Meo is probably trying to create winner. Eli, do you know what winner means? Mafito turned away. Of course, those disgusting four-seasoned people. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, haunted by demon kings like me. Elzik looked at him anxiously. He hurriedly stood up and begged, please tell me more in detail. Marimo Phi, Tu crossed his arms proudly and turned his head away. Why should I tell you? Eli nervously holds up 4 fingers to negotiate. 4 days off, he responded without the slightest hesitation. What do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Brother Yen clenched his teeth and reluctantly waved his hand. All right. Can we at least agree not to ban words? That's as far as it goes. Mitt chuckled smugly. Hey. All right then, listen carefully. 4 subordinates supported our ancestor to establish the foundation of Melvingo, each with a different appearance. Spring wears a cloak that only reveals androgynous eyes, while summer appears as a young man holding a pipe. Autumn is a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a beard. Winter is a man with a cold aura who wears only one eyeglass. Mid explains that because their personalities and traits match each season, we demons often call them the 4 seasons. The man with a cold aura hovers in the middle of the snowstorm. One of them is associated with winter. Mofei hesitates in any case, but the truth is that someone stays behind to guide such missions. He calmly continued speaking, and with Elzic's tense expression, it meant that he was trying to pass on his own power to the person. Alec fell into deep thought. If I succeed, I might be able to receive missions from the 4 seasons. I think about the mysterious powers and the Owl Book. With this power, I will gain the strength of my ancestors. The image of the Demon King's mark appeared again in his mind. If I can conquer it, then even... His mouth slightly twitched, showing a strong possibility of rebuilding his family. So this ice crystal is so important to the cat god that he needs it that badly? He was a bit contemplative. The ice crystal. The giant ice mountains and endless snow falling from the sky are the essence of winter, formed only from the depths of places forever covered in snow. In other words, they are divine eggs. A dazzling light appears above the crystal ball. Since camellia flowers bloom in winter, there's no better flower pot than the ice crystal. Eli wonders, so where should I go to meet the cat god? Mofei gently closes one eye. Maybe it's in the flower temple, somewhere to the south. His face was full of astonishment, unable to hide his surprise. The flower temple, I only heard of it in legends, but does it really exist? Mofit. To still kept a calm tone. Yes, that noisy bastard is probably in charge of the temple. I fell into deep thought, and from this moment on, I can be sure of that after reviewing the records in the royal library. Alec suddenly froze, but isn't he becoming too friendly now? What scheme is he planning this time? A dark aura is emanating around Mitt's body, and his soul form must be getting stronger. He watches him closely. Mitt's expression now looks a bit strange, as if he's noticed that his power has returned a little. But even if he notices my strength, there's nothing he can do. Elzic's mind seems to be immersed in an empty space, and you have no choice but to complete missions to become stronger. He lowers his head into thought, doing missions to grow stronger, while they can also make Mitt stronger. Eel imagines MIT spreading his arms and flying through the sky like a sea of blood. Dark, powerful energies pouring down to the ground. I could gain a great royal beast capable of plunging the entire world into chaos. Moda watched as his body trembled slightly, feeling extremely pleased. What a face full of suffering. You have to be afraid. Of course, you have to be afraid. He secretly resented in his heart, feeling uncomfortable about leaving Vingo just to become stronger, but he had no choice. My recovery process needs to be prioritized. He suddenly interrupted his thoughts and looked up with suspicion. I still keep my head down, but a wide smile spreads across my face. Mofei is stunned. This bastard is actually smiling again? He is extremely excited by his discovery, which means he might even be able to absorb Mfido's power. In the end, I need to become stronger so he can recover his strength and escape from me. Mofit's body couldn't stop trembling. What's wrong with that bastard? Has he gone from being scared to losing his mind? The two of them turned their backs to each other, Eli smirking with a calculating look, feeling herself losing her mind. It's best to just stop thinking for now. All right, now that I've finished everything I need to do, should we come back here? In the dark night, I saw streaks of light flashing by faster and faster, increasingly unrecognizable as anything. E gently smiled, appearing from the air to land on the ground, turning around easily like eating a piece of cake, while Mofito hovered nearby mocking. You are truly overconfident. A cloud of dust and debris whirls around, carrying broken pieces of wood. Now I have a guide. Should I head straight to the Red-Eyed Tribe? E smiled confidently to himself, still wanting to see them despite everything he's been through. A moment later, his face darkened, his eyes staring ahead as the scene before him turned desolate, with broken wooden houses and bloodstains scattered across the white snow, leaving E in disbelief. What? The bloodied arms lie motionless on the icy ground, remnants of a fierce battle with destroyed buildings all around. What has happened here in this world? A corpse lies on its back with numerous sharp iron rods piercing through its body. Mofetu analyzes that it seems they were killed slowly, even though they could have been killed instantly, so it's certain they were used for entertainment. His face hardens, and his voice turns cold. I don't know who the culprit is, but they have a much more cruel nature than most demons. His back looks lonely, his voice slightly choked. I feel a bit uncomfortable. I winced as I moved forward because since the snow people are monsters, they could die at any moment, no matter how many I've already killed. E clenched his teeth, so angry that his face twitched, but he would never see them as just toys. Maybe this uncomfortable feeling is because he swallowed the mission of the Snow Mountain King. He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Calm down. I am not the Snow Mountain King. I have no right to pity the snow people. Suddenly, Eli's eyes widened in shock as a look of surprise appeared on his face. He stood motionless, staring intently at the vague figures emerging before him. Yi's footsteps stop in front of a mound of snow rising up. His hand reaches out, frantically digging and breaking through each layer of snow. He kept digging until a layer of cotton cloth appeared beneath. Yi opened his mouth and cried out in agony, countless snow fragments flying everywhere. A small figure appears. Manhwa closes his eyes tightly, his eyebrows furrowed as tears stream down his face. The scene from the memory still lingers clearly in my mind. Manhwa happily leads the way ahead. Wow, it looks like someone new has arrived. The boy cheerfully gestured excitedly. From now on, the road ahead will be more difficult, so let's eat something before we set off. Eli half kneeling on the ground, Mo Fai too standing silently behind, afraid to speak. He glanced to the side where the corpses were propped up, their heads pointed straight down into the cold snow. This is what that bastard did earlier, right? Mo hesitated. That's right. Eli's face turned cold. Aren't they making us feel even more uncomfortable? The three of them are fleeing from the pursuit of the assassins who want to kill them. The girl's hurried breaths in the cold air as she ran, but one foot caught on a patch of loose snow, causing Isabel Go to stumble and fall forward. Seeing her fall, he hurriedly ran over and anxiously asked if she was okay. Are you still all right? I'm weak and exhausted, but I still try to comfort those around me. I'm fine, don't worry about me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding that cemetery. Why do I feel sorry for my young mistress, even though she's in this state and still fighting? But now she should rest. She is determined not to give up halfway. I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to become a burden to everyone anymore. Sen is worried about her because of her injured body. She is trembling and holding on, not wanting others to see her weakness in this life and death moment. The assassins chasing us have caused many to die. With their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. She held the map and kept walking. It's been a month now. We've been searching the cemetery for a month now, but she paused to think, as everything seems to be getting harder for her. Where could it be in this world now? I wonder. She looked up sadly at the empty night sky, softly calling in her heart. Dad in the luxurious palace of the Lion family. There was still a flag flying. The only daughter of the Green Lion, she can no longer even wield her sword properly. The Great Lion family, the Green Lion family. The cowardly soldier whispered, gossiping. If we consider the rules that have been announced, the lion only follows the strong. Then, the young lady. Hey, are you trying to let her hear that? She remained silent, with no look, no expression. She passed by and the atmosphere still felt heavy, her anger lingering from today's sword training. She wildly swung her sword, even as her breath grew more frantic, the tip of the blade plunging down with a loud crash. Why? Constantly in her mind, there are overwhelming thoughts. Why can't I have any talent at all? The mocking and sarcastic words comparing her come to mind. If the Green Lion daughter can't do anything, what will happen to the future of the family? From behind her, her father appears and gently calls her name. Isabel. She turned her face and saw his gentle face. Dad. The two of them sit together and talk. He blames himself, and his father apologizes for making her carry such a heavy burden. She comforts him without any resentment. It's nothing, just that you're not skilled enough yet, he said with hope and without any pressure. My daughter, you don't have to follow in my footsteps and become a Green Lion, he said softly, filled with love. You may not have the talent, but you are still a proud member of the File family. I don't want you to be disappointed in yourself, but he pats his arm to comfort his daughter and tells her not to think about it anymore. Try touching this firm muscle. And Dad is still as healthy as ever. She just silently looked on. That is the armor, Father. I'm sorry, Father, but He gently smiled and comforted her. Don't worry about the Green Lion, okay? She quietly watched him with a happy look. As always, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the strongest swordsman on the continent. She smiled brightly with a happy look as a sorrowful voice echoed inside the deserted palace. Why isn't Dad waking up? The small hand is tightly clutching a large hand. The doctor clearly explained your father's condition. He has symptoms similar to a blockage. He is lying on the bed exhausted from the spiritual energy, and his health has deteriorated to the point where his muscles may atrophy. She is saddened and cannot believe what she has heard about her father's condition. The doctor said it will be resolved if we can restore his vitality, but that's almost impossible for humans. It's just because he has lost too much vital energy in his body. She seems to have completely collapsed. At this point, the god has no choice but to rely on some magic to help. If possible, she is determined to ride out on horseback, to save her father, to go to the Magic Tower or the Academy of Possession, even if it means risking her life to obtain the item, no matter how dangerous. 2 blue flames burn before the tower gate, and the group has arrived. Their magical tools are also useless. A land appeared in the sunlight, but was at the foot of the ice mountain. I couldn't find anything that could cure my father's illness. A sound comes from a roof with many telescopes. Hey, do you know there's a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snowy Mountains? She overheard one of the guys holding a loaf of bread say loudly, Really? That cemetery has a lot of treasures and rare items. Should we go? Her face grew more grim as she heard his shouted voice. Do you want to be eaten by snow monsters just for that legendary item? Her people also listened quietly with tense expressions. Don't waste your life and keep drinking. She looked at the map with excitement. After trying her best to find that cemetery, she finally knew it existed and that she could find it somewhere. But unfortunately, the woman whispered into a man's ear, and the glass of wine in her hand tilted at an angle. The problem is that this plan has leaked to my uncle. They sent assassins to kill me and my subordinates. Run away, miss, save me. You have to see your subordinates lying down. My uncle is bluffing. If you've been waiting for the right moment to seize the throne of the Green Lion and send assassins to kill me because I am the heir. As she walked while holding the map, she thought, but just thinking about it made her tremble with anger. How cruel could he be? Sen noticed something and turned back to shout at her. Miss, run away. You don't understand what he's talking about. That guy pulled her back and she stood still, not understanding what was happening. Sen stood in a defensive stance, protecting her. We had to search everywhere to find you. We have been wondering where you have hidden yourselves, but now you have appeared. The sixth Blue Wolf, a skilled knight secretly sent on a mission, is finally revealing himself. He chuckled and said, because you are still members of the Geo family, I will at least let you go peacefully. She and the other person gasped for breath as he gradually guessed that once you are here, the lady boss must be nearby too. Sen, furious, charges forward. Hell, you will pay for Isaac's death and the armor with your own life. He silently prays, Lady, run and don't look back. When she was about to risk everything and rush out, he pulled her back and stopped her from going out. We can't stop them on our own. The more stubborn she becomes, the more I have to go, or Chen will die. He shouted loudly to her to reassure her, Chen is risking everything to save us. She hesitated, unable to deny his words, but when she heard the voice calling her mistress, her eyes looked over without hesitation. The servant was stepping on Sen to provoke her, and her loyal servant was about to face death. Are you just going to leave him here like that? Sen, lying at his feet, told him, You idiot, the lady has gone far away. He thrust his sword straight into him, then looked ahead, knowing she was nearby, and smiled smugly. She probably abandoned her loyal knight. She's quite ruthless. So now that he swings his sword to strike, I will block your blow. You can't just abandon him and walk away. Stop. He couldn't stop her. She rushed forward and stood right in front of him. She screamed in his face, furious, Do you mean to kill me? Then just kill me and let Sen go. He interjected calmly and said, I am sorry. Tears welled up in her eyes as he spoke. But I won't do that. She doesn't understand what he is trying to do. What? Hen responded sharply, and we decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this. She couldn't believe her ears when she heard him say, No way, you. The smeared black stains piled up, and he said brokenly, If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and lived happily with their families. The bloodstains were real, and they witnessed the fallen bodies. A faint image of a young child running, tears streaming down, collapsing in a pitiful way. His bitter smile fades as she collapses, overwhelmed by the pain and guilt for all the innocent lives lost because of someone like her. Remember when Elzik held the blue egg in front of Tone? Elzik, you were given a task to make winter perfect. After completing his first mission, he prepared to leave the snowy mountain to carry out the next one. But the brutal images of the battle replayed in his mind, revealing the Snow People's actions and the death of many innocent children and unrelated people who were mercilessly slaughtered. At the same time, Isabel's group hurriedly rode their horses while she was searching for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness. She was being chased by a group of Blue Wolf assassins, and just at that dangerous moment, she was surprised to see the shadows of the people her uncle had sent after her. At that moment, Elzik intervened and saved her. I understand. Someone shouted loudly, asking him who it was. El didn't answer but muttered to himself, Teleport. Immediately afterward, he gently stood on a branch, grinding his teeth in anger. Eli taunted, saying, Just a passing demon Sanzang. He blurted out a curse at the bastard. Henno sneers contemptuously at him. Monkey King, what kind of fool are you to dare interfere in my affairs? Are you a demon worshipper? If you hadn't passed by here, you might still be alive. Without wasting time on arguments, he quickly disappeared, and the subordinate with sharp eyes spotted him. Eli rushes forward clumsily with a thick aura of coldness. Magic. Henno was pushed back by a strike and retreated, carefully watching him from nearby. Who the hell are you? Elle asked Rhea and Isabel. Are you both okay? She looked at him in surprise. I'm fine, but do you think you're okay too? He slightly frowned and replied, Of course. Hen mocked him, so humiliating, he fell but didn't get up. He silently thought to himself that without the slippery snow, he could have made an impression on them. Suddenly, Isabel snapped out of her thoughts, realizing that it was someone who had gone missing. Chen. Someone is missing. She hurriedly reminded herself that she couldn't let him fight alone. Run away. He can't win this. And calmly reminded her instead of himself, Miss, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't return as any witnesses? He then ordered his men to kill that demon. In a flash, the henchman rushed toward Elzik, causing her to scream, No! He doesn't care, still calmly standing still and talking to them. Yes, mercy is a gift. Eli's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. People like you are truly a waste. He didn't make a move to fight the approaching crowd, intending to rush forward to protect Eli and then raise her hand. Lan's white snowstorm fiercely suppresses the crowd, gradually covering them in white snow dust, until his hand clenches into a fist. From then on, the unconscious crowd was torn apart and shattered. Isabel and Rosea's man watched in disbelief and shock. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted, ordering his men. "What are you doing? Kill him quickly." The other guy warns his teammates not to give him a chance to strike, or they'll die. Eli steps forward seriously, appearing in front of them. Who gave permission for that? His blue eyes darted quickly, and he raised his hand to cast a piercing spell, sending swords flying toward the minions. The screams of agony echoed loudly as the crazed crowd charged forward, shouting, "Destroy it!" Although a few of them managed to turn and beg for mercy, they were ultimately blown to pieces, with shards of flesh falling before the mysterious figure. He gasped in horror and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" "You already know who we are, right?" Eli said impatiently, losing her patience as she looked at them. "I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel down?" He's furious and refuses to accept it. "I will kill you." She was amazed by his fight, wondering who that man was. He defeated the Blue Wolf group easily. Now that's not a problem. Isabel widened her eyes in surprise, certain he was a powerful but dangerous mage. If she approached, Hino, angry, would swing his sword to end his life. He moved quickly, swinging his sword with hatred. "At least I have to kill you. I was a bit surprised by his speed. He's so fast." She shouted loudly to warn him to keep his distance from him. Eli focuses intently, strengthening his weapon. Just as his opponent's sword swings, he quickly steps back. Hen's gaze remained full of hostility as Eli raised his hand again to summon ice and wind, a thick layer of ice covering him. But surprisingly, the mysterious figure quickly ran away in triumph. "Do you think this can really stop me with magic like this?" He quickly breaks through his ice as he swings with a furious shout. "You're doomed, you bastard." With a grim face, he quickly stepped forward to face him directly. Hen's sword was immediately blocked by a thick ice wall in front of the tower. Henno was very surprised by Ellis's freezing technique. He trembled and muttered in wonder, "Why didn't it break?" He smirked and said, "Do you know what's more important than that?" Tio Soai, feeling proud, ruffled his hair and stared at him. "That is the head of the person buried underground." Hino, frightened, said, "What the hell is that dog?" A moment later, his final move ended his life. He too shared the same fate as his subordinates, leaving behind a torn cloak as he fell. El walks calmly as if nothing happened. Uncle Ria hesitates in disbelief, unable to believe he defeated the Green Wolves instantly. Isabel continued, surprised and amazed to see such a powerful wizard on the hilltop. "He doesn't seem to be my age, but how can he be so strong?" Seeing Elzic's powerful figure only makes Isabel more curious. He is so young yet so powerful, truly a mysterious person. He slightly parted his lips, took a gentle breath, then closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Finally, a sigh of frustration escaped from him. El stood there silently reminiscing about the happy memories from before. His eyes drooped with sadness, full of longing. "Please, rest in peace." Mitt looked at the two people talking to him. "Why don't you say anything when they look at you?" Suddenly realizing it only makes things more confusing. "Hello, I forgot to introduce myself." As soon as he spoke, they looked a little worried. He turned back to look at her. "It's been a while now, hasn't it? Sen has always been cautious around him. Even if he's helping us, he's still a complete stranger, so we can't let our guard down so easily. If he has any other motives, he would be just as dangerous as they are. You're confused why your own lady boss isn't showing any reaction." Then suddenly she knelt down and thanked our savior. Sen was alarmed for the young lady, and the guard beside him was worried. Why did she kneel down? Seeing that, El also hesitated and told Isabel to stand up, saying, "Don't, it's not necessary." Then all three of them knelt down together and said, "Thank you to our savior." I still try to explain that whoever they are, they would do the same as I did, so please stand up. And Mito seems to enjoy their way of acting. It seems she knows how to behave, unlike those two bastards earlier. She stands up, faces him, and seems to want to ask for something. Sounds rude, but can I ask my savior for a favor that makes him tremble because of it? "So, where should I go?" She still firmly holds his hand and loudly states what she wants him to do. "No, I want to entrust you and you're still trembling." "Yes, my hand." Eli looked at her confused and thought to himself, is this scene at night here really so vast and starry? A carriage is traveling somewhere in the night. It turns out to be waiting for Isabel and a guard along with Elzic, who is deep in thought. The two of them seem nervous, but unexpectedly Mito is there, and he's annoyed with Elzic. "I can see that smirking bastard. Cover him now." If the person is ready, he calmly responds as we expected. In Elzic's hand is something that looks like a shining gold coin because we were given something extremely valuable. He recalls the moment when she gave it to him. "This is gold. Is it not only that, but also a green lion? It seems you have guessed her background. Are you the young lady of the G family and also received her acknowledgement?" Oh yes, how embarrassing. It seemed Elzic was about to do something, but only marveled at her beauty, which is why she is so stunning. The comment about Isabel, the scentless flower. Isabel goes, "Oh," they reveal a bitter truth about her. Even though her breathtaking beauty had made the prince fall deeply in love and propose to her, she was still discarded just because she was a scentless flower. Her lonely figure stands as a testament to her lack of talent. A person born without any special talents. If the flesh and blood of a lion lack fangs and sharp teeth, they deserve the same fate. Elzik pities Isabel. I heard that after her marriage ended, she has been living alone in her land. She looked sad and worried in front of me at that moment. To break the awkwardness, I introduced myself. My name is Elzik. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Green Lion. And she was also surprised that it was such an honor to meet someone like me, Elzik reassured. You should be proud of yourself. From what I see, your perseverance isn't something to be ashamed of for the name of the Blue Lion. This moved her to tears with its sincerity. Thank you. Then you also repeated what you suggested earlier. Oh, that's right. Did you mention something about a commission? She quickly remembered as well. Oh, right. I have nothing right now. But Isabel expressed her wish that you could escort us to the capital. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the servant, shouting to stop. We haven't found that place yet. Now she turned back to explain to you. Chen, I don't want to lose you all because of my greed. First, I need to meet my uncle to negotiate, but Sen still isn't satisfied. Lady Shadow Eli turns away vaguely. Uncle, these knights are probably also part of the Jui family. Could there be some hidden secret within their clan? He ponders and analyzes what secrets are hidden within her family. I also heard that the Green Lion Lord is suffering from a rather difficult illness. She must be searching for a cure. I forgot that Sun had told me this before. Then he seems to realize what he needed to do here. Wait a moment. Couldn't I make the Green Lion owe me? Elle imagines the scene of possibly becoming allies and shaking hands with the Green Lion. If the Melvingo family is rebuilt and gains favor with the Green Lion, it will be a monopoly. Eli chuckled mischievously and praised himself. I really am clever, always keeping my head cool. Seeing his somber expression, she was afraid he wouldn't help, so she offered to pay double. It seems unlikely we can get his assistance. Then I will give you twice what I just offered you, as a reward for completing the task. Isabel grew even more anxious as Elzik remained silent. I guess that's not possible, right? To his surprise, he returned the money to her. How shameful. Then Elzik thought for a moment and confidently assured, with a trustworthy look, I will escort you safely. My lady, everyone is sitting in the carriage trembling. Movito can't understand why he still needs it when he already has a lot of money. There's a treasure hoard in Sack's nest, so why do you still need money? He didn't want to argue either, I already figured it out. Besides, Eli silenced him, saying, Don't talk like that. If you had ever experienced hunger before, he wouldn't understand anything suddenly. He is so angry and annoyed that he explains to him, What am I supposed to do now when I have no money at all? It may not matter to you because you're a half-demon, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand what it's like to be in need? After hearing that, he still didn't care. It's a human problem. He turns to praise himself for his incredible abilities, but this telepathy is pretty convenient. Just a little energy and I can talk to whoever I want. Mito is pleased with his expression. I only teach you because I find it very uncomfortable. Whenever someone is around, you fall silent. Eli teases Mito for being so talkative. I know why you hate being silenced. You're so nosy. Are you angry because he dares? He's only annoyed because he's bored and you keep sitting still. Forget it. Do you plan to sit there silently until the very end? You look more disgusting than you think. What should I do now? So boring. Isabel became even more frightened when she saw him remain silent. He didn't say anything. Is it because I entrusted him with this? Her lips trembled as if she wanted to speak to him, but now she needed his help. A carriage scene and a castle in the night pass through the night. If you keep sending stronger assassins, the three of us won't be able to outsmart them. Has the six-man team been wiped out? He trembles, unable to speak. I'm sorry. The leader stepped forward in front of the subordinate. If you apologize, the shadow of that cowardly man looks truly pathetic. Then from the start, you shouldn't have done anything, and now you're just begging for forgiveness. A blazing red scene reveals drops of blood. Hurry and coldly call out Hut's name. Where do you think Isabel will go? That useless guy's head has been severed from his neck because her trail leaving the snowy mountain has been confirmed. H-Tan's voice rang out, suggesting she might be heading back to the capital. It seemed to sense Isabel's intention. If she was returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? H-Tan cunningly replied, It's very likely, captain of the Green Wolf Squad, H-Tan. Turns out the leader is Isabel's father, but he despises her. She really is a simple-minded child. How could such an unskilled girl dare to negotiate with me? Bao called out his name as he swept his cloak dramatically. H-Tan. He stands at the highest point to give the order. You only have one chance. The shiny black horse's hooves slowly reared up. Sen turned back to inform Isabel that they had reached their destination. In the early morning, we've arrived at Le Center in the capital Hoale, Miss. She relaxed with a sigh of relief and smiled brightly, patting her shoulder. We arrived in just 2 days of non-stop travel. I'm so tired. Mito trembles with exhaustion but is teased by Eli with a laugh. A ghost like you is flying around. He chuckles mischievously and doesn't want to stop teasing him. Don't you know that the correct posture helps relax the nerves? Why are you going against the flow? There is a group of green cloaks standing at the gate checking people entering. Turns out they are a team. The Green Wolf Squad 2. The subordinate kneeling on the ground let out a shocked cry. What's going on? Are they surprised that something they see as minor requires the most fearsome fighters, and is it really necessary to deploy the strongest team for such a small matter? The lady's return to the capital means surrendering. Aton appears with blood splattered everywhere. A hunting dog must behave according to its status. The bloodstains on her face only make him more delighted. She must definitely get past Lecenter if she wants to go from Snow Mountain to the imperial capital. He left his words unfinished, but the intent behind them was full of sinister meaning, turning that place into something else. One of their eyes looked terrified and horrified. The lion head symbol of the green lions with their cold, ruthless faces like bloodthirsty beasts, and a cold, commanding voice echoes as they march to their graves. Isabel also couldn't have predicted this turn of events. Seeing the situation, Sen also had no choice but to suggest going back. She firmly and decisively replied no. Suddenly, a member of the Blue Lion team seemed to notice something unusual and pointed towards her car. Seeing him like that, she also understood that her group had attracted attention. Isabel quickly devised a plan to leave the carriage behind and escape secretly to another place, but Elite spoke up to stop her. No need. Following his warning, she became confused, while he simply used magic to disguise himself. They approached the car to check, and luckily everyone managed to pass, but their eyes remained fixed on the car, looking very frightening. The carriage quickly sped into the city with a light shining ahead as if inviting them in. Inside, there was a dazzling and luxurious scene. They stopped the carriage and one by one stepped down. Isabel couldn't wait and asked him about the disguise spell. What kind of magic did you just use? He smiled gently and replied that it was just a simple illusion spell. After thanking Elzich, they stopped at an inn, while he quickly wanted to go somewhere else. Mito kept nagging about Alec making things difficult for himself. Why did you have to use illusion magic when you could just kill them all? El also explained his reasoning. I don't want to start a fight without knowing anything about the enemy, and I also need to conserve mana for emergencies. He sneered and asked him about using a contract. What do you think vows and soul contracts are for? Isn't it because you're lazy? Mito continued to be confusing, even though there were things that needed to be dealt with, but they still felt like a waste of time. At this moment, he responded to him with an air of mystery. But I need to find out something. Eli wondered, but didn't know who he had given it to. Some time has passed, but you still remember, right? The image of Din appearing in his mind with contempt. I need to know Din's situation to prepare for eliminating him. Mpito's ears again catch the sound of children playing, and only then does he remember what he needs to tell you. I have a question. I can sense something like mana from those nights. What is it? He makes his guess. Oh, I guess your era hasn't seen the spiritual energy chain yet, but he still vaguely mentions the spiritual energy chain. Seeing that, Eli patiently explained in detail. It's simple. Mana is originally a blessing for mages, but over time even warriors can develop methods to use mana on their bodies. He takes the symbol of a female witch and a male knight facing each other. If the mage uses magic by creating a magic circle in the heart, the warrior enhances the body by accumulating a chain of spiritual energy around the dantian. Dantian, the body part where energy gathers. Then images of children with magic teams and swords blending with orange and green. El explained to Mfit based on that example about the hierarchy levels in the wizard and martial artist worlds. Mfit was surprised to find there are only a few levels. He replied calmly. Sometimes that's the case, but there are exceptions. Only one person can cycle through more than 5 chains, and this exception makes him eager to know who is so strong. Who? Eli chuckled happily at the question and introduced him to that person, the Golden Lion, who is recognized as the strongest person on the continent. Mito scoffed and dismissed it with a haughty nickname. According to human standards, he didn't hesitate to challenge it. No, this time it's different. He replied irritably, I understand. And at that moment, we arrived at the place Elzik wanted to go. Hearing that, he smirked with interest and said, I look forward to meeting him. The two of them stood in front of a newspaper stand. This old man was stubborn again, but I shouldn't pay attention to him. The important thing is that it turns out you want to learn all the information you haven't known. Can I buy all the newspapers within a month? The scene shifts to a large mansion, and the matter is still unresolved. The subordinate kneels and apologizes to Din, but is scolded even more harshly. Sorry, Nem's men are guarding the hospital like an impregnable fortress. Son Namito, you ungrateful bastard. Javen recounts Din's glorious past to reassure him, and Din still carefully aims for an overwhelming victory. He grins wickedly. Please give the order. He grinned cunningly and gave the order, increasing the pressure on the nerds. Zoan sat helplessly in the room, lost in thought. Katanet announced the transfer of excavation rights to him. He trembled with laughter, causing Katanet to panic and call out, Young master, lift your face. Your expression is painfully miserable. Tears streaming down, looking extremely distressed. My sister tortures me every day, and that bastard Eli never contacts me once. Then you pick up the documents on the table, but I've warned myself as if nothing happened. You enjoy it, and I will keep enduring until Elzik returns. Elzik and Mpito are reading the newspapers they just bought, and he quietly marvels that Din is still as cunning as ever, while Sun is facing hell because of him. El is pleased with Din's clever handling, as they say. The older the ginger, the spicier. You know how to use public opinion, huh? Old man Mito, seeing his sinister expression, could only think that he was gradually getting used to this look. Keep climbing higher. It will only make my grand entrance more spectacular. Eli thoughtfully ponders. After all, I do feel a bit sorry for Son. Is there anything I can do for him? An orange light flashes through the doorframe, and a fierce fire erupts from that orange glow, causing both of them to turn and look anxiously at the flames. The fire alarm went off. Hurry and bring water and call for Mother. Someone save us. Eli hurriedly ran to open the door, but he was stunned by the scene before him. The fierce flames engulfed everything, leaving him unable to see anything. What the hell is that? There's a carriage parked in front of the huge house, and a suspicious voice calls out, "Miss, do you really trust Rich?" Isabel sat on the chair, attentively watching the paper on the table. "He is the one who saved us," Sen asked from behind. "Even though he's not Pav's subordinate, maybe he's an assassin sent by another Seven Master to seize the estate." He continued to advise, "I'm not entirely sure about this, but we should still be cautious." Isabel silently understood Sen's worries, but it seems he's been overly protective of me ever since Snow Mountain. She turned back to comfort him, saying, "Jen, I understand what you're trying to say." Sen quickly asked again, "Yes, miss. Then just point to the map you're holding and cut him off firmly. But don't say that anymore. Doubting Rich means doubting my decision." She recalls Elsie's tilted face. I trust him. That expression can only be shown by those who listen honestly. The image of him holding her hand tightly is still vivid in my mind. Sen hesitated and interrupted. "I see, but isn't he just a money-hungry mercenary?" Isabel gently smiled and said, "No, he genuinely wants to help us." Her voice then sounded doubtful as she asked, "What do you mean, young lady?" She turned to look at both of them and replied softly, "Even though he isn't paid, he's still helping us. That shows that even if we ask, he won't help us." Isabel remembered Elzic's expression when she mentioned the High family, but his face changed immediately when he realized we were from the Go family. She firmly told Sen and Ed that he had deliberately lowered himself to protect his reputation. Hearing that, I smiled and said, "I understand he did it to protect the reputation of the Green Lion." Sen's expression looked a bit awkward. "I see." So, a sudden explosion erupted fiercely, engulfing the entire city in flames, and a mocking voice echoed, the fire burning so brightly. A scarred man with a fierce look, hair slicked back, the Green Wolf captain of Team 3, So Mao Lan, couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. The fourth-tier primal fire magic orb truly was worth it. The remaining guy is a bit short and bulky. He is the Blue Wolf captain of Team 2 standing beside, frowning slightly before unable to resist questioning. "Even now, how can you still be laughing?" So Mao En waved the scroll that was gradually dissolving in his hand and sneered. "We agreed earlier, so why are you so serious? Now I've also invested a lot in this." Bach Kop muttered curses silently inside. "I can't think of anything else, but the young lady won't give up." So Mao En looked at the guy. "What should I do now? Burn more?" The young tiger seriously warned that Team 6 was wiped out, but since there are still mages, we need to be careful. Sew my hand and flick away the remaining ashes, speaking indifferently. "Come on, even if it's Team 6, I can just close my eyes and burn them all in one go." "You and Hutung are overthinking everything." He smiled faintly. "We've come this far, so I hope they're strong enough for me to have some fun." The little tiger squints. "So let's get started." The Lamlu Knights arrive, each kneeling on one knee in perfect formation as the leader issues a command. "Just find her." The blazing fire is burning fiercely, consuming the house. Isabel lay on the ground, the captain's order echoing in her ears. Except for the girl in charge, everyone else was to be killed, accompanied by shouts of warning. "Miss, you must run and hide. If it was the Blue Wolves who did this, their target is you." Her body trembles as she tries to stand up. "Are you two okay?" Isabel gritted her teeth, stunned by the scene before her as the monstrous girl watched. The raging flames consumed everything around her. Screams of panic echo everywhere. "Fire! It's on fire, help me." Isabel knelt motionless, witnessing the chaotic scene. "My shop, run away." Bloodied villagers scream in fear. The bodies lie fallen on the ground, with cries filling the air. "Is this the truth?" Isabel choked back tears. "What do you want from us?" A worried scream rang out, making her turn around alertly. "Master, be careful." The explosion sent a fierce blaze that threw her into the air, and Isabel's body slowly fell down. She coughs on the ground, trembling, with Sen crushed under the rubble, still begging her to run away. "Please, please, run." A sword suddenly appeared beside Isabel's hand, her teeth clenched tightly together. She tremblingly grasped the hilt of the sword, her whole body filled with helplessness. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, with small fragments of stone falling everywhere, Isabel silently thought that she wanted to fight to save everyone. But she stood up straight, ignoring her trembling body, knowing she lacked the strength and talent to stop them. Isabel bit her lip hard. She didn't want to run away. She didn't want to live such a shameful life. Suddenly, she remembered Ellis's gentle smile and his words, and I thought to myself, her perseverance doesn't bring shame to that Green Lion at all. She made up her mind to become someone like him. A powerful attack came from above, heading straight for Isabel. I am a member of the Go Empire protection family. She quietly prepares for battle, even if it means death. Isabel clenched her sword, her face full of determination. I will fight to the end. The collision of the energy streams caused a massive explosion, with dust and smoke filling the air. Isabel closed her eyes tightly, trembling as she awaited the worst. After a moment of silence, she opened her eyes. The dirt and rocks remained intact. What is that? The cold air extinguishing the flames around her leaves Isabel in shock. What happened? A tall figure stood in front of her. The snowstorms swirl through the air, drawing attention toward the city. The cold snowflakes quickly swept toward the houses, filling the air with icy coldness everywhere. The houses are no longer burning. Excited cheers continue to echo. The fire is being put out now. We are saved. On the other side, Isabel was completely stunned. What is going on? Tears suddenly welled up and shimmered at the corner of her eye. Isabel looked toward the man standing ahead. Fragments of earth and stone fall around that figure's back, and she chokes back tears as she cries out, Rich! Looking at his profile, she silently thought she didn't know how long it would take. His legs moved steadily forward, but if possible, Eli suddenly leapt forward. Isabel stood behind, watching, hoping that one day she could stand beside him. Yen clenched his teeth, looking very angry. Looking at the desolate scene before him, buildings collapsed and crushed countless people. Ek was furious. A knight who kills innocent civilians. Yes, he stepped down where Mo Pit was already waiting. The strong are often skilled at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. The captain of the Lamlu Night Squad stands on the pointed roof of a building, with the team below ready for orders. He is still lost in his own thoughts. This is the first time he has faced them, different from previous encounters. Mitt stands beside her with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow with interest. It seems they are more numerous and stronger than the last time we met. Do you think you can win? The villagers gather in groups, their faces filled with fear and wounds. Eli calmly replied, It's difficult, I can't sustain it, and I can't use magic in front of the people. Mitt hesitated and asked, Why don't you run away then? His foot hovered in the air as a golden aura of power appeared around him. Our family has a saying, when dust rises everywhere, the people fall into panic and fear. Those with power have a duty to fulfill their responsibilities. Elzic's body erupts with immense energy. Golden lightning surrounded his body. His voice was calm but full of authority. That is why the strong always lead in every battle. Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle, Pao. Alec decided to go with Isabel after receiving her request. Additionally, O lost his subordinates to Elzic, who had dispatched a team of elite blue wolves. They set the entire city ablaze to kill Isabel. Isabel was furious and had to draw her sword, even though she risked dying in the fight. And at that moment, in a situation where departure was inevitable, a tall, shadowy man appeared, none other than Elzic Melvingo. Dirt and stones flew everywhere as he turned around, his whole body blazing with radiant power. He floated in the air while the others below looked up in awe. Sorely puzzled, I asked the tiger beside me. The scrolls I bought with my sweat and tears should have been the seventh ring. Where did someone like him come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? What should we do, little tiger? We can't touch the magic tower. Alec Melvingo still stands on the roof, looking down with shining eyes. B-Cop responds cautiously. I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him. We must be careful no matter what. His face shows a dangerous expression. We just need to kill the young lady and retreat. Touch Mao and stick out his disgusting tongue. What if that wizard intervenes? Isabel, trembling with her sword in hand, was terrified as the two men rushed toward her. Only then did BCP resume the earlier conversation and kill him. The two of them jumped up at the same time to attack the girl. Isabel's eyes widened in panic, her legs feeling completely powerless. Elzic Melvingo suddenly appeared right in front of her and called her name, Isabel. Isabel was a bit surprised and turned to look at him. Then he also turned to look at her, his eyes seeming to say something. Isabel looked at him with a determined expression, as streaks of light crisscrossed in the air like a maze, and a voice shouted, They're fleeing! Formation A, Team 3, follow me! El Melvin carried Isabel swiftly, calculating silently that there were over 40 of them, with green lights chasing relentlessly behind him. He had to lure them to a place without people. One of them blocks his path. Blowing a whistle in his mouth, El Melvin drops to the ground surrounded by a swirling fog, then suddenly his whole body erupts with light and teleports to another place. While still holding Isabel in his arms, he was stunned, as those guys still kept chasing him, swords in hand rushing toward Elzic Melvingo. He bends down, his cloak billowing, and Isabel disappears without a trace. Elzic Melvingo slides along the smoky ground. He suddenly stopped when he saw himself surrounded on all sides. A voice echoed behind Elzic Melvingo. Got you now? He places his sword on his shoulder. He chuckled evenly. First time hunting a wizard, it's a bit exciting. He shouted loudly, Where have you hidden the young lady? El Melvin smirked. You think I'll answer you? You're all really stupid. He chuckled smugly at So Mao Nan. Of course you wouldn't know because all of you only know how to chase after me like a pack of dogs. So Mao Nan's face is now full of veins and anger. You want to die. He shouted orders to his subordinates. Bring me his head. Elzik Melvingo was blinded by their blue light and had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. I have used up so much mana to put out the fires across the city. He clenched his fist, ready for battle, constantly planning his next move. The Dragonheart's mana increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but my body won't withstand it like last time if I push beyond my limit again. Elzik Melvingo breaks out in a sweat, looking a bit worried. Are there 30 or 40 of them? I heard they will go all out even if they only face one person. Just as Isabel said, a sword is raised and Elzik Melvingo quickly rushes forward. First, I will kill their commander right away, but he was easily attacked by those guys and couldn't react in time. What is this? My body doesn't move as well as when I fought the Snow Mountain King? One man chuckled mockingly and asked, Are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? There, Elzik Melvingo retorted. No, I am sure that back then my body moved as I wished. He cursed Elzik Melvingo in a way that made him freeze. Idiot. A massive surge of power rushes past, scattering rocks everywhere, with eyes blazing fiercely in a terrifying way. Elzik Melvingo falls to the ground as the other guy thrusts his sword right near his face and mocks him. Do you think the game on the chessboard that the car set up for you will reflect reality? If you won't help, then shut up. Elzik Melvin angrily shouted, All of you, disappear now. He suddenly jumped up, rushing to attack that guy, catching him off guard, while the little tiger lunged and stuck out his tongue. What kind of fool mage fights in close combat? Why don't you use your all-powerful magic? El Melvin grits his teeth in anger. That bastard simultaneously unleashed 2 streams of blazing attack. El Melvin quickly clasped his hands in front of his chest to block the blow. He sneered and said, You're just capable, huh? Little brat? The little tiger jumps up, swings his sword down to entertain me a bit more. Elzik Melvingo continues to bend down to dodge the attack as a terrifying beam of light shoots straight down from above. Bop laughed cruelly as he attacked fiercely. Elzik Melvingo looked up with wide eyes, and suddenly the ground shone so brightly that he couldn't see the surroundings. The little tiger slowly approached Elzik Melvingo's figure. Mai escaped like a little chut. His countless subordinates surround Elzik Melvingo. Now he's caught in the trap. He is confident that it's the end. A blazing red light shoots up, soaring into the sky and then exploding into a brilliant fireworks display. What the heck is that? Fire? El Melvin finally smirked triumphantly. Are you all here now? A circle of magic appears. The little tiger stammered in disbelief. A circle of magic. He started to panic and scream. Stop the act. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Elzik Melvingo and saw his eyes burning like raging flames. Huh? How can a human have eyes like that? He immediately ordered his subordinates to ask him before activating it. Elzik Melvingo's smile sent a chill down your spine. Are you trying to kill me? At the same time, Elzik was carrying Isabel away from this place, wondering how their attack worked as he walked. The enemy honestly replied, They always fight in groups, even if they only kill one person. Suddenly, behind them was engulfed in a green flame. An elite couldn't help but marvel. Just as their name suggests, they are like a pack of wolves. In just a few seconds, the opponent was right behind them, and Isabel, lying in his arms, suddenly suggested using magic. I just need to lead them to the square and wipe them all out, setting a trap if possible, Elk replied with a slight smile. A trap? Suddenly, he stopped walking. This action caused Isabel to show a worried call. She whispered softly. Rick, however, he replied hesitantly. Isabel, can I ask you a favor? Immediately after, a flash of sparks shot forward at incredible speed, tearing through the air in an instant. Suddenly, it exploded in midair, illuminating a large area, and what seemed terrifying turned out to be fireworks. At this point, it highlights Ellis's cold demeanor. After she evacuates the civilians from the square, tear up the signal magic scroll, I will kill them all. El hovers in the air, his entire body constantly radiating a brilliant glow. He repeatedly emphasizes killing. His power was quickly unleashed, and a large space here was soon filled with a silver light. The people in the square suddenly saw a large block of ice appear, freezing everyone inside and trapping them with no way out. Witnessing this, Elk looked pleased and commented, The magic circle really does heal, Manuel. The person trapped in the ice stammered with his last breath. There's no way I can hear these words, I kept mocking. How stupid are you not to see that I'm drawing a magic circle? Immediately after, Elzik extended his hand in front of the opponent and cast a spell. His action made the opponent tremble. He shouted in fear, Get out of the way! But then, just as he was about to cast a spell, he noticed something strange. El muttered to himself that he wouldn't die peacefully. Suddenly, a member of the Grey Wolf team jumped out. He threw a punch that seemed to tear through space itself to separate him from the other guy. Little Cock had a few words of praise. Not bad, but your luck has run out. You have been surrounded by your opponent. Around you are towering ice walls and little cop orders. The B formation. He stands from afar, his gaze fixed on Elzik, standing still, silently calculating. He has lured us closer to kill us all with a magic circle. You have to be confident and plan carefully to succeed. Is he laughing? Does he really know we're hiding and watching? No, that can't be. He knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. After a moment of thought, BC suddenly decided, I will spare your life if you hand over the young lady. Immediately after, Eli calmly replied, Oh, really? But the problem is, I don't plan to let you live. At that moment, a powerful wave of magic radiated from his body, enveloping the entire space. Eli coldly glared at the opponent with contempt, his mocking voice echoing, You shouldn't have done that. Those corrupted knights won't be spared. Suddenly, Backhop grasped the sword tightly, charged at him with hatred in his eyes, using spiritual energy to protect his body and maintain the formation. Faced with this scene, Elzik calmly reached out his hand and softly recited, dulling the blade. The sword remained unaffected, growing stronger as it swung toward him, causing Elzik to be taken aback and dodge instinctively. He couldn't help but wonder if words alone would be useless. After launching his attack, Bop quickly turned his head back with a sharp gaze. On this side, Elzik hurriedly unleashes another magic attack. His face tightens and his determined voice blows away. However, the opponent's sword still decisively swung toward him. This scene made Eli think, and the gale was much weaker. Is it because of the sealing curse? All non-ice magic is weaker, so I have to obtain the seal of the same element before I can use them? Suppose that's the case. Is it really easy to use the sealing curse? I oppose it. No, it's extremely difficult. Unlike the ice mountain filled with ice energy, it cannot unleash its full power in the city and consumes too much mana. He thought as he fought, but it seemed all the mana he used was useless. Finally, Elzik made a decision, but he began launching fierce attacks at the enemy. Faced with this, they quickly drew their swords to block the powerful magical stream. The magic beams pierced into their swords. Seeing this, Elk immediately created a more powerful magical mixture. He suddenly thought to himself, there is indeed a way. He suddenly swung his hand forcefully toward the enemy and shouted, Run! Those present here could only bend their backs and brace themselves against the strong wind created by Elzik. One of them suddenly seemed to come to his senses, raising his sword high and shouting loudly with authority to block the attack again. The sharp sword sliced through the ice and seemed to be empowered, rushing forward. Elzik stood there with a majestic presence, calmly swinging both arms down to create waves of light that blocked the enemy's attack. At this moment, Backhop also did not fall behind, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He kept spreading his arms wide, filling the scene with a burst of colorful magic. Bach's sword hand suddenly showed small wounds, blood continuously oozing out, and scratches began to appear on his face. Elzik's fingers slowly moved forward. A flash of bright magic radiated from the corner of his eye, quickly enveloping Elzik's entire body. He swiftly glances at the crowd before him, continuously unleashing magic onto the opponents. His cold voice echoes, Enough playing, I don't have time for you guys, so I'll end it here. Kill them all. Those people affected by the magic are now frozen, trembling and crying out. I only need to lightly touch the ice poison to freeze them instantly. Your mistake was blocking, instead of rushing in to attack. The eyes of the 100 tigers are now filled with blood. He widened his eyes and stammered, I've never heard of a curse like that before. Suddenly, Bong Eo sneered, What are you surprised about? I only added a curse to the ice spell. During the chaos, the one who was saved earlier by Bok Kop escaped. He sneered, The captain of Team 1 really is the dumbest of the bunch. He shouldn't have only sent us. I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret messing with us. You will soon die at the hands of the captain. A surprisingly curious voice echoes. So it's him? The one who plotted this. As he descends into hell, you won't be alone. I will soon send him down to you. A nearby space is covered entirely by freezing cold. A surprising voice echoes. What is this? It's a scroll containing a 6th-level fire magic circle. We escaped from him thanks to the 100 tigers holding him back, but our Green Wolf team is the swordsmanship squad of Lord Paul Will. You will be the next Green Lion. You can't keep running away with your tail between your legs. We can run. Run until your feet blister, set a fire, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run away. SM's eyes have become crazed somehow. The man holding the scroll in his hand ignites it for a moment, a mocking voice echoing, Even if the young lady dies, it doesn't matter. Use your life to burn this city down. A large expanse of space is quickly covered with snow and ice. We are the Blue Wolves. We are your ace, your trump card, and soon we will become the Green Lion. How can we turn tail and run away like this? Run away, run so that when my feet turn red, I can light a fire. If necessary, use myself as fuel. Even if she dies, it won't matter. Even if she sacrifices her life, let this place turn to dust. Suddenly, Mito burst out laughing. XM says they are about to do something crazy again. This statement made Elzik curious. What? Why? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had discovered the key point. Without hesitation, Eli quickly soared into the sky. He kept shouting loudly, You bastards. In the shimmering space, Mito's voice rises. Only humans can manipulate magic more than demons in this world. No matter how civilized they pretend to be, their true nature is always the same. Eli desperately searches, even as exhaustion begins to consume him. He keeps panting heavily, unable to help but wonder that now only 3 blue wolves remain, and he sees no one else. Even more dangerous, the magic secret is in their hands. It has to be at least six-circle magic. Just a small mistake and the whole city will turn to dust. So Moni, triumphant, muttered, "Let's see how you'll stop this." Meanwhile, Elzik glided past beneath a tower, but he still recognized the presence of the guy on the roof. So Moni, with a smug smile, taunts the opponent with the scroll. It's already too late. At this moment, Elzik also realizes the appearance of the man. His eyes turn cold. He clears his throat softly. Suddenly, the opponent firmly grips the sword in his hand and points it forward. Immediately after, SN's arm was severed. It was quickly thrown far away, as the guy still hadn't realized what was happening. At this moment, Elzik landed on the ground with style. He instinctively smirked and sneered. "I had a feeling on the mountain, but I didn't expect you really aren't afraid. You dare steal what I gave you and run away? Looks like my A+ grade secret manual crafting skill is pretty worth it. That silent secret manual really works." Isabel's eyes involuntarily widened in horror, as if she had realized something strange. Suamon lunged at her with one hand holding a sword, shouting in fury, "Die!" Luckily, Elik's strike immediately stopped his action. Morpet's whole body was gradually starting to stiffen. "Your voice sounds cold. Looks like you tried. Anyway, we're all going to die eventually, so why bother tiring ourselves out? What's with that attitude? You just raised your hand and already got so full of yourself. You're already ugly, and now you're even more disgusting. I'm also tired. Let's end it here." Facing this action, Suo Maonan was not afraid at all. "You think that's enough to end it?" His words left him feeling confused. He kept questioning the other person. "What?" So Maoen kindly reminds him now. "Have you forgotten about those two?" The blurry image of the village quickly appeared, and then the entire scene was clearly displayed. So Moen stands on the roof of a sturdy house, speaking with a smug attitude. "While you are still lingering here with me, my subordinates have already prepared everything. Even though I have lost to you, our blue wolf, the Lord's ace, will never be defeated. Your witches are too careless. This place will soon become a hell full of resentment." I let Sun enjoy his last joyful moment before he spoke. "I have stopped them." His words made the opponent tremble with anger, their body shaking uncontrollably, and their voice wavered. "What?" Elk immediately retorted sharply at the teasing guy. "Did you just tell me to use the magic I am most proud of?" The moment I made eye contact with Sun earlier suddenly comes back to Elzik's mind, making him feel a bit awkward. At that moment, I quickly used illusion magic along with a cunning smile, and El's loud shout from the remaining magic caused the scene to be engulfed in magic in an instant. Even you couldn't help but feel a bit proud as he whispered, "See that?" The remaining beam hit another guy in the stomach, making him open his mouth in pain. Hearing Eli's mocking voice, Sao-En was so frightened his face paled, but his voice still kept rising. "Even your trump card is gone," he screams repeatedly. "This can't be a joke, it must be a joke. Please listen to me, miss. If you let me live, I will definitely speak well of you to Lord Pova. We only intended to scare you a little and then bring you to him. I am the captain of the Blue Wolf team, he will definitely listen to me." Isabel could no longer hear. She decisively drew her sword and struck with full force at her opponent. Her voice remained cold, once again tarnishing the reputation of the Vi family. So Sun's life ended at her sword. When she regained her composure, Isabel felt a twinge of guilt. She turned to Elzik and softly said, "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." He gently comforted her. "It's okay, I was planning to leave him to you," and gently asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Isabel's body involuntarily trembled. She stammered in response, "I'm fine." At this moment, Eli quickly reached out to soothe her, probably because her body was in shock. "Just wait a little." She suddenly smiled with satisfaction, her voice gradually becoming firmer than before. "Rick?" he replied softly, "I am here." Immediately after, Isabel begged, "Can you spare a green wolf?" I never would have guessed that the knights from a noble family would not want to associate with someone like me who only knows how to steal. Even if they respect me, that respect only comes because you are the daughter of the Green Lion, that's all. As for the Green Wolf, sometimes they show me respect, but mostly they don't. They always stare at me with cold eyes filled only with contempt. However, Isabel instinctively remembered stories from the past. A green wolf was kneeling before her, questioning her. "Why did you let me live?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received the answer. "Because we want to leave a message behind. Now those blue wolves are afraid of me." She ordered my uncle to say that he would never become a green lion. Of course, to be more precise, they are afraid of Rick. Isabel hurriedly left the place while Eli waved goodbye behind her. She thought that if I also had strength and ability, no, I have to become stronger. Complaining about my fate is useless. To gain strength, I have to escape this weakness. Suddenly, Elzik took the initiative to speak first. "Where will you go now?" Isabel smiled brightly and replied, "I will go to Koi. My father is planning his future there." He asked back with a hint of surprise. "You want to expand your influence? You've made that clear. I will ask old acquaintances who once owed my father for help." El kept praising nonstop. That was a wise decision. No one dares to approach the Green Lion's territory. Still, Isabel remained a bit contemplative. Yes, because that place has the Green Lion. But if my father doesn't wake up, it will be a tough battle. Maybe Rick can help us, but the lion must not get involved with the witch. Thoughts kept flooding Isabel's mind, and besides, she owed Rick too much already. I don't want to rely on him anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, Elzik handed her a file and said, "Take this." She asked curiously and instinctively, "What is this?" "Documents?" Elzik's sincere voice kept echoing. "Sorry to be so abrupt, but I heard that the illness the Green Lion has seems similar to a blockage. I don't know if it can help, but it's a cure for the disease." Your expression seemed to move, Isabel. She instinctively shouted, "What?" Near a ruined wall, Elzik was trying to treat A's wound. He grimaced in pain and asked, "What do you mean?" The man sitting beside made a doubtful gesture and spoke, "It's morning sickness." However, he paid no attention to these words. Elzik continued to focus on treating his wound. Suddenly, he stood up and said, "I would like to introduce myself." This action made Isabel a little flustered. She unconsciously asked again, "Introduction?" As Elzik raised his hand, a sudden blaze of light appeared all over his body. He calmly states, "My name is Elzik Melvinger of the Melvinger clan, Duke of Radiant Glory. That luminescence is the aura granted to Melvinger, the Nightlight Mage King. It was bestowed after his great victory over the demon race, symbolizing his shining bravery in battle. Although the title is just a title, his name alone is enough to create a symbol of glory, the Radiant Magic King." When the man, who was almost fully recovered, stepped forward, Isabel calmly spoke up. "You mean the person still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital? But I heard that person has already... I can't explain everything in detail, but I did suffer from a blockage before." And now, without giving her a chance to finish her sentence, Elzik continued speaking. "The thing you're holding is the medicine that helped me recover. The Green Lion's illness seems similar to this condition. Maybe it can help to some extent. Isn't it true that you wanted to settle the score with your old rival? It would be a shame if Lam Sutu missed that moment." In that moment, Isabel stood there stunned, her lips trembling but unable to speak. A tear suddenly rolled down her cheek and her voice choked with emotion. "How could I possibly repay this kindness?" El gently stroked her head to comfort her. "It's okay. I will ask you again in the future to repay this kindness." They said nothing else, just standing there in silence. Eli's gaze on Isabel was full of affection as she slowly smiled happily. Suddenly, Isabel's face darkened, and she smirked confidently as she questioned the other person. "So, to repay you in some way, this time I will be Mr. Rick." "Oh no, Lord Eli. Do you want me to help you become a hero?" At the same time, somewhere else, the scene looks completely devastated, and a surprised voice suddenly echoes. "Get out of the way for the patient." Someone else shouted loudly, "Come here and give me a hand." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Is it okay to reveal my identity like this?" This made Eli realize that Pao would do anything to find her out. She had killed many of his blue wolves, so he must be someone who hates losing intensely. Furthermore, my magic is very unique, and if I overturn the academy, my identity will definitely be exposed. Seeing his expression, Mito suddenly mockingly said, "So you better prepare your act, because your cover is already blown." Everyone happily waves to the front. This scene made Eli keep telling herself that helping Lam Sutu was a good step forward for the revival of the Melvinger clan later on. Suddenly, M5 praised him, saying, "You not only gained too much fame, but also laid a solid foundation for the future. I thought you were just good at magic, but everyone's calculations are spot on. Are you leaving now?" "Why not stay a little longer?" El replied with a forced smile. "It's enough. I've troubled everyone for too long. It's time for me to return to my life." She gently touched her child's innocent face, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you destroying those bad people, perhaps we would have." Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Eli's attention. "You've worked hard. I don't know how to repay you," he replied with a look of disappointment. "Why do you look so guilty?" "I told you, I'm just doing my duty." Sen introduces himself formally. "I, the knight of this role, will never forget this kindness." Facing this clumsy act, Elzik spoke in a bored tone, saying it wasn't necessary. Mit sighs in frustration, knowing he's only doing this for future money, and keeps cursing him under his breath. "Just use that then, damn it." El quickly changed the subject. "So from now on, what do you plan to do, Sen?" The other person paused to think and then replied. After a moment, you respond with a confident tone. "Even though the troublemaker is Povai, it's still a fault of the Vi family. So I vow to help everyone here until the very end, and then I will go to reunite with the young lady." Mate, standing behind, couldn't help but mock. So they want to win the public's favor while covering up Powerway's major scandal. She looks innocent, but her tactics are boundless. Elite couldn't help but ponder his responsibilities. Mfido frowned and shot him a glance, his eyes now clearly showing displeasure. Elite looks again at the people waving happily because of him and reaffirms that it is the duty of a noble. The voices of everyone kept coming one after another. "Thank you, wizard. When I grow up, I also want to be a wizard like you. Please visit again next time." "Thank you very much, sir." Mito hesitated when he saw everyone's smiling faces. That monkey's responsibility was just an excuse. Eli has happily left. Now it's time to meet Din. The scene quickly shifts to an imposing yet somewhat ancient castle. Inside one of the rooms, Din Badish's subordinate is trembling and bowing, while he, angry, grits his teeth and says, You were supposed to go get the authority to excavate for me. Even if the Nemeth family tried to block your way, what the hell did you do? The guy with glasses, sweat pouring down nonstop, looked terrified and dared not lift his face, softly saying, "I'm sorry." However, before he could finish speaking, Din interrupted him sharply. "Sunmet, why does he dare to block the way of the guide? I will never let her step into the academy again. We must do everything possible to make that happen. Even if I have to bribe the press or bribe my superiors, I must find a way for me." The bespectacled guy quickly vanished outside, slamming the door and running away. On Din's desk, there are piles of newspapers when suddenly a bitter voice echoes out, "Damn it, only 3 days left until the principal election. If I didn't have the authority to dig up the body, then I was definitely doomed." Just a moment later, those newspapers turned to ashes. After venting, Din's mood seems to have gradually calmed down. In the dark corner of the room, a figure had been sitting there for some time. He softly asked, "Could you repeat what you just said?" The other person didn't answer, only slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Dinkan's pupils narrowed with anger as he saw Siesta sitting confidently on the sofa, a domineering smile on his face as he spoke. "So, at last you are willing to cooperate? Elk defeated the Green Wolf sent by Bon and protected the city. After the issue was resolved, Elk revealed his identity to Isabel, showed her how to treat the mana blockage, and decided to go their separate ways. Elzik, hailed as the hero of La Center, arrives at the capital, Badich Dich. But what awaits him there is not just welcomes. In the dark room, the cold voice asked Chesta, "Are you planning to make me the principal? How do you intend to help me get promoted?" He glanced at him and calmly replied, "The preparations are all complete. I just need your agreement. Have you made your final decision to cooperate with us or not? Din doesn't trust us much to question, so how can you do something that even we can't manage?" In response to his questioning, Sai smirked and said, "Because you didn't trust us. It seems we no longer need to negotiate with you. Din, you're not the only candidate for the principal position." Din turned away and lowered his voice. "I trust you, so what do you want? Just support us, it's that simple." "Siesta? Isn't that much simpler than what you really want to get? Is that all Director Din has to say?" C smirked with a sinister smile. "That's enough. His image is so distorted like static waves, it becomes hazy. Has Elzic's story reached the capital? No matter where you are, you hear people talking about it. Have you heard?" "What did you hear? You know the small town La Center, right? I heard that recently the Green Lion family has caused a lot of chaos. Is it just because of internal conflicts? We're no strangers to the Lions using violence openly and not caring about ordinary people. You don't know yet, this time many people died and houses were burned down. It's really cruel. But then a wizard appeared and wiped out that damn bunch, huh? Is there really another great wizard like that? Who could it be? According to rumors, he's a pretty handsome young man. The others are just going along with it. I heard that from now on he will be called the hero of La Center." Movito lounges comfortably, singing. "Since we arrived in the capital, all we've heard is about you. Those people really go crazy over those hero stories. Eli wondered why you were talking like that, but he just said, 'I also want to fill my stomach since it's been a long time since I came back to the capital.' I already told her to keep this quiet, but she kept making a fuss. 'Remember when you met Isabel in the war zone?' she asked. 'Do you want me to turn you into a hero?' Elle suddenly asked again. 'Do you mean?' There's nothing better than having a heroic story to boost the public's favor. I'm sure this will help you, and that reputation will benefit you greatly in the future. Of course, thanks to that, I will also establish a solid position to put pressure on my Uncle Povai. So, returning to the present, did Elzik finally understand that her help would benefit him? Is this really helping, miss? The tavern is now no different from a market. I heard he even rescued that nameless flower. The daughter of the Blue Lion almost became a princess consort. Have you heard about the hero of La Center? I heard he's heading to the capital. Oh, I wonder if those two are dating. What will happen next? I wonder who it could be. I heard the crown prince still likes her. I heard it's a shame for a prestigious wizard family. What about Tabi? They're turning a hero's story into a love story, but she's really excellent at timing and staging everything." Reluctantly, he got up and comforted himself. "I should go somewhere else to eat. Whether it's heroism or romance, both are good for promoting one's name. It would be great if I had Isabel's talent for reviving the family. I wonder if she's reached a safe place yet. Wake up, MIT. Let's go somewhere else." Suddenly, someone shouted. "He has arrived." Sun didn't say a word, only unleashing his full strength as he punched fiercely toward Alec. A wave of mana surrounded them. The others shouted, "What's going on? Did a fight really happen? No way. Could it be that Pao Will still dares to cause trouble in the capital?" Another person shouted. "Everyone, step back. The fog has mostly dispersed." Revealing Sun's shadowy illusion, he swung his fist at Elzik. He quickly dodged and recognized the familiar aura. This mana smell. Sun's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. "You also dare to dodge." Eli smirked upon recognizing the familiar face. "You keep mocking me. It's been a while, hasn't it? But it seems like you're taking the joke a bit too far." Sun doesn't stop, and his hand unleashes a stronger surge of mana. "Do you know how many terrible things I've gone through because of you? If you still have a conscience, you should have come to the capital to make peace and at least get punched once. Don't you think so?" That traitorous bastard called your friend. The dust has really settled now. El raises his hand to reassure everyone. Oh my. Look who it is, my wonderful, adorable friend. Son, only then did everyone realize what was going on. What's happening? It's just a friendly greeting between friends. Son isn't in a good mood at all. That damn son of a bitch. They sit together at the table and talk. Son is upset. After having to wipe the butt of a guy like you, what can I still rely on from someone whose morals are beyond saving like you? Movito smirked and said to Elzik, I like this friend of yours. Meanwhile, Eli was unafraid to tease back. If you can't be saved anymore, why don't I buy you a beer? You still get annoyed hearing that. Even though you have a proper family now, you're still leeching off my sister. Son sighed and warned, this is the last time. That damn bastard. You're still questioning it. What's your relationship with the daughter of the Green Lion? El felt a bit shy when invited to drink beer. Huh? It's okay. Son just raised his hand to call the staff and said, it's okay, just add it to my bill. Elzik explains that Isabel and these people are not the type of relationship you think. Son acts mature. I'm not easily fooled. We want a glass of iced tea and beer and a plate of spaghetti with oil, sauce, and meat. Alec looked at him with a bitter smile. That bastard probably sensed my different mana aura but didn't ask anything. He's probably waiting for me to reveal it myself. Son propped his chin and scolded him with a look of disgust. Why do you look so serious? You don't look anything like him. That's disgusting. Please don't do that anymore. Mito nodded in agreement. You're right. Your expression looks really disgusting. Just pointing at the table full of food. The food's ready, eat before it gets cold. Why do you say it's disgusting? You haven't been told lately that you're handsome, Son replied. I still haven't paid my punch debt to you. Well, apart from that, the play we're preparing exactly as you instructed in your letter, is it really okay? What if I lose everything because of this? Don't worry, right now there are only two things that matter to me. Sending that bears who tried to kill me to hell and the powerful revival of the Melviner family. And you will make both happen at the same time. I won't refuse either. All right, I will continue preparing what you asked for. Suddenly, Eli's eyes became sharp, and Siya had already suffered greatly because of that. Hearing that, Son's face darkened. Damn it, this is really bad. Your witch family must have heard those rumors too. El is curious. A witch? You're running away? Son isn't cold, but trembling. That's right. After hearing the rumors, that crazy dragon fanatic probably went completely nuts. At the same time, in the city where Son's witch family lives, inside the castle it was not as peaceful as it seemed. I think to myself, our plan will fail. Thassa's cold voice rang out. Has the promotion order been sent to the academy? Yes, I have been transferred to Dimbadich at the Elemental Magic Institute. Thassa angrily hissed. He couldn't let this happen. Get ready to go to the hospital. And Hanabi reports briefly that I hear. Yesterday there was nothing but ridicule about that monster in the news, but now everything has changed. He stammered and replied, all the newspapers for some reason are writing like this. Dinbei, who received the promotion order, has regained his wings. The order to postpone the appointment of the academy's principal. The Nemeter family's statement about the promotion. And the expected pressure on the Hosagam family. Hearing these headlines, Tha speaks softly. Even if the Hagam family puts pressure on us, Father won't overlook it. And what about Son? Hanabi replied. The young master hasn't given any specific response. He was so furious he was trembling. What do you mean? After all that fuss about it belonging to him, is that guy now silent? I will change our destination a little. Hanabi is sweating. Yes, may I ask further? You still don't understand? The promotion order isn't from us, nor from the academy, so how dare they deceive me? Should I go meet those cunning and treacherous bastards? The headmaster of Udon Academy may seem like just an ordinary position of leading a magic school, but it holds great significance and power. Not only is it on par with a duke, but this title also carries great influence in the academic and political circles, rivaling the owner of Hezagram, the Imperial Magic Night School, and many other titles. Today is the day to select the new headmaster, the honored position for Uzon Melvinger's heir. A voice echoes from the stage saying, thank you all for traveling so far for our scholarship's future. As you know, discovering the Dragon Pearl's lair may not happen again, and I, B. Ditch, am present at the center of this historic event. If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering extraordinary things like this. From above, a figure with a contemptuous back is watching B. Ditch. He thinks the academy is already in his hands and the other candidates haven't arrived yet, but the competition has already started. Sun sits with his arms crossed on the chair, his voice somewhat worried. Can Elzik handle this alone? Elzik, the approval rate of Director Badish is far exceeding expectations. I know you have a meticulous plan, but bribed supporters won't work on them. So tomorrow then, speak up. We'll let them do whatever they want. CS keeps praising nonstop. The excellent speech, Principal Jin smiled confidently and promised, I haven't been chosen yet, so why are you elevating me? I will follow Siesta's wishes. Even if you don't act like this, don't worry. The other candidates are giving speeches, so speak after them. Sesta looked satisfied. Then I will trust you. Deep down, Din has a plan. Yes, I will become the principal, so I have nothing to worry about. I never intended to help you in the first place. I will soon stand alongside the owner of the Hazagam Tower. Why would I help a group with no foundation like CSA? Crushing you all will be as easy as flipping my hand once I become the principal. Seta smirked with a knowing smile. Sun sat silently in the audience. B's speech for the candidate has ended. The voting will begin soon, so please be seated. He looked up at the stage nervously. Suddenly, on the open stage, there was a blue circle with engraved writing. A man with wide eyes and furrowed brows suddenly appeared, tall and shadowy. Sun saw him appear here from afar and stood up in fear. Why are you here? Go look at her mocking. You don't know where this is? Lady Nemeth, this is not a crazy trading post. The voting seat for the leader of Hagam. Thassa questions. Why do you think I don't know? I know very well. Because I am attending on behalf of the Nemeth clan master. I believe I am the rightful one. I understand perfectly what happened. Sun was stared at so intensely that he was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. Does she see herself? No way. What does she know? The host clears their throat on stage. Please everyone pay attention. I want to announce the voting before the selection begins. I suggest everyone sit down and remain silent. Everyone should have received this magic stone. You can check the candidate's information with this stone and vote for one of them. The results will be announced immediately after all votes are in, and Din is beaming with pride. I have waited until this day. My promise could involve anyone related to the Academy and could give me a chance to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. And not only that, I have already exchanged with all the selection representatives, so everything is settled. Jevon stammers and hesitates. Now, I will announce the results. Removing the votes from the Minger family where the most votes are not present, especially Din, whose eyes no longer hide his ambition. Call my name. Jevon still hesitated, trying to prolong the suspense. Be-dich-dich. He hadn't finished reading when a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. A majestic figure in a black cloak steps forward. Everyone below looked up in confusion, exclaiming what's going on. Who dares to interrupt the sacred selection? Thassa smiles with an untried expression. Sun quietly encourages Elzik to move forward. Elzik speaks. Master of the Melvinger family, Elzik Melvinger. As the Shining Duke and representative of the selection team, I am here to exercise my small but important voting rights. Everyone below is whispering about Elzik Melvinger, the disgrace of the noble magic family. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be unconscious? Dayan muttered. Alec Elzik, dressed in a majestic black cloak, walks forward with a bright smile on his face. Din stares in shock, filled with fear. How the hell did you get here, you bastard? The people below keep provoking me. Eli, what's going on? How can an ordinary intern dare to cause trouble at the principal selection ceremony? You answer them. Do you look down on the imperial law? Right now, I am not just an intern at the academy, but a formula of the empire and the ultimate representative. The chair in the middle is Melvinger's Siat. Isn't the owner of Melvinger allowed to congratulate the new principal? Din stood up to question. Although I am glad that Lord Melvinger's health has improved, I wonder why he acted that way when the voting had already ended. Unfortunately, the vote was over. Announcement. Elzik then continued. The USD Academy selection rules have two main points. Alec questioned the candidate before the end of the selection ceremony, and a new vote could be held if the majority of members agree. Din frowned, but Elzik simply stepped forward, gently patting Jevon on the shoulder and softly speaking. Duke Elzik Melvinger exposes Principal B as an unqualified candidate due to suspicion and a conspiracy to assassinate the Duke. Din, furious, questions Elzik. It seems you don't understand the seriousness of what just happened. Can you prove that I am a criminal? Because you participated in the election as a representative of the prestigious magic family, we must follow the procedures you mentioned. My dear voting members, are you listening to Ellic's baseless words? Lord Melvin, his eyes are full of cunning and his mind is already calculating. El Melvin seems to have something to hide, but no matter what you do, the outcome won't change, right? How dare you touch me? Kid, I'll show you what real politics is like, Din declared, so I don't think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? Eli still replied slowly, Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late after hearing what I said. He looked at me with a smug smile. You insist on spouting those insults during the sacred election. His face darkened after hearing that. Is the person really there with the dragon? No, let's deal with Elzik as planned and keep his magic necklace as a keepsake. He was terrified inside, and that voice was the moment I openly smiled. Contrary to what the public believed, Director Bay's translation did not aid Director Nemit's great discovery and mine. On the contrary, he wants to kill me and steal my family's heirloom. Who still believes that my words are baseless excuses? He strongly argued, No, he's accusing me. How dare you deceive everyone with dark magic? Eli questions, How could I be deceiving? How could I deceive you, a 7th Circle mage? Does that mean I belong to the 8th Circle? That's right. An ordinary illusion spell can't fool everyone here. A patient with Enseal could even belong to the 8th Circle, which is even more ridiculous. So, did I really almost kill the Count of the Spirit Realm? Remember that crystal ball I gave to Chauvin when I ordered him to bring that waiter from the hideout, and he kept it because the council members are having an important discussion now, so I asked the guests to stay silent, my heart full of rage. Damn it! How dare you betray me? Sun once told Elzik. Oh right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. It was you, wasn't it? You don't seem surprised. Probably that bastard. Give me the order. He did something again. Poor guy, huh? It seems like this time he has something to say. He has something he wants to give you, so he will wait until you wake up. He's quite surprised. Really? Inside the magnificent palace, a furious voice shouted, "Find a way to take it, even if it means using the press to bribe the higher-ups. Find a way. Those bastards bothering me, I know. Including that useless farm goat, he's truly worthless." The goat trembles with fear, grinding his teeth, then hurriedly runs away. Eli smiled and waved, already prepared to refuse. Luckily, Jevon had kept a piece of evidence safe. Of course, the evidence I have is enough to destroy B-Dish, but this makes it easier. But why does the vulture keep recording the conversation just in case? Maybe he's worth it, being in the den. Your words have caused Din to panic. This is not everything. According to the law, ownership of the dragon's lair belongs to whoever finds it first. However, Director Bidik has taken control of its exploitation without my consent. Therefore, he was not only betrayed with a conspiracy to assassinate the Marquis of Tinquang, but also attempted to steal the family heirloom of the Melvinger family and the rights to exploit the nest. I demand not only the removal of Bedich's candidacy for the director position, but also that he be punished for his crimes. The candidates are clueless about what to do. What should we do now? How could I not ask? Without the right to exploit, Director Bedich would be worthless. But Elzik, I can sense Na's mana from you. Have you no longer lost the seal? The two guys beside him keep muttering. I also heard you were in a coma, but you seem to be fine. Representative of the Nem family, you seem to know something. What is going on here? The Za is smiling falsely, as if it has nothing to do with this. I don't know if you're related to the Melvin family representative as my brother, and it doesn't matter, right? Din still tries to justify, I'm sure the crystal ball has been tampered with. I'm sure that when I analyze it, it will all be revealed. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if this keeps up, the principal's seat will disappear along with my head. Just deny it and ask Siesta for help. A shadow approaches, making Din step back in fear. He couldn't help but wonder why La Jalai was standing next to Sun. Din suddenly realized that bastard was working with Sun. Siesta put on her glasses and smirked. Sun told Eli about it. Anyway, Cia is really struggling because of that. He cheats by playing around with B. Calling me clever? No way. And that guy Sen isn't that bad either. Eli sneered with contempt. Still grinding your teeth. Did you plan everything from the very beginning? So I was betrayed by some scoundrel. El said to the other candidates. Honorable voting members, it seems everything has been settled. We can hold a re-election now. Is anyone interested in buying the position of principal? After the voting, a new person has been chosen. Thank you for entrusting me with the honorable position of headmaster of the academy. Mufid shouted, I have no words left. I didn't expect you to deceive and mix things up like this. Are you brave or crazy? Eli replied, if not for moments like this, how could I get my share? I have to postpone my academy patrol and scholarship plans. What do you know? He asked. And are you just going to accept that kind of thing? He looked very ashamed, that bald guy, huh? Din stepped heavily, saying, Sorry, can't you hear my radio? I didn't mean to send that to you. Sorry about that. You still belong to the 7th Circle of Magic even if you're bald and you can still hear my radio. That's amazing. But why aren't you saying anything? You can use the radio, right? Well, being able to hear it already means you're pretty skilled. I see. You can hear it not because of your talent, but because you have no hair, right? The straight purple power descends where Elsie is sitting. Din angrily shouts, How dare you mock me, you little brat. This scene has shocked everyone. What's going on? The director ran away in a panic, still shouting, Die! Eli's eyes suddenly turn serious as a powerful beam of light descends. Eli just slightly smiled, having used his ice magic, causing a powerful beam of light to continuously shine around the tattoo on his hand. A sudden shield appears to protect everyone, leaving the crowd stunned and shouting in surprise. They looked up at the protective dome, whispering excitedly, who was the one who blocked the 5-star magic circle. He wildly charges forward, constantly muttering strange spells. Suddenly, a powerful ice beam shot from afar, and Elzik quickly appeared right in front of his line of sight. He keeps using his power to suppress the opponent, and a man with white hair exclaims in amazement. The person from the center can block the 6th-tier lightning spell barrier. The people around also gradually saw that figure clearly. They were all extremely shocked and shouting, Wait, this person is the useless member of the Tintin family? How can a cripple like him use magic? Elite kept smiling smugly. He thought that since the old man was old, he would be easier to deal with. But still, as a 7th-level mage, it will take some time to deal with him. However, I think he has forgotten where he is right now. Din! Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out. Thousands of red, purple, and yellow magical sparks appeared along with the fierce flames gradually taking shape. El suddenly spoke up. If this old man keeps acting so annoying, someone will get fed up and take him out. Suddenly, Thansan appeared with her fire phoenix spirit, and her arrival caused everyone to start whispering and murmuring. The phoenix is a magical firebird. Eli carefully looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze, and he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The youngest 7th-level mage capable of summoning a phoenix. I don't know if Thassa's sister is involved in this, but the battle begins now. Thassa suddenly spoke, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. From now on, all of his actions will be considered acts of terrorism and will be punished. Dinbadich suddenly shouted in panic, "Stop right now!" This made him panic and step back a few paces. His mind kept reciting a prayer, O six great clans and venerables. John stood from afar, stunned by the scene before him. An announcement rang out. Melvin's owner had been attacked. Quickly report back, quickly capture Badish, and capture Bajiak again. This chaotic scene made Mopit sigh. I don't know if calling myself the Demon King is correct. If you were born a demon, you would definitely become the new Demon King. El just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, don't you realize? This is the fate of those who dare to stand in my way. After that day, at a building no less luxurious, rumors started spreading non-stop. After that day, did you hear anything about what happened at the academy? About the commotion caused by Eldrick Melvinger? Is he the one in a coma? The bastard of the Thuat Tin family can't do anything. No way, you idiot. Do you understand who Eldrick Melvinger really is? What are you even talking about? I heard he was the one who saved Lecenter. Then Dinbei was expelled from the academy, arrested, and accused of murder. Alec Melvinger, grandson of Melvinger, a wizard protecting the Demon King. How could he possibly cure diseases thought to be incurable? Could it be that he uncovered some secret when he entered the dragon's lair? El Melvinger has caused the Nemeter family to face deserved punishment. Sun Met was sitting comfortably reading a newspaper, softly muttering to himself. The Melvinger family was gradually regaining their honor. A hero had appeared, despite being mocked by many. Damn it, why do I have to read this stuff to you? The person opposite quickly defended themselves. I'm still a patient, and it still hurts where Mr. B hit me. The group of journalists surrounded the Nemeth family estate, constantly clamoring. Please let us meet with Mr. Eldrick Melvinger. Nerester, open the gate. We have the right to know. Sun scolded his friend. You bastard. You're just a good pretender pretending to be a hero. Don't you see my guards suffering? Eli sat up, stretching, and said, those journalists should know the truth about this island missile. Sun can't help but complain. You're just good at petty tricks, but now you've become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn all that stuff from? El whispered. Do you think I've just been fooling around these past few months? At Lecenter, the young lady of the great Lion Master. Hearing this, he suddenly fell silent. Eli whispers, you don't need to know. Sun clears his throat. And besides, you don't plan to cause any more trouble, do you? Hearing this question, Eli calmly replied, not yet. Sun asked further, I don't know what you're planning to do, but let's leave it to fate. My father Gameter wants to have dinner with you. He is one of the 9th level mages, a grand mage with immense magical power, also the head of the Nimit family at the top of the magic tower. Even his own grandfather wants to take him as a disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses, and Elec and Empit are stunned and trembling. He stammered and asked, what the hell? You really are a damn bastard. Sun, being scolded, couldn't help but wonder what's going on, huh? I know you're rich, but if I knew it was this crazy, I would have buried my feelings for you long ago. You're truly a spoiled brat. This looks like a majestic mansion towering before Eli, and he can't help but be amazed as he exclaims, is this really the house? It must be a whole fortress then. The Nemeter family estate has been transformed. Standing before a grand gate, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. This is the Nemet family estate with the magic tower, the place he must someday overcome. And with that in mind, he confidently stepped into the magnificent mansion. At this moment, Sun was leading Elise when suddenly he blurted out, oh right, your sister is also there? Hearing that, Elzik instinctively responded. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Sun calmly handed him a letter with a reproach. Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you? You should have contacted her earlier. Elec held up the letter that said, Dear brother of Elzik, I heard you're planning to go to the Nemet family estate. Elzik carefully read each line of the letter as An Triota began to lower his gaze. Don't cause trouble for them until I get there and be prepared. If you run, you're dead. The image of her carrying a large bag somewhere made Elzik extremely frightened. He muttered softly, then I'll die. It's over. I'm doomed. It seems that among Melvin's members there is a demon king I don't know, because that person is making even Satan tremble with fear. Sun also scolded, if you hadn't caused trouble, she'd be like an angel. You've forgotten she worked herself to the brink of death just to get you into the academy, haven't you? Emfit also agreed. I know, but the problem is with you. El still hasn't calmed down, and he softly says, of course I am grateful to her. Extremely grateful. But if I saw her true nature, I wouldn't dare say words like that. Come on, your sister is better than mine. You think that damn old hag was called a witch for no reason? Ha ha ha. Her personality completely turned sour after everyone praised her as a genius. You can't even consider her a person anymore. Thassa cleared her throat softly. I believe I once said I would give you a beating, right? If you wanted to get beaten that badly, you should have just told me. Then a loud noise echoed everywhere. Thassa leads the way, Elzie follows behind and says, thank you for helping with the principal election. Then he turns to tease his more mature friend. Now his face is swollen. He irritably interrupts. I don't want to hear those words from you. Meanwhile, Thassa responded softly as she walked ahead. It's nothing. You should have been able to handle everything yourself, right? Sun kept questioning the other person. But why would such a stubborn woman do something like that? Could it be that she's interested in... Elzik? Thassa didn't want to waste words with you, so she warned. That last punch was too light. Are you really planning to act like this in front of your friend? Thassa also didn't back down and argued back. Oh my god, who was the one lying to you first? Eli saw something that left him utterly stunned, while Sun continued to calmly introduce the estate. Once we pass through Lamvuchan Palace, we can reach where my father is. There are traps installed, so stay alert and follow us carefully. Thassa suddenly turned away, but she still carefully warned that escaping from this place is very difficult, even for a sixth-circle mage. Only now do they realize Elzik has completely disappeared, and Sun, full of confusion, calls out his name, Elzik. El is panicking and not knowing where he is, surrounded only by darkness. He started to panic and called out to everyone. What is that? John, Sister Tha, where are you two going? El can only run hopelessly toward the light. His weak voice kept saying, where did that crazy MIT guy run off to? Surely at times like this he's no use at all. Where am I right now? A giant eye appears beneath his feet, as if about to swallow everything. Chaos of thoughts floods his mind. Is this the level of magic the Nemeter family is capable of? All the elements are filling this space. Some parts are strong, others are gentle, some are sharp, and others are thick to the point of pain. They may seem like different magical elements with nothing in common, but they blend together thanks to the wind element. I don't know where this place is, but as long as there's research, I feel like I can make it mine. A dark voice echoes. Someone is watching something quite interesting, kid. That made Eli freeze for a moment. He looked around in panic, his mind constantly questioning. Is someone watching me? Oh, Tin speaks up. Do you know what you're looking at, or do you not know what it is but keep staring? El keeps glancing around in fear. I realize I am lost, but spying on someone else's magic without permission is a crime worthy of death. If that person is controlling space, they must be at least a seventh circle archmage. What should I do now? Suddenly, the opponent burst into loud laughter with a look of delight. Ha ha, can't you hear what I'm saying? I'm sure you responded back. Can't you hear me? Kid, you better stay quiet there and think. Honestly, this is the Nemet sisters' fault for not guiding me carefully, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I don't know anything and get out of this maze. OG's voice echoes again, as a giant shadow gradually appears beneath Elik. Oh, now you're planning to ignore this old man and run away. I can hear the gears turning in your head. Eli quickly casts a spell, disappearing into the space. Immediately, OG's voice appeared, and the old man couldn't help but ponder. I can't see inside the maze. Did he use my own fog to hide? Udon, you left too soon, but it seems you left behind a pretty interesting child. Elzik was completely overwhelmed by fear and found himself lost in deep thought. If it weren't for that elder, I would have decoded it already, but unfortunately I might get into big trouble if I stay here a little longer. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something was wrong. The opponent is currently using their magic, and the old man quickly exposes Eli's hiding spot. His voice echoes with arrogance. Things are just getting interesting and you're about to leave already? Because you desire something that isn't yours, you have to pay the price. Sun is outside, worried sick about Eli, repeatedly asking Thassa in a frantic manner. What should we do now, sister? We have to tell father. Suddenly a voice from behind rang out, and the Lamvu Chankung opened. The owner of that voice was their father. The head of the Nemet family keeps asking questions. What on earth has happened? The head of the Nemet family, Gemet's son, stammered. No, lord. Guy scolded loudly. Aren't you going to guide him properly? He stammered as he recounted everything to him. He disappeared before we even entered the path? Hearing this, the lord wondered why he vanished before reaching the foot of the palace. It seems like uncle has gotten involved in this matter. Son keeps raising doubts. Why did my grandfather do that? Hearing this, Guy hurriedly tried to find an excuse. His condition must have worsened again. You were so scared that you instinctively shouted, we can't just stand here and watch. He is a guest of the Net Nghia Lan Chua Melvinger family. If anything bad happens before Sun can finish speaking, Thassa will interrupt with teasing. You're really adorable. Hearing that, Sun couldn't help but be suspicious and asked, what do you mean? At this moment, she calmly states that yet he has caused your brother, who is even more indifferent to his own family members, to worry this much. The shining duke of this generation, even now she's more curious than ever. When he's provoked at the right spot, he gets annoyed and snaps. What kind of freak is worried? Guy also chimed in after hearing that. I'm also curious. Thassa's sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Guy expressed his personal thoughts about the new lord of Melvinger, and Elik somewhere else revealed a look of panic. Guy's voice continued to echo. How powerful is the noble wizarding family, comparable to a top-tier magic tower? A huge explosion erupted. Elik secretly cursed Murfatan and his old man. Why are all the old people around Elzik going crazy and opening shields? Calm down, assess the situation first. The mana here isn't limited to just one attribute, but the Nemeter family is known for wind attributes. In other words, he's only using wind to shape other attributes. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute turns the moisture into steam, while the gentle breeze gathers in one place to create fog. When the cold wind with the ice attribute blows, the fog freezes, and the strong wind penetrates to stop the fog's movement. Eli clenched his teeth and thought that if that old man was strong enough to control the wind to such an extent as to create a storm, It would be nothing for him. Does he even shape this mountain out of wind? Even if he didn't intend to hurt himself, he was provoking him to decode the part he hadn't finished earlier. I also feel it at La Center, but apart from ice magic, all my other magic is very weak. I will use the method he used to manipulate the mana flow and wind here with my own mana and ice magic. And if I go deeper to reorganize the flow of connected mana, soul speed, and seals to reduce mana waste, at that moment the opponent seems to sense something, while Elzik on this side also prepares to attack. Immediately, a blinding light erupts around. Aren't I able to use other attributes besides ice magic? Eli stands still, waiting for the wind magic to come. He used his strongest ice magic. The very next second, a huge explosion erupted here. The entire space was engulfed in a powerful light. Eli's arm began to show a strange mark. He absorbs the surrounding energy and then uses it to counterattack. A stream of dark air surrounds him, but gradually it is dispelled by the intense light. A sudden voice echoes continuously as Melvinger stands confidently behind Elzik. His appearance surprised everyone present. Both Sun and Thassa spoke up. They call him Elzik. A spell like the Sixth Circle of Magic requires at least 24 hours to break free. You didn't even finish your sentence before Thassa cut you off. Even I need 4 minutes, but you only need 46 seconds? Mofi Kin exclaimed in amazement. Not only that, but the rank of his cursed ring seal has increased to 5 stars. That was a high-level magic that impressed even me, but he not only decoded it, but also stole it and developed it further? El stepped forward, asking everyone what they were doing. Why didn't anyone ask if I was okay after almost dying? Suddenly, footsteps approached. That's amazing, Guy exclaimed in surprise. I should go to the new principal election? I only heard a few days ago that your blockage had healed, but you've already reached the 6th magic circle. Is the 6th circle of magic real, Elzik? Did my record get broken by your younger brother again? Guy approached to shake hands with Elzik and spoke first. I apologize for the late introduction. I am the head of the Melvinger family. El Melvinger, the other person quickly replied. I am the head of the Nam-Metter-Gemetter family. Please forgive what you just had to go through. I apologize for you unexpectedly facing such misfortune, Elzik replied. No need to apologize. It was a good experience for me. Guy quickly thanked you. Thank you for understanding. Even if it's a bit messy, welcome to the Netter family home. Let's go, Elzik. Your mother and sister are waiting. Hearing these words, he kept muttering to himself, Family? Yes, I am here. The scene quickly shifts to the Green Lion's lounge. Isabel opens the door. She immediately called her father. Homan quickly raised his hand to affectionately embrace her. He gently scolds her. Oh, how can a mature young lady like you act like a child? How could you wake me up? Even the doctors can't cure my illness. Isabel unconsciously started crying as she recounted that Lord Elzik had helped her, otherwise it would have been impossible without him. Hearing this name, Men was surprised and interrupted. El truly is a prestigious magic family. That's right. The Melvinger family has always been the light shining through the darkness. Herman immediately stood up and dressed, making Isabel very curious. Why are you suddenly going somewhere? You should rest a bit more. He dressed up and said, if now I can prioritize my health, then with such talent I must find him no matter how far across the continent I have to go. Because in this fallen world there is a righteous child like that, isn't that even more reason for me to go? His hand radiated a powerful magic aura. At the Green Wolf's Den, the leader is questioning the death of Lam Lang and Isabel's escape. He was healed and Lam Lang returned alive, then exploded right before my eyes. Was it all caused by that wizard? He was furious, emanating a massive aura of dominance, instantly causing a pile of debris around him. The subordinate tremblingly recounted he must have cast a spell on his body, but the boss still asserted his authority. And what about him? He is currently traveling with the Golden Eagle. Hearing that, the other side was a bit stunned. The subordinate continued. And it seems he's trying to contact Elzik Melvinger, who is currently at the Namer family residence. Commander replied, Lamb Eagle? He didn't attack me immediately, but he summoned his brother from another realm first. Master Lamb, you've probably become weaker. Ichtan, that damn Melvinger and I didn't get to meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves his residence. Nem, don't forget that I haven't killed you because of the trick you have. On Han's hand appears a strange seal along with his clear declaration. I will remember it well. Let's go, Elzik. Your mother and sister are waiting there. He quickly replied, all right. Elzik's footsteps stop at a familiar voice of someone. That bastard. The owner of that voice is none other than Mitt. He kept rambling about whether he's even human. These words made Eli ponder. What does he mean? So he's a demon? Mitt immediately denies it. But if he's just an ordinary person and not a Melvinger, how could he reach that level? And without involving any non-human creature? El sighed. I'm scared of you. He muttered to himself. Do you think humans just sit around for thousands of years while you're sealed away? So do you think that's why people say this era is full of monsters? Mofito quickly replied, so you're saying that not only the Golden Swordsman, the strongest person on the continent, but there are many others as strong as him or even stronger? So it seems there's another reason for my great Mito to awaken in this era. The wild life where countless monsters devour each other to become king, chaos and disorder from them, and the joy of defeating all and walking in victory. I, Mito, will push you as hard as possible to regain your strength quickly because you're talking to your older self right now. The scene shifts to Nemet's lavish dining table, where his two younger siblings are gazing at Eli with admiration. Son's sister shouted loudly, "Oh my God!" This idiot dropped the food again just by looking at Eli. The boy, being scolded, retorted, "What do you mean, stupid? How dare you call my brother stupid in front of Eli?" Son helplessly ordered, "Can you two be quiet? Your mother just spoke up to stop you. Why are you two making noise in front of Hero Center, huh? Didn't Mom say that good children should be quiet while eating?" Seeing this scene, Eli's eyes gradually showed sadness. Meanwhile, the two children kept shouting, "Mom said I would be good, I will be good too." Seeing that warm family scene, Elzik recalled some childhood memories with his family. Back then, his sister was angry. Why did he keep teasing her? "You want to be scolded, Alec? I won't take it lying down either, so I fought back. Mom, this stupid girl keeps trying to hit me." Eli's mother scolds her with love. "Didn't Mom say not to argue during meals? Your father defends kids will be mischievous sometimes. And your sister will be the first person I teach when I become a grand mage." The father also reminded Elzik, "Today, you have to read 100 thoughts that a mage must have." Hearing that, he immediately protested strongly. "No, today I will play with Dad," Elzik's mother also added. "Ha Haze, today I will also leave Elzik with you." Elzik's eyes carry a hint of sadness as he recalls those memories. Mother-son's voice echoes, "The food doesn't suit your taste?" El asks again, "What do you mean? It's not very tasty. I'm just a bit dizzy from how delicious it is." Son's mother also smiled. "I'm glad you liked it. I was worried we wouldn't be hospitable enough because you looked so sad. But of course we are. Having dinner with others is very enjoyable. The moonlight is very beautiful. The sunlight streaming through the window makes the scene even more enchanting. The Sun family pours a hot cup of tea to offer to the guest. Then the four of them sat down to chat with each other. Guy asked to start the conversation. "I heard you're transferring the right to explore the Tiger Cave to us." Then Alec replied, "Yes, I've owed Sun for a long time." He calmly takes a sip of tea. Eli looks at Guy with a hard-to-describe expression. Suddenly G asked, "Do you hate me?" Tha, sitting nearby, also exclaimed in shock. "Sir." Sun remained silent, unable to speak. The fall of Melvinger, a family with a 1,000-year history and many victorious battles, could not have happened overnight. The oppression of the royal family, the political manipulation by the 6 Hagram clans, and the betrayal of those trusted. The collapse happened under the name of politics, and if he asked whether I hated, I wouldn't know. Alec responded to Guy's question. "No, everyone has their own circumstances." He gazed intently at his tea, his mind stirred with contemplation. The Nemeter family did not contribute to the fall of his own family. They simply can't help due to political reasons. I can blame them for just standing by and watching. But would I have enough courage to do those things if I were in their position? Mito asked. Why would a Melvinger be cautious of an ordinary soldier? 1,000 years ago, the 6 Hagam clans were no different from flies buzzing around Melvin's tail. And both of them are lords, so they are of the same rank, Alec replied to him. Well, arrogance won't keep me alive, and it's not his fault either. Even though Alec said that, Melvinger had actually lost his power quite a while ago. Mito continued, You're surprisingly someone who lives for power. Is there any reason for you to go this whole way? El recounts to Mpito. Even if it's your family's house, this will be the place I surpass one day. I need to confirm what kind of people the sorcerers and their masters are. Guy said, Tell me what you want. A's eyes suddenly changed. Guy continued, The Near family will support the Melvinger family with all their might. Sun and Elzik had to be surprised. He asked again, What is it? Then he comforted me right after. Don't worry too much about it. It's for the right to explore and also a gift from me to my son. Mito interjected. Oh, he's quite a formidable guy. Is he trying to take this opportunity to get close to you or to help the struggling Melvinger family? That's good for me. My foundation will be stronger if the Nemeter family supports me, but I'm sure the other members of Hezagram and others will try to straighten out the Nemet family they support. Why does he want to help the weak Melvinger family even if it might put him at a disadvantage? I have no idea what he's thinking. El took the initiative to speak. The master then. A hand reaches out and suddenly an explosion occurs in the room. But instead of panic, everyone inside remains silent, simply watching. The door emits a beam of light. El wondered what the hell was going on. What madman would do this to the Nemeter family estate? A slow step approaches, and suddenly the surrounding space turns dark with the sound of a call from hell. You? The voice startled El as he looked ahead. The opponent's finger points forward, and he thinks to himself, I can't be that person. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure stands there with a commanding presence, only revealing his blazing red eyes as he grits out, Become my disciple. El once heard that his father was so greedy for wealth that hundreds of people lived in the main house as guests rather than vassals, and that the true strength of the Nemet family lay with the Elder Council fighting alongside those monsters. Everyone saw the masked man enter and immediately warned cautiously, Elder, this is the Master's study. Your actions are very disrespectful. Please step back. The masked man slowly raised his hand, preparing to remove his hat. And the leader of the Elder Council is the Great Master who trained all the mages of the Nemeter family. The old, wrinkled face of the man gradually became visible in the light. The old man is Baida Ogden, As soon as his figure appeared, elites quickly assessed him in his mind. He is very strong, probably even stronger than Ginnimeter. Aten slowly opens his eyes and admits his mistake. Oh my god, that old man is too hasty, please forgive me. Sir, Guy raised his head to let the light shine into his glasses and calmly assumed everything was still fine. He is just wondering what OG believes will bring him. The old man, with his injured hand bandaged messily, pointed directly at E, stubbornly wanting him to become his disciple. Guy looked at him questioningly. Are you talking about the one standing next to Sinsao? He is one of the 4 dukes of the Empire, Duke Melvinger. I think it will be quite difficult to make him become one. Suddenly, Guy glanced and called Elic Duke Melvinger. Not yet receiving a response, he continued to call out his full name, Elic Melvinger. He approached the place where OG was standing and respectfully greeted the elder. Greetings to the leader of the Neem clan elders, Master OG. Mo, standing behind, saw his gesture and softly called out to remind him. You, trembling with fear, softly call out his name while Sun keeps wondering what you're doing. Oten started teasing about him having recognized the elder, but Elic arrogantly retorted, Why wouldn't I recognize the great elder of the Nem clan? He lowered his head slightly, smirking mockingly. My late adoptive father often spoke of you before he died. He said that if our family had a pillar like him, it wouldn't fall so easily. OT thought Elic's father had nothing to do with him, but for him, that was completely normal, because he was already too famous. Oten praises your sharp tongue, but your reply leaves Sun and Thassa stunned. Isn't that the reason you wanted me to become your disciple? I will take that as a compliment. Thank you. Owen stubbornly suggested that Elsie become the disciple of the old man, because he knew who he was and thought it would be easier to talk to him. But he only smiled, feeling unworthy and hoping the old man would withdraw his offer. OT trembled slightly before his words. Weren't you trained by my Lamvu Chan sect? El still stubbornly refuses to become a disciple. It's just something I accidentally learned when I escaped, so please understand. Og believes that after taking the old man's magic without permission, he immediately interrupts. And besides, wasn't it you who caused trouble for me first? The elder was furious, grinding his teeth as Ek begged, so please believe him and shout loudly for him to be silent. Then the old man soared into the sky, causing the entire area to glow with a magical light. Guy glanced up slightly when he heard Ogun's request. You have to listen to your elder, right? El gaped at the old man, while he thought he was just rambling too much. Otin stands facing everyone, with a blinding light shining brighter behind him. He looks up at the sky, questioning in his heart. Is it a night sky? The shining stars in the sky make his thoughts become increasingly chaotic. No, it's too bright to be the night sky. Otin rushed to his side in an instant and delivered a blow to the back of his head. The sudden attack led Eli to think it was teleportation magic, but in the end, he realized it was not. The old man let his hair fall over his face, his eyes shining like the sun. He began to realize this was just a physical movement, not a speed a wizard could achieve. Otten grabs Eli's coat tightly, pulling him back. Mo and the others are blinded by the dazzling light and can't see anything. The crowd of light narrowed, carrying OG Tin's arrogant declaration, "You belong to me." The light gradually dispersed and disappeared. Everyone looked around anxiously. Thassa angrily shouted at Sun, "What are you doing? Why are you just standing there while your friend is being kidnapped?" But you still calmly ask back, "Do you still not understand what kind of person Elzik is? That bastard caused you to die early." Hearing this, she suddenly wondered, why the game? Because E is pretending, a faint smile appears on the man's lips along with a compliment. You've left me speechless again. It seems there's another successor to my throne. Are you really brave enough to choose that old monster as your master? No, maybe it's just a pawn. E's eyes slowly opened, revealing a familiar figure in his pupils. He blinked slowly, not too surprised to see the person in front of him, looking at him with bright eyes and exclaiming, "You're awake." He shouted loudly, stepping back a few paces, and saw several small explosions in front of him, not knowing what the hell was happening. His hand tried to push against the ground, but missed. His whole body was about to fall into the deep abyss as he wondered, where am I? The bottomless chasm below emitted a light shining upward. Ott grabs his heavily bandaged hand and pulls him back, warning him to be careful because he almost lost his first disciple in his entire 90-year life. El is grinding his teeth, secretly calculating that he bet everything to exploit the old man, but didn't expect to be kidnapped while trying to cover his tracks by making him find a reason to take him as a disciple. Now it seems Elzik has realized he's misjudged his opponent. He tried to calm himself and move his mana, but then Elzik noticed that his mana wasn't flowing like when he was suffering from the blockage. Otten chuckled teasingly. It seems you've figured it out. Your senses are really sharp. Eli glared angrily and questioned, what did he do to me? His foot remains steady while mine begins to tremble, and he will let me know the details so I have no regrets. But the old man threatens. Do you see anything down there? Eli quickly blinked, pretending not to see anything, as OT let go of him and he fell down. The old man stood on the cliff looking down and said, well then, see for yourself. I widened his eyes in worry and then started cursing, damn this old bastard. Back then Mo-Fi jumped down with you and provoked him, and now you finally met a worthy opponent. Mo-Fi, how did you get here? He remains calm. Finding you is as easy as turning my hand. Do you realize how important I am yet? But at that moment, I was still falling and screaming, forget about that. You have to save me. If I die, even if you're clueless, you're dead too. But Mo-Pit remains calm. Well then, what can I do to help you? Eli tries to organize everything, sealing the foot of sin, forcing him to teach him that thing so they can escape together. But Mo-Pit only crosses his arms and smiles, questioning, do you think you're fooling anyone? Your mana has been blocked, so you might as well use the mana in the air. As soon as he heard those words, Eli's foot immediately stomped hard into the air. The tattoo gradually appears on his hand as he gets into position. He is about to stop foolishly and use the flow spell, but the scolding continues to echo. You got fooled once, didn't you? Around you, small stones start falling, followed by larger rocks gradually descending. Then all the rocks and dirt started to pour down into the deep abyss. X supported himself with one hand on the ground, bowed his head and let out a soft groan, then suddenly realized he had almost died because of the seal. It feels like being blocked up inside. Aside from that, where am I right now? I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there's no place like this, similar to Lam Vu's Foot Palace. Then suddenly, Elsie looked around and realized that Lam Vu in the palace was part of the place he was standing. OT stands on the cliff and realizes his mana has been sealed, but he still draws mana from the air to cast magic. It seems he has chosen a quite talented person, yet he is furious and curses. I almost lost my life. Why are you doing this? You said you wanted me to become your disciple. The old man continued explaining, I still want that, but I won't teach you anything related to Nemet like you said. I can't teach you the Nemet family's magic. Hearing this, Eli questioned with doubt. So what exactly are you trying to teach me then? Oten continued to make excuses, even though I am the leader of the Nemet Elder Council and also the principal of a school called Grassland. Its magic is passed down to only one person and has nothing to do with Nemet. The old man guesses you won't object to learning it. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What is Ras? I've never seen it in any history books. Suddenly, Mofeni reminded him that the school was Grassland, and he couldn't believe it was still active. Eli looked at him with curiosity. You've heard of it, right? I've never heard of it before. They come from the west and are a source of great annoyance to me while I am still active. They use magic shells instead of magic spells. A sudden thought crossed his mind. They only operated in the west 1,000 years ago. But what is martial arts? Is it like the martial arts of that master? He glanced and explained, it's basically a fighting art that uses the flow of young mana as a foundation to strengthen the body. In short, it's the thing you need most right now. Rusland is a school specialized in harmonizing various types of magic, so it's the perfect place to balance the chaotic mana within someone. Mopo begins to judge. Even finding your master is lucky. The world really isn't fair. Suddenly E's hand pressed against his chest, feeling lost with the chaotic mana inside him. But this explanation makes sense. So that's why that old man sealed his mana. Inside Elzic's body, his heart continued to beat strongly. He couldn't believe he could learn perfect knowledge for himself without being cut down by the Nemet clan, and there was no better opportunity. Suddenly, a foot with a sharp claw stepped forward as Elzic's question echoed. So you're going to teach me the martial magic of Grassland? OT is quite surprised and amazed by your level of knowledge. Then the old man urged, causing Eli's eyes to widen in surprise. Well then, let's get started. He raised his hand ready as he listened to the old man introduce, You are in the territory of the fierce wolf. They are 3 times stronger and larger than normal wolves. Ogtin is sure you also know that martial arts are taught through practical experience, so the old man decides to leave the child in the market to let EC survive on his own. The giant wolves start rushing towards him to attack. Lotram Tin looked down when he heard his shouted cry echoing. This crazy old man, he's sealing my mana, what did he tell me to do? Suddenly a voice from behind OG asked, Boss, is it okay to keep watching like this? From what I hear, he's only a new soldier who has been studying magic for half a year, but the old man calmly replied, You've arrived. He's indeed a rookie in experience, but not in skill. Thanks for lending me the Cocklang. While Els continued to fight hard, the calm voice of the Cocklang leader kept echoing. It would be a big problem if they tasted that human's blood. At this moment, he is overwhelmed with helplessness, making that person realize that his disciple might really be in trouble. Facing those Cocklang, he probably won't make it out alive. However, OG remains calm and suggests, just watch. Eli's hand extends forward, unleashing a surge of power, then he strikes at the Cocklang, catching the other off guard. O confidently questions, Didn't I already say that? Eli's hand clenched Vu as tears fell when the old man declared that he was truly different. The old man firmly believes that he can pass the test and fulfill Grassland's wish for 1,000 years, but OG realizes that Elik is still too weak. You will have to step forward as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even the Empire's spies can't uncover all their identities. Their actions are in line with the Steel Magic Masters and the Chains, and they exist only to free the continent from the Empire's tyranny. The most notorious terrorist group and the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. A tiger suddenly stepped forward. I will do it because it's your command, Beast King. The eagle suddenly spread its wings, but one thing he was very excited about was having a new disciple. Sitting on the tiger's back with an eagle on his shoulder, he looked incredibly majestic. Gulidi is curious. Are you okay with losing him? He screams in helplessness as the remark echoes. Last time, you only defeated one because you got lucky, but this time it's going to be tough for you, especially given your current state. The claws of the savage wolves raised high as Mopit's words echoed. They will be more cautious now that their kin have been slain. Luck can no longer be relied upon. E sits curled up in a corner, quietly calculating as he sees a fierce wolf gradually approaching him. He's right. I can only absorb the surrounding energy once or twice. How can that crazy old man kill these things barehanded? His eyes show hatred. If only I had back the weapon I used on Tuyet's son. If I had known earlier I should have trained my physical strength more. Wait, I need to train my physical strength. Suddenly, E remembered holding a research book on increasing physical strength, based on many experiments, and realized, yes, the Kwangtanthuat, the technique I studied, is actually about training the body. It's about perseverance. So I just need to imitate it, right? X's hand reaches out and begins practicing the fighting technique passed down by the Tiger King's descendant, the Kwangthan technique, which makes bones as hard as steel, greatly increases strength, and guides the practitioner in using these abilities in combat. The Tiger Man, king of all monsters, once said that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just like the flow of water in nature, the breath and blood circulate through every corner of the body. The human body changes based on how they breathe and think, and from the thoughts constantly circling in the mind, countless subconsciouses are unlocked, among which is one chosen by instinct. As the beast rushes toward Elzik, he still tells himself that his transformed body will act on instinct, and he has decided not to expect anything anymore. Just accept this world. Elzik suddenly relied on instinct and intuition to develop a fighting skill based on their confrontation. When the beast charged, Elzik believed he had no plan or reason at all. He just needs to know that this choice is right, and that his fighting skill is the skill of the beastman. Seeing this scene in his dream, he feels a bit hesitant and dares not step forward. After watching each of Elzik's attacks, he muttered under his breath, "This crazy bastard." The beast lunged forward with its sharp teeth bared and charged straight at Elzik. Meanwhile, MIT continued to wonder why a human would want to fight like a monster. The beast opened its mouth wide, but seemed to be blocked by an unseen force, unable to move forward. Eli's eyes widened as Mopit continued to wonder. Suddenly, the beast lunged at E and kept attacking him, while he still couldn't understand how he was able to do this. Suddenly, amidst the thick dust and smoke, the monster fell to the ground and soared into the air, while X sighed heavily after fighting it. At this moment, OG believed he was satisfied and said, "Well done. My disciple, you have defeated 2 of them. I think I should increase the difficulty of this game, but since I see you're struggling, I will give you a hint. You will see some moss growing in the shaded part of the cliff. Pick them." Morphit overheard him crossing his arms and cursing. That old man is crazy too. He must be very excited to see your current condition. But E remains calm. Don't lump me together with that old man. Eli's foot stomped firmly on the ground with a determined look, then silently cursed. Damn it. He grabs the belt and tightens it, puzzled. He wants me to hunt down all the wolves, right? Then he boldly and firmly declares to see who will win. From the depths of the abyss, sounds and fierce battles begin to emerge. The savage wolves continuously rush forward to attack their prey. Watching them rush towards him nonstop, Eli quietly calculated, and so 10 long days passed one after another. This is a flower containing no demonic energy. Mo agrees with that. I don't know why it's here anymore. He looked at it and commented, "So beautiful, the red glow." But he continued explaining. It is a plant from the demon world called Resurrection Herb. Another fierce wolf lunges at him, while Elzy wonders if consuming it would restore his energy if it contains demonic power. Looking at the plants growing on the cliff, Mo-Fi explains that for humans it has no effect, besides some medicinal properties. But for you, I'm not sure if you are the one who possesses the seal. But then he hesitated, unsure if it would help you strengthen the seal's resistance. His hand reached out to take the herbs while he was still pondering, saying, "I bet that old man didn't bring you here for nothing. But why did it appear here? Maybe this place is connected to that demon," Eli thought as she looked at the fallen evil wolf on the ground. "It's a rare opportunity, but I'm still angry that he put me in such danger. But thanks to him, I was able to greatly increase the resilience of the energy seal, and it recovered a lot." Then E turned his back proudly and walked away, leaving the sight of the dying hellhounds scattered all over. I was still practicing the body-strengthening technique. When he left, the cocklang still lay there, motionless. E stepped forward and sneered, "This farce is finally over." A fierce beast approached him as he wondered, "Are you the last one?" Looking at it, he paused for a moment, but seeing a foot sticking out from the beast's body made Eli feel it looked a bit more human. His eyes shone brightly as the comment echoed, "You never cease to surprise me." A white tiger appeared and praised Ellis as the strongest in Yedden Academy, but he never expected him to show such terrifying expressions. Suddenly, a man dropped down right in front of him. Faced with his unwavering resolve, he announced his decision and took a step forward to Eli to make his condition. If you can defeat this beast, he will decide to take you as his disciple. With a sudden stomp, he cursed this crazy bastard, and a thick cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. Master, ignore his words. They keep arguing, and I should be the one to say that. Do you know how hard I had to work to raise those few demon wolves because of you and end up being slaughtered? I'm not that ugly, am I? Am I really that unlikable, I wonder, secretly thinking I can't say such things about him? Eli looked intently at GTI's face and politely declined. You should have asked for my opinion, but before I could finish speaking, he cut me off. Sorry, I saw a bright potential, so I was a bit hasty. Looking at those wanted notices, you probably already know who I am, right? Do you want to become a disciple of this Beast King? But your answer surprised him, didn't it? Upon hearing this, Giti was stunned. Oten covered his face in emotion, and Mofit helplessly listened as he said, Although the master is a bit reckless, I am already his disciple Ogun, so I cannot become a disciple. He then interrupted Eli, saying, I will teach you the eye technique. This technique allows you to control monsters at will and also grants me the title of Beast King. You saw me commanding the White Tiger and the Fierce Wolf, right? But Elzik was blinded by obsession and saw having only one master as nothing more than a hollow social rule. I humbly seek your guidance, if you don't mind. Galiti immediately commented. The Melvinger tribe members are really straightforward. I am very pleased. Ot was trembling and shouting insults, while Mo-Fi sighed again. I knew it. There's no way he would understand what respect is. Poor you. El eagerly asked, so now please teach me about the eye. Guliti flicked her finger in front of his face again. No, I told you already. I will take you as my apprentice so that if you can defeat this deadly beast. Proficiency in mana control is essential for those with the Eye of Insight. Martial arts utilize the flow of mana to amplify the energy of the Eye of Insight. It seems the bridge is replenishing its mana by consuming resurrection herbs, but this is the final test. If you can defeat this one using only mana martial arts, Guliti smiles excitedly and triumphantly. The fierce beast also charged straight at him, and El only saw a huge object flying directly toward him. Guliti and Oten froze, waiting for what would happen next, while the white tiger, calm like a puppy, just watched the drama unfold. Ellic calmly asks, is it over now? Giti's hesitant voice responds, yes, that's right. His steps move forward toward him. Eli gapes in disbelief. The one who delights in my suffering has finally appeared. Seeing OT standing in front of me, Eli questions, are you satisfied now? My eyes looked steadily at the old man, while he still had his beard hanging down his face. OG's hand patted my shoulder firmly with a look of anticipation and praise. You did well, it seems I can finally do it. E's eyes fixate on the old man's hand. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight began to emerge from within the mountain wall as the old man's voice echoed. So you have returned to the feud of the Dark Chronicles. Branches and flowers from the ground begin to stretch toward the sunlight. E walked softly on the earth. The three of them slowly entered the cave and wondered where they were. Otin, standing beside, replied to the dark, ancient temple. Hearing this, Elzik wondered if it was really a temple. In his mind, a few ideas began to surface. A gloomy and desolate aura of evil. No, is this a demonic energy? Moviette, standing beside him, wondered. Why is there a demon realm here? He paused. A demon realm? Isn't that the territory only the Demon King can create? No wonder the resurrected herb, which only grows in the void, appears here, explained with a dreamy, bright gaze. Is this energy their territory? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east. OT doubts that, so can you sense it? I am sure they are descendants of the Melvinger clan. Demon hunters can sense them. Alec agreed in response. Yes. The mini flashlight illuminates the darkness, revealing a demonic realm. OG's hand rests on a wall as he explains, you might know, but the Dark Chronicles from the distant east cross through here. Isn't Eastern architecture just the language of the East? One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a demon king, and ultimately chased that bastard all the way to the west to seek revenge. Because the demon king was very powerful, the founder changed his plans. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magical knowledge without distinction, but even merged the power of demons to become stronger. Hearing this, Elzik wondered again. So you're saying that the founder's hatred has continued to this day? I can't believe he was able to capture him. This strange guy must be incredibly skilled. Hearing this, E sank into thought. If even Mio-Fi couldn't recognize the Demon King, then he must be incredibly powerful. So, Master, how strong were you to defeat him? Ogtin hesitated and bowed his head. This is not something I should boast about to my disciple. The battle that day had too many possible outcomes, so it's hard to determine who the winner was. So, like our founder, I have set a new goal. I will determine the winner of that battle through a device that will someday take my place. My disciple, you will be the one to decide the outcome. The shadow of the monster suddenly glows brightly. Is he stronger? Oten hesitantly opens his eyes and continues speaking. Or even the teachings of this old man are stronger. El looked up at the hanging object above with the floating talismans around, wondering, are you saying I have to fight that thing? Optin said calmly, ignoring the worry that appeared on his face. Yes, exactly. I want you to fight its seal because the old man believes Elzik can obtain the monster's seal even though he's just a human. OG's words make him tremble with rage, choking and shouting out loud. How could you, sir? The old man calmly raised his hand to reassure E. I know what you're worried about. There's no need to worry. Why would a master reveal his disciple's secret? Yen clenched his teeth and braced himself for defense. Seeing this scene made me hope for what's next. Algerton tightly held his staff, believing that master and disciple should trust each other. Try looking. Goliti was stunned and stammered after hearing it. Forget it. White lines began to appear on his hand. The old man believes that every wizard has a secret they cannot reveal to others, and he is no different. The leather cloth on OG's body floats away with the introduction, revealing part of his flesh outside. That arm of his is a dark star arm. Dark star is different from the stars that live in the light forest. They live in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Considered evil spirits, they have been wiped out by the Empire. Ogt raises his dark elf hand to reveal the black substance. You know that grafting body parts from other creatures is forbidden dark magic, right? It is even more cruel because it is a demon. The old man put on his robe again and continued explaining. Besides Gulati, no one else, not even Lord Nemeth, knows this secret. Now we know each other's weakness. Are you still worried? O believes he briefly mentioned discovering the secret while searching someone unconscious for teaching purposes. But if you're not satisfied, he will apologize. His face shows a hint of surprise when he hears the old man's sincere confession. Even though he knows he can absorb the demon's seals and activate them, the old man definitely won't let him go out of hatred. In the middle of the large room, the two stand facing each other. Otin believes that because of the old man's greed, from now on everything should go according to his wishes. Next to Gulati, a white tiger who loves drama suddenly appeared, and even in his dreams he was lost in thought upon hearing the old man's words. Eli pursed his lips and silently calculated. Greed, that's right. Maybe it's just greed for the desire to be fulfilled for something that has disappeared for him. But is greed a sin? It's not like there's a goal, right? Just like me, my master also has their own purpose. A small smile gently appeared on EC's lips. He thought, how could I refuse someone pursuing their goal? He took a few steps forward, then clenched his hand before his chest. He bowed his head, clearly stating his full name and greeting the heir of the Dark Year Chronicle. As a disciple, he still kept his lips pressed together, looking straight ahead with a mix of confidence and resignation. The old man heard this and was very pleased, smiling softly. Thank you, my disciple. Eli looked over with curiosity. So, I just need to absorb the seal of the Demon King, right? What's its name? But OG isn't even sure about that, because every time it appears, it gets a new name. However, people usually give it a common name. And the chained beast with those sealing talismans is the frenzied beast Du, gradually soaring into the sky, surrounded by blazing red flames. OT gently opened his eyes with a smile and looked at him. He stepped forward confidently and declared, Then I will begin. The image of the evil god appears along with its significance. Even as a demon king recognized by Mephisto, if I can absorb the seal of such a creature, I will do it. Eli stands ready to fight the evil god, but the thought of doing so still lingers in his mind. However, he had no idea how to absorb the seal. He angrily questioned, You don't know how to do it either? Eli was a bit worried. He asked, So how could I dare refuse then? You say that demons become stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? So how do you do it? Dream, do you curse and yell? Did you learn how to eat before you started eating? Stealing seals is like eating with us, so how could I teach you? Come on, E feels helpless and worried, blaming himself. It's bad. My magic isn't responding at all. During the brutal sealing, it happened naturally because your eyes widened as you gradually realized something. Alex stares intently in that direction and begins to use absorption magic. The claws of the evil god start to move and glow with a fiery red light. It begins to awaken, moving its body and becoming more ferocious. Ayrton and Galiti are stunned, mouths agape, as they witness the scene before them. The talismans on the demon god's body start to move and are blown away by the wind. Eli stands alone, gradually surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Blown away by the wind, but he kept calculating. The skills he prioritized during the training week were not only martial magic or body-strengthening techniques, but also balancing various types of mana within his body. I tested it by connecting my seal and the spirit speech of the law. As I expected, after all Elzic's efforts, it finally worked. In the dense, dark forest, Elzic looked around and wondered if his mind world had passed the test and been recognized like the case of Snow Mountain King. As he walked, he kept observing what was here. If it were a normal attack, there should be insects or birds, but there's nothing here. But Elzic didn't think it was just because this is a mental world, because it was too silent, as if everything was being devoured. His footsteps quickened slightly as he heard the sound of wind and the rustling of the swamp, recognizing the faint rubbing of palm leaves and something unusual, gloomy, but intense. He keeps running through the deep forest and realizes there's a difficult-to-approach predator here. Suddenly, he glances back cautiously, scanning his surroundings. A special color appears amidst the dark, wild, and dangerous forest. El continues walking, but it seems he is being watched by a monster. He sensed something moving, but he couldn't tell if it was coming from the forest or the sky. Despite trying, Eli couldn't feel it anywhere. At this moment, a giant beast with sharp teeth appears behind him, ready to pounce on him. Here is an interesting human beast. Standing before Mo Pit, he silently calculated in his mind. Its shadow and teeth flickered faintly through the sunlight, filtering through the leaves, the rest shrouded in endless darkness. Alec reminds himself to fight like he did against Snow Mountain King, but he doesn't know how to absorb Murphet's seal, so he needs to observe the situation first. There might be another way, but he's not sure he can win. Standing beside MIT's blazing red eyes, he received its comment. Melvin usually acts first and questions later, but you seem unusually patient. That statement makes Elzik continue to ponder. You're not the only strange thing about him. It fell silent, then suggested that there was something off about you, a common person with a seal. And isn't that the seal of Mephistopeles? Faced with those comments, Elzik clenched his teeth, sensing the hunger in the predator-like voice. To Mopit, he was just prey, while it continued to judge. And even though you have a lower rank, you still have another seal. It's a dragon's heart, and you also know how to use spiritual speech? You're doing well. As an ordinary human, I wouldn't bother to care. His whole body seems to be floating. A dark red area appears beneath his feet, and a blinding light emerges in that space. Mi opens his mouth to reveal sharp, terrifying teeth. It praises Elzie as he faces it. You seem worth it. Then Mi started urging. The Dreamfinger child kept craving more. That statement surprised him greatly, but in the very next moment his true nature and his greedy, ambitious intentions were revealed. But at that moment, Elzik still struggled to move his body in helplessness. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the gap in his clenched teeth where a horrifying screech was coming from. If you do that, the tattoo on your arm will gradually become visible and start to take effect along with the promise to meet Murat again. Those words stunned him, his eyes wide with worry. His eyes returned to the tattoo still visible on his arm. Coming back to reality, Gulides stepped closer, puzzled. Is it done? OT walking alongside also makes a guess. I think so. Crossed arms in frustration, I cursed. That crazy guy. He actually said his real name. Meanwhile, Eli was a bit puzzled and asked, so the seal is usually this easy to remove? It can't be, right? He crossed his arms and explained helplessly that was all he could do, because he had to keep the seal from dying for a long time. So he had reached his limit. He made your body numb to revert to your previous form, even lowering the seal below its original level. Ai's gaze lingers on the tattoo on his arm as he quietly explains. He said, I will meet him again if I continue to crave. So, he means I should upgrade this seal back to its original form? You must be related, Mopit. Can you tell me his real name? He refuses to help him humble himself to survive. Suddenly OG speaks up, revealing that his real name is Dula Evil God. He walks away explaining that his rank probably dropped after losing to me, so it might be quite intense. Mip starts to comment. This person is crazy. No one asked for their opinion, so why interfere? He also knows the true name's value, probably possessed by someone else. Meanwhile, Eli pursed her lips and fell into deep thought. I was about to ask my master if Mo-Fi wouldn't speak, but somehow I didn't understand why myself. OG Tin's lips curled up as he repeated it once more. Cruel and vicious, hearing that you were extremely surprised and lost in thought. The old man standing opposite Elzik explained that the true meaning of sealing is cruel. OG Tin tells him that Dun Guyen is originally a demon named the Soul Eater at the end of the food chain, and is always trembling because it could die at any moment. However, they are still greedy by nature. That is also why Elzik can sense its danger when sealing and discover the enemy's weakness to fight back. The awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation is something martial arts always aim to imitate. Eiler felt his heart pounding and all his senses tingling after hearing OG's explanation. He began to cry tears of emotion, calling it the demon's instinct. Dark Chronicle has finally sealed Du and the demon's sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Du. Only then will Elzik realize the importance and how to use this seal. Details he cannot find in any book. I don't know how hard the ancestors of the Chronicle Society and the Master had to work to acquire this knowledge. The Niansu's 1,000-year dream knowledge has been to maintain this one and only goal. The tattoo on Elzie's arm now hides a fierce malevolence, surrounded by dark forces lurking in his shadow. He stood amidst the encirclement, realizing it was time for him to take on this goal. Suddenly, a strange and dazzling light appeared, gradually forming into a fiery red sphere, rushing forward like the sun. Master? You said that the demon-possessing instinct is when the heart pounds wildly and the senses become restless, right? He stood face to face, puzzled as to why it activated on its own. Suddenly, Sen rushed in, making Alec wonder how he was here. But he only responded vaguely, It doesn't matter, there's a big problem now. Both Ogun and Golidi bowed their heads as Sen hesitated. Outside, Elo wondered what was going on, while outside the castle it was still incredibly quiet, as if nothing had happened. A sudden request was made. Miss Thapa, you need to go outside to see this. She wondered what was going on. Has the military training finished? She pursed her lips, sensing the hesitation in the other person's expression. Her furrowed brows furrowed in annoyance. The person's legs, who just reported, slightly lifted when hearing the command. Stop her first. The girl clenched her grip on the suitcase but didn't let go. When she heard the announcement, she decided to go meet them herself. Excuse me, is my younger brother Elzik Melviner here? The small sparks created by friction rushed swiftly through the wind. Is Ellik in a hurry? Shouldn't you have tried to stop Thassa earlier? Sun frowned in annoyance and replied, How am I supposed to stop that crazy witch? And why are you blaming everything on me when it was your mistake? Tell him to speak softly. The situation is really bad. Her ceasefire has broken out again because of him. The two of them continued to rush forward like sparks. El was flying and praying that nothing would happen. Over here, Tha had also run out of the room, excited to meet. Hae-sun said that the light of the Duke's sister had sacrificed her life for him. In other words, she didn't have the magical talent like her suffering brother with the blocked disease. And ultimately, it's hard to create a talented person from a fallen family. Is the person the Duke's aura fears the most really his sister? Surely there's more to it than just her being his sister. I don't know what kind of person she is. At the same time, H appeared with a large suitcase. She is as gentle as a flower. Excuse me, is my little brother Elzik Melvingo here? Seeing the petite girl, the guard replied, The divine light is present here, but you cannot participate without an invitation. She lowered her head, seeming confused. Sorry, why is that? Can you call young master son? I'm sure he knows I'm here. However, the two of them still refused firmly. Hi is not allowed. Additionally, we received a request from the young lady that she should not be allowed in. As Hae whispered in confusion, Is she Sun's sister? Why did she happen to appear just now? Nice to meet you. Hae immediately turned to look at Thassa, confidently introducing herself as the daughter of the Nemet family. Thas Nemet. Nice to meet you. My name is H. Melvino. I've heard a lot about you from Elzik and your younger brother. I hear that you are a charming and strong person, like a blazing fire, and it seems those rumors are quite accurate. It's an honor to meet you. This surprise has caught Tai off guard. She trembled slightly. Thank you. Suddenly, her voice sounded somewhat heavy, like a question. May I ask why you blocked me? I can't think of any explanation for why you would block me. Thassa responded, as if her spirit was severely overwhelmed. This is the main residence of the Nem family, the leaders among the 6 families managing the Magic Tower. It's not a place anyone can enter freely, right? The blonde hair and blue eyes are characteristic features of the Melvingo family, but she might be in disguise. And if she truly is the sister of the Marquis of Bright Light, she would still need to follow certain procedures. Then suddenly stopped and asked, What do you want me to do to prove it in this case? Thassa, frowning with pressure, said if she really was the sister of the Bright Marquis, she would also be a member of the magic troupe, so I would only believe her if she defeated me in a magic duel. But Hai refused to speak. Unfortunately, I am unable to use magic. The still has other options. So what about spiritual energy? Hai said challengingly, You will get hurt. That finds it more and more interesting. I wonder about that. See, this is simple. Immediately the air thickened and condensed and everything exploded. The procedure to verify her identity. Then suddenly she leapt forward, surprising the 2 immobile soldiers. Thassa lightly curled her lips, wondering if she could really stand firm against something so enormous. Then she pulls out a large hidden hammer, stands silently, and looks at Thassa. After that, big rocks fly into the air. Have you ever played tag when you were little? As she finished speaking, a beam of light shot straight ahead. Its force, like a missile heading straight at Tha. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. It's been a long time since I last played, but Sun and I played together many times during childhood. Thassa opened her hand, muttered the spell, and pointed her hand toward her opponent. I've never hidden it. What about you? Are you skilled at this game? On the other side, holding the hammer handle tightly. Confidently, I have never experienced defeat before. However, that's because my relentless desire to win keeps flowing within me. She smirked, raised the hammer high above her head, then lunged forward with all her might, swinging the hammer fiercely ahead. I always catch Elsie again and again. Tha, looking so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes froze in place. She leaned back to dodge the giant hammer still rushing toward her, and after that strike, Tha broke out in a sweat. Thinking to myself, it's really surprising that a member of the Thuat Tin family is a martial artist, but I can't imagine she can wield a 100-kilo hammer as lightly as silk without using spiritual energy. She truly is a member of the Melvingo family. That sign must be Black Skull. Tin Kwang Marquis's sister is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary army, isn't she? On the other side, 2 people are going all out. Hai is smiling so broadly, with this result the score must be 1, right? Thassa's eyes also light up. I won't hold back this time. Suddenly, a third source of energy pushed back, catching both of them off guard as Thassa spoke. What's going on? Hai seems calmer, just observing and waiting for the situation to unfold. A faint voice said, Everything is just getting better. In an instant, Hai grabbed Elsie by the neck and lifted her up. Thassa feels Sun's breath and frowns, while Eli, despite being choked, still wears a confident smile. You still look as healthy as ever, huh? It seems like you and Thassa are having a good time together. Do you have a car between the two of you? It could be a problem if we have to pay for repairs. Now stay calm and let me go, Hai whispered. Elzik. She turns her neck, hearing a cracking sound. Her face often darkens, her voice sending chills down the spine. Let's have a little chat. Not long before meeting Hai, Tha sat in her room, frowning in deep concentration. She carefully examined the paper, then looked at the servant and the paper again. The paper contains either content or a secret that can't be confirmed. Just ask if it's correct. The servant nervously replied, holding the stack of papers in his hands. I apologize. According to the intelligence gatherer, the information is highly classified. Hearing this, Thassa tilted his head slightly in admiration. Well, just as I expected. In the end, Black Lao is also the strongest underground mercenary organization. The number of their enemies is proportional to the number of completed missions, so I am sure their identities are also ranked. Very good. I will seize this opportunity to become a peer. It's hard to meet even one member of Haklao because they have no relations with anyone outside the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Melvingo family is a member of the Black Clan? That alone is enough reason for a close relationship with the Melvingo family because of Duke Jati. But then Namato surely has nothing left to lose, right? It seems we have made the right choice. H is fine. Let's get back to reality. Hai's hammer is still chasing after them. Are those two still playing chase? Because Hai and Eli are like cats playing with mice. He shouted loudly, Please, sister, I beg you, talk to me. Hai's face darkened. Looks like you're really thriving with that fame. Now you can use magic, huh? And you've also learned how to resist. Then she launched a deadly strike directly at Elzik. He leapt off the ground and dodged. But if it weren't for Prita at that moment, I really would have lost my life. She's been like this since she was a child, breaking my legs whenever I caused trouble so I wouldn't make mistakes again. Movito outside observes, I've never seen you struggle like this before. She's worthy of being a Melvino family member, but I think I can also sense a quite different aura from a member of the Melvingo clan. Alec just realized something. An aura is emanating from Hay. Pito muttered. This is the first time I've seen something this interesting. Hey, is there any sign of stopping? Let's see if your naive little brother can dodge this move. He raises his hand, channeling all his defensive energy to block, while Elzik creates a protective barrier around him. He used all his muscles to fight back. Are you serious? How can you expect me to dodge a move like that? My body trembles, but nothing happens. Elle slowly opened her eyes as Hai's hammer stopped right in front of him. I started to tell her that when I heard you had achieved some basic accomplishments, I felt a bit relieved. I know you've been going through a tough time with mana blockage, but you've still tried your best, so I want to support you as much as I can. But what now? I plunged into uncontrollable danger, losing consciousness for several days, and after waking up I disappeared for months without a word about where I was going. Do you think the last time you contacted me was half a year ago? You haven't contacted me for half a year. Do you know how worried I was? A part of me suddenly feels regretful. She always protected me too much. She scolded me about everything I did, saying it was dangerous, but she was always by my side. I never liked that overprotectiveness, but I understand why she acted that way. After our parents passed away and she had to take care of someone like me who causes trouble, she had to grow up too fast, even to the point of being a bit excessive in her personality. I have discovered our family's mission. Even when I lost consciousness in the dragon's den and disappeared after waking up, it was all for our family's mission. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if there's any point in trying to revive our fallen family. It's already fallen apart, and I question whether my efforts mean anything. But after going through so much, a thought crossed my mind that this world could be filled with chaos again at any moment. So hiding as a member of Melvin would be a disrespect to my mother, father, and the ancestors who fought for our survival. I will go north to the place where our ancestors left a mission. No matter what that mission is, or how dangerous the path may be, I will pursue it. Just like our ancestors did for our family, this world and everywhere you go will shine. Hearing this, Hay suddenly froze, stood still, smiled happily and relieved, then gently warned her younger brother that if he still quietly left again, she would really crush his legs. Got it? Elza's confused. What? Aren't you moved? Go ahead. Yes, Elzix, I've grown up now. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Aren't you supposed to say something like that? Mito comments coldly. It's really shameful. She should have hit him a few more times for me. I'm still hoping that next year on this day will be the day that Bastard is buried. Luckily. She still has a way to escape my control. This time, you actually said something clever, huh? But how can I believe that after everything you've done? Setting that aside, humans are truly always moved by the smallest things. On a quiet crescent moon night, a mysterious figure appears, holding something glowing in his hand. A small demon statue. He muttered to himself about the resurrection of the Lord in the windstorm. Under the blazing red sky, the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. 3 months later, on the cliff, Elzie was meditating when a hawk flew in at incredible speed. He was still focused, blindfolded, until suddenly one eye flashed, and Elzie reached out to catch the hawk. Gulati praised, "You learn quickly. I didn't expect you to complete the image so fast." Suddenly something tore through the air past his shoulder. "When did you start fighting, Odin?" The old man smiled contentedly, seeming to acknowledge that you have also grasped the essence of the demon eye. "You have learned everything possible here. and from this moment on, actual combat will help you attain enlightenment more quickly. Huh? So it's finally over? We'll never see each other again, right? Ugg seems quite cheerful, as if just yesterday you were begging to become a disciple, while Gulati is extremely annoyed. I must say, you really are a dedicated disciple. You guys forgot that you used training as an excuse to torment me, didn't you? Anyway, I've learned a lot from you guys. Thank you. Master, O-Tin replies. Are you flattering us? Gulati's eyes light up brightly. Aren't you the one who said you'd head north? Remember to bring us a gift, okay? Eli smiled faintly. What the heck is that? Never meet again. Still, those two silently waited for what was to come next. Elle suddenly rushes away, leaving behind a word, remember to take care of yourself, both of you. The space grew quieter. Gulati asked, do you feel nostalgic about this? Leader, about the days when I roamed everywhere with Gzet. Ogden fell silent. Every day was full of joy when I was still vigorous, and now I fight to hold on to the few remaining victorious days here. Gulati glanced lightly in that direction and asked what he would say if he were still here. Aten replied, he would complain about us sitting here waiting to die like old men. We're not even 100 years old yet. Oh Lord, we haven't even come close to matching him. Gulati nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to him, we're just middle-aged men. Suddenly changing the subject, ignoring that, how could he leave behind these great teachers? Gulati fell silent before replying, heading north alone. That disciple needs to be taught proper manners. At this moment, Elzik has arrived to meet Tassa. She carefully examined the documents. You directly assigned me the task of excavating the hideout. Yes, thank you very much. He calmly replied, I'm entrusting it to you. Why are you suddenly being so polite? I've already arranged a carriage to take you to the north. It's right at the entrance. I'll arrange your sister's studies at the academy, so please go carefully. On the document outlining the agreement for the excavation of the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Firebrus and Melvingo families. The Melvingo family, Elgic Melvingo, the Firebrus family, Tassametal. At this moment, her eyes lit up brightly. I finally got to touch some real dragon items, all of them valuable. I thought, since she's famous for loving dragons, I gave them to her, but I didn't expect she would be this happy. Anyway, I think our relationship with the Nem family is getting stronger, so everyone benefits. Looking back, there's still someone who owes me. Miss Isabel said she would contact me after arriving at the monasteries. Did she forget about my debt? Anyway, I got on the carriage earlier. Homan was in the forest putting his sword into the sheath. That bastard really hurt me. No matter how weak I am, I can't believe he thinks this is enough to kill me. Suddenly a voice rang out, probably because he was anxious. He has weakened after losing too many blue wolves. And he knew that if you joined the Melvingo family's forces, he would be in danger. Blay and Ando took Isabel there together. Well, our girl is really smart. She's right. Why don't we stop this game and go to Pau to kill him right now? That's right. The three of us will go together. You pouted. You told me not to treat you like a kid anymore. Let Isabel go. Homan nodded slightly, squinting as he said, I told you. All the WIL family's problems will be handled by me. The three of you just need to protect Isabel. I will meet this duke myself to thank him. Those people, including her, stared intently at him as if watching. Homan continued speaking, and then decided how to deal with Pau afterward. The sunset falls. Aiden stands with his back turned. Why hasn't Pau been appointed as a Lamsu yet? The other replied, there's a small issue, don't worry. The plan hasn't encountered any obstacles. He said, I thought destroying a mana-blocked lamb sorcerer would be easy, but the Melvingo family's decline might get in the way. Anyway, it's not time to deal with the Melvino family yet. Quickly appoint Paul Will as a lamb sorcerer. The leader of the Blue Wolf team will have his body and power taken away as soon as he becomes the Lion Tiger, to contribute even a little to the Lord of the Desolate Wind. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight, and the voices still echoed. I told you not to worry. The carriage was fully prepared, but suddenly there was a loud scream. No way. I had planned to go quietly to the north. I appreciate the grand carriage prepared for me, but I don't need a coachman. The person sitting in front introduced themselves. My name is not Coachman, but Ka Dao. Elite kept talking more and more gloomily. Even Sun has given up on that. Going out with friends once in a while isn't bad. He glances away unhappily, knowing he only came along because his father asked him to. Is it done? Elite turned to complain again. Chi, you should go home and rest. Why are you still here? She just bowed her head with a smile. What's wrong? You don't want your sister to come along? He had no choice but to helplessly go along with it. No, I want to. I was so happy just thinking about being with you that I wanted to jump for joy. Master, old people should stay still in one place. OT sighs. You don't allow old folks to go out and have fun? I should teach you how to behave while still out here breathing in some northern air? Gulati also looked annoyed. You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind. Movito stands between the two old men. It looks like this will be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Eli's whole body trembled with laughter. Wow, this is really fun. 7 people are the perfect number for an expedition. Did you think this was a family trip or something? Looking back, I haven't introduced myself. I am Ogden Elzic's master. I am Hai. Thank you all for taking care of my younger brother. The boy is so weak that he needs a cute creature like this to help him. Do you think the species of the Demon King is adorable? That's interesting. Can you stop frowning? Eli, do I want to go somewhere myself? Sun, resting his chin on his hand, can't relax his facial muscles. Bakho lazily stretched and yawned while Guliti watched this scene and chuckled with delight. Old Ogun also steals a glance at this moment, his heart softening, his eyes sparkling like crystal, as the carriage continues to race down the road. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, maybe a family like this isn't so bad after all. Guy sat quietly in the room before setting his coffee cup down on the table. So everyone is heading north then? The man beside him replied briefly. Yes, is the clan leader having good news? Guy pointed his gaze out the window and said, isn't it quite interesting? Look, outside is a grand carriage seen rushing by, that ostentatious display. Hay is laughing so hard at Elzik, but I told you to pay attention to manners in front of adults. Meanwhile, Sun is grinning mischievously at Sony. Now that's a proper gentleman. Elit is extremely annoyed. Such a model citizen. She kept laughing out loud. I was about to teach this damn little brother a lesson. Would it trouble you? Otten replied. It's okay, just leave us alone. Gullity is laughing so hard she's clutching her stomach. That's right, discipline should come from the family. Hai bows slightly, thanking everyone for their understanding. As he finished speaking, Hai's hand suddenly slammed down on the back of Elise's chair. He frowned, both scared and worried. Really? At this age, I still have to relearn discipline? H suddenly asked with a strange, sinister smile. Take a walk with me for a bit, Elzik, you're out of your mind. If you're going for a walk, leave that scary thing behind. Before he could protest, Elzik was pulled by her ear and dragged away. Please let me go, Mido. At this moment, I also float along with a sinister smile. Never thought I'd see the day Elsie was dragged away. This is great, the carriage is still moving steadily. The carriage suddenly detects something unusual and stops. The wheels gradually slow down and then come to a complete stop. He immediately sticks his head out and asks if something is wrong. In front of him, there are 3 people standing on the road, an old man and a young one. The old man continued to taunt, daring you to step onto our territory. Everyone froze for 5 seconds. The village chief also looked on in surprise, a thin sweat running down his face. He remained frozen, his face slack with shock. He shouted angrily, "You bastard! Do you want bloodshed?" El had to jump out of the car, thinking to himself, this is such a hassle. Gulity furrowed his brow at him. He stepped down, full of confidence. Let me handle this, it's an opportunity. Gulity's eyes light up. Let me show Alec how talented his master is. The group stepped back a few paces in front of the appearance of the white tiger, and he looked terrified. Tiger? Gulity's eyes blaze red. Alec, watch carefully. From now on, I will show you why they call me the Beast King. El coldly shouted and immediately froze the scene in front of the 2 groups, a shining ice sheet rising from the ground, causing the 3 people to fall to the ground in disappointment and sadness as Elzik handled them without your intervention. Unexpectedly, he coldly asked if he was going to turn this place into a sea of blood. Those guys are definitely not bandits, just some poor wanderers from the nearby village. Suddenly, he knelt down heavily. All 3 bowed their heads, begging for mercy. We still have families at home. Please spare us. Hearing this, he said coldly, if we happen to be just helpless good people with no means to resist. El, with a cold voice, said, do you still beg like this? The village chief glanced at his 2 companions, not speaking immediately, only silently watching, until unexpectedly he bowed his head to the ground. Wizard, you are right, Chief, but they came here because I forced them, so please punish only me. Chief, why are you saying that? You're only doing this for the sake of the village. That's right, it's not your fault. Please punish us too. He chuckled and waved his hand, saying, let's see if what you say is true. The group moved along a long road to a place full of dilapidated old buildings. The village chief continued walking while explaining, due to drought and famine, our lives have been very difficult for the past few years. We thought that anyway, starving ghosts would just turn into bandits. Movito suddenly realized, wait a minute, this energy didn't just take 5 days on horseback to reach another village. We also can't leave the village to find work, because if we do, our livestock will die of hunger. It's all my fault. Oten stroked his beard and half-closed one eye. Unfortunately, the laws of the land do not reach this place. Even if these people commit crimes or I let them go, they are only acting for good reasons. He pursed his lips, glanced around, and the old man offered a few more words of advice, caring for the people. Isn't that part of our noble duty? The village chief's nose turned red as he listened. Yes, this isn't entirely their fault either. Thank you, Your Excellency, we will never steal again. It's okay. Mido, you've been flying around aimlessly, so I couldn't help but wonder about this appearance. Come on, why do you keep flying around like that? He grins, his face mysterious, and although it's faint, I can feel the presence of evil spirits nearby. Eli also sensed something ominous. The sky over the village looked quite clear. Looking at the scene before him, Elder Ogun exclaimed, this land is so desolate. All I see now is a sea of yellow dirt and sand. Ogun checked around and asked, Disciple, I can't sense anything. Is there something here? El also found it suspicious. This is definitely the place. But Mito beside him said, I'm sure I buried it somewhere nearby. Because I helped you, you have to give me the magic potion as soon as you find it. El replied immediately. You lied to me. I need to dig the dirt first. Everyone step back. As soon as the piercing words ended, an explosion shook the entire world. Everyone was also frightened by this scene. Oh my, in just a moment he dug such a big hole. El knew exactly what he was doing, jumping down from above and quickly noticing something strange. He looked carefully and immediately recognized a box. Old Ogun also jumped down. Did you find anything? Disciple? He replied. Yes, a box buried deep underground. The box opens. A dark aura escapes from within, leaving Elec and Mito both surprised. Old Ogun was also stunned, the demonic aura, and inside the object was a statue. Movito frowned, wondering why it was here. The four great demon kings, descendants of demon gods and rulers of the demon world, MV Original Sin, are himself, along with Sa Tang, Apocalypse, Lilith, the Revolution, and the tyrant who commands the largest demon army among the demon kings. And it is known that a demon of madness from the windstorm is described as a very greedy demon who wants to take over the human world. During the invasion of the human world, he not only destroyed 12 villages. El also guessed that this is a symbol created by the disciples of the wind demon, right? Pito continued. It was specially made for the sacrifice of humans. Wait, how do you know about the wind demon? El explained. I read about it in a book in the library combined with what Mito just said about human sacrifice. So does that mean everyone in those villages had to sacrifice themselves to summon the wind god? Mitt looked around at the surroundings to assess the state of the village, and that seemed to be the most reasonable conclusion. El furrowed his brow, the demons hiding something in the human world and plotting something. Mito beside him kept nagging. Now absorb the magic and pass it to me as you promised. Where did Owen speak from? Disciple, uncovering traces of the demons that were wiped out 30 years ago is a very dangerous task. The old man suggested that we should give it to the members of the Magic Council, but of course Mito disagreed with that. It's nonsense. El smiled again and agreed. That's a good idea. Mito immediately panicked. Hey, didn't you promise to tell me? El pretends to be helpless and sighs. He said he would give it to the Magic Council, but if I absorb this demonic energy, how am I supposed to explain it to them? Mitt couldn't argue. If you tell me how to use Miphi's seal, I might try, Mitt shouted loudly. But when he saw the item in old Ogun's hand, he felt both fear and regret. Son, send this to the Magic Council immediately. Mitt stammered. You don't have any other requests? Other than explaining how to use the seal, everything else is fine. Ogun also reminded Sun to send this item as quickly as possible. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed, "Looks delicious." A stream of energy suddenly escapes from his hand, heading straight for the two of them. Or rather, the box in the old man's hand. The energy transforms into the shape of a dragon, swallowing the box into its belly, and Mito's scream echoes. No way. Tane, confused, asked his disciple, "What is going on?" Eli patted his head and said, "It seems this thing has deceived you. The evidence you've been searching for all this time has disappeared." Movito is now so angry he's about to blow his top. "You bastard, how dare you steal what belongs to me?" El said calmly. "It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one nest. Let's find something else to prevent it." Meanwhile, inside a dark cave with only flickering candlelight, a group of people are performing a ritual in front of a statue. Led by a figure with hands clasped and head bowed, a sudden intuition flashes in his mind. The person standing behind asked, "What's going on, Reverend?" He stood up. "Some heretics dared to disrupt your summoning ritual?" This statement immediately caused chaos. Which heretic dares to do such a thing? Only his eyes turned cold as he shouted, "High Priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please don't blame us." The priest strained to shout, "We will surely carry out your great will on this continent. We will resurrect you. Send my order to Joda before we move west." His expression is fierce. Go meet Ka and perform the summoning ritual. Then return to Eli and everyone standing by the lake, and he speaks. Why does no one notice what the demons have been doing all this time? Everyone from the villagers looks so happy. Now we can start planting. The water level is rising rapidly. They have taken the lives of many innocent people. Ogerton pats him on the shoulder to comfort him. Because we have submitted the evidence to the Mage Council, they will start the investigation soon, and all of this will be blamed on the local lords. The old man understands. I also want to behead the bastards who caused all this. But it seems this is beyond our reach now, El thought to himself. Master is right. Since the council will intervene, those bastards will act quickly. The first thing to do is find the source of corruption in this entire area. He is determined to punish evil on behalf of the people and then crush the bastards responsible for this. The village chief approaches and speaks on behalf of all the villagers here. "Thank you all very much. Eli told everyone to take good care of the villagers now that the drought is over. We have to go now." Just as I was about to leave, a voice stopped me. "Wait, at least can I ask for the name of the wizard?" "What do you think this is about?" He confidently shouted his name, Elec Melvingo. Everyone immediately realized it. They gawked in surprise. Duke of the Shining Hero of Marin, as expected. Melvingo, the stars of the Empire, are shining once again. The group continued their journey in the carriage. None of them spoke. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Elzic, I think you should step outside for a moment." You peeked out and looked. What's it this time? The bride hesitated. "This is about the group of people who are coming. They are from the Royal Council. The members of the council have arrived and the leader speaks up. It must be Elzic Melvingo, right?" Elle couldn't help but be angry. Look at that arrogance. The Imperial and Royal Intelligence Agency, known for their ruthless tactics from kidnapping and coercion to murder, are on par with the Magic Tower and the Lion noble family. Eli briefly thought to herself that even in a place like this, she couldn't figure out the demon's plans. No wonder her side hadn't had time to analyze or send a report before they rushed here from afar. A sigh escaped her lips, but she was not afraid. Even if they have an emperor backing them, starting the story like this might be a bit too polite, don't you think? He responded confidently. Yeah, right. That guy was a bit confused by his attitude. Yeah, that remark nearly drove the people behind them crazy, as they glared at him with sharp eyes. How dare you talk nonsense like that, especially since Atho is extremely upset. We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Agency. Ordinary people like you should show proper respect to us. Eli showed a look of disgust. The less he cared, the angrier Atho became. What did you just say? Eli responded with a look that seemed to warn. Even if you are part of that great intelligence agency, you alone are only as strong as a duke's word. As he finished speaking, a surge of powerful energy radiated out, causing the inspection council members to panic. What is that? Since when do officials have the right to disrespect the duke? He glares angrily, finally surrendering and kneeling down. How is he able to do that? Is his skill almost at the level of a mage? Atho gently glanced at the teammate standing behind. It was Jam who received the signal from him, and Atho nodded slightly in response. All done, he spoke. We apologize, sir. Please forgive us for our disrespectful behavior. Mitt quickly flew over to join the gossip. You really always know how to show others what manners are, El thought to himself. I did that only because if I pretended nothing happened earlier, they would see me as a joke and try to push me around later. Duong Vuot snarled at me. Next time you make a mistake like that again, I will speak directly to the Vin Noble. Atho kept her head lowered in the same posture. I will remember that, Your Excellency. But deep down, he's already holding a grudge. He's just a lowly servant trying to show off his status and dares to act arrogantly towards me. Damn it, you damn brat, your voice suddenly changed. Consider yourself lucky. He was so scared, he turned pale. I never expected anyone to dare disrespect my disciple. Turns out the one who came was old Ogun. If it were me, your head would have already rolled on the ground. Atho raises his hand to his chest to stop the pain, clenches his teeth, and recognizes the person in front of him. Bach da Augertin Nemet. Atho remembers what Oten just said, and looks at the two people chatting happily from afar. Is he the disciple of the strongest person in the Magic Tower? That's ridiculous. I have to replace all the new intelligence agents right after I get back. As time passed, the two sides began to converse. Atho spoke up. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Pun from the 4th Intelligence Agency. Elzik feels that this name sounds familiar. The 4th Intelligence Agency is the group that sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce power struggle within the palace. Has the Crown Prince already sensed what's been happening lately? It seems I'm wasting your time, so I'll get straight to the point. Elzik didn't really want to hear it. Instead of wasting time, just say it already. Atho's face was flushed with anger. That damn brat. He reported that we have been secretly tracking the remains of demons, and recently we found a group of demons with unknown information. Elzik immediately knew. Rigori, right? Atho was stunned, her mouth agape. How did you know about that? Elzik deliberately reminds you that you've forgotten which noble family I come from, huh? Atho gets annoyed again because of Elzik's teasing. Melvingo, the nemesis of the demons. The report states that 9 artifacts have been found, but only 1 has been handed over. So, where are the remaining 8 right now? Don't hide anything, just tell the truth. I'm holding them. The inspection council members don't object, right? That would be illegal. Atho frowns. According to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Law, the royal family will keep all items related to the demon clan as evidence, but you managed to prevent Article 8 in time. According to the first section of the property law, if the administrative department permits, a person can own items related to the demon clan for research purposes. I already have a permit from the administrative department, and the intelligence agency doesn't know yet? Tho continued, so may I ask you one last question? How do you know the exact location of the Totuang? El clings to the previous reason to respond. Didn't I tell you? I am a member of the Melvingo family. Are you serious? Atho knows you did it on purpose. So, you want me to reveal the family secret to the intelligence agency? Atho is furious, but can't do anything. This cunning bastard really has no sense of hierarchy. He keeps using the family's reputation as an excuse. El doesn't want to continue anymore. I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here. They can only leave with regret. Thank you for your cooperation. Eli watched as those people left one by one, then heard a voice behind. Son praised your bravery. You've got quite a big heart. You even dared to talk back to the All-Purpose Intelligence Agency, or maybe you're just very proud of your sibling. You did well, Ellis. If you had just stood still earlier, I would have knocked out all of them. Son clutching his head, marveling at her attitude. Oh my, this sister and brother really look exactly alike. Gulity warned him. Elzik from the intelligence agency is very stubborn. Once bitten, never let go. Can we just leave things as they are? Elzik knows very well, this is not going to be okay. You know that too. I'm not the type of person who would let things end so easily. Son suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is he planning to cause trouble again this time? Elzik is the type of person who always strikes back. I'm not the kind of person to let someone hostile towards me go without a good reason. Old Ogden chuckled. Only you would dare to prevent them from leaving easily. The moon rises high, replacing the dawn light in the dark forest as night falls. The gentle sound of the wind and the glow from fireflies in a corner. At this moment, Atho is kneeling down. I truly am a disgrace. I'm sorry. The person sitting above is speaking. Lift your head up, Agent Pachun. Hothan is not who he claims to be. Soon his true face will be revealed as the prince. The one who should feel ashamed is my crown prince. They don't know that right there, a fallen bird is hanging from a branch, watching everything. And the one controlling the falling bird is none other than Elik. The big fish has arrived. I am the one who wants you to meet the Melvingo family. I am also the one blinded by envy and underestimated my enemy. It was I who acted carelessly. Atho was stunned by these words. Your Highness, the crown prince continued. I have caused you to suffer shame for my incompetence. Atho felt a little afraid. Your Highness, I beg you not to say that. But before I could finish, the crown prince raised his hand to signal a stop. However, everything that has happened so far has been personal. Our main goal is to eliminate the remaining hidden remnants of the demons. Atho receives the order. Yes, Your Highness, but the crown prince still has some doubts. You said that Countess Goru is one of Jigo's subordinates, right? Atho recounts the entire story. Yes, we have confirmed that. They are all demons, and everything related to the ancestral spirits is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the fight for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this battle, the crown prince said coldly. There is no room for mistakes here. Atho dares not repeat the same error again. Yes, Your Highness. He looked at the prince's back, secretly thinking that he could not forget his former fiancée, Miss Isabello. He has no choice but to choose politics over love for her in order to seize the throne. He also understands why he kept his identity hidden and decided to reveal it now, perhaps because he wants to see Els Melvingo with his own eyes. What kind of person do you think rescued Miss Isabel? Perhaps to give him some peace of mind. But now they have given him a reason to do what he has always wanted to do, which is to completely destroy the demons. He is the son that will lead the Empire to a better future. And of course, to do that, we must avoid getting involved with Elzik Melvino. Moreover, this complication cannot continue. In other words, we need to completely eliminate Elzik Melvingo. The fallen that Elzik controls have been watching from the beginning to the end. The next day, Atho gathered all the members of the Intelligence Bureau. Royal Intelligence Agency, listen up. This is the demons' territory where demons are everywhere in the forest. Find every corner and hidden spot in this place, and leave nothing for us. Destroy them all. At the Godot territory where a devastating explosion just occurred, Elzich and everyone else stand above and look down. It seems they've already started. Now we should move as well. El, go ahead. Sun and Hai will follow immediately. El realized that sending someone to scout the intelligence agency was indeed the right choice. Thanks to that, I was able to gather more information than expected. The prince hiding within the intelligence agency is interesting, but knowing the demon's base is the most valuable information. An intense battle with no end in sight, fighting until the land is stained with blood. The intelligence agency and my family are two opposing forces, and I will take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. While the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency are gradually closing in on each other, I will seize the nest and run away. Outside, my teachers will clear the way for us. Elle and the other two are heading into MIT to find food. The battle is still ongoing inside, and the three are trying to push their way in. It's only a matter of time before the intelligence agency reaches here. We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. Sun ran while looking back repeatedly before finally responding. I understand. Then all three head straight for the target. Elik uses his power to create another explosion, breaking through this wall and moving on. Immediately, arrows were formed and, following his guidance, shot straight into the overflowing palace gate. The gate was shattered into smoke and dust, and the soldiers, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. What? The wall has been breached. Has the intelligence agency already arrived here? Eli jumped high and shouted. John, look carefully. The arrows are turning into a rain once again. And of course, under the rain of arrows, the people inside the mansion couldn't escape. But strangely, they didn't feel any pain. Suddenly, one of them transformed, changing size and growing demon wings, just like the demon in human form. That's what Elik wanted Sun to learn. Don't be fooled by their appearance, because what's inside is different. This is the truth. You also remind Sun that your teachers will protect the kind-hearted people here. The demon immediately rushes towards its prey. Die, human. Elle tried to encourage Sun from the side, gathering her courage and unleashing all her strength. Sun extended her hand to form a wind blade, a gust of wind slicing the demon in half. The others quickly disappeared under Sun's wind blade. The demons from the mansion, one after another, gathered, trying to block the humans. On the other side, someone takes a running start and rushes forward. After all, behind the two masks, their eyes are extremely cold, just smashing the heads of anyone who appears in sight, right? She only needs to move lightly to send 3 of them flying. Elik is already too used to it. He looked up and saw Sun's strength had made her eyes bulge. After dealing with them, the demons casually carry their hammers on their shoulders. Bang, Elzik, leave this place to me and everyone else. She seemed to become a real demon and softly uttered 3 words. Go quickly. El didn't dare to delay, rushing inside regardless of the demon's voices ringing in his ears, blocking him again. Deep inside the building, the demons seemed to be handling some kind of statue. The leader orders his subordinates to be careful with it. He was still paying attention to the statue while glancing back. Even the intelligence agency would have a hard time finding this place. He still looked very calm while they were busy searching here. We will move the artifacts out through a secret chamber. That calmness was shattered by a cracking sound from above as a piece of debris broke off. Hearing the noise, he looked up just in time to see someone kicking a broken piece of wall straight into his face. The mashed tomatoes splattered out, adding another demon to the world beyond, in a chaotic mix of tomatoes and strawberries with a disgusting slime. Eli appeared behind the cloud of dust. See? My Mito isn't that bad, right? The demons he frightened, how did he find this place? El, on the other hand, stepped forward full of confidence. We were lucky enough to stumble into a lavish feast again. The flames quickly engulfed the entire mansion. What did you just say? The investigation team has found the underground vault, his subordinate reminds him. Sir, I think we need to leave here quickly. Tutuak Godao is still in confusion. Only my close associates know about that place. How could they possibly find it? No way. Are there hidden snakes? And then a loud explosion rang out, sending rocks flying everywhere across the ground. The moment the schemer suggested his plan, he had already escaped to the other world. Only the shadow of the one who caused it remained. I am wondering who the Tutuak Godao really is. Atho and the intelligence team appear, so it was you, huh? He calls out another name. Old man, Atho happily celebrates the successful trap. You always plan to run away, huh? Now we've got you. Godao says, Atho, you not only installed spies under my command, but also stole my treasure vault. Who is the real rat here? Atho asks, sword pointed directly at him. What are you doing messing around with the treasure vault? Godao shouted angrily. Don't pretend to be ignorant. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and Godao's whole body changed. I'm sure you'll reveal everything after I cut off your limbs and torture you. Atho is no less. From now on, I will execute traitors of the Ka family in the name of the royal family. After saying that, both sides rushed into battle, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At the very moment the two of them approached each other closely, an explosion occurred. The shockwave from the blast also reached the 3 Elik. Does Sun think Elzik is causing trouble again, or is she just lost in thought when someone calls her? Hai rushes out of Elzik's mansion, signaling that it's time. Seeing him, I tease him. How can you be smiling right now? She said nothing, just spun her 100-pound hammer a few times like a joke, then let out a piercing scream. Hai pointed the hammer straight ahead. The wall is collapsing bit by bit, and the demons inside are rushing out. The mansion is falling apart. We must escape quickly. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, the 3 quickly escaped to their master's side. Everyone didn't speak much, and used all their strength to head toward the gate. Master. Algerton suddenly smiled, teasingly. You actually have a disciple brave enough to order the master around. Agility followed along. I wonder who was the one that said mocking the inspector's bravery was really interesting while acting like a hero. Everyone gathered on the car and left. O is curious about what Elzik's next plan is. Elzik, everyone has evacuated already. What should we do now? Eli clings to the doorframe and steps up. Is there anything else? Leaving behind the mansion engulfed in flames, it's time to move on. The next morning at Tutuak's house, now reduced to ruins, Bachun chased after him but couldn't catch anything. Kajia, he's gone mad. I never thought he would try to take everyone down with him like that. He has accomplices outside, too. That bastard. Suddenly, a subordinate runs in to report. Lieutenant, we have found the vault you mentioned. Atho is heading to the supervisor, but things are a bit complicated because the estate has collapsed. My mission is to find the traces of the Demon King and deliver them to the Crown Prince, helping him usurp the throne with our victory, and I will be promoted within the Than Tra team. He becomes even more delighted. If I can find the fake trace that Elzik left behind linking him to this accident, I will be able to put an end to the Melvingo family. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, stammering, Captain, please look over here. Atho hurried over in panic. What's going on? He only saw the subordinate nervously pointing inside. The treasury was empty. Damn it, have the demons already mined this place clean? My subordinate also doesn't know how to explain this, I'm not sure. Remembering God's expression at that moment, Atho looked stunned. No way, Kajia didn't know about our ambush. He really suspected that we planted the tracker. Wait a moment. Exactly, that's right. The Demon Clan's internal document is already in the inspection team. Unlike Atho, who has a distorted face, Alec laughs heartily. Even Ogden is puzzled. What's so funny? I just find it hilarious to imagine the inspectors scheming after seeing that empty treasury. Ogden laughs helplessly. Those damn inspectors picked the wrong fight with the wrong person. Indeed, my disciple. Alec asked Han Mito, are you still angry? I already let you absorb demon energy as promised, so what else is there to say? How can the great Demon King be so petty? If you had told me about your seal, I would have been more lenient with you. Looking back at when Alec was in the mansion, holding a pile of dazzling treasures, how many are there here, my God? Seeing that, Mitt beside him was unhappy and warned that if you don't keep your promise this time, there will be no more agreements between us from now on. El sighed and said, I understand now. He used his power to lift the treasures high, and with a flick of his hand, the spiritual energy from the tattoo shone brightly and absorbed them. Mito happily receives the good stuff, finally having some demon power. I wonder if it's because it belongs to the wind spirit that it looks so delicious. But before he could eat much, Eli stopped. Mfit shouted angrily, What is this? Why did you take it back? El lightly twists his wrist. Come on, this isn't our first deal, we have to give and take. The way to activate the original Sin seal. Hand it over, and I will give you this demon power in return. Mofito was so angry he almost exploded. He thought back and still couldn't help trembling with rage, using all his strength to scold him. You're truly despicable. Elzik, forget it. This is a profitable deal, exploitation. To activate the seal, one must have the proper qualification. And to obtain that qualification, one must understand the seal. Remember the symbol on your hand. If I want to understand the original Sin, I first need to receive its seal. The problem is that Mpido doesn't know who is beneath him because he only knows himself. Since the image engraved on the badge is a wolf, I will try to find clues from that. Suddenly realizing something was off, he looked outside the door where the source was coming from an uninvited guest. He approached Ellis' carriage. It was the old man in disguise. It turns out he hasn't been banned from the system for hacking the game. Only heard him say, Found you, you thieves, as he roared like a beast escaping its cage, rushing forward like a gust of wind. He clenched his sharp teeth in anger and roared loudly. The intelligence agency will never let me give up that easily. Then he spread his wings and soared into the sky, just as the thief was hit by a scent that only I could smell. He spoke while looking down at his arm, where a dark purple twisted mark was etched into his flesh. Once I absorb the relic and laugh as I break the seal, I will tear you to pieces. Ogun crossed his arms, his face showing a sinister expression. A demon who can walk in the sunlight seems angry at someone. Stay respectful to the old man. I will go check on your injury. Oten calmly told her, Sit down, little girl. There's nothing for you to get involved in. She became confused. Sorry. Do you mean the old man responded indifferently? Isn't it better if the one who sent the invitation to that guy is the one to go? Is it true that you are the one who called him here? You think there's still a chance to use him? Hearing that, she immediately turned around and hesitantly asked Eli, Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal? A smug smile crept on his face. Refusing even when the fat reaches the cat's mouth would be very rude. Am I right? He is holding a statue with wings like Tyr, and it is glowing. Tyr stands in the forest staring at the carriage with murderous aura blazing around him. A royal carriage with no guards at all. I can't believe they planned to fool me with this. What fools. He grits his teeth, his eyes blazing red. I will reclaim the relic. I was worried you wouldn't come, but you've actually arrived here. Eli stepped out, wearing a black mask, holding the glowing winged statue from earlier. Are you here for this? He asked teasingly, and Tyr stammered. Who are you? Eli replied, trembling. Me. He slowly removed his mask with his slender hand, known for hunting demons. When he takes it off, he smiles brightly. I might have started to get angry. That cheap mask. His eyes darkened and Ka clenched his teeth. You, he shouted, daring to deceive us. Say rushed forward like the wind, shouting, I will tear you to pieces. Mecht appears above Eli. Do you really think you'll be safe by making him angry? Even with one arm missing, he's still a demon with a pretty strong seal. El just smirked with extreme confidence as Kia rushed forward, claws sharp and wind howling behind him. Die! His claws swipe past El's face. He gently dodges, his eyes full of amusement. Perfect. I've always wanted to know how much I've improved since I left. At the same time, Ser charged again, attacking Elzik with his claws. The ground and rocks around them shattered everywhere, but he remained calm, leaping to dodge. And I have decided on some things I need to do. Then Elzik landed precisely, his eyes burning with intensity. He extended his wolf-tattooed arm, a blaze erupting around him. El confirmed with a chilling statement. I will destroy the demons. The blue wolf-tattooed hand forms a fist and strikes the face, his lips curling up, eyes piercing through the mask. He shouts loudly as the golden lights surrounding him start to disperse and rush forward. Standing tall, he points directly at him, causing the lights to shoot straight toward where he is standing. His eyes saw the approaching beams of light and filled with panic and fear. Without hesitation, Kay gathered his strength, clenched his hand with sharp claws. He charged forward, cutting through the golden beams rushing toward him, shouting, You think magic like that can stop me? Then, the golden light vanished completely, and Eli's face darkened as he heard the sarcastic remark. A wizard like you dares to let me get close? Cal shouted from above, laughing loudly. You're doomed, you bastard. At the same time, Elzik below clenched his powerful fist, unleashing his strength towards him. A loud bang echoed as Elzik's fist and Kozer's claws collided. The two opposing techniques clash, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Everything explodes, rocks flying everywhere because of that immense power. Seer slashed a long gash on the ground with his claws, then knelt down, grinding his teeth in extreme anger. How can a mage be so strong? Amidst the smoke from the recent explosion, Eli stood stunned, staring at her arm, her fist now covered in the thick, slimy, purple liquid of the demon. El frowned. Fighting him like this could be very dangerous. The poison in his demonic aura would seep into every tiny opening in the body. Is this his sealing power? I'll freeze it so the poison doesn't spread anymore. But this is only a temporary solution. I need to be careful not to get exposed to more poison. Alec's other arm is trying to freeze the impurities on his right hand, and his expression is really grim right now. Kerr stood up and watched Elzik freeze, sneering maliciously. He stopped the poison from spreading by freezing his hand. What a trick. The mark on his skin reappears, emanating deadly aura. He clears his throat and says, "If that's the case, then you take the next one." Kwang and Fong surge again, the image on his skin like a beast lying on the severed half of Kay's arm. He laughs triumphantly to see how you freeze an evil wind. Sir channels all his strength and roars, charging fiercely at E. He uses his injured arm to brace himself. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, his poison was seeping into my body. This isn't something I can freeze to suppress the toxin. Amidst the raging storm, a flash of light flickers in his eyes, but he knows he can still do something to break his opponent's attack. Then El's stance returns to its proud posture, hands raised, and he shouts loudly, freezing and reversing. As he loudly unleashes his ultimate move, he claps his wrists together. A cold light surges forward along with his determined gaze. I will blow this deadly wind back at you. Seer is standing with his back turned as the fierce wind and tornado rush towards him. He blocks the massive wave by waving his wings, saying, "How foolish. You think the magic I use can affect me?" A strange glint appeared in his eyes as the whirlwind passed. What? Where did he go? El disappeared from where he was standing without a trace, and then reappeared behind Kor, using that as his distraction move. He stands behind him, a faint smirk on his lips, his eyes already turning dark. Behind Elzik, it's as if a storm of rage is rising. Kay could sense it now, glancing back, but at that moment, Elzik Melvingo shouted a binding spell. A chain of shackles wrapped around him from head to toe, his teeth clenched tightly, eyes blazing with fury. Seer was unexpectedly defeated by a tired old trick, while E behind him wore a very satisfied smile. As the chain began to tighten around him, Seer shouted, Wait, come on, if this ends, there's nothing interesting here." Eli, with a triumphant smile, reaching out from behind, unleashes his final move, a technique he's not used in a long time. His hand strikes loudly against Kaz's chest, a blue light from Elzik's hand spreading around him. His face now looked like a wizard preparing to stand on the victory podium. Eli pressed firmly against Kaz's chest. That is the Mountain King's secret technique. Now everything is just a blend of white and blue, like mountains and rivers merging, the chains binding him completely. He kneels on the ground, exhausted and unable to resist, his face covered in sweat as he screams in disbelief at how a human could wield the power of Snow Mountain King El. With his hand raised above his head, Eli's eyes flashing with a cold light as he coldly says, "You don't need to do anything," then presses his hand firmly on Kaz's head, absorbing him as he screams in pain in the deserted forest, hearing a demon return to his ancestors at the hands of the S-Demon A, who pulls his hand away, leaving Kaz's body lifeless on the ground, a dried corpse. He looks down with a grim expression and sighs. Mike suddenly appeared, hovering above Eli to annihilate the demon. How dare he say that in front of me? Mick clasped his hands and pondered, then began to grin sinisterly, meaning that even if we have no choice but to work together now, we will eventually become enemies. We must fight in the future. A ghost of murderous intent emanated from him, baring his fangs in a terrifying grin. This is wonderful. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Eli looked down from above at the sprawled body on the ground, and that was Kaz. His hand clenched tightly, his eyes filled with a dangerous, unpredictable passion. Then he realized something, and Eli's eyes flashed with panic. Immediately after, Elzik coughed up blood, clutching his chest, kneeling on the ground in extreme pain. Hai and Oten hurriedly ran over from afar. "Shout out loud, Elzik. Your face is darkening and poison is accumulating in your body." OT reaches out his hand to press on his back, channeling more strength into Elzik. Golden light radiates everywhere like a sign of salvation. "Are you okay, Elzik?" He grimaced and forced himself to stand up with a cough. "Yes, I feel better now." His words and breath are ragged and uneven. Elite helps him again, his limbs covered in dirt and debris from the recent battle. He asked, "Do these demons always stay this strong?" The old man pulled his hand away from Eli's back and replied, "Yes, of course they are." Looking at Cater's body lying on the ground, mouth open, "If he had been in the best condition earlier, I might have lost to him." He replied with a smug smile, "No, I think I will still win." The old man looked both helpless and slightly proud, as the boy's confidence was boundless. Then El sat on the ground, stretching comfortably. "Well, I guess the boy will find a way to defeat his opponent no matter how unfavorable the situation." Tin realizes, but he feels Elik is about to be taught a lesson by his master. You must not let arrogance take over you. You need to change. Elzik sat on the ground, looking at the old man with annoyance. You said that while smirking, but Ogden, why are you making that face? You ask the old man teasingly, and Ogden laughs loudly, his cheeks flushed like a young girl. As expected of my disciple, he is proud of Eli. In the silent darkness of the night, the full moon shines down on the withered branches as they return to Kay's dry cellar, where two masked individuals in royal uniforms are having a conversation. What does the captain want us to find here? The other person replied. I don't know either. Why does he keep telling us to look for signs of a third party here? The masked person smooths his hair and sighs, then continues. We've searched all day but found no trace. If this isn't an order. Before he can finish, a hand pierces through his chest. His eyes widen in shock as blood spurts out, splattering everywhere and soaking through his neat clothes. The hand just pierced through, his chest lifted up, blood-stained hand. He has bloodshot eyes, no mercy, a pale face, emotionless after taking a life kneeling on the ground. He opened his mouth and asked the masked man, What happened here, buddy? He was scared, stepping back slowly, stammering, Who's there? Then he reached out with his tattooed hand, trying to snatch off his mask. Show yourself. The hand now clearly shows an image on it, with a cross in the center and a pair of wings below it, emanating a purple aura like a banner. I will find out for myself then. He shouted loudly. The inspector yelled in pain, then gradually disintegrated into dust and smoke and drifted away. The masked man's hand disintegrated into pieces, while his other hand burned with purple flames bearing the symbol of a demon. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Kagio failed. A sudden flashback appears, revealing Kagio fighting against the intelligence agency, with a third party not from the agency or his allies also involved. In that forest, two masked men are confronting each other unexpectedly, one of whom is the prince. He walks through the woods with the carriage he saw earlier. Breaking free from the flow of memories, he laughs loudly, truly an incredible achievement, especially knowing the Crown Prince personally participated. That's the Crown Prince. He slaps the first kneeling man across the face. Enough. He clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly, Remember the wounds you bore today for the rest of your life, and reflect on yourself. The one kneeling at the foot of the prince is a Tho who has many wounds on his back. He slammed his head against the stone floor with a loud sound and said, The gods will remember that. The Crown Prince looked down from above and asked Tho with a reproachful tone, The conquest plan has been in place for many years, and is now completely ruined. What do you intend to do now? According to my report, Tutuak Godao is not the only follower of Gregory. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches have been able to gather information about our main camp. The Crown Prince replied to him with a slightly softer tone, meaning the plan for this place still hasn't completely failed. Atho was still banging his head on the stone floor, a pool of red blood beginning to spread. Yes, Countess Gaudao's plan was simply a mistake made by us in Team 4. All right, Pen. At this moment, he finally looked up, tidied up this mess, and then headed to the meeting point. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind made the Crown Prince stop. A masked inspector shouted a surprise attack, and then a gust of wind swept past quickly. A swarm of demons. Atho quickly stands up and orders everyone in the inspection team. Everyone get into formation. In the distance, a winged demon is pressing down. Yang claws ready to devour a member of the inspection team. Nearby, a masked team member leapt up and struck the demon in front of him. The screams are chaotic. Atho, raising her sword to cut down a demon in front of her, shouts loudly, Idiots, protect the prince first. Then everyone rushed towards the spot where he was standing. The inspection team shouted loudly, Protect the prince, and ran to his side. At the same time, the demons also surged forward towards the prince, and Atho was panic-stricken, her eyes flashing with fear. Too fast, he swung his sword, and she desperately blocked the purple wind rushing toward the prince behind him. While Atho was gritting her teeth to hold him back, the demon who had just sent 2 members of the inspection team from the treasury team away appeared close to his face and whispered softly, Not bad. Human. Immediately, Atho swung her sword fiercely and shouted, You half-breed! How dare you! But he spread his wings and soared into the sky, and he only struck at empty air. The moonlight shone behind the demon, his eyes blazing as he pointed his finger forward and asked, Is it you? Are you the prince? Atho kept swinging wildly while the prince just glanced at the demon with a look of disgust. The winged, mouthless demons like wooden blocks, their eyes brightening as if sensing something, and they roared loudly. The prince! He's the prince! All eyes turn to him. Atho raises his sword high and shouts to the inspectors, I will stop him, protect his majesty. The 2 masked figures spoke respectfully to the prince. Please follow us. He looked straight ahead, the sword in his hand glowing with a fiery red light, spreading and wrapping around him. Atho will begin executing those enemies who dared to harm the prince. His mouth is stretched back behind his ears, surrounded by tentacle-like tendrils, with his tongue sticking out and sharp teeth. He spoke as if giving an order to those chatterboxes. That guy's pretty sharp, let's start acting too. As soon as he finished, he spread his wings and swooped down like a great storm. A Tho also begins to leap into a fighting stance. Two opposing beams of light collide head-on, causing a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Meanwhile, other demons are chasing after the prince and have surrounded his location, while members of the inspection team still stand guard around him. The demons are discussing among themselves. If we bring the prince's head to the messenger, we will get the seal, right? I wonder if we could get a few more seals by giving the messenger some additional body parts of the prince. Hearing that, he looked up with a displeased expression. One of the inspectors charged at the demon, shouting the previous words and yelling, "How dare you, lowly demons, insult the one who will become the ruler of our empire?" Then two beams of light flashed past, one from a sword and one from a claw. Blood splattering everywhere, a voice rang out, "Your Highness, I will clear the way for you." And now only one member of the inspection team remains to protect the prince. The old demon quickly approaches with a bright gaze, opening his mouth and raising his claws, shouting loudly, "The seal belongs to her." He immediately panicked, his eyes filled with fear, his mouth opening in shock. Suddenly, a bearded man smiled and said loudly, "Who dares to block the messenger's way?" A powerful blue energy surges upward, as if about to swallow the demons, scattering the floating demons in all directions. In the center of that power source, something appeared like a roaring beast. It was a lion. The raging storm passes, leaving only a fluttering flag with a mighty lion emblem, while the man who has been fighting alongside Tho stands above, clutching half of his arm. He gritted his teeth and said, "You bastards." The masked soldiers clenched their fists, stammering as they spoke. Lam Lam Su. Under the moonlight, a formidable army stands tall, cloaked in hoods, led by a man on horseback. He is Herman, and beside him is a girl with a fierce gaze. And she is Isabel, the soldier in the inspection team, shouting loudly, "Lam Su is here!" Herman shouted loudly, "My soldiers, eliminate the prisoners!" The cloaked soldiers charged forward, each sword slicing through a demon without leaving a trace. The soldiers in the inspection team shouted out loud with joy, "We're saved!" The crown prince still stands under the protection of the inspection team, his deep gaze fixed ahead as he silently calls out the name of the girl in front of Isabel. The darkness of night returns to silence, with the moonlight still shining through everywhere. The two armies face each other in the underground chamber. Tho Pen's voice echoes. "Although we have been able to destroy most of the demons with Lam Sun's help, we have not been able to eliminate the demon leader." The crown prince no longer looked at Tho, but turned his face forward, closing his eyes to face Haman's army, his deep voice softly saying, "Thank you." He respectfully replied, "Glad that you are safe. Your Majesty, I will escort you back to the palace, but since you already have an intelligence team with you, I will take my leave here." He listened and replied, "You must be very busy, then just keep going." Haman replied, "Thank you for your understanding." Suddenly, he asked him back, "But may I ask where you are planning to go?" He laughed loudly and replied, "I am looking for Eric." At the same time, Isabel's face was slightly red, and she smiled softly. The crown prince also said nothing more, his gaze still fixed on her. "I understand." Isabel's cheeks still flushed, her lips smiling softly as she looked down at the ground. Then he also turned and walked away. "All right, goodbye." The crown prince's eyes burn with rage, his lips pressed tightly together. Alec Melvin is still his name. In the middle of the snow-covered forest, a carriage is moving forward. Eli peeks out with a cheerful expression. He leaned out of the carriage window, the vehicle approaching the towering fortress. It's the Great Wall, even larger than I had heard. Then he sat back, and Damchu's gaze flicked toward the fortress. The Flower Palace is somewhere behind this path of growth. After a while, the carriage stops in front of the tall gate, where the guards are standing. They ordered, "Please stop." The rider on the horse smiled kindly. "We are border guards. We want to cross the border." As soon as he finished speaking, Eli also peeked out. A man among the 4 gate guards said seriously, "Sorry, but you might not be allowed to pass." And hearing that, he didn't look very pleased. His eyebrows furrowed tightly and his face turned cold. Did something happen on the other side of the wall? The serious guards explained that the monsters outside the wall have been causing chaos recently. Unexplained phenomena are starting to appear, so the city guards are in a state of emergency. And when you sensed something was wrong, you immediately knew that the energy detected beyond the wall was extremely suspicious. Even so, Nao Min still has no intention of giving up. He is very determined about this decision. Cadonis hands them the pass and happily follows. "Understood." Luke searched in his shirt pocket. Cadonis slowly walks over to the soldier and hands him the scroll of paper. The guard doesn't know how to handle this. What's going on? "The Nerister and Minger families, I apologize. I didn't realize you came from such important clans. Usually people can't pass through, even with a permit, but I will make an exception for you because you come from the Forrester and Minger families." He seriously advised, in return, "Please run to the highest safe shelter if anything unexpected happens." Elle wondered in surprise, "If I hide there, will someone come to rescue me?" The cold guard replied, "No, in that case it would be easier for us to find your corpse." Eli froze at the words, as the terrifying cry of the Satrung echoed everywhere. He assumed a fighting stance, ready to face it when the Satrung suddenly shot forward like an arrow toward Elzik. He tries to control it firmly with one hand. Elzik takes the opportunity to jump up quickly and kick the centipede's neck. I just can't understand it. These slimes keep rushing at us like crazy. It suddenly appeared right behind Elzik. His serious gaze makes everyone cautious. Elzik is still deep in thought after his fight with the demon, feeling like he can't fully master what he's achieved. If I gain more seals in the future, my mana capacity will become a limiting factor, and I won't be able to use their full power. The insect screams desperately as Elzy attacks its mouth. Its fall caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. He landed softly on the ground, as if he had planned it long ago. A magic that is solely for myself. I need to create an entirely new kind of magic. Only then will I be strong enough so that no one can look down on me anymore. Suddenly someone called out to him. Sir, Sun is trembling in that state. Even though his body is wrapped in mana, he's still freezing cold. I'm running out of mana too, El pondered absent-mindedly. This place should be as hot as a desert, but instead it's freezing cold with such strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the strange phenomena they mentioned. This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name is just a metaphor. Because the land here has been poisoned and turned black, it looks like a black snowfield. That is the meaning behind the name. This place is also completely filled with monsters, and even the Empire has given up trying to conquer it. This is a restricted area where even 8th Circle Archmages might not be safe. A friend gently pats Eli-san's shoulder, very curious. Hey, so does the Flower Shrine really mean a place forsaken by the gods? In fairy tales, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lives happily with humans. Does this place look like a garden to you? Elliot doesn't care about the rumors outside. The Flower Shrine exists. I can confirm its existence based on my ancestors' records in the royal family. Optin appears doubtful. So you know its exact location. I don't believe you can find it just with the information in those records. It seems you have your own plan. I'm considering searching for the half-beast guards at the Flower Temple. The old man can't help but worry. Half-beast creatures hold a deep grudge against humanity. Are you sure everything will be fine? El is confident in his abilities. We'll be fine. I have a plan. I can't hide the excitement in my voice. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm really looking forward to it. If I knew what you were planning, I'd be even more happy. The old man felt confused, but how do you plan to sell beast-human hybrids in such a vast place? El also doesn't know what to do. That's what I'm still thinking about. Mike asked out of curiosity, do you have a map or a signpost? We can't possibly search through this entire snowy field. Face the reality, Vu fam. Without it, we have nothing. If at least we had a compass, his eyes would be fully focused on the glowing object. Hey, the ice crystal is glowing. It's only now that Elzy notices and touches his pocket, holding something with a puzzled look, wondering why it suddenly started glowing. Sun was so startled he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the ice crystal fly into the sky. What? The glowing ice crystal sparkled brightly. It seems Elzik has discovered that the light from the ice crystal is opening a path for us. I think we've found a way out. The full moon shines everywhere. In the quiet forest, not a single sound could be heard. A carriage was slowly moving forward. El orders Kadanet to stop, and he immediately obeys. Yes, Lord Elzik. Sun didn't understand what he meant and asked, what's going on? He explained that the ice crystal stopped glowing after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here. The forest suddenly darkened at night and a light suddenly flashed. The fire's light helps the group find their way easily. He shakes his head in frustration. Are we really going to find something here? I can't see anything. Gaidi uses her special eyes to investigate the situation. I'm searching from above with my spirit beast, but I can't see anything either. Elzik doesn't give up easily, is that so? He clenched the ice crystal in his hand. Elzik had to accept the truth. Let's go back to the carriage. The ice crystal will probably continue to guide us. He heard a distant noise and instinctively turned his head back. He and Sun nodded at each other as if they understood. Eli volunteered to rush forward like lightning with his teammates. The three of them ran swiftly like arrows, not wanting to miss the strange event. His eyes suddenly seemed to indicate that something was there. El quickly pressed himself against the tree to avoid being spotted. Alec wondered silently if she was a beast lady, confirming Arena's true identity. She is a beast woman from the feline tribe, a monster with a fierce and savage appearance. They jumped to attack her. Yena shouted for help. Is anyone there? Please help me. A cloud of blue smoke drifts through the air and she quickly closes her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes, Irina was stunned, not knowing what had just happened. The monsters in front of her had been frozen into ice blocks. Someone gently snapped their fingers and the ice on them shattered. Elzich softly asked, "Are you okay? You must be really shocked, huh? He's still there teasing you. You have no talent for acting at all," Elite said coldly. "If you are injured anywhere, I will heal it." Dukoan approached calmly and asked, "Can you stand up on your own?" Nah, angry and dismissive, scoffs and says with contempt, "I don't need help from a human." Suddenly, two catfolk appeared from the trees carrying bows and climbing up to observe the situation, and she angrily threatened them. "Stupid human, if you don't surrender after I count to 3, I will kill all of you." The bow is ready as she begins to count. 1, he is attentively waiting for her command. 2. Maybe it's time to give up in this situation. Elzik, what are you planning? Yet you still manage to smirk and smile so brightly. El quickly raised both hands happily. I give up. Elzik's teammates all didn't know where to hide their faces. He tried to act convincingly. I give up. Mick shows no worry at all. He's truly cunning. A moment ago, Elzik and Sun were hiding behind a tree. I could easily tell when I saw Yina trembling. This clearly looks like an old trick trap. My eyes can observe the situation from afar. Recently, some female soldiers have been asking about your plans. Elzik, what are you going to do now? You can't expose what they're doing anymore, so if they want to play dirty, we'll go along and let them lead us right into their lair. The group is entering the Monster Kingdom. Yina and her subordinates have captured his team, and everyone is at a loss for words while sitting in the car. Mike couldn't bring himself to ask, "Do you really have to go this far?" Elite immediately scolded him. "You're so foolish. I am very proud of my own talent. You have to be willing to sacrifice this much to pull off a perfect deception." Miko finds it hard to believe that those dumb monsters are such terrible actors that they could ignite a fire. All the monsters are shouting loudly, "Damn humans! Why did the search team bring those people back? They definitely have no good intentions. Just kill them now." El was also surprised. Actually, I had already guessed, but their anger towards humans is really intense. He knows the whole story well. You humans destroyed their habitat and drove them here, so isn't that quite normal? Wanting to become a vessel for the inherited anger from our ancestors won't be easy. He decided to stay silent. The wheel comes to a stop on a deserted road. Yina turns around. She introduces herself. "I am Yina, the royal guard of the mighty kingdom of Antum. If you value your lives, it's better to behave obediently." He finally lifts his head. Yina announces that because our great kingdom will interrogate you, she leads the Exi group inside. You followed Yi Di Na without saying a word, so it's easy to guess that you must have some kind of interest, which is why you entered the enemy's central battlefield. Am I right? Eli confidently states, "Of course, the monsters won't refuse me." The monsters are waiting inside the main hall, and I calmly explain that it's because I possess a power they have coveted for centuries. The battle technique of the Tiger King, the former Monster King, the body strengthening technique. The Ho clan has held the throne for many generations, but now they are all extinct. What if the Kwangthan technique, representing the authority of the king, appears? Elite couldn't hold back his laughter, wondering just how valuable it would be. He wasn't very surprised. You're really eager to sell it for an outrageous price, huh? Arena kneels and reports the situation. "Great King of Anthemo, I have brought the criminals here. What does your praise mean?" "Well done." The claws of the king emit a glow. "You humans, why did you enter our territory? Did you recognize him as a beastman just by looking?" Lord of the Lake reveals his fanged teeth as he opens his mouth. "If you dare to lie." Eli still has doubts. "It can't be." He can't believe his eyes. The king of the beastly monsters, Velen, who had already issued threats, won't have a chance to leave this place alive. Alec gently says he's just a kid. Enchanted by Ven's beauty, he finds him adorable and too cute. Vict is not doing well. A young Tiger King, you might not get much out of this as you think. He's also sweating bullets. Having a descendant of the Tiger King is good, but he's still too young. El trusts himself, so let's try first. If everything falls apart, he can always choose to escape. "Are you the king?" The freak immediately shouted out loud. "You insolent bastard, how dare you ask our great king like that?" I replied straightforwardly. "Don't interfere, old man." He was so furious he almost lost his temper. "Old man, where's that young soldier kid? Pull that criminal out immediately, he's just teasing you on purpose. That brat is too noisy." Ven personally intervened. "Stop. The monsters are still arguing, but you're furious. Are you planning to disobey my orders?" He has no choice but to restore order. Ven begins to ask, "So how is it? Do you have something to say?" El saw the opportunity right in front of him. He thought you were just a useless kid. "It seems the tiger human blood still runs in him. Maybe it will be easier to persuade him than I thought. Do you know the body enhancement technique? Are you also feeling nervous?" He gets straight to the point. "If I told you I wanted to sell it, what would be your offer?" How dare these villains shout in front of the king about trivial matters? "You miserable little human, how dare you mention the body enhancement spell of the soldier?" "Execute this human trash's head now," Velen hurriedly reassured. "Calm down, everyone." He broke the handcuffs in just a second. "Really, you are too noisy." The guards quickly arrive. The prisoner has broken free from the chains, protecting the king. Alik's group was surrounded by monsters, and the handcuffs kept falling to his feet. Oten was always careful in every action. "The monster isn't easy to deal with. Do you want me to help?" Eli's face lit up. "It's not necessary, dear. I will handle them myself. Your whole body radiates energy. You need to show them your true power. That's the only way they'll believe you." A monster has given the order. "What are you doing?" Royal guards quickly take down those evil humans. Finally, San realized it too. He was very quiet on the way here, so I suspected. She gently reminded him, "Elzik, if you dare to touch my beloved little tiger, I will kill you." And Gon just stands there, laughing loudly. I really enjoy watching chaotic scenes like this. The blonde guard is trying to catch him. El not only doesn't get angry, but also smiles. He rushes forward like an arrow. El faces the golden-haired guard head-on, his inner strength in his hand wielding immense power. Eli unleashes a series of moves, leaving the two monsters stunned in place. No way. How can a human know such a powerful body technique? A monster finds a way to resolve this. Royal Guard quickly transform into a beast. The guards quickly transformed into fierce black wolves, their clothes torn to shreds, revealing sleek black fur. The black wolves gathered together, and it gave commands to its pack. They keep rushing towards Elzik, attacking without stopping. Someone is feeling very triumphant. You're finished for sure, so he stepped back to gain momentum and unleashed punches and kicks with tiger claw techniques, catching the guards off guard. They also had to be terrified by his strength, fearing that Elzik would deal with them. A figure of the Tiger Kwang then Thuat, the Black Guard Legion, appears behind him. The tiger's paw is pressing down on his body. How dare you? You order Yina to stop, and she points her sword at his neck. Eli, call out. Biha, you have the right to boast. I think I have shown you that the strength I possess is real now, haven't I? Do you believe me now? The entire hall fell silent. Velen gritted his teeth, eyes full of suspicion and anger. How do you know about the strength technique? The one even we cannot understand. Suddenly, beams of light shot towards them, and everyone hurriedly ducked down. E chuckled smugly. That is magic. You stammered, your face full of confusion? Magic? At that moment, a magic circle appeared behind him, revealing the mystery of nature and unifying all its principles in harmony. Velen's face suddenly turned pale. So the body enhancement technique has always been preserved by magic. Eli chuckled. That's right. As he finished speaking, he lowered his hand. The faint spiritual energy floated in the air, and he looked surprised with an expression of delight. What kind of magic? On the contrary, he's hanging his head and selling dog meat again. I raise an eyebrow. Anyway, the monster tribe has some connection to magic. If we perform this in an intriguing and mysterious way, they'll fall right into our trap. Look, not only the king, but the others are starting to believe too. He scoffs disdainfully as he speaks. The monsters are too naive. Eli's eyes gleam with cunning, and she lets out a soft sigh, knowing they are perfect for exploiting until the final move. He spoke slowly, bowing his head with his hand on his chest in a respectful salute, but every word seemed carefully calculated. The physical prowess of Kwang is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even if I have attained it through magic, its true dazzling power always remains in the hands of its rightful owner. Velen nodded after hearing this, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. He spoke softly, and so we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and the people. Suddenly, a firm voice interrupted sharply. Enough. Elit froze, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Nose stepped right into the center of the hall. So you just want to sell us your superhuman techniques at a high price, right? His eyes flickered slightly as he carefully observed his opponent, unable to believe that he could see his true intentions. This old man is not joking. Yes, that's right. What I need is information. I want to know the way to the Flower Temple. A moment of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there? The person next to him sighed and said, Besides, Hyan is now staying there. Nose slowly stepped to the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We understand your wishes in this agreement, but we need to discuss further, so please leave for now. The royal guard captain escorts them to the residence outside to rest, and Irina bows her head respectfully. Yes, sir. The voice of anger quietly echoed. It almost became a successful deal, only because of that old man, Mofik. To gritted his teeth in anger and said, that old man is a demon among the court, and the crowd is arguing loudly. A clan leader then spoke up, of course we should accept the deal. This is our chance to restore the Tiger King bloodline and bring glory back to our people as before. Right now, those bastards are quite cunning. They pose a greater threat to us than the humans out there. If we can unite under the will of the Tiger King and the people of D, then they will have no choice but to obey. Their steps halt, and they say it's right. The Kuang the Thuata is a symbol that unites the monster clans. Its loss has caused many members to be divided, and many species are no longer united as one. This is the opportunity to regain it. With it, the reason for the tribe's fury over not acknowledging a Tiger King because he lacks the Kwang, the Thuat will be eliminated. You close your eyes, and a calm but firm voice rings out. All right, if that's what everyone thinks. Immediately, a powerful voice rang out in protest. We can't do that. The clan leader immediately responded with anger. Finance Minister knows. If we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we won't be able to do it. Nose Sora's eyes flicker with darkness. I understand the critical importance of the combat strength strategy with the clans and the king. Nose frowns, his eyes sharp as a blade. But do you forget the suffering we endured that makes us monsters exist in this cursed place? The entire hall fell silent as humans used sweet bait to lure us in, then cowardly stabbed us in the back and pushed us into this situation. Velen was also stunned. Your Majesty. If we accept this agreement, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful days of history will repeat themselves. But without losing our resolve, that's why we must not trust humans. We need to be cautious of them. His gaze briefly darkened, calm to an uncanny degree. A moment later, a heavy voice echoed, "King, we must not miss this opportunity. It is the only chance we have for the Quang the Thuat." Velen remained silent, quietly watching the reconstructed royal stone statue. "If we want to fulfill the wish of uniting the tribes of the previous king, we will need the power of the divine body," he quickly said. "Then we will quickly summon those people here to negotiate." He turned around, his eyes briefly clouded. "But we cannot do that according to your current argument because I believe he has a valid reason for saying so. People have deceived us too many times. He still maintains his stance. I know it's true that the current finance minister is quite wise in managing the kingdom well, and the people call him the wise dark sage, but he has been pretending, and his judgments could be mistaken. In this situation, Ven immediately speaks more seriously and carefully. He is someone who has dedicated his life to the kingdom since the previous king's era. I do not doubt his judgment. We must be cautious with him." The attendant immediately bowed deeply, earnestly saying, "Please forgive my mistake, Your Majesty." He quietly leaves, thinking to himself, "Norris, I trust that your judgment is correct." The scene shifts to the Anropov estate, where a man steps out to open the door. "What do we have here? What wind brought you here?" Finance Minister Nair Nowhere said quietly. "I am here to negotiate with you." El grinned happily. "So you're a client. Please have a seat. It seems you've decided to accept the deal I proposed. How do you plan to counter us?" My voice now turns deep, my eyes emotionless. "I will give you what you want and pave the way for you to sit among the flowers." El laughed excitedly. "Great, truly generous, just as I expected of you. Superhuman techniques." He chuckled, low and cold. "Sell it to me." After a moment, he collapsed onto the table, his arm limp, eyes staring blankly into the void. "I guess no one will come anymore. Do they really think they can seize the throne and unite the clans just because of the power of the divine body? Why do the finance officials and other officials all say the same thing?" Ogtin chuckled softly. "I heard that the lineage of the Ho King had collapsed for a long time, and they needed the powerful body technique to revive this kingdom, but I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. So, who do you plan to sell it to?" "The finance minister still offers the highest price," the old man inquired. "The finance minister also mentioned that? In this case, there are too many customers pursuing superhuman abilities, so it has become very expensive. Can I ask what the royal family plans to do if it doesn't, and how the day of paying the price for me will unfold?" The heavy atmosphere is pierced by the cold sound of footsteps from outside, as the face darkens. "Sir Tiger King." Mick crosses his arms with a dissatisfied look. "The power the king holds is gradually declining. If it were me, I would have beheaded those vassals already. After all, I'm not as foolish as they are." Ven stood still, his voice trembling with doubt. Why would the finance minister do such a thing? Something must have gone wrong. At that moment, Eric stepped forward from behind, looking calm. "I told you earlier that you would witness something very interesting. Or should I immediately start speaking with a tone full of reproach? Eric, how could you say those words in front of someone who is truly hurt? Ha, it's not like you're a child either. If you soothe his heart, can you change the current situation?" I froze and forced a smile, but couldn't find the words to argue. He turned back with a serious expression. "I also know that no matter how dazzling and beautiful the throne is, it will soon be overlooked without a strong backing behind it." Hay hesitated, overwhelmed by a flood of tangled emotions. Elle's gentle voice called out softly amid the memories of what was once called the pure-blooded family. The scene shifts, and the images of the two children appear with the innocent eyes of days gone by, now filled only with helplessness and despair. But immediately after losing their power, all the gods, nobles, royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned us. Elle weeps silently and bitterly. "He's the hero of Lee Center. He is the son of the Thuat Tin family. Please look at me." But deep in Elzic's eyes was a coldness that only changed when you became the hero of Lee Center, and those who once looked down on you and called you a disgrace to the family completely changed their attitude towards you. In the end, power is what drives the world. His gaze is fixed on you. "Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws." Velen stepped back half a step, eyes filled with confusion. "My claws." Eli immediately bowed his head, hand on his chest, speaking respectfully but with firm resolve. "You must quietly hone it so that in the final moment you can use it to reclaim everything you desire. I will help you throughout this long journey." He choked up, tears welling in his eyes as emotion overflowed. Seeing those angelic eyes, I guessed he was completely moved. He sneered, looking as if he was willing to sell his soul to you. "I have to do this to move forward." "Ah," Mopixto speaks in a deep voice. "I don't know. You're just trying to boost his fighting spirit. Even if you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as impressive as those who came before." Velen hesitated before speaking. "Do you know anything about Hovwang Yun?" Elit hesitated. "Is Yun the strongest Tiger King who led Beastmen to the peak?" He slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes serious and his voice resolute. "I am willing to trade everything I have left from Lord Yun, even the research materials we studied to restore the body enhancement technique. However, the Flower Temple has been sealed by the Eastern General." Vaughn extended his hand and stepped forward. "If you want to open that door, you will definitely need me. I will personally lead you there." A sudden aura of hostility radiated from your eyes, so hand over the restoration technique to me. Achich immediately nodded, adjusting his glasses, and obediently sat down to discuss it further. Vaughn slowly approached, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes about whether this decision was truly right. No, I must not doubt my own decision. I am the king after all. As he said, as long as I sharpen my claws, everything will fall back into place. Suddenly he paused, then staggered and lost his balance. Oi quickly stepped forward and gently caught him. You blush, speaking in a childish voice. Thank you. I just tripped over my own feet. Suddenly she wrapped her arms around Ven. You're rude, looking at me like I'm small, but I'm still the king. Her gentle hand softly pats your head. If you want to cry, just let it all out. Enduring like this isn't good for the little one. Velen froze at those words, a hint of panic in his eyes. It's okay to laugh when you're happy and cry when you're sad, with a gentle voice to comfort you. Yes, Ven. Velen clenched his lips tightly, trembling. His hand grasped her shoulder firmly. And then the sobs burst out as if releasing all the pent-up feelings. El burst into laughter, his hands still looking like those of a true king, but now they seemed more like those of a weepy child. He raised an eyebrow. After all, he was still too young to bear the responsibility of sitting on the throne. He cleared his throat and asked, So you said you would take me there yourself. Does that mean you plan to leave Anam? Ven happily rests in Melvingo's arms, while the Tiger King glares with a dissatisfied look. If my guess is correct, we should be leaving now. Hey, are you even listening to me? If we waste any more time here, we won't know what the finance minister and the other departments will do. We must quickly gather the royal guard and leave the palace immediately. Hearing that, he calmly replied, There's no need for the royal guard team, especially Arena, the captain of the royal guard and the adopted daughter of the minister of finance. He only assigned her as a guard to keep an eye on me. El frowned and asked, So the finance minister already knows you're here? Ven calmly said, I have already left the palace quietly, but now they probably know. Suddenly, Sun hurried into the room, speaking anxiously. Eric, the beastmen are gathering outside the palace, and there are a lot of them. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, so we can't leave quietly after all. Wait a minute. Do we really need to leave secretly? Odin remains calm. Guladi's cold, piercing gaze reveals seriousness, while his face is pale and filled with worry. His gaze turns to the dwarf and her with the current members, and we can easily overpower everyone and walk straight out the front door. El suddenly claps. All right, everyone. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly echoes, causing everyone to feel a bit anxious. The boy hurriedly stands up, signaling an emergency. The No tribe has already sent their troops here. Eli is immediately confused. The Beast clan is a tribe of beastmen engaged in a major conflict with Andropomorph. If they are present, they will definitely try to prevent King Ven from leaving Andropomorph. Outside, the fire grew fierce. What terrible timing. Ves was stunned. The enemy was attacking. He ordered sternly, Prepare for battle now. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, causing Elzik to stop. Everyone, halt immediately. Two figures quickly enter the room, causing everyone's eyes to fill with confusion. Isabel and Herman appear. Isabel Elise paused for a moment. What is she doing here? Vict immediately circles around Eumen, growling as he inspects. He angrily asks, Who is this monster? Without hesitation, he immediately bowed his head, his voice deep and respectful. It is a great honor to meet you. The Green Lion Homan responded humbly, saying, I am just an ordinary warrior granted the title of Count. You don't need to be so formal. Duke Tin, let's go inside first. Isabel took a step forward and bowed slightly. Thank you. Dad, take it slow. Eli hesitated briefly. How did you know I was here? You didn't avoid it. Your gaze was calm. I want to thank our benefactor myself. Not only did you save my daughter, but you also cured me. I stopped in my tracks to come to the capital, only to find that you had already left. He was slightly startled, rubbing the back of his neck with an embarrassed expression. Oh no, I should have left a message about where I was going. Looks like we missed each other. He speaks. No, we should send a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I came looking for you without warning. It's our fault. But I did see a few familiar faces here. Homan sneered. I didn't expect the Grey Lion's hunting dog to be in a place like this. Hearing that, Hai frowned, clearly annoyed. I am sure I have told you many times that I am not their hunting dog. Do you know my sister? He's stunned. She's a close relative of yours. I have a friend who's not very kind. I've met her a few times, but I never expected she's the daughter of the Melbinger family. This world really is small. His gaze flicked briefly, stopping on a figure in the crowd. It's rare to see the old freak of the Narrister family appearing outside like this. Oten frowned slightly. I remember telling you not to call me that anymore. A faint smile crept on his lips. There's nothing wrong with calling an old monster like him a strange old man. How else could I call him? The two face each other, their eyes clashing like blades, a faint aura of hostility spreading, causing those nearby to instinctively step back. He suddenly feels uneasy, thinking that if this continues, they will start fighting. But surprisingly, both of them shook hands like old comrades. Every member of this group is truly remarkable, with a revolutionary leader and a mysterious past. Come on, everyone, calm down. H-Men's gaze was deep as if hiding a secret plan. So now I want to have him even more. Those who attract talented people will someday soar into the sky on their own. Homan sighed in relief, ignoring the prince he disliked, and this turned out to be the right choice. How did you two manage to get here? She said slowly. I heard you broke through the walls, so we did the same. A knight was scouting the area and said he saw you being taken away, so we came here to help you. Our side is causing a commotion to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best opportunity. The scene is in ruins, with flickering flames casting shadows on those fighting. Eilit carefully observes the scene outside. It seems that if he wants to escape properly, this is the perfect opportunity for him. Fortunately, it's not the royal family invading. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, hand placed on his chest, and asked, Has your determination to leave this place changed? Ven quietly said with a bitter tone, I want to leave here, but if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will see me as a traitor and cause chaos in the city. Suddenly a warm hand placed on your shoulder. I just came up with a very great solution. Out there, the sounds of explosions and screams still echo, with smoke and flames raging fiercely. Y stops and leads the team forward. The panicked voice asked, Captain, shouldn't we be protecting the city? She replied in a low voice, No, the purpose of the royal guards is to protect the king. Our current king is with those disgusting humans. Her voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a chilling aura. Once we ensure his safety, eliminate them. Irina's face changed, her eyes darkened, and she took a heavy breath. All those humans are shouting in panic from outside. They are coming out now, and the army immediately stops. A sharp warning voice rings out. Where is our national anthem, you bastards? Sun avoids eye contact. Who could say for sure? Her gaze turns icy cold, and a murderous aura erupts, filling the entire space. Who could tell who was trying to provoke us? All the twisted monstrous bodies quickly transform into fierce beast shapes. The sword rushes toward him, making him panic and step back. Her eyes darken. I don't know what game you're playing, but if you don't return the king and hand him over to us immediately. Amid the chaos, a firm voice rang out. Stop your hands. El is controlling King Ven. If anyone dares to act rashly, your king's death is certain. The crowd immediately became chaotic. Your Majesty, what is that crazy person doing? You bastard. Get your dirty hands off our king now. He sneered, a teasing smile on his face. Are you sure this will work? Now everyone has seen the scene where that human with strong body technique captures their king. Eli pursed her lips, a smug look in her eyes. No one behind Noso was brave enough to do anything reckless. His arm suddenly swung up with a decisive motion. If you want to save your king, get out of our way quickly. I, from the opposite side, was so angry he was trembling all over. He then reminded her of something, then leaned in close and whispered something into her ear. His hand clenched so tightly it was trembling. The soldiers and monsters slowly retreated to both sides, all making way for them to pass. Sun moves carefully, walking with caution. Men and Isabel stay close, ready for any surprise attack. Yina frowned. We have already cleared a path as you requested. Now release our king immediately. How can I trust you? I will release His Majesty after we leave the city safely. If you chase after us, you also know what will happen to him, right? He soared into the sky before everyone's eyes, with countless gazes watching him below. A desolate scene unfolds on the ground, with ruined houses, smoldering ruins, and desperate screams echoing nonstop. Come here quickly and help us. We need to put out the fire first. Alec glides away, with Emifito and Ven standing close by. The question made his eyes flicker with confusion. Do you want to go back? Ven hurriedly spoke up. No, I am the one who said I want to leave here. I have to clear the way to the flower temple for you. Put that aside for now. What I want to ask is if you are determined to say, do you want to go back or leave here? His eyes briefly darken. Just thinking about the castle now makes me feel suffocated. But for my people, it's different. They are good-hearted individuals who trust and support me. If I abandon them, the entire kingdom will fall into chaos, especially if we are invaded. He glanced at me. I don't think you have time for such a leisurely chat. Be alert and watch might. What do you see? El is stunned. On the horizon, a giant black tornado is swirling. Is it a black sandstorm? Ven's eyes are stunned, his voice trembling, but his gaze fixed on the giant silhouette of the tornado. That is General Dong, as the fierce vortex roars and surges closer. Eli stands tall with a wary gaze, knowing that this disaster that destroyed the North could tear her apart if she gets caught in it. At that moment, a deep, husky voice echoed in his ear. Alec was still not finished. I think there are a few troublemakers coming with that whirlwind. Eli was stunned, her heart pounding. What's going on? His face turned pale. A massive army is approaching, their footsteps pounding like thunder, and the nine-tailed fox quickly smiles excitedly, rushing at full speed towards the inner clan. The flag still waves in the wind, the rival tribe of Enropomov led by the Tiger King, a coalition of monsters who have turned their backs on the Tiger King clan after losing their strength technique. The inner clan leader slowly turned his back as the rival faction longed for Enropomov's rule. So far, only small skirmishes have broken out. They have never launched a large-scale war. Velen almost lost his composure, his voice trembling as he asked, "What are those inner clan members doing here?" Eli raised an eyebrow and let out a sarcastic sigh. It seems some traitors in the castle have given them information about the body enhancement technique. You're still so naive even after being stabbed in the back many times, I snapped, my eyes blazing with anger. That's ridiculous, he said sternly. If not, then why would they suddenly want to invade Pomu and come to the place where I, the owner of the body enhancement technique, ma'am? Hearing this, Ven's eyes briefly darkened, and suddenly he froze, as if he just lost his composure. What are you doing? El stood firm, eyes serious. Can you answer the question I asked you earlier? His eyes are steady. Will you return to the city or leave this place with me? Vuong hesitated, his eyes darkening with uncertainty. Ah, in that moment, the kind faces of the people appeared in my mind. I will return to the city and protect my people. Eli smiled contentedly. I knew you would say that. Ven bowed his head, his voice lowering with a mix of self-doubt and worry. I am weak, I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more. Suddenly he stepped forward, gentle but clearly tired of it all. The boy shouted out, his face full of surprise. Then Elise looked straight into Ven's eyes. Your Majesty, friends don't care about such things. Friends. He nodded sincerely and said, you just need to ask. Eljic's determined gaze asked for help. If he did so, your friends would go to the ends of the earth to assist you. Then Eli turned to look at Sun, a slight smirk on his lips. That's right. You frowning isn't wrong either. Can I become your friend? He asked softly and sincerely with a slight, confident yet warm smile. Making friends is not hard at all. You can be my friend as long as you enjoy having me around. Sun also smiled brightly, a rare feeling of relief flashing in his eyes. Eli turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the dark army was approaching. Because my friend needs help, how can I turn a blind eye, right? I want to tell everyone that my eyes are firmly changing the plan ahead. The pounding footsteps echo like thunder. Quickly, growl and give the order. Speed up. The powerful army of the inner clan immediately advances toward the towering fortress ahead. Anropov is right in front of us. Amid the howling wind, Hugo lowered his voice and said, The leader. The body enhancement technique is really an Anropov. He said in a deep voice, You suspect this because of an ordinary human who possesses a powerful body technique. Yes, it's hard to believe that such a lowly race could have such an incredible secret skill. Even if the information is wrong, we cannot afford to miss the chance to invade Andropov. Especially given our current defeat, right? Hugo replied, Yes, if the information is accurate, we must not let the Hovuong family, who lost the Heavenly Pointer, get their hands on the powerful body technique. 4 years ago, if it hadn't been for the blue-eyed blonde wizard blocking our way, we could have built a great empire on the remains of the Lake King. However, if I obtain the body enhancement technique, I will recover my lost tail and finally return to my nine-tailed form I have longed for. No one can stop me. Where's that guy and his soldiers? Bring me the strengthening technique to restore our honor and glory. The Blood Wolf King roared, unleashing a surge of murderous intent. Once I succeed, I will make the whole world kneel before me. I burn with fierce determination. You are granted the divine mandate to be our king. Blood Wolf King, I will protect you. The blessing of the tail is bestowed upon us. Move forward and behead the Tiger King. For the Blood Wolf King, go and drink the blood of your enemies. But suddenly, a mysterious seal appeared in the sky, emitting a cold blue light that froze everything. Snow and ice fall from the sky, quickly forming walls of ice that block the soldiers' advance. The biting cold seeps into every pore, making the spirit beast howl in pain. A giant wolf collapses heavily to the ground, panting heavily and trembling with exhaustion. When it lifts its head, the scene beside it leaves it stunned. A faint roar stopped. It clenched its teeth, but in an instant, its body was trampled by dozens of claws and paws, blood staining the cold earth. A powerful blow like a hammer from a burly beast knocked it aside. It was thrown violently, body sliding along the ground, quickly tightening the reins, eyes wide with panic at the chaotic scene before it. What just happened? It's so lively here. Sun raised an eyebrow and said, Why do we all have to fight like this? I think it's fun to see the hammer appear too. El, go with him and walk proudly. The magnificent city appears. Outer Gulati at the main gate asked, Are you planning to stay outside like that? He slowly said, The number of enemies isn't that many right now as the beastmen are flooding into the city in large numbers. Owen stroked his beard and replied, Bick is the one who asked us not to interfere. Don't worry too much, let's see what he can do. What's going on? Has the Lord abandoned us? A black crow spoke up, gathering everyone together. Fools, God hasn't abandoned us yet. This is just human magic. The aggressive wolf growled. I heard that the people in Anropomov used magic. I can't believe they teamed up with the humans who trapped us here. Traitors to the end. The black wolf agrees and says yes. That's right, they are our enemies. Alex scoffs disdainfully and scratches his ear. We will wipe out all those damn humans and take over Andropom. The swords are raised, they focus. The alpha wolf ponders. A blonde wizard with emerald eyes. The frightened wolf recalls and reflects, still unable to forget the appearance of that bastard 40 years ago. That monster human single-handedly destroyed our entire army. But he's different from the human 40 years ago. Coincidence? Or is he mocking us? A fully armored bear steps forward and shouts, Hugo, bring me their heads, the Black Crow replies. Understood, Commander. Soldiers, move forward. The demon army, advance so those inferior humans can see the greatness of beastmen. A piercing scream. Eli stands firm, using steel feather and transforming into a beehive instantly. The demon beasts rush past as instructed. Eli remains calm and steady. A tornado erupts, and the storm of beastmen is swept away. A raven flies overhead observing. 2 ravens are startled. What's going on? Casting magic? You look pleased and say, "Son, you did well." Son's use of magic may be nothing compared to you, but he's also the 3rd son of the Nestor family. He appears, looking pleased. "I didn't understand why you brought someone who can't do much, but it turns out he has a skill too," El replied. "That is why his family is considered the strongest in the magic tower. More importantly, the Nestor family's magic element is wind. The birds are no different from prey to sun." Sun reaches out his hand. "Let me catch my breath for a bit. You better speak up quickly. Do you understand the pain of being a supporting character?" Sun leaps into an attack. Hugo screamed in horror. "Run now." Sun rushed forward and said, "Not so fast. Wind slash." The hammer appears, blocking the sparks flying toward you. Sun looks down. The leader confidently said, "That weak thing won't have any effect on our Minotaur." They shouted to finish them off. The hand touched the leader. "Oh my God. This is the first time I've seen a cow wield a hammer. It's bold enough to challenge us." "Are you playing with me?" The proud Minotaur replied. "I dare you, lowly human, to speak to the Minotaur who was struck in the mouth." The hammer and the Minotaur were thrown out, and it struck down hard, falling backward. The henchman looks scared as Dave Van Tok smiles. "Oh no, I accidentally lost it." The demonic clan rushes forward angrily, shouting, "You humans are doomed. We will avenge our leader. Dodge quickly." She strikes down with her weapon. El and Mix too are stunned, and he teases, "I know why you're afraid of her now." El criticizes, "I can't believe she injured others while still laughing like that. She has the qualities of a demon king." The wolf rushes forward with its sword, unleashing a burst of light to break the ice and attack. Everyone converges. "Just in time, I'm tired of waiting." He raises his hand and says, "I will deal with all of you." The wolves rush in. Only 3 of them take them all down, as a swirl of icy light erupts into a snowstorm. They shield themselves and ask, "Where did this blizzard come from?" "We can't go any further." It froze stiff as it watched Elzik hovering and creating ice shards, shouting the ice magic name Blizzard. A shard of icy cold ice falls, and they scream in pain. Elite looks on in surprise, thinking, "Wow, you've survived quite a lot." He lands. Elite raised his hand and smirked, saying, "I will show you the magic I have created. I will combine the seal of brutality and ferocity to envelop my body with dragon heart magic. Then I will freeze everything I touch and destroy it." Rhino immediately shouted to stop him and raised a magic shield. E charged forward like lightning, using beast-strengthening technique to attack fiercely. He rushes forward and delivers a sweeping kick, smiling satisfied. "That's amazing." His thick legs stomp the ground, using body enhancement techniques and magic. Eli stands firm. He's truly dangerous. E suddenly trembled. Damn it, with that much spiritual energy. The huge black figure standing still is a level 4, a monster master. The huge bear chuckles with interest. An interesting human. Quickly speak in a deep voice, so you're the one holding the sword and continuing to talk, the one responsible for this mess. Eli pondered calmly. "He's not a foe I can easily defeat. The fish I just caught has already escaped. Too bad. I can't waste any more time here. Hurry up and die in midair. How dare you run away from me?" The man kicked off the ground and landed. I dodged and marveled. Too fast, but there's nothing I can't block. The fists and the sword clash, and Eli steps back, carefully considering that his opponent's speed and strength are truly remarkable. "If you keep like that, stay still, you bastard." He glanced at the cracked sword and quickly released a burst of energy. Eli frowned, realizing that he was now in his territory, and it would be hard to escape using teleportation. Mao kept watch and ordered. Hugo led the army to Andropomphny. A chilling aura emanates as I prepare to take his head and pursue him. "The monster advances," Hugo commands, leading the beast army straight toward Andropom, swiftly passing by Elzik. "You underestimated the monsters a bit too much. There was a time even the demon race wouldn't dare to provoke them." El stood face to face with him. Elric said seriously, "Even when their tribe is weakened, there are still strong ones. So that's why Andropomov built the fortress and has always been wary of his own clan." He stood proudly and said, "Now it's just the 2 of us." El seriously creates a vortex, must defeat him quickly at all costs. He remains silent and prepares to attack. Eli smirked slightly, gripping his sword tightly to forget the shame of 40 years ago. "I have trained day after day. Even if you're not him, jump in quickly and continue. I still have to tear you apart into 100 pieces to ease my mind." He smiled brightly and replied, "Then it's not tomorrow anymore. You should train for another 10 years. Mao angrily drew his sword. "How dare you mock me?" He froze in place, his horse rearing in panic. "Who are you?" Men calmly replied, "Hermann Go, also known as the Green Lion of the Empire." He announced, "Let me handle this. You go ahead." Ello quickly and happily replied, "Thank you, sir," and asked eagerly, "The lion, their swords clashing. Do you think an ordinary lion can stand against a bear like me?" Men said confidently, "Let's see." Eli ran quickly with him. Even without fully regaining his strength, the green lion, he is not someone easily defeated by a bear. I wonder if Sisters Hay and Anson are okay, fighting monsters with their hammers, always smiling. Elzik and Emphik arrive at their place, thinking to himself, they truly are a perfect fighting pair, but they can't stop the scattered beastmen everywhere. That's why I want to gather them all in one place for an easier fix. El suddenly turned around, and the three of them rushed over. The Lamb Sword Knights are said to be quite exemplary in their conduct. The tall man laughs loudly, swinging his sword with great strength. He stared blankly, wondering, is that right? The man happily said, leave it to us, son-in-law. Another person waves their hand, assuring they won't let a single ant slip by. Son-in-law. He trembles as. He hugs himself, thinking he just heard something strange. He panics now that the knight has joined the battlefield. He just needs to deal with the rest. El watched intently. When did they get so far ahead? In front of the tall city gate, he approached and wondered what was going on inside Andropomov City. There aren't even any guards inside the city, as the group discusses. The brown-haired man suggests that now is not the time for that. We need to come up with a plan immediately. The purple-haired man retorted, do you think we can stop the Rage Tribe just by going out there and talking? Another person continued, so you mean we should just sit here and watch? The man walks away seriously and suggests surrender. Everyone was confused. What are you saying? He immediately shouted back. What can we do then? If you have a better idea, then speak up. The man trembled as he replied, we definitely have to risk our lives to fight and protect this city. The others shouted, I agree with him, see. I also don't want to die like this. That's right, only you are panicking. The others are fools. Look, are you planning to put all the people in danger? Do you think they will leave our people alone? If we surrender, we will all become food for those beasts. He walks over, stops, and says, I have heard all the opinions, and the finance minister is right. That person is even more panicked. The fake-nosed Sora said, anyone who agrees, step forward. He shouted in panic. Prime Minister, what are you doing? Noses, sharp eyes, the dark aura spreading, the army of shadows. The frightened man asked, Prime Minister Nair? And shouted loudly, do you really want to abandon the kingdom and its people? Nose smiled at the other person, and then gestured. Kill the traitor, he's afraid, and stepping back. A chaotic battle erupts. Yanar, in sight, shouts and keeps moving. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes down from the mountain cliff. To stop them, all the monsters roared in protest. Stop, stop! They glare angrily. You stopped just in time. From the ice cliff, a young man is jumping down at high speed. It's Elik. Seeing this, the monsters are all terrified. El Melvin approaches and says, I'm a bit disappointed I haven't played enough with the bear yet. Let's have some fun now. They were terrified upon seeing him. How is that human here? Has he already defeated the commander? Nowbeer quickly spoke to reassure, don't be afraid. The commander won't lose, he just escaped from you. Bo, the monster squad leader, then ordered to kill him and we will attack the city. Faced with this situation, Elzik Melvingo glared and used his body-strengthening magic, instantly transforming into a fierce tiger and rushing toward the monsters. They saw the king and were terrified. The Tiger King. Alec Melvin proudly said, it seems the aura of the Tiger King from that move scared them. At this moment, Mito also spoke up, after all, the Tiger King is strong, so how should we handle these guys? Without hesitation, he replied, body-strengthening magic is perfect for handling crowds like this. After saying that, a blue light radiated from the ice beast, making the monsters seem to dissolve as well. They gradually disappeared under his power. Alec Melvin proudly said, I only need a wide area attack. But as he spoke, he stepped toward the remaining monsters who began raising their weapons ready to fight. But Elzik Melvingo was not afraid. He raised his fist towards them, preferring to fight directly. Immediately, a fight broke out, both sides clashing fiercely. Haman raised his voice. I can't move as precisely as I want. You better growl back. Are you trying to deceive me? He interrupted him and said, no. I am truly ill. That illness stems from my desire to be stronger. Thanks to my son-in-law, I have recovered. You will see the results I realized after waking up. Quickly look at him with a cold gaze and reply, a warrior from a great tribe will never back down in a battle. Then the two of them once again enter the fight. Be careful of the lion's claws, or you might hurt me. Now both sides are facing each other, and the fierce battle begins to shake the heavens and the earth. Under the setting sun, Mao Hok Tuyat Khan, exhausted, knelt down under Ahmed Herman's sword and smiled, saying, what a great battle. Only now does Mao realize the true strength of humans. Humans are truly incredible. I look up to the Blood Wolf King and apologize for not completing my mission. I hope your plan will succeed. Hearing each word, Homan angrily drew his sword and charged at him. Suddenly, he pulled out a firecracker, and as it exploded, his head also fell to the ground. Unable to stop Mao's plan, Homan silently blames Min for being too late and unable to intervene. Over at Elgit Melvinger, he also notices the signal flare and quietly wonders about the signal. Seeing the signal, the monsters realize the commander has fallen and given his final order, and suddenly, everything becomes even more chaotic. They growl fiercely at Elzik Melvingo with cold eyes. We offer our lives. For the Blood Wolf King. For the Blood Wolf King. He didn't understand what they were saying or what it was, but the monsters all shouted in unison and charged forward for the Blood Wolf King. So he continued to use piercing attacks to scatter the monsters, knocking them down one after another, and a large ice burst suddenly erupted. The monsters saw this and quickly fled. Beer suddenly ordered, "The vanguard will clear the way for the main army to advance. We must overthrow the Tiger King clan, destroy and plunder everything within, eliminate the dissenters." He led the charge forward, beginning to strategize in his mind. Now is the time for the inside to send signals, as Anramov's government has decided to follow the will of the No tribe. Even if the human wizard blocks the way, the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Suddenly he froze when he saw something. The flag was raised on the city wall, a sign of victory. He looked around in confusion. What's going on? He stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what he saw. No way, it can't be like this. What is this? Don't tell me now they're standing high above shouting down. All the cowards have been executed. The warriors of the Tiger King, the heroes of Anramov, do not let any traitor from the No tribe breach this place. Following his orders, hundreds of arrows were shot, and only then did the monsters realize this was actually a trap. Then, under a rain of arrows, all the monsters fell one after another. After this volley, another one followed, and they kept falling like leaves. A voice sounded out. Lord Elzic Melving then approached and asked him what was going on. Why was the minister helping us? He turned to reply, "I made a deal with him at Anramov's second castle. Please sell me the body enhancement spell again." Elzic Melving then frowned and thought, "My goodness, even he said that. I really can't trust anyone." Nowhere said solemnly, "I want to show you a few things first. Can you go outside with me for a moment?" El Melvin was listening to him when suddenly he noticed Ven's gaze staring directly at him. The kid whispered, "All right." Then he and No went up to a statue. Elzic Melvingo asked curiously, "What about this stone statue?" Na hesitated for a moment before replying, "There are many spirit gates in Anramov's mansion. Please protect our king from them." He suddenly bowed and begged, "I beg you." Feeling suspicious, he asked Mpito, why did he suddenly say that? He seemed to want to betray the king earlier, and Mito also found it strange. How would I know? He bowed and continued, "I will pay any price along with the secret of the body enhancement technique." Hearing this, Elzic Melvingo widened his eyes in surprise. "Do you have secret techniques too?" "Yes, although we lost the first and second halves." Hearing this, he thought to himself that if he could learn this secret technique, he would be able to perfect it. Then he coldly replied, "But why do you trust the people you despise the most?" Now suddenly sighed. "Do you know you look a lot like your grandfather?" Even with blonde hair and blue eyes, he walks up and touches the protective statue. "When we saw your eyes, we called them gemstone eyes." Suddenly, the brown hand moved as if switching a button. Suddenly, a door appeared in the room. The door opened with a blinding light. He said that the one with those eyes would bring light and hope to the world. Seeing this strange thing, Elzic Melvino thought to himself. In another space behind the wall, he looked ahead in surprise as a giant image appeared. Those were his uncle's eyes. The image of Onon Melvino made Elzic Melvingo fall into silence for a few seconds. Seeing your amazed face, No approached and continued, "He used to wear a necklace like yours and came to the castle. He helped us unconditionally. Thanks to your uncle, the Tiger King exists." When we asked the boy what he had said, Elzic Melvingo suddenly interrupted. "What did he say?" No turned to smile and replied, "Because we are friends." When I asked him why we were friends, he said that the Minger family has always been friends with the Beastmen. It seems you already knew about this. Hearing that, he also responded softly, "I saw it in the family records, but yes, that was 300 years ago. We were surprised that he considered us friends." He also said, "All troops retreat, withdraw from Anramov immediately." At this moment, an image of an army fleeing appears before the two of them. Udon Melvingo's face darkened as he said, "I am sorry for that moment. Because I arrived too late, it is the moment I will never forget in my life. So, when someone who looks exactly like him comes here, how could I not recognize him?" At this point, his expression grew even more serious. "By the time I realized the problems the Embinger family was facing, it was already too late to help you. I'm sorry I couldn't assist you." Understanding the situation, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "I understand what the Beastmen are going through right now. Thank you." Nose clenched his hand, voice trembling slightly. "I know I shouldn't ask for more help from you, but the descendant of the Melvingo family, please help us one more time." After finishing the conversation, he went outside and told Velen and Yina, "I will protect His Majesty the King." His standing there fighting the enemy was a result of what happened earlier. Hearing this, Velen suddenly welled up with tears. "I'm sorry, sir." Suddenly, Sonam ran over to report that the Eastern Army of the Master has been pushed back. Velen was overjoyed when he heard this. This is good news." Then Elzic Melvingo sneered coldly, with a hint of pride in his voice. "So shall we end this battle now?" Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, causing all the monsters to retreat in fear. Nair and Elgic Melvinger now stood back to back. They secretly thought to themselves, "Minister, you're really strong. I'm a bit older, but my claws have never dulled." Even Ven rushed forward. Minister Melvinger's foot just touched the ground. Then Nair and Elzic Melvingo both bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the boy may be young, but his attitude is very serious." Walking forward, he stood face to face with the crowd below. Velen raised his hand to show confidence in victory, then shouted loudly, "We have won!" According to the words, the teachers below also shouted along. Seeing this scene, Elzig Melvinger also secretly smiled with satisfaction. Velen stepped towards him, extending his small hand happily, and said, "I want to thank you not as a king, but as a friend." As night fell, and everyone was gathered inside the palace, Velen looked worried and said, "Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you." Now Ruo also softened as he looked at the boy in front of him. "It's okay. First, I apologize for not informing you about what was happening." He clasped your hand with a cheerful smile. "You're already a wonderful king. You have also made wonderful friends. I believe I have been unfair, and today I will resign as minister." Suddenly Ven shouted, "No, you can't. Your face looks desperate. I still need him stay by my side for a long time and help me." Hearing these words, Nose also felt happy inside, and silently wished to stay outside for a long time. He thought about the day when you grew up to become a ruler, loved by many, to one day see Anramov thrive again and regain its glory. But by then, I would no longer be alive in this world. At this moment, behind him, the image of a howling wolf appears clearly. He frowns upon hearing Elzig Melvingo ask why he chose to ally with the demons. Hearing him speak, Velen also couldn't help but doubt. "The divine light of justice. What are you talking about?" "Demons?" Elzig Melvingo immediately replied. "The minister's body will soon be taken over by the demons." "Is that why he couldn't fulfill the king's request for a long time?" "As for MIT, that guy, he's a demon." El Melvin turned to ask Middo. "The minister is a demon?" He was also startled and responded. "More precisely, he is a demon with a ring wrapped around his heart." He began to explain how closely the ring was linked to his heart, which meant he would soon become a demon. At this point, everyone fell silent. He asked, "How could you meet the demons?" Nir turned his head, avoiding Golung's gaze, and replied, "After the former Tiger King was defeated, I saw no hope for Anar anymore." He clenched his fist and said, "I need power, at least enough to do something to save Anramov at any cost." At that moment, I accidentally discovered the demon tree. Both Elzig Melvinger and Empaido were stunned. "Huh? A demon tree? Isn't that the tree that produces demons? Didn't our family destroy most of them already?" Now shook his head in protest. "It seems your family hasn't checked the thing in the black snowfield." Hearing that, he continued to ask, "So you have eaten the fruit of the demon tree?" There's no more hiding. Now Geo finally reveals the truth. "I must have eaten its entire fruit to gain its power. I have received the terrifying strength of a demon. My mind will soon be consumed by it, and I will become a demon." At this point, Mr. T's eyes suddenly turned blood red, so I decided to leave this place and die. Because if I did, the demon inside me would also die. Hearing that, Velen began to tremble as he asked, "Minister, how can you say such a thing?" At this point, I have no choice but to accept. "Your Majesty, that is the only feasible way." Suddenly, Melvinger spoke up. If there was a way to cure him, what would he do? Hearing there might be a solution, Ven was a bit relieved. "Can you do it? Please, heal him." Now Rose stands up, serious face, and says, "If you're going to do something useless, then forget it. If you mess up, we'll be in even bigger trouble." Elec Melvingo now glanced at Fito. "Are you sure?" Of course, if someone can manipulate magic delicately enough to sever the connection of all souls, they could push back the demonic energy in his body. He looked at them, secretly thinking he could do it if he had enough time, but his body wouldn't be able to endure it. Then there is only one way left. "Master, may I ask you for a favor?" Suddenly, Ogre-Teen spoke up, saying, "I told you you could ask me for anything. Isn't now the right time?" He bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, that is a treatment only you, Master, can perform." "All right, just tell me what I need to do." Hearing that, even I was surprised on this side. "Is that really possible?" "This will be difficult for most mages. You don't need to worry." My master gradually approached, saying as he walked, "Even my grandfather wouldn't stand a chance against my master now." For a moment, Now was stunned, while he remained completely calm. Alec Melvin asked again, "If the master can sever the connection between the soul and his heart, I will handle the rest." He replied, "I know what you are planning. Be careful." Hearing this, a slight somberness appeared on your face. "All right, let's begin." With that, a beam of light emanates from Oten's body. The morning light around Naugio stammers, "This is Bakhta." He wondered to himself, is this really the power of just one person? Suddenly, something made Now freeze completely. Old Ogden suddenly grew giant, reaching out to grab Nair. Suddenly, Naugio unexpectedly transformed into his second personality, a fierce wolf, then howled, "I'm about to take over his body. How dare you interfere?" Oh my god, this demon talks so much. He quickly absorbs its power and smiles contentedly. With it, I can recharge my demonic energy and make Romoff owe me a favor. It's been a long time since I had such a good meal. Eat your fill, but make sure to leave the seal intact. Thank you for the meal. Dew's seal has finally evolved from ferocious to ruthless. While absorbing the power, Elgic Melvinger suddenly widened his eyes, as if stepping into a virtual world. What just happened? Inside this world, everywhere is filled with a blood-red hue. Ambit, standing high above, speaks down. "All the mysteries and absurdities originate from me. I am Mephit of Primal Sin. Right now, Elzik Melvinger is inside Impeto's mind. Now I am inside Impeto's memory. Why? Why is this happening? You are now standing behind Mito, with the demons below shouting along with him. Suddenly Mpit lifts his foot and swings his sword down on the monsters below. He growls, "You arrogant fools," then delivers a direct strike that causes a massive tremor, making the monsters beneath seem to vanish as well. But he didn't stop, still gripping his sword tightly and slicing through, causing the demons to scatter in all directions. Mit growled, "Do you think that's enough to kill me?" Elgic Melvingo watched each of Impeto's swift and deadly strikes pass before his eyes, secretly realizing he had always regarded him as a demon to be used and had forgotten. But this is truly the power of Impeto, the greatest and most noble demon king. He placed his hand on his chest and felt, for some reason, as if he could sense Impeto's emotions. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, as if saying this situation wasn't what he wanted, and he only acted this way because it was his destiny since birth. At this moment, Mito seems to have gone insane. In Elzik Melvingo's mind, he kept thinking about punishing everything. It's his true nature, just as breathing is to survive. That's why he is the only demon king known as the original sinner. Mito slowly spreads his demon wings, his eyes turning cold and fierce, growling like a true demon king. That is the true nature of Empado. Suddenly a voice rang out. "What are you looking at?" El Melvin instinctively turned back to return to reality. Old Ogun asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't look well, do you?" He quickly waved his hand to dismiss it. "It's nothing, I'm fine." Then I looked at Nor, who was unconscious, thinking that not much time had passed in the real world, and then I remembered Mito. It seems Mito also saw his memories. Why is this happening? The demon I just separated from the minister has been absorbed into the seal, and I was first drawn into MIT's memory seal. Suddenly, Mo-Fi responded, "What else is there? Your soul is now linked to me, which makes him a bit jealous. Can you hear what I am thinking?" I didn't even say it out loud, did I? Mit seemed to see through everything. I'm also shocked by that. I can't believe that even as a spirit, I could form a connection between me and a human. "Do you know what's happening?" Mo-Fei Tuo asked with a frown. "I'm not omnipotent, you know. The seal you absorbed, I can only guess it's because it's a lower-level seal than mine." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered a seal weaker than you. No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why didn't you recognize it from the start? Mito here speaks sharply. "I was born at the top of the demon hierarchy, so why should I care about the lower ranks? Are you sure it's not because no one wants to play with you? Damn it, do I even want to play with anyone?" Elzik Melvingo looked at Mito with a teasing smile and asked what he saw in his memories, but he pouted and turned his head away. In the sick room, everyone was standing around quietly. He tightly held Elzik Melvingo's hand and smiled, saying thank you very much. He also replied, "You need to focus on taking care of yourself to recover soon." "I understand. I will rest more so I can see the king grow up." Then the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Velen here thinks he's already considered the moment he'll receive his reward, while Mit here is blaming Elgic Melvingo. "You're so kind yet so greedy for money too." He also thought to himself, "I'm always like this." Then the two of them argued again. "Stop reading other people's thoughts like a pervert, as if I want to hear it." Suddenly, Elgic Melvingo noticed something. Velen brought him a box as promised. "Is this the treasure map of the Tiger King predecessor and the research on body enhancement techniques? Does this belong to the Tiger King predecessor?" He slowly opened the bed. "There are a few items inside. Please look at what's underneath the cloth," Elgic Melvinger asked in surprise. "Under the cloth." As he pulled the cover up, he suddenly felt surprised. "Wait. This is a rare herb from the eastern continent. Why are you giving me this precious item?" Velen replied calmly. "In the legend of the Beastman, when the world is on the brink of destruction, the hero king will lead everyone. When the harsh winter arrives, that day will come and dispel the freezing cold winter. And once again, the warm spring will return to this land. You speak with sincerity, and I believe that you are the hero king mentioned in the legends." Elzik Melvingo whispered, "Winter is gone and done. Winter." At this moment, he suddenly realized that the appearance of the prophecy was not a coincidence, and remembered Melving's apology for arriving too late, which meant that his grandfather went there because it was part of the family's plan. So he smiled and said that you deserve the royal elixir. Elgic Melvingo accepted and thanked him. Now I will guide everyone to the flower temple as the scene shifts to a dark place. Hugao trembles in fear, bowing his head and saying, God, forgive me, Bloodwolf King, I will not fail next time." But before he could finish speaking, he was immediately sent to the Western Heaven, because you have failed. Bloodwolf King slammed his hand down in anger and said, "I will get my tail back. It's the Melvin family again." He asked as he walked away, "Where have they reached?" A subordinate responded, "The Flower Temple." Then he said, "The Flower Temple is the path my heir has taken. Burn them to death. Burn them along with the temple. In the black snowfield, everyone is gathered here." Velen told him to put his hand out, but the white tiger made him so angry he was about to explode. "Why did you ignore the orders of the Tiger King and then run around here with the white tiger?" Sun Meter suddenly glanced over. What did they just say to each other? El Melvinger chuckled a few times before drawing his sword. Then Humman asked, "Do you plan to learn swordsmanship in the future?" He looked confused and asked again, Swordsmanship? He continued. You're a true genius. Hearing this, Elgic Melvinger suddenly had some thoughts. He continued, I think swordsmanship will be necessary. I can teach you a few things. Suddenly, Otten spoke up to stop them. Don't be so hasty. He only needed a few steps to create a snowstorm behind him, causing everyone in the audience to be terrified. What's going on? You order them around. Stand still, everyone. Any wrong move and your head will explode. The wind outside is howling with snow and ice, perfect for burying a body. Seeing how complicated things are, Velen feels a bit scared. Homan said, Please stay calm. There are children here. His words made them both stop acting rashly. Then the thing around the man's neck also flew away. Homan nodded and said, I don't mean to steal your disciple. He fights in a very different style, so I just thought he should learn some stronger martial arts. Otin replied with interest, That's good to hear. But do you think I wouldn't recognize your sneaky tricks? Homan laughed and replied, Do you worry I will steal your disciple? That night, as the carriage was traveling down the road, it suddenly exploded. Where did old Ogun appear from? He unleashes his power, and I will show you what respect truly means. Then he reaches out his hand, intending to crush the person inside. Homen, sword in hand, muttered, This is bad. A light shone down, and then a fierce battle between the two of them began. Ghoul Titan Tenzer, sitting on his beast, said, The army is making trouble, right? Maybe I should teach you all a lesson. But the people in front are extremely fierce. Charging with weapons, hunting monsters is our job. In the darkness, the fierce battle between the two sides erupts. Mitt said, I don't understand why they are fighting each other to compete for you. El Melvin proudly replied, My talent is just too amazing. Are you eavesdropping on them? It would be a bit crude to just directly read someone's mind. Is that so? Elzik is already my student. Don't expect to take it from my hands, Umvito said with a sigh. Are you just going to let them fight like that? You're about to die anyway, so why are you still so greedy and selfish? It seems that the forces here are overpowering Homan's oppression. Just as the situation hangs by a thread, Elgic Melvinger steps in to intervene. Everyone, calm down, I will learn swordsmanship. Only then will everything return to how it was. Algerton and Guladi Tendo protested, saying, We still have many things to teach you. That's right. I still have techniques even more powerful than the Eye of the Tiger. He replied tiredly, because I want to become even stronger. I realize that without a martial arts foundation, you can't be strong. Demons are very powerful. If I learn swordsmanship, my chances of winning against them will increase. If I learn swordsmanship, I see it as just a tool to support my magic. Homan also spoke up. I just want to help him become stronger. I will not learn swordsmanship unless both of you agree, because I am your disciple. Hearing this, everyone suddenly fell silent, then started discussing among themselves. There was no reason to refuse this offer. Anyway, I am the leader of the Binger Dream clan before I became your student. Before fighting them, I thought their swordsmanship was not bad at all. Thank you both. Suddenly Hen stood up, old Ogun smiled and said, Take good care of him. Men also smiled contentedly and replied, I will put all my heart into him, but deep down he thought, Old man, I've already won. I'll only let you win this once. As for Elzik Melvingo, he's sitting there with a cold face, plotting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have the Green Lion Lord as my master. I must seize this chance well. After they left, Eli suddenly collapsed. He looked pale and as if he had just been brought back to life. I didn't expect your stamina to be this weak. Someone normal wouldn't be able to swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana. He chuckled happily and said, That's what every child in my family has to do as soon as they learn to walk. Mofi sighed and said, El has made up his mind. The day I appear to unify this land, I will treat the Lamzu team very kindly and let them sit on my right side of the throne. He was looking cool when suddenly he changed into a ballet costume. Dance now. Following Elzic's order, he immediately spun around, cursing non-stop. Stop this nonsense now. Damn it. Suddenly, there was the sharp sound of a carriage braking. Elzic, I have arrived. He just got off the carriage and thought, finally at the Peace Temple. Alec Melvin took a step forward, suddenly his face darkening. What is this? Is this the Flower Temple? Ven turned and said, Currently, because of General Dong, it is temporarily sealed off. I told them we would arrive soon, so the gate will open quickly. Mvito also sneered and said, Did they mention the Flower Temple? I was wondering if it's the place I have in mind. So it's still here? What do you mean? The place born for the apocalypse is a kind of archway. He sneered, and humans, dragon horns, and giants all feared the army of the great god of war. They plan to rebuild from scratch here after the world is destroyed. Of course, the Minger family has stopped its army. Elzik Melvingo took the badge around his neck. Dragon, giant, and demon lord. He suddenly thought about the apocalypse Mito mentioned, and whether what he saw was connected to it. The ground suddenly trembled. Elzik Melvingo quickly looked around. Suddenly, a multicolored light burst out, and Ven immediately pointed at it. Look over there, the door is opening, and everywhere he looks, he's surprised by that door. Mitt quietly thinks there must be a very familiar face inside. The door slowly swung open, a blinding light emanating from within. A figure of a girl stepped out, walking towards them, then clasped her hands and said, I am Yuan Ding, the guardian of the Flower Temple. My name is Hunya Choka. Just call me Vian Din. The cold wind outside, please come in and warm up. Hearing her speak, everyone nodded in agreement. So they each stepped one by one through that door. Inside was a world completely different from the outside. When winter comes, the flower temple will begin to rest. Viandin, who is leading, starts to introduce himself. Usually we do not accept visitors at this time of year, but because of the urgent request from the Tiger King and your constant help, you are an exception. I hope everyone will follow my instructions. Please pay attention to your actions and gestures because the gods have fallen into hibernation. A strange voice suddenly echoed. Are you human? It's been over 40 years since I last saw many of these people. I'm so excited. Are they fairies? Vianding immediately introduced, this is the fairy of the water lily goddess. Elle suddenly thought, not only a fairy but also a goddess? The fairy flew over to compliment Mel Vinger, making her blush with embarrassment. This young lady is so beautiful. Oh, thank you. You are also very beautiful. Then the fairy turned to scold old Ogun. Monster, monster, old and delusional. Even though she's 1,000 years old, she still calls me fake. The mischievous fairy keeps flirting with the girl, but you need to work harder on your unrequited love. You're so beautiful and the most fragrant. Thank you. This left a bad impression on Eli. What a noisy spirit. Suddenly, Daff suddenly sneezes, then points at Eli. I'm scared, with so much dark energy and aura. Who is this? Mito is the first to criticize her. With such a bad appearance, it must be a pumpkin flower, right? Maybe Jasmine? Alec asked, surprised, pointing. Did she see me, Phi? But they are just awkwardly standing there. I am Hua Thui Tien. I am not ugly. That young lady even complimented me. Do you really think they were praising you? Are you a god or something? Elle here secretly marvels, surprised she could see the illusion. Everyone else keeps wondering. What is Shenhua Shuilian doing? Is there something over there? If they keep this up, they'll find out about the enchantment. The fairy is causing such a fuss that Viandin has to remind her. She doesn't have many friends, so she's just playing alone. I understand why she's lonely now. Oh my, poor her. But she shouted, I am not lonely, nasty nail. Why did you come to our temple? Eli reached into his pocket and took out a treasure, saying, I want to give this to the tea flower god. And then Yuanding led him away. As he walked, he said, I guess the temple must have suffered a lot of damage caused by General Dong. I also thought this place was supposed to be a fairy tale paradise. M. Vito also spoke up. This place should have been an archway to defend against the attack of the abyssal god. I can't believe it's all because that East General that he's in this situation. Why has the East General been so stubborn lately? He folded his arms and shared his opinion. Just as that beastman said, maybe he only changed his personality or it's related to some arrangement or plan of your family. Don't you think everything is too coincidental? It all seems prearranged, just waiting for someone to appear from the north to start it all. Hearing this, he also felt uneasy and then wondered if this was part of the arrangement his ancestors mentioned. I have arrived. Wending just opened the door and there were other classmates inside. As soon as they saw her, they asked, Who are you? Why are you here? Is there something you want to do with Hoatra? Why do you want to take her ice crystal sphere? He wondered silently. Is the divine tea flower still not here? Then I introduced myself formally. I am Alex. Hearing that, the fairy girls flew over to circle me. With blonde hair and blue eyes, we are friends. It's been 40 years. Yedden and the others have been causing chaos nonstop. Did my grandfather come here before? Yes, he has visited this place. Yudo Donan is our friend, so why did you come here? He took out a crystal ball and replied, I came because my ancestor needs to give her the ice crystal ball. Where is the divine camellia flower? That, as they were walking, Alec suddenly realized something. She had withered away. Alec Melvinger said, Is it because of Commander Dong? The winter has lasted too long, spring hasn't come, and everyone is withering. All the winter flowers are already hibernating, and we don't have much time left. Then we sat down by the tea flower grave. If I don't give the ice sphere to the tea flower god, then coming here this time will be pointless. I also won't be able to rebuild my family. Mitt here suggests I didn't expect this god of beauty to wither away in winter. So sad. Before his words, the fairy maidens reacted fiercely. Devil King, shut up. We only allowed you in because of our friend, and I have no desire to see you. Then they started fighting each other. What do you think you are to talk about me? You're only the past now. Getting angry, well, anger is useless anyway. Then Els Melvinger suddenly thought, wait, if they wither, do they feel cold? Wither, but not die. If this seed really exists, maybe it will have some effect. Thinking, he placed the crystal inside, and then used his power to activate it. A green light of revival appeared. The crystal continuously emitted a strong glow, and everyone watched as the seed began to crack and sprout into a new life. Suddenly, a red light shone down and a fairy appeared from the sprout. You have arrived. As promised, Elgic Melvinger's efforts have finally been rewarded. Huatra wakes up, Mayola Ellis extends his hand and introduces himself. I am Elite, the grandson of Udon. May I ask about the promise between you and my grandfather? Her eyes suddenly turned serious, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted. It was Mayola. The little fairy girls arrive. Mayola, it's been a long time. I miss you so much. Are you sleeping well? Mayo nervously spoke up. Hey, listen, you're so annoyed that you're clenched up. Everyone fell silent. I am saying something important that I need to hear. She has grown a lot. Amid their quiet tears, Vic softly sneered. Where did your arrogant attitude go? Mayo turned to tease him. Time has passed so long, yet your ugly face remains the same. The only thing worth seeing in you is your true physical body, and now you're wandering the ghost city too? Vict is furious, saying, I am the fighting king, the king of my ass. You don't even have a throne, so who would recognize you as the king? Chided by her, Vict clenched his fists in anger but couldn't do anything. She turned to Eli and said, So, your name is Ellis? That's a beautiful name. He bowed his head and replied, Thank you, sir. How did you manage to wake me up? Eli smiled. I sensed a demonic aura hidden within the cold energy where your seed was sleeping, so I thought I could wake you by absorbing that cold energy through the seal and eternal crystal. As you can see, it was successful. Mayo is praising you. You look as smart as you seem. Thank you, sir. You. Her inviting voice softly echoed. Are you thinking of marrying me? Immediately, Elite's whole body seemed to freeze, his face full of question marks. Seeing Mio's hesitation, Foe sighed helplessly. You're still the same, always meddling regardless of who they are. Your condescending attitude that invades others' affairs hasn't changed, has it? I have nothing to say to the ugly demon king, so go away. What do you think? That is an honor you will not receive twice. Faced with such a situation, he suddenly felt awkward. Usually I would reply that you're talking nonsense, but I can't do that to the family's god in this situation. Eli bowed respectfully, thanking him for his offer. But I can't marry carelessly because I am still the representative of the family that needs to be restored. I have many things to do now. I sincerely apologize. The cat's strange eyes gleamed with delight. Oh dear, what a shame. It's been a long time since I felt this way. That's enough talking. You want to know the promise I made to Udon, right? He replied that his grandson would come here someday to take away the winter that had plunged this place into darkness and bring spring with him. That statement made Eli startle, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. He raised his hand and clenched the badge on his chest. How did he find out? Elzik, Melvinger, grandson of Melvinger, will you take away this endless winter and bring us the spring we long for? El hesitated and replied, I don't know if I can take away winter, but my grandfather told me to give you this and said that. Vict crossed his arms and huffed loudly in frustration. He opened his hand to reveal the egg, his gaze becoming resolute. I'm here to erase winter. Mayo looked at it with a tender gaze. Ice crystal, this is definitely the words of that troublesome person. However, it has connected everything together. From now on, you should go to this place. Eli's face looked a bit confused. Mayo reached out and touched a falling flower in midair, making the entire space seem to pause. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed throughout the area. Eli suddenly startled, eyes wide with fear as the badge on his chest suddenly glowed and seemed to take away winter. Finally, in a field full of wildflowers and lush grass, he lies among the flowers, with a bewildered face and involuntarily utters, It's been a long time since I felt this way again. Eli observes the surroundings, still looking amazed. This is the flower temple, just as I imagined. Where is the temple? Suddenly a gust of wind blew in, causing Eli to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. As if sensing something, he glanced over. Huh? At that moment, the green flower field suddenly turned into a barren, icy wasteland. He wondered silently, what is happening here? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. This is the Snowfield Lantern, the place to test your strength for the second event. He looked up at him, his face stunned, as if he had just realized something right in front of him. Could it be that Otu-Han is smiling? Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I said happily as I ran over. You've grown a lot since the last time we met. It seems the seal and bow have found the right place. You happily asked, why are you here? Othan's face is gentle. Once you finish dealing with winter, I will continue to follow and remind you. Hearing what he said, Elit instinctively raised his hand to his head, and painful memories flooded back again. Thothan looked up at the mountain range and said, All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain right here. Look over there. This place was once full of blessings, the land where all life was born, but when that thing appeared, death descended upon this land. Elate repeated, East General, that's right. That thing was left behind after the demons and gods passed through this land, remnants of the past and curses, so from now on I will teach you how to devour the East General. Are we really going to swallow this enormous disaster? Can I do it? But if I can swallow that thing, I can gain immense power and become much stronger than I am now. Toan glanced softly at Eliz's face and stepped forward, raising his hand. I just need to seal General Dong into the Berserk Seal like the first time, right? Toan nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. I am ready. Do I need to fight like I did against the Snow Mountain King then? I hesitated and asked, what should I do with it? He smiled and explained, plant it into a tree within 100 days. When the flowers bloom, the test will be over. He cupped the seed in his hand and looked at Tohan. For a moment, Alit hesitated. Huh? He frowned, looking annoyed and incredulous that he had to take on such an absurd task, to go plant trees. Tohan gently pushed up his glasses and asked, Is it really that hard? Eli looked at the seed in her hand, her face full of hesitation as she replied. First, planting the seeds in this barren land. But I don't understand how this is related to dealing with the winter calamity. Eventually, you'll understand on your own. El frowned, rubbing his forehead with a look of displeasure. More meaningless words. Can I scare him into explaining things more clearly? What am I supposed to do with this little information? Don't worry, he snapped his fingers, and immediately a giant portal appeared in the sky. I will assign a perfect guide for you. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. Could you please stop bothering me? Eli unconsciously looked towards the voice, his eyes opening wide in surprise. A girl with long, orange-blonde hair gently brushes her hair with her hand. She floats in the air, her beauty so stunning that the space around her seems to be sprinkled with flower petals. Cherry blossoms fluttering. I told you many times not to wake me up. The cat goddess looked up in confusion at the person standing next to Dohan Meo, who was teasing her. Oh, how do you know me? Handsome kid. Alec looked at her with suspicion. Her appearance is definitely that of a cat goddess, but the aura she exudes is completely different. Although she doesn't look tall, it feels like looking at a giant tree that can easily cover the sky. So this is a true god, Tahan smiled. Let me introduce him. He is my descendant. Meola gently strokes his hair. It's a pity you're a Meovinger, but I'll overlook it because you're handsome. She winked at him confidently and asked if he wanted to marry her. Eli quietly turns her head away, muttering to herself, but her personality remains the same. Meo opens her eyes wide in amazement. Oh my god, Meo, Alec, you already rejected my proposal once, right? Elle smiles. She has a connection with the cat god out there. Meo floats behind him. Well, it's fine. Growing a camellia tree is very difficult. Are you sure you can do it? He replied. I will do my best. I will simply be by your side and offer advice, but the rest of planting the tree entirely depends on you. Eli looked at the seed in her hand, her face full of determination. That's it. Tahan stepped forward and said, My heir, this is the communication device that allows you to know the true condition of the tree. Then a magic circle appeared in Tahan's hand, and he gradually discovered its other uses. After giving his instructions, the magic in his hand burst into a bright beam of light and shot forward. All right, I hope you succeed, Meolak said in the vast, snowy mountains. The words of the demon god, also known as the Icy Land, first appeared 400 years ago. You must gather the materials and items I mentioned and use them. He slowly observes the surroundings, wondering if the environment of this era is better than the outside world. Elzik looked up and asked, What should I do first? Juan taidap, timdat de trong had giongne mot noi tocho viexnemam. Anhalolung giwa hongtrung, trong long thamhi, kong biet liu viex tan lok vong dat naikon han, honso voi viek tim kiem tren kap kan dong tu yet kong. Meo spoke. It's noisy. This is the realm of the mind, so the environment here is really the same as the outside world of the Dark Gang. Suddenly, something appeared that startled Eli, causing him to turn his head and see a pitch-black monster with wide wings rushing straight at him to attack, its roar tearing through the space. And you also need to be alert for monsters. That monster's mouth is wide open in a terrifying way, as if it wants to swallow Eli whole. He reacted instantly, leaping into the air to dodge the attack just in time. They spread their wings and swooped in, howling loudly across the sky. At that moment, they all turned into ice statues. E, standing below, waved her hand, and instantly, the monsters exploded into countless fragments, falling to the ground. Sunny swooped up and swallowed them all like a feast, then returned to Alec's arms. He sighed in surprise that this place actually has a monster feast for him. Mio looked at him with his chin in his hand and said, You are quite capable, truly fitting the look of a Melvinger. Do you think you can find that land in this vast snowy field? El frowned thoughtfully. An open terrain with small trees, likely near a water source. A place where he could easily defend against monsters. So you asked, if we are 400 years in the past, Andropomov should be nearby, right? Are you thinking about Andropoma? I think by now they have probably finished building the city. This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find out? El replied with a smile. It's not difficult either. Without missing a beat, he immediately leapt into the air and soared up. Usually canyons or high hills don't change much in 4 years. If I use a place like that as a center, I can roughly guess where it is. The village cat nodded as he listened to him. They arrived at a place where the forest had been cleared, with strange monsters wandering around. Here it is. I found it, she sighed. It seems the person paid attention to Anram's surroundings and remembered them. That's a smart choice. Indeed, Vinger Cat. Aelit reached out with his hand, smiling smugly. All right, let's prepare the soil. The sudden flash of power in her hand makes Mio squint. She still kept staring intently at that light. The two of them looked ahead together. This should be enough to plant a tree, right? I don't think it's just enough. The large icebergs surrounding them are covered by a solid white protective layer, and the land quality is quite good, so most monsters won't come near this place. I know you're a Vinger, but for a human to use the dragon language so perfectly. Mio places her hand on her cheek. What should I do with him? Eli put his hands in his pockets and looked at his Chungo in front of him. Suddenly, his chest lit up, and he exclaimed in panic. Mo took something out of his shirt pocket, looking at the reaction of this stone. I think I succeeded. He looked at the words appearing on it. The smile suddenly disappeared. Mission failed, returning today 0. Immediately, everything around returned to its original state. Elite sighed in frustration, starting over again, and Mayo glanced and said, Is this because that old man cursed it? During the first test, I kept returning to the start each time I died. This time, I started over when I failed the mission. I guess you might have forgotten something. Do you know why? They both look ahead. As this is the dark ice plain, there are countless reasons why planting trees might fail here. Mayo raised her hand and a pink portal appeared. She continued, I think I've given you enough guidance already. I will take a nap while watching the world outside. Where are you planning to go? I will go to a safe place and focus on completing the mission until I return. He quickly reached out to stop her. Before you leave, give me a few more hints. As soon as I finished speaking, he disappeared before my eyes, so I guess I have to find out the reason for my failure myself. Eli lies silently on the edge of the abyss, his empty eyes gazing up at the gray sky. He suddenly sits up, wondering what he might have missed. Eli's eyes flash brightly, a golden aura surrounding him. He can't waste any more time. He needs to focus. He stomps his foot down hard. A surge of golden energy bursts forward, and suddenly he sees something. What is that beneath the ground? El closes his eyes, feeling like something is there. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembles violently. Before he could react, his whole body was pulled down. Elzik shouted in frustration. Damn it. Alec jumps into the air, the deadly worm. They are large enough to swallow most big monsters. One of the strongest monsters, even 3 or 4 six-circle mages struggle to defeat it. If you happen to encounter it, run away. The monster illustration book and information about the monster type. Alec the worm is now hovering in front of the giant open mouth. A death worm. Yeah, a monster that at least 3 six-circle mages are needed to kill. I'm not sure I can defeat it anymore. I tighten my muscles as ice darts appear in midair. It seems I can't complete this mission. From what I remember, to kill it, I first need to break through its tough scales. The spear shot towards Zhou Tuvong. Its scales too hard to break. Eli narrowed his eyes. If magic couldn't do anything against it, he immediately charged from the air straight at the monster's mouth, relying on his body enhancement technique. So Tuvong tightly closes its giant mouth. Ek is startled wide-eyed as a stream of greenish fluid shoots out directly at him. He creates a shield to block the corrosive substance. Poison spray? I can't believe this poison is so strong, it can pierce through my magic barrier. If I approach it carelessly, I will definitely be swallowed by this poison. After spewing poison, it runs away. You can't escape. If I let it escape while chasing after it, I'll miss my mission deadline. The speed of the deathworm keeps increasing, and then it suddenly turns back, its massive body twisting through the air. Seeing it, Eli sighed. So you're the one who lured me here, huh? And jumped onto its long body. You're more cunning than the other monsters. Looks like I'm about to be in danger. It continues to spew out blue poison. Eli ran in panic, cursing. Damn it. This poison is too annoying. Then the toxins spray out like a fierce wave crashing onto the shore. He kept compressing that relentless wave of poison, or else I'd have to start the missions all over again. I have to risk it, unleash all my strength and energy for the burst. He silently thought that he still remembered the combat techniques learned from Master Lamb. By focusing all his strength on one point, he could maximize the power of his attack and have a chance to kill it. The secret technique of the White Tiger fully activated. A shard crashes down to the ground. Elzik also leans back against the protective shield, examining the remaining toxins on his body. If I hadn't used up all my mana on that last attack, I probably would have been poisoned and gone to meet my ancestors already. El sighed with relief. If I meet another one now, I'm done for. The mission stone displays a line of text. The first seal has been lifted. He looked confused. Did I succeed? A ban? What kind of ban is this? Suddenly, the stone shard lit up and a surge of power erupted from his arm. What is this? Everything is over. Elric looked at his arm, his face still tense and uncertain. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to receive the 4th mark so quickly. Can I use it to break the ice barrier of the frozen land like I did with the Snow Mountain King? But how am I supposed to do that? I don't even know its real name. He looked up, recalling Fick's unimpressed face. If Fix finds out about this, Elsie quickly brushes away his image with her hand. Oh well, if I follow the plan, I should find out soon enough. Finally finished cleaning up here, time to start planting the seeds. Before I could enjoy it for long, the vehicle's warning sounded. Be careful, he's panicking uncontrollably. Although Deep Death usually lives alone, there are rare special cases where they live in packs across a large area. There might only be a few, but it could also be dozens. Elite can't believe he actually hit the nest, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Come on, this is just ridiculous. I tear my hair out and shout in anger. I can't escape from here. Dealing with one is hard enough. Now there are dozens. What should I do? Why the hell does the Tiger King want to build a house here? Only the Master can probably defeat all these monsters alone, but a place with so many deadly pits proves the land is incredibly fertile. I have to try every possible way. His head is counting, smiling happily. If we try a few more times, we'll probably find a solution, right? Then Elsie's face is covered in wounds. He suddenly realized how stupid it was. Damn it. Alec lies motionless on the ground, the 34th attempt. I've tried everything I can, but still can't kill those death worms. He rests his chin in disappointment. I had to try moving to a distant area far from there. The seeds didn't sprout. Elite is trapped among the death worms. Am I going to be stuck here? Who remembers their beloved grandfather? Oh, South Korea isn't here, and neither is the cat god. Surely even our ancestors are watching us suffer and mocking us. Is no one going to help me? Suddenly, Isi's eyes lit up as if he had found gold. Wait a minute, he shouted. I'm so stupid. Why didn't you think of this earlier? They didn't forbid me from asking others for help. The Tiger King family, I have to ask for their help. Next to the cat, there is a blooming cherry blossom tree with pink petals falling gently. Under the tree, Mayo is sleeping soundly on a soft bed, looking relaxed as if the outside world has nothing to do with her. Suddenly, a voice rings out, waking her up. You really sleep a lot. Tahan stands with his hands behind his back under the cherry blossom canopy. Mayo gently pats her head in confusion. How did you get in here? Shouldn't no one be allowed in without my permission? Someone else has been hoping for me to come here. She shouted in anger. When did this happen? He gave it to you? Have you forgotten what happened on your wedding day? Looks like you're starting to forget things. Mio the village yawned. I am the queen, living in the ice palace. Yet now I am treated like this. It's exhausting, she asked irritably. So, what are you here for? Tahan turned around. I already told you, someone else wants me to come here. Are you okay? You had to sacrifice 4 years of your life to fight against that curse. My face is twisted, but I don't really care. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. I hope you won't try to come here on your own anymore. So, how is that guy doing? Hey, he reached out his hand, a circle appeared. Just try it and you'll see. They both look at the screen, showing Eli being chased by other beastmen on the road. They shout in anger. That is our ancestral enemy. Turn that human into gold. Mio, panicking, suddenly shouted, What is going on? Why is he being chased by those beastmen? Tahan chuckled softly and said, Isn't it very interesting? She reproached. Are you still able to laugh? Hurry and help him already. Keep smiling and say, Don't cause any more trouble. Right now, he's making his own plans. In the dark sky, Elec soared upward as many beastmen below chased after him, their roars echoing loudly. That is our ancestral enemy. Kill that human. Eli stands in midair and laughs. He quietly ran past as if untroubled. Eli smiled softly, his eyes sweeping over everything as fleeting thoughts crossed his mind. The Tiger King lineage has not appeared yet. To solve the problem encountered in the mission, I must seek help from those who built the city on this peaceful resting land. At this moment, behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Everyone stopped, and a rough voice finally said, I've caught that crazy guy. Charge and tear him apart, he thought. Searching across this vast black snowfield for the lineage of the Tiger King is indeed a difficult task. The surrounding atmosphere begins to change. Elzie's entire body enveloped in a radiant aura as he uses the secret technique of body enhancement with the Black Tiger's power. From that energy, a giant fiery tiger gradually takes shape, its fur blazing fiercely. He thought to himself that he possessed the body enhancement secret technique of the Tiger King lineage. A fierce flame erupted, revealing the astonished faces of the beastmen, all in a state of alert. The beastmen retreated in surprise. One of them exclaimed in panic, How is this possible? How can a human use the body enhancement secret technique? The huge fire blazes behind him. Elzik places one foot on the higher step and thinks to himself with this body enhancement technique, Do you think I will let you go? At the same spot, the scene suddenly shifts to a mountain range, where the snow-covered surface is torn apart by a deafening explosion, and a blazing yellow streak crashes down to the ground, knocking the beastmen off their feet before they can defend themselves. The beastman's voice rang out in pain. That bastard, we can't let him escape. On the branch, Eli stands there, his left hand lightly resting on the tree bark. He silently thinks, after destroying 6 beast city-states, it's about time they react. Or maybe the rumors haven't spread far enough yet. If I trample the remaining villages, they will appear. From the distant sky, a blazing red hand suddenly tears through the wind. A challenging voice calls out, Get out of the way. In an instant, a swinging hand cut the wooden body in half, and Eli instinctively lunged out quickly, stomping hard on the ground. His eyes quickly dart over the cut just made, witnessing the tree behind him being sliced in half. He thinks to himself, If my senses weren't sharp enough, I would have turned to gold before I even had a chance to yawn. Right before his eyes, a fierce red flame suddenly burst up, and a tall, slender figure silently appeared, with a commanding presence, as a mysterious voice emanated from the blazing red fire, growing closer. Your senses are better than I thought. Eli's face grew tense, every feature tightening. A fragment of Elzic's memory appears, gathering beastmen scattered across the black snowfield. Rising is the great Lord of the North, a creature that brought terror to the Empire, the great ancestor of the Wolf King lineage. At this moment, Run just opened his mouth and hot smoke immediately emanated, revealing that a human could learn the secret technique to strengthen the body, which is the first leader of the Beastmen Alliance. The Tiger King trembles, his voice trembling. Who are you? You must be human, but I can't understand what's going on here. Eli instinctively stepped back a pace. The Tiger King trembled. The beastmen behind him shook, all of them confused and a little afraid. Why are you here? Run stood still and turned his head, his eyes flicking lightly over his shoulder. Why do you ask that? Did I come to a place I shouldn't have? As soon as he finished speaking, they instinctively looked at Run. a mix of confusion and surprise flashing across their faces. The atmosphere in front of them seemed to calm slightly, and their gazes gradually steadied. He silently thought that the Sea King had conflicts with other beast tribes, so this was probably before the Tiger King unified the beast clans. Therefore, he still hadn't reached the 5th rank combat power. But still, why could he feel such a cold pressure? From behind, a giant fiery tiger appeared, trembling, its voice trembling as it said, "If you don't want to fight me, get out of here." The beastmen froze for a moment, their eyes flickering wildly before they started to run away. They just barely managed to speak up, saying, "Protecting a human, you are an enemy of the beastmen, and you will pay for this." The surrounding space begins to calm down. Jun and Eli stand in the smoky open space, he says. Finally, everything is quiet. Eli remains still, wondering to himself, did he really protect me? El's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself that it was wise to only cause trouble for the furious tribe, which made the hostile Tiger clan tremble. He bowed his head softly and his voice echoed, "Thank you." Suddenly, Jun's firm hand clenched around Eli's neck. Jun leaned in close, his sharp eyes slicing through every corner of Eli's face, and his voice cut through, "How do you know the secret technique to strengthen our tribe's body?" Elsie's legs started flailing wildly in the air, a choking sound coming from his throat. "I learned that from my master." "Tell me more." El forced a nervous smile and stammered, "First, you have to let me go." "Let go, or Elzich will drop to the ground and tremble as I twist your neck right now." "My parents were farmers who fled to the Black Snowfield to escape the Empire's oppression. But after my parents were attacked by monsters, I, an orphaned child, was saved by a beastman who taught me how to protect myself with a secret body enhancement technique, which is how I survived here." His face trembling with cold seriousness, he asked what that beastman's name was. Elzik lowered his head, a lock of hair falling over his face, and his gentle voice echoed. "My master said they had forgotten their own name, and in the end, he didn't tell me what it was. I can't reach into their painful past. So I just call that person my master, with all my sincere respect, from the bottom of my heart." His trembling eyes grew serious as he looked directly into El's eyes, while Ellis' expression softened and his wide eyes shone with innocence. "Are you trying to judge whether what I say is true or not?" Lord Ho, with his keen senses, can distinguish lies by listening to the heartbeat and muscle movements, but right now he's controlling his energy flow to keep his body steady, so it's easy to deceive him. Standing opposite, he trembled and remained silent, his lips trembling and trembling down. His face finally softened completely, trembling for a few seconds before he responded in a deep voice, "It seems you are indeed a member of our clan." Eli was overjoyed, and his thoughts quickly raced through his mind. Perfect. Eli bowed his head slightly, gently touching and wiping away. He pondered. The term brother refers to those who have mastered body enhancement techniques. In other words, he has acknowledged himself. Run places his hand on his shoulder and gently asks, "Do you have a place to rest on this barren land?" As the scene shifts to the cold, snowy ground, the two ride on the wolf's back. El follows Run from behind as they head towards the tribe where Run lives, a giant magic circle glowing brightly in the sky, surprising Elzik. A mysterious voice echoes from within the circle. "Honestly, you've already acted recklessly." Cat Spirit appears. She crosses her arms and squats down on Elis's shoulder, saying, "Why is no one in the Vinger Cat clan alert? Is it okay for you to appear like this?" Mayo's voice rang out. "I cast a spell so others can't sense my presence, so don't try. But what do you plan to do next? Do you really believe he will accept you as an ally?" Eli closed his eyes, a slight smile curling his lips, his voice resonating. "Of course, back then I wouldn't have believed, but he will keep me by his side. That's what I wonder about." "Why is that?" Elzik just mentioned, and a flashback appeared in his mind with anger etched deep into every feature. Now is the time when conflicts between the tribes escalate. Each tribe will accept a strong ally no matter where he comes from, especially the ambitious Tiger King back then, who was even willing to do so. Finally, after a long journey, both Run and Eli arrived, and the tribe members called everyone to gather. The cat-eyed member lowered their gaze, a worried expression on their small face. She frowned slightly, but in this era, the beastman's hatred for humans remained very strong. Will the tribe members accept this kid like the ambitious Tiger King? The tribe member was so surprised that his eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before him. The atmosphere tensed up, and the members seemed ready to attack at any moment. Everyone shows their fury at Elik's presence here. "Humanity, the enemy who killed my father. Why did you bring humans here?" His trembling gaze flicked over, and he pointed towards Elik, saying, "Stop, he is one of our brothers." "Brothers? How can humans be our brothers? How can humans become our brothers?" Run calmly with a composed face and reply, "Stay calm, now let's regroup." All the members of the Beast Folk tribe froze, their eyes full of hostility fixed on Elik. At this moment, Elzik arrived with many thoughts. This is the time when the Empire's oppressive regime is the most brutal against both beastmen and ordinary people, which has greatly intensified hostility towards humanity. His mind started to tense up. El secretly thought that if he couldn't persuade them, his plan would fall apart. Suddenly, all the members' eyes changed color in an instant, and everyone rushed toward Elzik. A loud voice echoed. "My master, why did you leave us and go ahead like that?" Someone took Eli's hand and said, "You're really lucky to have someone like that teach you martial arts." He looked at Run and the cat with surprise, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Jun stood nearby, giving a thumbs up to Elle. El exclaimed in panic, "What are you talking about?" Elle stood indifferent, glancing lightly at Run, who was smiling, suspicion in his mind. Just a moment ago, they were about to tear me apart, so their sudden friendliness must be thanks to Lord Run. At the same time, Run slammed his hand down on the table. Under the flickering firelight, Jun stands and recounts the entire story of Elzish. He says, "That's why his master said this before passing away. Even if we have to face the racial boundaries between beastmen and humans, I am still very happy because even if we have to leave this world, we will always be brothers. Let's meet again in another life." My students, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire tribe erupted in joy, tears echoing everywhere. They shouted, "Hate it! Open your eyes, teacher. It's so cruel. How can your little student keep living like this?" Amidst the emotional crowd, Elite stood still like a stone, gently scratching his face with his index finger. He was confused, bewildered, and wondered if he really said that. Elite stood frozen like a statue as tribe members clung to him, crying and trembling a few steps away, arms crossed, face shining with a bright smile. He softly said, "Just keep acting. They are so foolish they believe everything blindly." El falls silent, his gaze softening as he gently smiles. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly echoes from behind. Elit immediately turned around. "We don't agree with what humans say. Do you have any evidence to believe them?" The two face each other, and suddenly everything falls silent. Mayo, flying through the air with arms crossed, said, "They are the Black Wolf tribe, the loyal dogs of the Lake King." Yi's face showed calmness, but was also very serious. "Gao, are you disobeying my orders?" Zhao Kang replied in a calm voice, "I do not oppose you, even if he is real. How could our tribe accept such a lowly race?" After speaking, Zhao seemed to realize he might have said the wrong words and immediately exclaimed, "Lowly race. I hope so. You still haven't forgotten our faith. Gao, we have been abandoned and cast out. Although our races and bloodlines differ, we are still one family." At this moment, Jun, furious, warned, "If you forget that faith, I will make a cut right across your neck." Everything fell silent again, Rao's gaze fixed on Elzik. El stepped forward, trembling, and said, "Break down the borders between tribes and unite all beastmen." He smiled and continued, "I hear that this is the goal of the beastmen." Jun was surprised. "Do you know us?" Eli nodded with a gentle smile. "I heard that while wandering alone on the snowy field, trembling with arms crossed, a slight smile showing amusement." El still maintained a calm and gentle demeanor and continued, "Even though I am regarded as an enemy by many tribes because of that faith, I hear that more and more people are being condemned for it. As a forsaken person, I have received my master's kindness. And you as well, you have accepted me as a brother. I believe this is an extension of the ideals you are pursuing." The cat is right beside him, quietly smiling as Melvingo expected. "You're quite good with words," Elzik said with a serious and determined look in his eyes. "I will also meet your expectations. I believe I also need to prove my worth to accompany you on this journey." Zhao frowns and speaks firmly. "I hear that the rank among beastmen is determined by strength. What do you want?" Both face each other. El seriously issues a challenge to fight. "Fight me. If I win, I will join the tribe. If I lose, I will leave." Zhao Tuk trembled, clenched his teeth with a face full of anger, and replied, "Why would an ordinary human dare to challenge a great Black Wolf warrior like me?" With a mysterious, challenging smile, he said, "Why do you talk so much?" His face darkened, his sharp eyes provoking his opponent. "Are you afraid?" The anger in his voice grew more intense, full of frustration. He gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard hasn't been beaten yet." I chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. "Are you the one who hasn't been beaten yet?" Mayo shook her head in frustration. A dense wave of murderous intent burst from Dao, spreading like a storm in the sky. He was furious and gritted his teeth, saying, "I will turn you into ashes." In response to the raging anger before him, Eli just slightly smirked, raised his voice in a challenge, and then stomped hard on the ground, creating a deep crack filled with fractures. The shockwave from the powerful collision shattered everything within range, suddenly throwing Eli and Dao apart. Both were stunned as Run's force pushed them away, and now they faced each other again. Their expressions changed, but still serious and surprised. Run said seriously, "Let me ask you two. Will you both accept the outcome, even if it means risking your lives in the battle?" Zhao smiled and said, "If that human wins, I will consider him family." Elzik then raised his hand and swore very seriously, "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the outcome. Rest assured about your intentions." His voice rang out, "Good, start." As soon as he finished speaking, the knife transformed into a real beast, rushing like lightning with wind-slicing speed, claws sharp, and ready to catch Elzik. Dao swung a strike at that guy's head and roared, "I will tear you to pieces." Thanks to Elzic's sharp senses, he managed to dodge the attack. Alec thought to himself that his fabricated story wouldn't last long, and he needed to prove his worth to the Tiger King Rung so that this wouldn't be an issue anymore, as he roared wildly and charged quickly at Elgic. LG concentrates his energy, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. The magic fist strikes straight into Dao's body, with such force that his massive frame is pushed backward. This is the fierce Tiger Assault body technique. Zhao froze, his body trembling slightly from dizziness, one hand clutching his stomach. Yi said, "You're already overwhelmed after just one punch?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu returned to his usual demeanor, furious, and roared. But before he could finish his sentence, Eli threw a series of punches at him, leaving him no time to react. Faced with this scene, everyone in the tribe was stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Zhao was one of the top warriors in the royal army, yet he was so easily defeated that day, and no one expected a human to master the powerful body technique so skillfully. The tribe members were terrified, their eyes wide with shock as they shouted. Zhao collapsed to the ground, face pressed into the dirt, smoke billowing from his mouth. Run said, "Looks like the battle ended faster than I expected." Jun stood with his arms crossed, looking at the two of them, and continued, "This is enough for you to become part of our family." Suddenly, Jiao woke up, his crazed red eyes staring straight at him, his whole body covered in spikes like a porcupine, his blazing red eyes revealing fury and rage, his mouth wide open showing sharp teeth, roaring loudly that echoed through the space. When the Beastman's anger exceeds the limit, their power multiplies exponentially, but they can only fight with instinct. Facing him directly is too dangerous for me. Elzic extends his arm, a blazing blue energy surging, sharp crystals shooting out from his palm, but suddenly slips on the ice and falls hard to the ground. Eli unleashes magical ice chains which tighten and pierce deeply into the flesh. He roars wildly as he struggles in vain. El raises his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. He used just enough force to break the chain, but also kept it light enough to end the fight without anyone getting hurt. Let me be silent for a moment. He fell flat on the ground, rolling over. Elzic remained standing with his arm still raised. Everything ended in the shock of the tribe members. Everyone was amazed and full of questions. That is a mage. That clumsy guy is a magician? Did he deceive us? Eli's face was thoughtful as he lowered his head, thinking that if he wanted to subdue him without killing, magic was the only option left. At this moment, he looked confused and turned to look at Jun, pondering to himself. They should also be aware of this. The space suddenly empties between Jun and Elzic as he continues to ponder the story he prepared for this situation. Suddenly, Jun burst into a joyful laugh without a hint of doubt, repeatedly patting Elec on the shoulder to show his amusement, and continued laughing. "You're more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect you to know both the body enhancement technique and magic." Now Elix finally lets out a deep sigh of relief. He thinks he probably doesn't need to worry anymore. El placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and bowed his head to express his regret. "I should have only used the body enhancement spell in the battle, but I didn't want to harm the person who would soon become my family. So I had to use magic." Run said with a smile, "Whether you choose the easy path or hide your strength, the one who wins on the battlefield is the strongest." The two people's faces softened as they softly asked, "What's your name, El?" Elzic confidently replied without hesitation, "I am Elith." Jun stands before all his tribe members and asks everyone, "Do you all agree to accept Elzic as a member of our tribe based on the outcome of the battle?" Everyone agreed unanimously. "Not me, I'm the same." The beastmen around them all raised their hands to the sky, their faces shining with joy, everyone smiling brightly. Suddenly a letter from Elzic's body glowed and appeared outside. Elzic and the cat were surprised. The cat spoke. A new message, which was a stone displaying lines of text, had met the necessary requirements, removed the second limit, and revealed the real name. The flat land suddenly turned cold, with a vast plain shrouded in deep darkness in that desolate place. The wind cut like a blade. What is the real name of this seal? The one that traps the sharp wind of the Black Snow Plain? What kind of ice seal is that? The seal glowing on Eli's hand is a rare level seal, just like the great wrath seal that Lord Sun bestowed upon me. But since I don't know how to activate it yet, I can't use it right now. Elit makes you miss her. The goddess with the cat's eye has already disappeared without a trace. Is she not going to teach me how to use this? Oh well, what can I do now? For now, I will focus on my long-term plan. The scene shifts to the Hoke Lang tribe's camp. A figure steps in as Joe said, drawing all eyes. "Now everyone, please greet each other properly. Starting today, Elzic will officially become a member of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Anthrum. Elzic is trusted and respectfully acknowledged. Since you accepted me into the guard team, I will do my best." He kept praising me for that. "That's a good attitude. To commemorate the day you joined the team, I will assign you your first task. The gossipers are jealous of him. Yes, please, give me your orders." June begins to make his request. "You said you arrived here after traveling across the snowy plains. Based on your experience from those travels, help us find a suitable area where our tribe can settle." Elzic was slightly surprised by this, then secretly smirked mischievously. "Everything seems to fit together perfectly. Elzik pretends to stroke his chin thoughtfully. While wandering across the snowfields, I noticed this place. Surrounded by canyons and hills, it's easy to defend against external threats. With nearby water sources and very little soil erosion, it is a fertile land. But there is a problem. At this point, June also spoke up alongside Elzik, referring to the death worms. He continued to mention the drawbacks. It was once considered a promising location, but no one has settled there due to that issue. However, finding another place like it in the Black Snow Plains is very difficult. Hearing this information, he immediately found himself in a dilemma. What should we do now? A bold idea suddenly flashes through my mind. Yes, let's do it. Eli looked at him with a confused and bewildered expression. Now he has to face 3 suspicious gazes. I need to find a way to deal with these troublemakers. Elzik was also a bit shaken when he saw those 3 muscular figures. Well, even though their personalities often clash, the Black Wolf tribe members are the best at teamwork, so actually choosing them isn't that hard to understand. But pairing myself with these unfamiliar Black Wolf guys must be a way to test myself, right? Suddenly, a pair of legs approached, making him startle. Fighting the deadly worm is the most difficult mission. This mission won't be easy. The 3rd squad leader of the escort team immediately spoke up when he saw our side. That's right. If it hadn't been for that random stranger saying unnecessary things earlier, we wouldn't be dealing with these troublesome situations now. Honestly, there's nothing good about the old team of the worms being gone. Someone is just trying to show off in front of the captain by doing petty tricks. I'm so bitter I grimace in judgment. Look at these bastards, are they really that bad? Because they mockingly walk towards the knife. After all, that's why humanity can't. But before he could finish speaking, he was punched so hard he nearly disappeared. Shame made him fall to the ground, still trembling as he looked at him. Captain, your face suddenly shows a dangerous aura, bringing personal emotions into the team. I told you not to do anything that would ruin this atmosphere. If you mess up everyone's mood again, I'll start to deal with you, understand? The 2 guys also turned pale with fear. Yes, we will work hard. Seeing that scene, Elzik suddenly felt something different about him. The reason Lord Tiger brought him into the team was because he trusted his talent. With such reputation, even if conflicts arose, he would extinguish them immediately. Thinking that, he immediately bowed in greeting, then turned away without paying attention. Elzik was intrigued by that attitude. So you're saying you only did what you had to do, right? I like that. Then he approached to start a conversation. Captain, those dead worms are creatures that won't come out of the ground even if they are slightly threatened. Is there a way to lure them out? He's very interested in this, so I'll answer in a way that piques Elzik's curiosity. There is a way, but it's very difficult and time-consuming. Why is it so hard? At this moment, the wind mentions the mysterious grass. We need to obtain the death grass, a demon's plant. They are very gentle with the scent emanating from the life and death grass. If we have that, we could be the death worms emerging from the ground. But your reply to him was just your wide-eyed stare. Why are you making that face? El suddenly pretended to cough a few times. It's nothing, just keep going. Since I didn't bother to continue explaining, we need that tree to lure out those deadly worms. Because they are very rare, it's very hard to find them. Who would have thought you would smile so confidently with the aura of a savior? You don't need to worry about that because I can find it. Seeing that look, he can only feel helpless. Confidence is good. But the environment where the grass of life and death grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but harvesting it is very difficult, and the wind keeps asking if it will be easy. But right now, holding the life grass, this place is bustling with people harvesting and taking it away. He looked around for a while and then found some faces, so Alex took advantage of those people. What are you all still standing there for? Put it in already. They resisted, but it was insignificant. I didn't even realize it. Only you secretly smiled, but I have seen many life grasses in the maze of clarity created by my own obsession. Because that magic was too prominent, even if I tried not to find it, I still would. If I absorbed the magic of the life and death grass, the fierce aura suddenly appeared on Ellis's face, activating the seal. Come on, you dog. 1, 2, 3 hours, I will go faster, so stick close to me. They were stunned for a moment. Is this guy really crazy? After they returned, those people immediately went to tattle to Gio. Captain, do you know what that guy just called us? A dog. However, he didn't care at all and even delivered a kick. What are you doing? Damn these names. Just follow what Alex says. If he gets disciplined, he'll be crying in silence. Captain, your pitiful crying has caught his attention. However, the person in Eric's line of sight was the captain. In the end, he brought the grass in front of him, trembling, and his mood became cheerful. Being able to gather so much life and death grass in such a short time shows how capable his brother is. Elzik modestly accepted the praise, but not really. I was able to do that thanks to someone in the team helping me out. Nearby, 3 guys were nodding off like they were out of their minds. It seems that's really the case, not letting them rest. Urging to restart and move on. Enough with the gossip and chatter, let's get started. A series of sticks are thrown forward, the flames blazing brightly as a focal point in the dark night, causing the ground beneath to tremble and crack into long, jagged fissures. Suddenly, the man crawled out of the ground, saw the opportunity, and quickly ordered everyone to attack, his voice trembling as he said, "Captain, we have a big problem." He was a bit indifferent to the report just now. What's going on? If nothing's urgent, then that soldier must have run out of breath. The No tribe is on its way here, right? Jun could hardly believe his ears. What do you mean the No tribe is coming? Be more specific, that soldier is a bit scared as he reports. It seems they have discovered we are hunting the death worms and are coming to ambush us right now. This news drives him crazy. Those filthy bastards, but Run still has to face the death worms. Elsewhere, a fat figure is strolling through the night. He is now the second in command of the tribe. Charge forward, tribal warriors. Today we will capture the Howling Tiger King. Today, we will end all their hopes. Suddenly, Death So appeared nearby, fighting 1,000 of its heads. He used his hand to cut off the heads of each dying worm. Watching that, he couldn't help but praise. The Tiger King trembles just as his skills reach the peak among beastmen. But today I have prepared a magical artifact used in battles against humans. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop the firepower when you're held down. Now, I will make you kneel before me and become the king of the beastmen. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew toward the Wrath tribe. Where did this wind come from? Like a keen nose, he suddenly realized this smell was of life and death. The death worms had crawled in front of En now, but on this side the deep ones had fallen one after another, trembling with pride as they stood up from the death worms. Who would have thought we could destroy them so quickly? Use magic to create a wind filled with the scent of life and death towards the No tribe, and use the death worms to eliminate them, while the No tribe destroys the death worms. Eli nodded in praise, thinking such an idea was truly impressive. He must repay those who struck him in kind. You keep laughing smugly. It seems like you and I are thinking the same way. As soon as he reached the top, he exclaimed, "Now let's go clean up the leftovers." And he is still struggling with the depths of death. The survivors gather together. A soldier's eyes widened in shock as Du, the Tiger King, trembled. An explosive blast erupts right before the No tribe, and from the smoke, Dun and Eli appear with overwhelming aura. Nier now glares with anger, trembling, swinging his sword wildly in defiance. The cowardly sneak attack, but now it accidentally struck back at himself. His face gradually turned bright red as the royal guards captured the survivors and executed anyone who dared to resist. Under orders, the Black Wolf soldiers charged forward like a storm. Yes, the others still refuse to surrender and cannot retreat. The two forces continue fighting endlessly while Elzik stands aside watching, his eyes fixed on his own ultimate technique, the supreme body technique of the King of Lakes. El quickly chuckled to himself with joy. Only by looking could he see the strengths and weaknesses of his body technique. He didn't expect someone to ambush him, directly beheading the beastman, which surprised E. Not bad, right? He keeps biting the neck of a white wolf, but why was he suddenly attacked? A teammate quickly turned around, checked the pulse on his face, turning pale, and reluctantly managed to speak through clenched eyes. "Hey, suck it." Suddenly appearing to ask, "Are you okay?" His face looked even more grim. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed from exhaustion. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed, cutting off the green spiritual energy emanating from Dao. He woke up after the desperate call. Eli Jiao Jiao told the other two teammates not to worry. He would only be unconscious for a moment, and suggested taking him to the resting place first, which eased their minds a little. "I see. I was so focused on watching the three that I forgot the commanding voice." Elzik has finished everything. He turned back to continue with the next plan before the No tribe learns about the current situation, but his trembling prevented him from speaking. Wait, before that he raised his hand to his chest to thank you. "Thank you for saving me." The people behind also trembled and followed. To them, he looked like a shining god. Elit continues to watch the marching army, his face filled with thoughts. Suddenly, Kuomeo swooped down close to him to win the monster's favor in just a few days. "Impressive," El simply questioned. "You've been watching from the beginning, so why did you only show up now?" She tries to explain herself when blamed, saying, "I thought you could handle it yourself without my help." El doesn't bother to pay attention. All right, good luck." He approaches the deadly abyss to carry out his plan. His seal quickly absorbs the spiritual energy he detects. There's more magic here than he expected. The ice seal immediately increased to 4 stars, and he didn't spare even the last worm. Kwang Meo feels relieved when he sees everything is clean. He has tidied up everything without leaving a trace. Thanks to that, we don't need to purify anymore. Just focus on planting the seeds. With this level of effort, it should grow without any problems, right? The ring of light surrounds black and white, and the night sky is tinged with some white clouds. El remains deep in thought, since there's no report indicating his seed planting failed, and it seems the task is done. Eli's green eyes suddenly widen as the seed he planted has sprouted. He eagerly holds the magic stone. It's done. The seal on his hand reacts to the stone, with 3 lines of inscription carved into its rough surface. The necessary condition has been fulfilled, the 3rd seal has been removed, and the ambition has been achieved. Alec's consciousness suddenly shifted. This place is the Hoa Lu Temple. There are only faint glimmers of light around here. As he stepped inside, he kept looking around. El quickly approaches a lonely figure. Who is she? The goddess Chrome Mayo? But upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized. No, that aura is the Demon King. Yeah. Eli was a bit worried because of her heart. Who would have thought that the goddess Kuomeo was actually the demon queen? With this much power, she must be very strong. The figure above remains sitting in a daze. The half of the goddess's pure face is compared to the gloomy expression. How can gods and demon kings coexist, and this magic power? Suddenly, a frantic call woke him up. Elzik Kwangmeo is calling Elzik until his voice was hoarse. Elzik, are you okay? You suddenly lost consciousness. But Elzik only left a half-finished sentence. The seal of the East Chamber. Is it from him? She slightly lowered her eyes. Why do you think that? El said directly. I saw you. That statement sparked Mio's curiosity. What did you see? He quickly searched his memory. You are there alone in the empty palace, looking bored, lonely, and sad. And your magic radiates similarly to the seal of Dongfeng. She hesitated slightly, but now it's just a long-forgotten history from the past. He kept questioning, is the chill across the black snowy field caused by you? That's right, but it no longer belongs to me. I am the lion's mane and the god of flowers. He glanced at the cat's paw. Is this what was arranged to erase your traces? She calmly withdraws her aura. All I can do is give you advice on planting seeds. Remember what Tu Han told you. Those words revealed Kodo Han's seriousness. You will learn how to swallow the punch of General Dong. General Dong is the past and the mistake of the Miao god. Alec suddenly stood up holding a stone to plant the seed. I need to dispel the cold from the cursed goddess. Before leaving, she reminded him to stay alert to General Dong as she would become the biggest obstacle on his path. Darkness still envelops the city of Antom Mot. He falls into deep thought with the tall tree. It's been 91 days since the setup began, and the flowers have started to bloom. A wolf running by cut off Alec's smile. Hey, the clan leader is looking for someone and your mood drops to the lowest point. Really? Even then? In the dark night, the mountains and forests grow even more gloomy. Now he has been knocked back several meters. Elle immediately got up and knelt down to question him. Come on, can't you raise your hand against me? Jun looks proudly at his achievements. You challenged me to a fight to reward my saving the star? I am the clan leader. I cannot break my promise. He can only be frustrated, wanting to experience the body enhancement technique, but ended up being beaten all the time. He keeps provoking Elzik. You are my brother, you shouldn't give up so easily. So he stood up to continue fighting. I managed to regain my stance in the first half, so I used that to my advantage. Run cracked his knuckles and looked at Eli with a sinister smile. We will start again with the assault tiger, but suddenly his ears perked up. What is it? What's going on? But he just flew away like that in front of the Anthroom City gate. There are a bunch of villagers, all covered in bandages. Jun and Elsie looked at the scene and fell silent. Unable to hold back, he whispered to Kwangmeo, a refugee. Is this the work of General Dong? She also makes a judgment. That's right, General Dong has started to act. Tanji Alec is causing more conflict. I don't remember Dong Tuong being so strong, Kwangmeo immediately explained. General Dong was much weaker in your time, but the current General Dong is a real disaster. She involuntarily looks towards him. King Ho trembles and can only stabilize the chaos but cannot defeat her. Suddenly, he turns around and shouts loudly. Jiao is gathering the clan leaders at my tent. Jiao quickly understands the order and will carry it out. Then he knelt down and said, El wants you to change into your battle attire and come to my tent. Then he jumped away quickly. As he was about to follow, a voice stopped him. Jiao handed Eli a precious potion. What is this? He's annoyed again and shoved it directly into Elsa's hand. It's nothing. I have some extras, so you can take it or throw it away, whatever you prefer. Before he could say more, he asked, Why are you leaving? Mayo glanced at the item in Eli's hand and recognized it as a rare medicine with only a small quantity available in the Black Wolf tribe. He probably only has a limited amount of it. That child is quite adorable too. He smiles softly. I didn't expect the space tent to be so quiet. A heavy silence envelops the 9 dejected faces. The chieftain of the High Tribe then spoke, saying, Our tribe has suffered heavy losses. Our ancestors shed blood to establish this place, but now it is just a ruin, and we have lost many loved ones. After hearing that, June reluctantly steps outside. Elzik approaches. I have something to ask you, but Elzik quickly interrupted, saying it was about the disaster causing fear among the refugees, right? June was not angry and continued to ask. That's right, we need to find General Dong. Can you lead us there with your magic? The clan leader is watching you with hopeful eyes. The Beastman group also places their trust in Elzik, and even he gives him a special look. Elzik does not disappoint and agrees. Yes, I can. Jun couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing that. Good. The conversation seems to reassure the clan leaders and make them smile. All leaders, gather your elite warriors. We will depart tomorrow. They responded without hesitation, understanding everything, and all went out of the tent with enthusiasm. Eli sighed in relief. Everything was falling into place, searching for the Tiger King trembling to plant the seeds. And dealing with General Dong alongside him is surely part of the plan somewhere. In this way, the real mission has truly begun. A group of people walk through the dark night in the cold air. Jun watches as they chat with Elzik Melvingo. No matter how many times I look at it, magic still feels incredibly captivating. Elle, walking beside him, asked, Do you want to learn magic? If it were you, you could probably learn the basics of magic easily. Run smiled and shook his head. With you around, what do I need to learn? Elle said, almost speechless. Is that your new way of asking me to serve? If you don't like it, you can become the leader. I didn't expect the strongest king in history to be such a crazy person. I wonder if his subordinates even know. Run continued to marvel, saying, "Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. Sometimes I even thought you were a lucky star falling from the sky." El replied, "So thank you for saying that." Run looked at the figure's back, so this was a gift for him. He simply didn't understand. His face immediately showed a mixture of surprise and the final part of the body transformation's secret technique. I turn around, my voice cold. "Do you think I don't realize that the person approaching me has an ulterior motive?" Eli asked in surprise. "How did you know from when? But you can't lie about magic and the reasons why you travel around causing trouble with hostile tribes. Surely it was to complete this body-enhancing technique to meet me. If you already know, then why leave me alone?" Eli frowned and replied, "Usually when seeking their own benefit, Run suddenly falls silent. Suddenly he burst into laughter, patting his shoulder happily. Because whether you're human or monster, everyone wants to have their own benefit, right? I don't interfere with you just for my own benefit. Watching you is also interesting." Crouching. Mio is just a little reminder. From start to finish, he's within his palm. He pats his shoulder and says, "It hurts so much I want to vomit blood, but there's no reason for you to teach me the final part of the secret technique." A hand pats Elzic's head and he slowly says, "I want you to survive. You've struggled so much to get here, so it wouldn't be fair if you sacrificed yourself to protect someone else's family." El froze in surprise. Is the reason he wants to teach me the secret technique of the past person because he wants me to survive? Maybe his concern is because he doesn't realize that this is the past rewinding. He smiled softly and thanked him. Chicken Rice was the one who broke the extremely cautious expression. "Sorry to break this emotional moment, but now is not the time for Moyman." Eli froze, unable to help but think that the energy emanating from the mysterious creature is the one she just saw. A tremendous evil force that seems capable of swallowing us all at any moment. Everyone stay still and don't move. The shared thought continues. Only one word can describe her. Demon. Her evil power rushing straight at us. We must leave here quickly. He was stunned and froze in place. What's going on? Van Kwangmeo and the reconnaissance team, I can't determine their location. The demon energy of General Dong has cut off all communication lines. If we fall into the trap set by General Dongvong and the reconnaissance team will be destroyed, I must eliminate the shadow of General Dong before that happens. The seal of Dongfeng also came from the divine claw of the cat, which is similar to the General Dong, so maybe I can use it. El rubbed his head in frustration, thinking I need to figure out how to activate it before I can use it. Is there no other way besides using the Dongfeng seal? He looked at the mark, always remembering what was said in Western Han about needing to learn how to defeat the East General. I will have to trap Lord East in the Great Seal of Wrath again, just like last time. Right? That's right. Elliot reached his hand forward. If you close your eyes and absorb it, I will absorb the coldness of General Dong and the seal of the harsh winter. A stream of energy flows into his arm, emitting a blue light as he clenches his arm in pain, absorbing the demon energy into Du's seal. The demonic energy is flowing out of the seal of the harsh cold and connecting with the seal of the east wind, and the mark comes to a halt. He clutches his arm in pain as the two men stand watching. A voice echoes, and Elzic hears a laugh that leaves him stunned. This is the innocent voice of the little queen girl, the queen. These are the flowers just blooming outside. You brought them because they look very much like people. Kwameo is sitting there, looking with a cold expression, just like that. He can't help but wonder this was before the goddess Kwameo became the demon queen. The lively chatter echoes. These flowers are so beautiful, how could they not resemble the queen? Don't you think so? Hey, how can these flowers compare to our queen? Do you think the queen would like that? Of course he would like it. Anyone who disagrees can come here. Kwameo sits silently on the throne with a sad face, while a few voices ask questions below. Why are you so silent, queen? She sighed. A joyful image appeared, and suddenly everyone vanished one by one. El watches intently as loneliness seeps in when loved ones are gone. I am very familiar with this feeling. He can become lively thanks to those who followed him in the past. But now outside, whether he closes his eyes or opens them, it's just an empty void. She has to do everything herself on a barren continent. She is the queen, not a servant, and the loneliness of the queen. The scene shows her standing still, observing a vast palace and a territory where not a single tree can grow. Only endless white snow on this barren land. The houses are covered in white snow. Kwameo looks sad. Maybe I should just sleep and be done with it. Her eyes lit up. Kwameo, feeling sad, knelt down. Maybe she won't be bored anymore in the coming days. He silently thought that the queen's cold, icy face was the first to smile, and for centuries her world had been only one color. But now a new hue has appeared. Kwam Mio is standing on one leg, looking at the green sprout emerging from the snowy sky. But what you need to know is that she used both of her hands to mound the earth and nurture that sprout. I'm not the type of person to care about petty things. You better remember how lucky you are. Kwam Meo smiled faintly, using her power to create a wall of snow that encased the soil in the sprout. You may have chosen to stay here yourself. In a small hole surrounded by a layer of hard ice formed from snow and ice, a tiny sprout sways with each snowstorm, and the voice of the other person still echoes. Whether they can go or not is not up to the individual. Time passes, and Elzik still stands silently watching Kwon sleeping soundly. In the distance, a flower is peeking out. Amidst the snowstorm, Kwon struggles to open his eyes and look ahead. Suddenly, Kwon opened her eyes in shock and looked ahead. The bright red flowers blooming amidst the white snowstorm shone even more brilliantly, leaving her speechless. The flower has bloomed. Kamga approaches the flower, gently lifts it to examine, then suddenly turns grim. It can't be like this. Saying that, the duck hurriedly ran past Ek, clutching the pot with the vibrant red flower. She carried it inside the palace and dug the ground to plant it. A gentle hand touched the fiery red flower and sat there admiring it naturally. It's so beautiful. Eli stands afar, watching the scene. Then suddenly remembering the various kinds of flowers with countless colors, outside in the cold and snow-covered world, the anonymous flowers bloom in many different places. And so, the small tree from days past has become a mighty old tree, and this place has turned into a flower garden. Kwon reaches out to catch a falling petal. She looked at them smiling. Eli found it confusing. The queen, controlling ice and snow, was with the blooming flowers. Suddenly her face paled and she began to breathe rapidly as if her heart was clenched tight. He stood there watching with deep sympathy. Those living in the embrace of winter find the warmth of spring to be poison. Kwon hand clutches his heart, while the other still holds on to the colorful blooming flowers. However, the botanist queen's garden, which she personally cultivated, continues to bloom even after her passing. The image of those around her and the child holding a bouquet of bright red flowers approaching the queen appears once more. Queen, many flowers have already bloomed. Look at them, for this is where your deepest memories reside. Kwon lies among the flowers in an endless sleep from which she will never wake. The life of the winter queen who loves this world is countless. The wind blows her hair. The girl closed her eyes in sadness, tears falling from her eyes, marking the end. The colorful flowers in green, pink, and yellow gradually swayed and transformed into tiny spirits. But your dream brought new lives into the world. The awakening spirits circle around the queen, marveling at her beauty. Who is she? Someone? Is she sleeping? She's so beautiful. The gods of the flower remain the same, whether in the past or the present. Eli watched the scene, silently pondering, then looked into the distance. But what happened next? This place is so peaceful. Suddenly, a stream of black energy shot straight toward the castle. It was the aura surrounding the palace that then swept past the flowers so powerfully that the spirits had to hold their breath. Gradually, it takes shape into an incredibly tall and powerful demon god with blank white eyes, beginning to move and then raising a hand to summon a forceful wind to call people. Although its shape looks different, it's definitely the demon god I saw in my dream. The demon body emits a dark energy, shadows spreading down its form, and a female figure begins to emerge from the ground, writhing and shouting in frustration. Shouldn't winter just stay winter? Suddenly, the queen begins to transform into the cold, red-eyed demon queen. The black energy quickly moves to destroy the blooming flowers, and a girl with bandages covering her eyes, Spring, will never come to this place again. After finishing, she braced herself and unleashed a terrifying wave of power, forcing Ellis to use one hand to block the force. That was the Ice General. He held his stance, silently contemplating, but even though this was indeed the malicious energy of the Ice General that he just sensed, he could also feel the warmth and coldness, happiness and sorrow of the queen. However, all of those things have destroyed the garden and brought devastating winds to anyone living here. Suddenly, the mark lit up once again. The fourth winter sealing spell has been released. Eli holds another magic stone with the inscription of Tin Ji. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes and he begins to activate it. I think I know. El raises his hand to summon magic. A magic circle with a mix of blue and purple light gradually appears behind him, using the winter seal. He reaches out his hand to activate his power, then raises it to the sky to give the command kneel. Suddenly, a powerful icy wind swept in like sharp blades slicing through the dark night, with black fragments beginning to break apart to reveal a beautiful starry sky. Komeo, seeing that, suddenly said, "You have succeeded." Komeo looked towards the beautiful sunlight. But what did he see? Botanical garden. Kwon said, "I will do everything to restore it to its original state." He turned to look at Kwon to see the beautiful flowers blooming again in the botanical garden, which remained his main concern until Lam Trung. That was the scene he wanted to protect, even after reincarnating as the god Kamlia. Hearing him say that, Kwon was a bit surprised, but before she could finish speaking, he made her feel a tear welling up in her eyes. "If I can complete winter, I can also reclaim the lost spring from the hands of the demons." She asked, "Can I ask you for this favor?" El smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Don't be so formal with me. We're friends after all." As he finished, he flew straight ahead, with Kwon chasing after him. She silently thought, "Friends? You're really mean. Even though I spent so much effort to draw the line between us, you just crossed it like that." The warriors on this side are exhausted, trembling and cursing, and yet they still open it. Run looked at the huge stone man standing opposite him, speaking firmly, then turned back to the soldiers. The warriors are taking increasing damage. Elzik must know how to counter this. Suddenly, a warrior stood up in panic. What is that? In front is a herd of walking stone statues heading straight towards the warriors. Is that the monster the refugees mentioned? There are so many I can't count. Run burst into laughter, ready to fight. Ha ha ha, you're scared just because of that bunch, huh? I need to train each of you individually when we get back. The warriors were even more alarmed upon hearing that. What did you say? I said I'm really happy to have so many prey. Run grits his teeth with a happy and excited expression. All right. Only those who are injured will need special training with me from now on. Run, and everyone charge straight at the Stone People army. It's time to hunt and kill them all. Suddenly, a loud bang in the sky, then gusts of wind tore those stone men into many pieces with lightning. Fragments of stone warriors' limbs fall nearby. Run, and the warriors are a bit surprised. What's happening? Run looked up at the sky, where Eli was floating in the air, smiling, and said, "Your brother is here." Eli landed on the ground and approached shyly. "Sorry I'm late, so you didn't run away, right? Have you ever seen me run from anything?" Run smiles. Run says, "But that thing is too hard. I don't know what it's made of anymore. My attacks are completely useless. Your eyes light up, so we can only hurt it if we attack it in a specific way. There's energy gathering around its lower left leg. Damn it, I wasted my attack on its head earlier. I'm planning to use the body strengthening technique to destroy that thing. He's sitting there gathering energy, so you might be able to copy it or something." Run quickly takes off and flies straight ahead. "Be happy. You will probably personally teach me the steps to learn that technique, right? You don't need to worry." E suddenly jumps up and both of them fly straight towards the kicking person in the dark scene. Run explains, "Maybe people think that the powerful body technique is just a fighting style focused on senses and instincts, but only fools believe that. You need to stand in the right stance and time your strike properly to maximize effectiveness and destructive power. Additionally, even with similar moves, the outcome depends on how you coordinate them." He stepped back to gain momentum, then swung a powerful punch, the force always different. The punch flashed with a burst of light. Kwang's fierce tiger body technique strikes with explosive force. He laughs happily. The principle sounds simple, but understanding it is very difficult, so for now, just watch. That gets into position, one hand raised straight, fragments of stone falling, the punch shattering the rock. Run looks a bit surprised. "You not only copied what you saw after just one look, but also combined your own technique?" He smirked. "You're truly a monster." Run rushes towards Tung Chu as Elzik throws a punch. As the steps of the powerful technique connect seamlessly because he follows his master, the three seals also begin to merge together. The person kicked them away, both of them falling to the ground. That energy is leaving its body now. So Eli grinned maliciously. "Now we can attack any part of its body." Run excitedly. "Very well, now I will teach you the last 3 steps." Both of them put their hands down. These 3 steps are the key to creating your own powerful body technique. If the effort to develop your body technique is like the way a beast walks, then the next part will be the claws of the monster. That step is the fangs of the Beast King. Both rush straight forward. Run and On fiercely punch deep into the target. Once a beast's fang has bitten into something, it will never let go. Run and he are in a ready stance. Make sure your opponent can never get back up again. Run charges forward and delivers a kick. L assists. If the opponent isn't completely out of breath yet, you won't have a chance to win. So become a great disaster that strikes your opponent so you don't have to worry about anyone being able to hurt you and show the overwhelming difference in strength. Your eyes glow brightly as you deliver a powerful punch. L immediately follows the light that shines out. At this very moment, we are the kings ruling the battlefield. L stands silently, deep in thought. Thanks to him opening my eyes, my 6th sense has awakened. It's a world created by the combination of my mind and my 6th sense. Run asked him, "What do you think?" "It's very interesting." Jun leaned on his hand and praised, unable to believe that you were standing here smiling in a place where you could also lose your life. "You're really not normal at all, but you're also smiling." Run chuckled happily. "I haven't told you yet. Since the day I was born, I haven't been normal." Run is a bit surprised. "Your aura behind you is getting stronger again, huh?" "I was confused. I managed to get past the 7th magic circle and break through the wall that was trapping me thanks to Run the Tiger King." I glanced at Elis, wondering why he was so friendly to me. "We don't share the same blood. There's no reason for him to teach me these things." He asked confusedly, "Why are you helping me?" Run supported himself and said, "Once I consider someone a brother, I choose to trust that person completely." He pats his head. "No matter what that person is hiding from us, as brothers we have no reason not to help each other." Eli was stunned. Besides his sister, he didn't trust anyone because he knew that people could change their minds at any moment. "If I want to lead a group, do I need to be as open as he is?" A cold wind blows, but the stone has not fallen. That really is a troublesome opponent. That's why it deserves to be my rival. "Ite, start the engine and rev it up. Let's fight another round." Inside the castle, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and Isabel stood by the window, constantly biting her nails in frustration. He immediately spoke to ease the tension. "If you're only worried, nothing will change. Why don't you calm down a bit?" Isabel asked anxiously. Today is already Wednesday. It's been so long since my son-in-law went in there, but we can't do anything about it. Hai vu kao, chung tui dang bang kwet chuyen trong gia tok roy. Come on vida dende, nung tui hai vonkak visi konkan duvao vandane. That strong man spoke again. It seems they don't want us to interfere in their family affairs. And with that crazy old man, the White Knight and the Beast King are with him, so you don't need to worry. But a loud noise echoes, and the atmosphere becomes tense. What's that? Isabel glowed faintly and opened the window. Isabel is tense as the garden burns with flames. Before Tem is a land covered by a vast sea of fire. Almost everything has been burned down. And Tem raises his hand. A flame appears. All right, this is the last one, Tem said coldly. Now let's start the operation. He swung his hand and flames suddenly erupted behind the temple, and they all charged straight inside. Inside, Homan assessed the situation ahead and shouted loudly, threatening, "Who dares to attack the temple?" A group of beastmen, hearing this, snarled angrily and shouted, "Kill the humans! Destroy them!" They charged forward quickly. A roar echoes through the space, as if tearing apart the flesh of those in front. While attacking, something suddenly appears, causing them to halt. A man riding a tiger-shaped spirit beast charges in, causing a few nearby to panic and flee. He glares at them with wide eyes and shouts angrily, "What the hell are you bastards doing here?" Isabel was stunned, a confusing thought echoing in her mind. It was strange. They should have known our strength, so why did they attack so carelessly? They didn't even bother to attack secretly and instead charged directly. Could it be? After putting it all together, she suddenly realized something, her face briefly showing fear. The two men smirk confidently, and the man on the right confidently speaks up. "All right, let's finish them off quickly before more casualties occur." Isabel rushed forward to block in front of them and stop them. "It's very dangerous. You're really kind." "She's worried about us?" "It's okay. No matter how strong they are, Elzik is the one in danger. They're just distracting us while trying to attack. The real target is Ellis." At the same time, he threw a powerful punch at the large door of the villa. That sturdy door immediately shattered, and the subordinate muttered in frustration. Inside, the little fairy maidens appeared. Small voices are saying, "Get out of the invaders quickly. This is the holy land of the Lord. Those without faith are not allowed to enter." In the face of their rejection, Tem bows his head. "Sorry for disturbing the sleep of the divine. I will accept the punishment for my sins later." Then he looked ahead, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Tem points directly at the city gate, and the enemy behind it, Daf Bey, appears before him. "Don't come any closer. If you keep blocking the way, we'll have no choice but to use force." She trembles, her lips pressed tightly together, thinking to herself, "We can't." In her subconscious, Jel's warning voice echoes, "If the dream world is destroyed, the descendants of Tahan Melvinger will be trapped there forever. We must not let anyone interfere." With that in mind, her eyes became resolute, determined to stop them at all costs. Immediately, she raised her hand forward as a flurry of branches shot towards Tem. He was completely undeterred, immediately drawing his sword from his hip. In a flash, he swung the blade through the air, slicing all the branches into pieces. The shards fall before the little fairies, witnessing their power defeated in an instant, Daph's face stiff with fear, clear in her eyes. Tem clenches his sword tightly, his eyes shining, but it's all in vain. Then Tem swung his sword and rushed quickly toward the floating Da foe. She instinctively covered her face with her hands in fear, as if she had given up, letting fate decide. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Daph slowly opened her eyes cautiously. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for her. That collision knocked him off the beam. Behind the sharp sword, Tem stared intently at the person standing before him. "So you caught the leader of the monster army." The sword in H-Man's hand is pointed straight ahead as he warns sternly, "No one is allowed to pass here." On Elzic's side, he frowns and quickly wipes sweat from his cheek. Even though it has been destroyed this much, it keeps recovering. "You probably also feel that it is becoming stronger." Run turned around and asked, "There's no other way, right?" "Probably not. No matter how many times we kill it, it keeps coming back to life. We are suffering too many losses. Although we completed the mission to locate General Dong, this bastard refuses to let us go. Before I could share my plan, he was cut off by Elzie." "Hey, no way. I haven't even said anything yet. You don't need to finish your sentence. Are you planning to tell me to lead the reconnaissance team to escape while you stall?" "Run sternly. Only you are capable of doing this now. I will stay behind so you can take them away." Seeing Elza's determination, he remained silent and said nothing more. He stared intently at the monster in front of him, knowing he could start over, but he couldn't let the Tiger King fail this round. Dunn immediately used his authority. "Are you ordering me to stay behind?" Eli was stunned but looked straight ahead with a resolute gaze. At this moment, am I really going to do this? Seeing his attitude, Eli hesitated, as if his throat was choked. All words he intended to say vanished, and he couldn't say anything. Run smirked, warning him that if he dared to refuse, he would be accused of disobedience and forced to lie down here. What is he planning to do now? "I'll do it, I'll go, but I'll come back soon, don't die out there." The reconnaissance team returned to Romoff. He and his team quickly retreated, secretly vowing to bring them back safely and to return himself, holding on until then. Run watched their figures gradually leave this place. As the snow continued to fall heavily, he stood there with an involuntary smile as the monsters boldly advanced. Among the large rocks, someone suddenly appears and rushes out, their voice full of anger. "Where do you think you're going?" A tiger-headed man snarled menacingly, "Do not touch the children." Elsewhere, a group of beastmen led each other into a desolate and gloomy place that looked abandoned for a long time. One of them grimaced in pain. "We're safe now. We've been rescued." Standing behind Elzik, he firmly said, "Elzik, you're planning to go back to the leader, right? I'll go with you. I don't know if I can be of any help, but let us fight alongside you two." He didn't respond, seeming lost in his own thoughts. "Elzik, Elzik," the call still echoes on. Suddenly, everything before Elzik's eyes lit up. His pupils widened slightly in astonishment at the scene before him. Oh no. What I've cultivated all this time has finally borne fruit. Unexpectedly, the Mio plant is blooming, and my chest is also shining. Unconsciously, Eli reached out and touched it, holding his mission card with a line engraved on it. All restrictions have been lifted. The order is complete. El looked up. All restrictions had been lifted. The setup was complete. He kicked off and jumped. Quomeolak turned around puzzled and asked, "Everything is almost set. Why the rush?" "You're worried I haven't said goodbye yet." Quomeo remains calm with Tiger King A. "Why did you have to do that? This place is just an illusionary world, too." Hebei said nothing, memories flooding back of all the faces of those who betrayed my family. One person turned away. The heartless ones who betrayed us and drove my sister away despite her desperate pleas. The old foxes with smiling faces only aimed for the little assets we had left. "Please don't go, I beg you." Among those who left, there are countless people I considered friends or family, those I trusted and relied on. After enduring all the humiliation, I closed my heart and became cold. Because if I'm not careful, many people are targeting me, but I have met those who helped me open my heart, and they gradually melt this frozen heart of mine. He thinks of Run, and also someone he completely trusts and considers as a brother. He speaks seriously. "Even if this is just an illusion I will forget, you rush away and I will still say goodbye." Kwangmeo is bowing his head in thought. "Melvingo, I can't find anything to dislike about them." El walks away, each step deliberate, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Run, sitting cross-legged, speaks up, "You're back." He fell silent like a general. "So, I wanted to ask if he was injured, but I felt I should ask what he wanted to say that day and make him proud." Run turned back with a proud tone. "Of course I won." His eyes show a hint of admiration, of course not knowing how confident he was back then. He smirks teasingly and says, "Hey, do you really think I lost? People might find him as annoying as I do, yet still want to become someone like him." He kept silent, obviously not trembling as he explained. "Failure is not in my dictionary. I may not look cool now, but I chased her away, so I've won." He looked at the arm surrounded by shattered pieces with a hint of longing, wishing he could have witnessed his battle against the bandit leader, a statement that made him silent. "Are you here to say goodbye?" "Run, close your eyes. What's going on? Are you surprised that I guessed right?" El widened his eyes in shock. "How did you know?" "At first I didn't know, but suddenly I just realized. Actually, I'm very curious. I want to know why you want to learn the body enhancement technique. I think you'll tell me anyway." After passing through that shimmering wall, I understood. Now I see through many things I couldn't before and who you really are as well. He pondered that there must be a reason why he still shines, despite just going through a fierce battle. The king of the demonic lake has surpassed his limits and become a 5-star supreme. Because he has reached the level of a superhuman, he has realized that this world is an illusion. El shouted, "Tak Truong," he just responded. "I no longer care what happens next or who you are. I am simply myself. Everything else doesn't matter," El replied slowly. "We just need to focus on the present, right?" You said. He sat there coldly asking. "Very well, before I leave, let me ask you this. What is your real name?" He replied, "Eric, I am Elzik." Jun pondered silently. Melving June laughed out loud. "I see, so that's how it is. My brother Elzik Melvingo, you kept your promise to survive and once again save my family, so I will forgive you. Gia will show you something interesting." Run softly said, "This is also a farewell gift from me to you, my brother." He stands in a fighting stance. "This is what I learned. I used it to drive away the bandit leader." He slowly showed me each step and movement so I could observe and memorize them carefully. I won't miss any detail. Run and I face each other in front of the last gift he gave me. Run sighs wearily. "Phi," the glass gradually cracks and shatters. "If fate allows, I hope we will meet again." The mountain sky is filled with shards of blue. Eli's eyes open. He lies on the grass looking so unhappy. Kwome and Otu-han look over and speak. "Because you have received more than we ever expected. You should be proud of yourself." El is determined. "Can't I try to set it up again?" "If you give me a chance, I will definitely find a way to defeat the Ice General. You can't do it." Melvingo immediately said, "Even the later Tiger King must sacrifice to drive her away. How can you succeed in 100 days? Crouching Mio lowered his head in thought. The Flower Demon Temple was created because no one could stop the Ice General. He trembled with anger and said, "The words of the devil and the gods are truly terrifying. Standing upright, the reason I put aside my plans and received help from Eden was also for your own good. He worries and wonders, does he also interfere in the arrangements to help me? Our goal is to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through these plans. Instead, fight against her. To clasped his hands behind his back and watched calmly saying, you still have to deal with the problems you haven't been able to solve in reality? Eli looked up at the sky outside the window. He sat focused as a stream of black energy approached, and that energy spoke. So it turns out you were hiding here. The terrifying monster growled softly. He drew his dagger, surprised that someone as lowly as you would dare to block the Bloodwolf King's path. Your crime deserves death. The knife is almost at his chest. Elle's blue eyes widen. An earthquake strikes, shattering everything around. Hermengel stares intently at Ellis, thinking to himself that if it were before, a single blow would have taken his head. But now it's difficult, because his body is recovering. Is that all I have left to use? The secret technique caused me to develop a magical reflux disease, but it also granted me new visions and powers. Mengel's eyebrows furrow deeply. Although this could be dangerous, he does it to protect Ellich. Seeing his calm and deadly aura again, he wondered why he was smiling. As if he had realized something, Mengelo unconsciously glanced behind him. No way. At that moment, Vit suddenly charged at the opponent. You must be executed for your crimes. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, then he used his magic to hold him back. Faitu immediately froze as if turned to stone. What? Eli gently tapped his nose. What do you mean by that? His cold eyes and a very smug smile. You're finished. A creature with a mouth full of sharp teeth appears before Du. Devi and the pupil's eyes widened in disbelief. Then suddenly a bloody scene and screams of terror appeared. Now Alec is very satisfied. Du's seal has become stronger after the agreement. Then you will also be able to use cold wind after the ice. You can also create snow and clouds to bring about winter. But he then said, strange. Why do I feel happy when I see that ugly face of yours? It makes Phi to get furious. What did you say? A teasing voice echoed again, probably because that ugly Demon King's face looked funny. Mayo's next words only make him tremble with rage. You have to accept it. Vit gritted his teeth. You. While the two of them argued back and forth, El focused on something. Suddenly, the snowflake in his pocket started to glow. Looking at the snowflake in his hand, Els couldn't help but wonder why the ice crystal had turned into a snowflake shape. Could it be? At the same time, a loud noise rang out, capturing all three of their attention, as a bright light and a huge commotion appeared from outside. He immediately ran out to check the situation and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. In front of us, Mengel is sitting silently in the chaos. He slowly raised his head and said, Luckily, you're okay. El quickly ran over to Mengel, worried. He helped the other person up and asked, Are you okay? He replied, Yes, I am just exhausted from using too much power. At this moment, Alec notices something, but he looks quite refreshed. Mengel honestly scratches his head. Although my body isn't as strong as before, do you know what good thing happened to me after I met you because of my acid reflux disease? Hearing that, he wondered what was going on. He points forward with a satisfied smile and says, I have taken a step closer, and in front of me is a crack in the wall revealing the starry universe beyond. One step closer to the place I've always been waiting for. El whispered, I will transfer some mana to you, so stay still. He said again, if it conflicts with other types of energy, it will cause internal injuries, but before Mengelo could finish his sentence, he transmitted energy from behind him. Feeling the thick aura of spiritual energy around him, Mengelo couldn't help but be surprised. What has been happening these past 4 days? I can't believe he has such a huge and stable source of mana. He's surpassed another limit of strength. El asks, Are you feeling better? Mengelo nods slightly and says, Thank you. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred with a series of sparks shooting out from behind them. Without wasting a second, he acted immediately. It's still noisy outside as always, huh? I'll be taking my leave. In front of EX, blazing red flames engulf the space, and two monsters are approaching, drawn by the sound. He quickly cast a spell on those bastards. A blast of freezing cold energy appeared in the direction Elic pointed. Then he shot that energy straight at the flames, and before the monsters could do anything, they were mercilessly attacked, leaving them all bewildered. What? That's Mingor. Fall back quickly. In the darkness, their eyes glow fiercely. They run away shouting, but entering this battlefield was your choice, yet you don't get to decide when to leave. But before they could escape, they were hit by his powerful ice attack. Damn it, what is this now? Stop standing there and destroy it. The two monsters look back anxiously. He flies high above, surrounded by energy like a bloodwolf storm. Eli gazes down fearlessly, as if looking at tiny creatures. In the next moment, they were all submerged in a vast spiritual energy. They looked at this scene with a sense of bewilderment. The water has frozen over, and the sun peeks out behind the mountain as a clear sound rings out. Wow, so beautiful. The fairies kept soaring up. It's snowing so white. Snowflakes. Daphne points ahead. Really. The frozen tree now looks like a crystal masterpiece, making them excited. It's so beautiful. I never imagined such a stunning scene. The sunlight gently shines down as he observes from above. A gentle smile curves on Yi's lips, and the bright rays stream through the window. He straightforwardly states, I plan to use ice crystal to absorb the cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and channel the divine power of the flower gods into them. Mayo spreads his arms and softly says, just like the way you awaken me. El analyzes carefully. If we gather the power of the flowers and plant winter flowers, we might even be able to summon the Ice General and call spring to come. He silently calculated that to end this winter as Mi-Fi suggested, Min would need many elements beyond ice and winter wind. Then Elzik held out a bright snowflake in his palm, and the surrounding area was immediately enveloped by the spiritual energy of ice and snow. There are camellia flowers and awakening elements here. The queen, who is peacefully sleeping in the royal bedchamber. He thought of another possibility. If he gathered all the snowfield the queen had scattered during her rest, they would immediately become excited by the light before them, and winter would end while the forgotten spring would return. The scene of fairies playing happily appeared where the withered winter flowers once were. Elzik wants to bring that peace. The warm spring breeze, suddenly something catches Belgojeo's attention. Then she quickly smiled happily, and the scent of spring flowers would appear. In front of her was a field of grass filled with colorful blossoms under the warm sunlight. The scene shifts to a castle under the clear blue sky, and the sound of arguing echoes. He asked, what do you mean? I told you, we have to kill the Ice General. Nemeth quickly interrupted. I didn't mean we should kill her, but that we shouldn't act rashly without any information. El replied, don't worry about that. I know where she is. This made Nemeth suspicious of where. He immediately replied, the No Tribe. At this moment, his mind was spinning, and he helplessly asked, you again make him wonder. So everyone isn't coming with us? Eli straightforwardly said, I think the others all have opinions different from mine. They all smiled with full trust. Hearing that, Nemeth felt even more exhausted. Damn it, I only helped because everything has turned out this way. I know you like it, so stop pretending to be annoyed. He smirked confidently and led the group. It seemed like everyone had already agreed. Shall we go now? It's time to cause some trouble. A clenched hand slams down hard. How stupid can you be to lose? Bloodwolf King shouted angrily. It seems the plan to burn down the temple is no longer effective. A calmer voice spoke out. Bloodwolf King sat on a large wooden chair, still furious. A place like a flower temple, whether it exists or not, doesn't matter. A pile of debris that's unremarkable. But there's one thing that concerns me. Actually, you can't really deal with Melvingo, can you? As if struck by the truth, Bloodwolf King narrowed his eyes tightly and opened his mouth in a look of panic. I am no different from you. That is the troublesome name we have known for a long time. There. The figure showed sympathy. Bloodwolf King turned his head to the side and said, we just need to gather an army again and destroy the eggs first. To do that, we need the Eastern General and to unite our strength on the snow plains. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a look of panic appeared in Bloodwolf King's red eyes. He stood up suddenly and shouted, how dare he! My tail is disappearing. Melvinger sneers there and laughs triumphantly. Looks like you need our help, huh? A purple tornado spirals down in the Nothan Don Gam, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The tornado continues to swirl fiercely down Nothan, with many shouting, the city is collapsing. How can General Dong Tuong disappear without a trace? Elzik and Melvict are floating in the sky. El slightly smirks and says, that place is already in ruins. The microphone holder crossed his arms and said somewhat reproachfully, the one causing all this chaos. Illit responded confidently, if they intend to turn this city into a sea of fire, they should also be prepared for this. Quomeo is laughing happily, as if a century-old scale has been lifted up. Eli is holding a blue sphere in her hand, staring intently at it. There are 3 guys laughing loudly, one big guy, one with fangs, and one with his face covered. They say, hey, son-in-law, is there anything else? Just tell us to do anything. And then all 3 burst out laughing. Mitt cross-armed, judging. This is truly a bunch of perverts, El Coldbow said. You're not much better, but thanks to them, everything is going smoothly. As we destroy the barrier stone, a massive boulder is collapsing before the 2 men now inside the sphere, but they remain undaunted. Meanwhile, Sun and Hei are using their power to bring down the barrier stone. The scoundrels of the Notok are no longer mighty Fuak. Now the demons in the fortress are fleeing in chaos, shouting loudly, Your Majesty, Bloodwolf King, please save us. Alik's voice continues, completely helpless before Dong Tuong. Quang Meo is worried about Elzik's plan. The No Nation has unified most of the cities in the Black Snow Plain. Destroying so many cities is very difficult. They won't just sit idly by and watch. Still, I didn't intend to go around destroying all those A-stones. The loyalty of the cities to No comes from the overwhelming power of Bloodwolf King and his ability to protect the cities from the Eastern General. That's all. The Bloodwolf King sits above, with his subjects and his army kneeling respectfully below, turning back to the devastated city where heavily wounded demons lie, some already fallen. When the cities can no longer escape the threat of the Eastern General, they will fall into fear and suspicion, eventually leading to rage. As the rage begins to collapse, Ancom will absorb it. We will achieve our goal. The tall, remote mountain is covered with a thin layer of snow in front of the magnificent castle, shrouded in darkness. Why did those Ancomorph suddenly attack the barrier? He, the deputy leader of the Net tribe, growled in anger and confusion. Even if they severely damage our territory, they can't possibly guarantee defeating the Bloodwolf King. There's no way they would accept that risk. Exactly what do they want? His fingernails pressed down harder on the map on the table. Could it be? Then Net took a pen and drew a line connecting the two cities on the map. How did they find out about this? The city they attacked is the border built to protect the Dark Zone. That is where the body of General Dong is hidden. If our concealment of General Dong and our use of fear to control the cities are exposed, the sworn cities will rise up against us. Net turns to the light and ponders deeply. I must mobilize the army. Net shouted loudly, his shadow cast on the door, looking incredibly heroic. The villagers below all looked up amidst the rolling hills, snow rushing forward with the wind. A pair of legs stands by the cliff in the snowstorm. A deep voice echoes. From the arrangement, I only know that Commander Dong is at the Dark Realm within the tribe's territory, but I don't know the exact location. That is Elish along with Mofikt and Kwangmeo, with Elish continuing to speak, so by disrupting the area around Daku, I am sure No will act to protect Dongtong. Just like that. Muda slightly smiled and said, I wonder how they will react when they realize they are in the palm of someone's hand. And Mayo leaned back with a satisfied smile, finding Melvingo's tactics very interesting, as he was on their side. Elzik, holding the blue sphere, says, Lam Su, as expected. No has already acted. The person inside the sphere responds anxiously, Are you sure you'll be okay going alone? I can help you right now. No, I'll go alone for better results. Please wait there with your brother Lam. The person in the sphere is Hen. He replied confidently, If you've made up your mind, I will follow. Mr. Hemon's eyes were still full of worry, but I hope you won't overexert yourself. El replied, Thank you for your concern. I will signal to you later. Now, shall we set out? In the makeshift camp set up in the middle of the forest, a commanding voice echoes. Is everyone assembled? This is a top priority mission for which you issued the order. He is Captain Tem of Team 4. Tem suddenly realizes something. You, the one at the very back, I don't recognize you. He pointed at a lion that looked like him, but its eyes didn't shine like the others. The elite hesitated and stammered, My name is Riken. I was sent here on orders. Did I do something wrong? Are you a rookie? Yes, but I haven't received any specific orders, so I can't do anything properly. Here, even the smallest mistake is not tolerated. Is that clear? That lion still stammered. Yes, understood. Tem turns his back to the army, eyes straight ahead. I will explain in more detail when we get there. Mike and Kwang Meo are flying above the last lion at the back. No one else but Eljik Melvingo. Emphix spoke in a slightly more educated voice. Why are they so stupid to fall into such an obvious trap? Kwang Meo is the answer. Maybe they never thought someone would infiltrate all the way here. Elik closed his eyes and sighed. My acting skills are truly excellent. This is the 7th transformation spell. How did they figure it out? Meg scoffed mockingly. Great, just great. Keep criticizing and you'll taste No's dance of blades. The heavy snow still falls fiercely as Tem stands among the troops and shouts, From now on, we will defend this spot. His hand pointed forward and said, Ensure not a single mosquito gets through. Strengthen the defense line. The entire army shouted in unison. Yes. Only Elsie's eyes remained fixed ahead as if she has discovered something. He whispered softly and disappeared instantly from his spot. The nearby demons were stunned, amazed to see someone vanish like a gust of wind. Then Eli, in the form of that lion, along with Micho and Kwang Meo, charged straight ahead. We can see the concentrated magic barrier over there. Once we get past them, we should find Commander Dong. Then E jumps up to leap over the branches. Elzik Melvingo looks up with a mixture of shock and panic in his eyes. He stammered, What is this? Looking up even higher, the tangled chains are wrapping around the dark figure of someone. A girl is bound all over with iron chains. The Ice General's body is tightly shackled by thick layers of chains. What is this? Why is the Ice Queen chained up? The chains look rusty, so she might have been bound for a very long time. Movict crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying, I didn't expect her to be chained like this. This must be related to the reason why she suddenly fell into a 40-year sleep. The cat's face slightly furrowed and replied, Yes. The chains are wrapped in a red energy as if being controlled by someone. Mofich too continues speaking. It's no wonder that these strange chains smell strongly of flowers. They are created using divine power. Her eyes grew serious. 40 years ago, Eden and I were also chained like this. The seal wasn't too strong, but you could see how long it had been there. 2 beams of light rose from the ground and soared around the figure. It was as if he suddenly realized something and spoke out. Vai Fuak. The ferocious beast form appeared, with razor-sharp teeth like daggers. Bloodwolf Garden. Eli calmly approached her and said, I never thought I would be grateful to the Bloodwolf King. I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General. Since she is now restrained like this, it will be much easier to put her into this ice crystal. She is tied up and screaming in pain. El is using absorption technique, drawing air from her into the ice shard. Suddenly, a black-purple vortex gradually appears in the air. Eli quickly closes his hand holding the ice shard when suddenly something rushes to attack him. A foot steps out from the energy circle as an enigmatic voice speaks. "What kind of freak is doing here, I wonder?" Mitt asked with his arms crossed, puzzled. "I didn't expect to meet him here," Elite replied calmly without any surprise. "I thought I had felt that energy many times before." There he is, stepping out with a calmness that's almost terrifying. A demon from Jory. He slowly stepped forward to respond, a mere soldier unafraid to face my seal. The sharp gaze of that figure looked straight at him and continued, "You are a member of the Melvingo family." El gradually reveals his true identity behind his beastly disguise, seeing through my illusion. Magic. He's not bad for a demon. He ponders silently, the Melvingo who is blocking the tribe's plans. A surge of resentment flashes across the wind banner as Azabel's colossal figure stands tall in the room, bowing his head in respect to complete the assigned task. The mission given to me by the organization is to help the Blood Wolf King forge an alliance with the Black Snowfield, turn them into allies, and defeat the Ice General. Back in the present, the two face each other, and he continues to think, if he weren't here, my mission would already be complete. A sinister smile appears there, and his thoughts go on. This is another good opportunity for me. With this, I will be able to gain the approval of those who also have rivals among the cats. His hand revealing a tattoo, he thought with contempt. The organization has determined that his level is only comparable to a mage. He's not skilled enough to fight me. A powerful tornado appears before Elzik and Imfict, sweeping away everything around. Imfict stands with his hands on his hips and calmly says, "A very strong tornado. I guess he has the bloodline power of the demon race. He won't be an easy opponent." El steps forward with an extremely confident demeanor. "I've caught a big fish." This is a top-tier item that can shine as brightly as the ancestral relic. Dream Victor shook his head and sighed in relief as if there's no hope left. There, Eli looked on with confusion. He's smiling. Has he gone mad? You better laugh while you still can. It won't be long before you're gone. There, the black waves of power unleash a rapid barrage at Ele. His mind still looks down on him. "You will be torn to pieces by this storm of mine." El was cut through by his storm again and again, seeming to dissolve into the air there, then laughing with pride. He said, "There are hardly any enemies who can stand against me." Suddenly Elec appeared, revealing that he had already used a shield spell to ignite the fire there. His face showed satisfaction, and amidst the surprise, someone exclaimed, "Impossible!" Right at this moment, Elzik finally uses his attack technique. He remains incredibly calm as streams of energy begin to be absorbed into his hand. He replied, "You think I will lose that easily?" Using a burst technique, a straight beam of light formed from lightning, and magic created a giant pillar of light. It immediately shot straight toward Aderdo, who quickly summoned large stones layer by layer to protect himself. "There," the item exclaimed in surprise, "I must block that attack." That beam of light is not just powerful but brutal, piercing through the large rocks continuously as it rushes toward him. He couldn't help but be amazed, constantly wondering, unable to believe how he possessed the skills of the Ice General. Streams of cold, white light swept across the sky, accompanied by Dodo's endless surprise. How could he use the north wind and the snowstorm? The memory of that place appears once again. A voice in his mind echoes. A gust of wind swallows and tears everything apart. A snowstorm paints the world white, freezing everything. The image of Azabel appears in the form of a supreme demon, filled with hatred and power. One of the great powers of the Demon Lord that we need to find a way to destroy the Empire and revive Lord Ayabeo. Returning to the present, the Ice General chained behind him calmly thinks, "The one we need to rescue right now is the Ice General." There, standing before the swirling black vortex, I can't believe a lowly human can master north wind and snowstorm, powers even our demons struggle to use. A Melvingo, how could he possess such strength? Suddenly, Elgic appears with his face emerging from the tornado and comments, "We are fighting right now. What are you so focused on?" El's eyes turn mysterious as he uses the powerful Tiger Assault technique. Elzik raises his hand and charges straight at the fish. The fish raises its hand to prepare a counterattack, but it's too late. Elzik's attack was too fast and powerful. Before he could finish his strike, a tremendous force from El struck him, causing one of his arms to be torn off. In a sudden move, he clenched his teeth, grimaced, and leapt back to dodge. But it was too late. He began casting a spell to defend himself, creating a large barrier right in front of him as At-Du shouted out. Annoying. He starts using his own techniques to recover his severed arm, looking confused and flustered. He kept saying, "At most, he's just at the level of a mage. These powers are completely wrong. He's at least a 7th circle wizard, stealing the power of a grand mage in a panic," quickly pulling out a piece of paper from his shirt while saying, "And if he could freely use the body enhancement technique, he wouldn't be someone I could defeat. I'll escape with teleportation magic now and report to my superior." The papers were quickly burned in front of the crow, who watched in confusion and wondered why it didn't activate. A voice from behind Elzik sounded, Of course, it's not working. Elzik smiles smugly and tightly grips the fox's head. Alec said, I have to make sure of this in case he tries to escape, and then a loud thud hits the ground. He finished him off at the rocky terrain with a powerful strike. His head pierced through the tough stone. Now he gently lifts his hand away from the head of the fish. Eli looks at the stone with a satisfied expression and says, I was a bit worried because he looked stronger than the demon I fought before, but now this is too easy. Micah stood with his arms crossed, looking away, and replied that a follower of Azabel couldn't possibly be too strong. Micah, with a confused and surprised expression at Ellis's recent battle, wondered what on earth had happened to that monster. How could he have become so much stronger in such a short time? El crouched beside the fish and continued, but I didn't expect Jory's influence to have spread all the way here. El relaxed his hands and brought them close to the fish, beginning to absorb the demon energy. His voice continued to echo, I want to inquire and learn more, but I will only absorb his demon energy because he is already dead. Suddenly, the tattoo on the stone statue's arm glowed red. The mysterious creature flew over to warn, You should be careful. He suddenly froze, eyes wide open. Unexpectedly, Dado delivered a powerful strike that echoed through the air and pushed him back. What are you suddenly panicking about? A completely different form stands in the blood-red space, covered in darkness. A fierce aura billowed from his body. El thought to himself, he must have turned to gold. The true form of the Demon King finally reveals itself. His voice echoes, You are the one who killed my brother now. Eli trembled as he looked at the Demon King, his eyes full of shock and fear. All he can think of now is that a demon with this much demonic energy must be the Demon King. Mofik's face tense, his mind racing. Don't let it be him who is awakened, with blazing red eyes, shining so brightly that all light must retreat. It's none other than Abeo. The past scene appears in Mofai's mind, with a multitude of winged creatures rushing forward. The reason humans defeated the demons 30 years ago was because no one led the demon army. Azabel extends her arm with a fierce look on her face. But what if the Demon King Azabel is also known as a resurrected tyrant? This is a serious matter that Emperor Tak and the 6 clans managing the Magic Tower must intervene in. The snowstorm is starting to intensify. El says, Mick, the wind is stronger than ever. We must retreat. Mi shakes his head and kicks. No, it's not necessary. Eli turned to face Azabel directly and asked Mike seriously what he meant. Mofik frowned and explained, It's just a copy. Azabel curled his lips and raised his hand to reveal his spiral of power. Mike continues, A lesser version that cannot become Cabello. You might think so, but all 4 Demon Kings, including myself, have been sealed or are dead. But as long as our true identities still exist, we will never completely disappear. Eli replied cautiously, So, are you saying that the real Azabel's identity is out there somewhere? Mvit glanced with a look of amusement and said, If that weren't the case, Gregory would never have survived until now. Those guys are conducting all kinds of experiments to revive the true identity that was lost. Elzic's memory flashes back to a girl crying painfully and hugging a stuffed animal. So does that mean Gregory is doing all kinds of evil things in the human world, just like how they used Tutum to take the lives of farmers? Right. He looked serious. This is bad. He frowned and shouted loudly, You fake, just as you said I killed C. And with that, he resumed his thoughts. I will definitely have to face Gregory in the future. I won't run away anymore. Azabel, with her blazing red eyes and a strange smile, raises her hand to reveal the circle of power. As he said that, 2 giant tornadoes suddenly appeared around him. You will have to die. Facing the giant tornado and wind, Elzik remains fearless. After the super attack, Elzic's right hand emits blue energy beams. He looked at his opponent with contempt. Chumo mimicked him. Nat looked at you mockingly. Alice raises his hand and uses the tornado skill, matching his opponent's power. He says, Can't you speak nicely? 2 massive whirlwinds collide with overwhelming force, causing a fierce clash. Ali summons bindings from the ground. Chains suddenly appeared around E's body, twisting and rushing straight toward him. With fiery red eyes, Azabel said, Don't run so fast. He swung his hand, tearing those chains apart with dark purple magic energy. Immediately, Eli dashed forward and leapt behind Azabel. He said that's just a distraction tactic for the prey. Elite raised his hand, opening his palm, and icy energy was gathering. He thought that the white tiger would sharpen its claws. At this moment, Elsie used the white tiger's body enhancement technique, Claw Attack, with its eyes blazing with yellow lightning, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground along a long vertical line while swirling winds swept around. Everything only revealed 2 figures standing there. Azab managed to block that attack while holding onto his arm with a sinister smile. He said, Body strengthening technique? Elate was caught off guard and bewildered by Abel's tight grip, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He immediately launched a surprise attack, striking his stomach, but it had already healed and was reconnecting with dark energy. Making Ite utterly stunned, he exclaimed, It's useless. He clenched his fist and threw a punch aimed at his stomach with a look of delight. Die, it's too dangerous. An explosion erupts, cutting through the barrier, destroying everything in its path. El Melvin gritted his teeth, thinking, is he already this strong just after merging his soul? Then I wonder how powerful his real body must be. The more time passes, the more the soul merges with the body, and from now on it will become even stronger. Movito here smirked and said, he may just be a clone, but still a clone of the great Demon King. If a kid like you beats me easily, it would be embarrassing. Elzik Melvingo grits his teeth in anger, really annoyed. But Miphi is right. If things continue like this, at best we will merge. The more important issue is that Wynn now orders us to disperse and surround the area, not to let the intruders escape. The Fire Tribe is approaching, and my secret plan to absorb the Ice General has completely failed. Well, Geodao chuckled smugly. It seems I've won. Then the monsters and demons started rushing up into the wind, speaking arrogantly. You are completely surrounded now. How do you plan to escape? But Elzik Melvingo remained very calm. If I use all my mana, I might escape, but it will be very difficult because the No Tribe is still there. So what do you plan to do now? I'm starting to use the strength in my arm. Mido, do you know anything? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade down, but he was already defending himself, and his efforts were in vain. Seeing that, he laughed out loud. Our tradition is really something. My words seemed to drive him crazy. No way! The situation has turned around. If I can't have it, then no one else should mess up either. He keeps striking the Demon Queen with multiple slashes, leaving her unable to defend herself and forced to endure the attacks. At this moment, a look of fear appears on the raging wind. You still have Mophi 2 over here laughing happily. You're crazy. His attacks made Gaul exclaim. I know you're from the Mingor family, but are you really that crazy? In that case, Mido just laughs at her innocence. That's right, now that's what a Melvingo family member looks like. Since signing the contract with him, this is the best you've done. Aren't you planning to imprison her in Ice Crystal? Why are you letting her go? What more can I do? After finishing, he stomped the ground hard, then shot into the air and ran away. Geodao chuckled maliciously and gestured for his henchmen to chase after him. He stares intently at the Ice General and says, we need to restrain the Ice General again because we don't know where she will attack. His two subordinates are chasing after Elzik closely. If we lose that guy, he will definitely become a major obstacle in our future plans. He knelt on one knee, placing his hand on the ground and speaking, so destroying him is extremely important for us to eliminate Ember's descendants before he becomes stronger. Suddenly, his body in the wind gust reacted violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He is furious, his eyes flashing with anger as he looks at his blood-stained hand. Damn it, in such a crucial moment. Why is this body running out of energy? On this side, the Ice General with his massive body keeps chasing after him. Movito crossed his arms and asked her beside him why she keeps chasing only Elk. She sighed in helplessness because he is the Monascent of the MB clan, the one that was used to seal her, and he turned back with a look of suspicion and asked, then she should also go after the beastmen who are trying to break her seal, right? Why is she angry at everyone else and only taking it out on Eric? Kwangmeo looked a bit embarrassed after hearing that and glanced at the Ice General still chasing behind, lost in thought. Something doesn't seem right. Clearly the Ice General is furious with all living creatures without exception. Earlier, she showed no signs of anger targeting any specific goal. She like a fierce beast charging forward with great power. I've known the Ice General for a long time, but have never seen her rebel like this before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Cam Mayo's mind. Hey, did you do anything to the Ice General? He replied, probably not. El created an ice arrow and said, when I lift her seal. Then he shot the ice arrow straight ahead, directly into the Ice General's forehead, causing her to startle and shout, is it just a simple ice arrow shot into her forehead? She twitched her mouth in disbelief. Is that all you can do? Poke her? Komeo is angrily questioning. Are you crazy? Why did you do that? It's different from her anger. Alec is very pleased. I need her to follow so I can lure her to the place I want. The giant figure of the Ice General appears, causing the two monsters to scream in fear. Look, it's the Ice General. She's been released. A beastman ordered his soldiers to capture Menbinger. The monsters were crushed under her feet, and at the same time I could use her to deal with all those annoying flies. Elzik and Kammeo quickly flew away, with screams echoing below. Running over with his arms crossed, he approached Elzik and asked puzzled, what are you going to do next now that everything's completely chaos? He quickly replied, since we've already messed things up this badly, let's make it even more chaotic. Mvito burst out laughing and said, this is the first time I'm actually satisfied with you. Hey Eli, what the hell is going on here? Eli takes out a sphere and 3 men appear inside, worriedly asking, it seems the cold wave was stronger this time. Are you hurt anywhere? I caused the chaos, so how could I be injured? The uncle sitting in the middle sighed in relief. Hey Eric, be careful, or else if something happens to you, my granddaughter will curse me to my face. The man with the hat asked suspiciously. So what exactly did you do to make them look so fierce now? He replied, it's nothing serious. Elzik's next words leave all 3 of them stunned. I just brought the bandit commander along. He was just as surprised, standing up straight. The bearded uncle holding the sphere and the uncle with the mustache both chuckled in amazement. I knew it. You're even crazier than us. You already have a plan in mind, right? Do you need us to help out? Then escort me. Alec is still flying at missile speed. The voice from the other side of the sphere echoes. Where are you planning to go? Eli smirked and replied. That's right. You're still leading the band of generals to follow you? I am on my way to the clan. In the silent night, shouts echo loudly. The clan fortress. The encirclement of the Shadowland has been destroyed. The Ice General took on all the wolves, and Eldorado was heavily damaged by the Ice General. And now the Ice General has also appeared in Khan's hands, slamming his fist down on the table. How could he possibly lift the seal of the Ice General? So, it was Net. He clenched his teeth in anger as one of Net's subordinates suddenly entered to report. My lord, questions are pouring in from everywhere causing chaos. They ask why the Ice General appeared in the slave territory and what happened to the Gracetail. After hearing that, he fell into deep thought. The Ice General is an indispensable tool for holding power. It's a secret we should have kept hidden. If things continue like this, the entire power structure of the demon tribe will surely fall apart. Net angrily points forward and orders the entire army to move out. If they dare to do something stupid, don't even think about keeping their heads. The subordinate nodded and ran off, saying, Yes, Lord. He thought it was best to first ensure the other strongholds wouldn't do anything crazy. Once we defeat the band of generals, there's no way she can escape. Net's hand slammed down hard on the table. How did everything turn out like this? He was filled with anger and determination. Everything was because of Minger, and he would do whatever it takes to get his revenge. Net glared and shouted, demanding his subordinates to find out where that Mbinger is right now. Hurry and find out. He is definitely behind everything. The henchman nervously said, We found a suspicious person resembling Minger. He asked sternly, Where is he? The subordinate hesitated a little. That matter? The subordinate's sweat dripped down in fear. He is right outside the gates of the No tribe. Nair looked confused and incredulous. What are you talking about? Suddenly, the fortress shook violently. He hurried to the window to look down, and Net's eyes narrowed and twitched uncontrollably as he stammered, This is you, flying straight into the fortress. The Ice General is still chasing from behind. That crazy bastard is dead meat. X smirked and charged forward, anger rising as he looked up at the chaotic scene. The Ice General is coming here. What's going on? L wiped his sweat from his brow and didn't comment. Playing chase is really exhausting, he asked. I've always wondered, do you think the Ice Spirit feels sorry for trying to deal with you? Mitt looked at the Ice General charging forward aggressively. What did she do wrong? She's just angry because you dared to shoot ice arrows at her. There's nothing strange about your response. Aren't I usually like this too? Raising my arm high. Now you use your magic to create countless sharp ice arrows, making everything even more chaotic, as countless ice arrows fall straight into the protective shield. Sorry, but our team from Hen is full of fighting spirit, and we won't let you hurt him. He pointed and ordered, What is that human saying? Eliminate them quickly. Neto's eyes suddenly froze, the last shield shattered, and he stood below the worried face. No, this can't be happening. Eli, he, and Cameo charged straight into the fortress. As the general advanced, he smirked confidently and said, I will take her to the central area. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake as a huge figure rises from beneath the earth. Who dares? Then the man stood up angrily and shouted, disturbing my sleep. An earthquake shattered the stone foundation into many pieces. Someone roared, Who dares disturb my sleep? The Bloodwolf King erupted in fury, his eyes blazing red, his tail standing upright, teeth baring as if ready to devour anyone. The demons at his feet shout loudly, Bloodwolf King! Eli's eyes show a hint of surprise. That's the Bloodwolf King I've only heard of. What is that aura? A mixture of emerald blue light and black surrounds the frowning Bloodwolf King, making E gasp in surprise. It repels the cold of the Ice General with both magic and demonic energy. The Bloodwolf King growls, with blue eyes, blonde hair, and an unpleasant scent. You must be a Melvinger. El was still lost in his thoughts. Earlier he had subdued the eighth tail with demonic energy. He needed to use the body-strengthening technique to recover the last tail, but thinking about him coming to find him, the battle between the two demons erupted, and the Ice General shouted loudly, rushing forward in fury. The battle between the Bloodwolf King and the Ice General is a clash of silent roars filled with mysterious power. As the Bloodwolf King grits his teeth in fury, his piercing eyes radiating deadly aura. Then he, Truong Gan Truong Ko, shouted out to vent his long-held anger at a mere monster without a mind daring to target me. Yes, the Ice General also roared loudly in response. Get out of my land quickly. The two streams of killing intent clash like a raging flood, overwhelming everything. A loud explosion rang out, burning like the fury of both demons, causing chaos everywhere. Elite asked, confused, why did the Ice General suddenly attack the Bloodwolf King? Kwam Meo responds to him with a hint of regret, probably feeling that he is tightening the chains that bind her like an enemy. The three of them still hover in the air, continuing to watch the battle between the Ice General and the Bloodwolf King. Kwameo asked him, Is something wrong? Then he suddenly flew down amidst the surprise of Kwameo and Mofikt. Mofikt quickly crossed her arms and stepped beside him. Kwomeo shouted urgently, "Wait for me. What are you planning to do? Why did you bring the ice crystal?" During the battle, it seems the Ice General is gradually losing strength as she's surrounded by the killing intent of the Blood Wolf King, and she screams in pain. Elite landed right in front of the Ice General and extended the ice crystal. "The Blood Wolf King has helped me so much. I can't let this opportunity slip away." His eyes gleamed with a smile as E's hand clenched the ice crystal and held it out. It glowed, emitting a blue light in multiple directions. At the same time, the Ice General shouted in frustration. Vict crossed his arms, smiling smugly, secretly taking what you needed and ruthlessly destroying his opponent. "You really have talent like mine." Elite managed a big smile, still holding the crystal tightly and pointing it toward the Ice General. Then he looked up, let out a surprised sound. At that moment, Eli spun around and saw Blood Wolf King standing behind him with deadly intent, his teeth baring in a terrifying grin. Elite was not afraid. His lips curled as he looked at his glowing arm with the tattoo, emanating a powerful blue aura. Suddenly, Elec shouted and charged forward, his hand aimed directly at Blood Wolf King, unleashing a blinding and incredibly powerful stream of orange-yellow light like a rushing flood straight at him. He hurriedly covered himself and anxiously asked Elec, "What are you doing?" El Melvinger now grinned, but his eyes sparkled with sarcasm. "Do you think we're on the same side?" Mfido laughed. "Looks like he's trying to take him down by teaming up with the Ice General. That damn fox must be furious." While Mpid is reveling, the Blood Wolf King is struggling to withstand the fierce whirlwind unleashed by Elzic. The Blood Wolf King growls, "Melvingo, Melvingo. If I had 9 tails, I wouldn't be so easily frightened." As he finished speaking, a sudden idea seemed to strike him, his eyes flashing with a bright light. He clenched his teeth tightly, showing extreme pain but acceptance. With a crack, one of the Blood Wolf King's tails fell off. Then, surprisingly, that same tail swung back with great force, forcing Elise to step back. He looked at the massive tail in front of him, frowned in discomfort, and asked, "What is this?" Then a loud explosion rang out, with a very clear blue light, and rocks flew everywhere. Amidst the faint smoke after the explosion, a series of Blood Wolf Kings appeared identical in every gesture, all glaring intently at Elzic. Elec sneered mockingly, and at the same time, a pack of Blood Wolf Kings lunged at Ellis with their claws. He also quickly charged forward with a look of extreme confidence. Eli reached out and shouted for the ice to freeze. But maybe because there are too many of them, my freeze only leaves clean lines that don't harm them at all. El lands now with a fierce look, both annoyed and confused. "You are floating in the air again. I don't know what you're planning to do, but I won't let you do it." As if realizing something, Eli opened his mouth wide in panic. He was about to launch a new attack, his hand reaching out, but he suddenly fell silent, halfway through his words. A stream of blue light flows from Elzie's mouth. The Blood Wolf King growls triumphantly. "Got it." And among the falling snowflakes, Elzic was caught in a swirling vortex. Elzic's hands are now limp, his body completely controlled. Eli, still awake in the whirlpool, clearly hears every word of the Blood Wolf King. Once he obtains the power technique from his memory, he will achieve the 9th tail. Blood Wolf King has begun to invade Elgic's memories. This is the mind world of Little Melvingo. Yes, there is a large iron gate without color, and beyond it is an old-looking house. In that memory, there was a blonde boy sitting alone in the middle of a vast yard. The Blood Wolf King sneered mockingly, a mage placing the mind world in such a miserable place. "So everything will be easier. I will shatter the person's soul into pieces." As he said that, his sharp teeth bared, drool dripping like a beast craving raw meat. His eyes gleamed as if he had caught a good prey and taken the essence of the spell. He roared, leaping high into the air, his tails standing upright. The blonde-haired boy in that memory still bowed his head to his knees, lost and alone. A voice growled, "A mere monster dares to touch my things? What is that? That incredible power. You're not even worthy to stand before me and swallow her." The voice sounded like a command, as green lights formed teeth advancing toward the Blood Wolf King. What did he scream? Breaking free from Elzic's memory, the Blood Wolf King stands clutching his chest, emitting intense red light in pain. His eyes were bloodshot with anger and fear as he stammered to Eli, "What the hell are those things?" Eli, now clutching his arm and gasping for breath, looked just as shocked as the Blood Wolf King. "What is that inside my soul?" Mick crossed his arms and floated in the air, teasing Ellie. "What just happened to me? I wonder. I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King." Mick hesitated and replied, "I don't know." Then he fluttered away. Elite stood there, confused about why he suddenly behaved that way. King of Bloodlang roared again. That bastard was straining with all his might, but was howling. "I will kill you to the last drop." The demons under his command run while screaming. King Bloodwolf is furious now. "Run away. If you touch them, you'll definitely die." Elite extends his tattooed arm, and a transparent shield appears to defend him. He frowns. What is she doing? Something charged forward, shattering the shield in his hand. Then a flash of blue light swept through, clearing everything back into chaos. Blood Wolf King growled. I don't remember the last time I used this much power. Even though I can't defeat the Ice General, Blood Wolf King becomes proud and laughs loudly, opening his mouth wide enough to see his throat. I can still burn that bastard Melvinger to death. Then someone's voice interrupted him. Wow, that's quite a powerful force. If the firepower were a bit stronger, I think it would burn better. Elite placed his finger on his chin and smirked at the Blood Wolf King. You smile triumphantly, holding the crystal that radiates power around Eli. Come on, show me more of that strength. The sunset sky cast its glow over the magnificent castle. Snatches of coughing could be heard from within. A boy is clutching his chest, panting heavily. That's Velen, please don't worry too much. Then he knelt on one knee. You are the Tiger King, the ruler of the mountains. Show the majesty of a tiger, and that is the oil. Velen replied in a deep voice. That's not as easy as you think. The ones who betrayed Anther and have been snarling at us for a long time. Will they be convinced by my words? They will also think that I am still too naive and underestimate me. Someone called Velen loudly by your name, making both Nodao and you turn to look behind. That call is beautiful. Sun is with her. The two of them appeared under the shining sunlight and softly said, You said you wanted to rebuild the royal family and help all the beastmen live happily, right? That is something only the Tiger King of Anthroom can do. She spoke with a gentle smile and reached her hand forward while Sun chuckled and stroked his red hair. We are right here beside you, so don't worry. That's right, this is something only I can do. He looked at the three people who had been cheering him on with smiles all this time and decided he had to do it. Then Ven remembered Elzik for those who trusted and helped him, and because Elzik gave him this opportunity. If he were here, he would run the meeting and smile as if this were nothing important. He will also deal with anyone who dares oppose him. As Velen thought this, he quickly stepped out the door into the sunlight, shining down on both his body and soul. You crack open the door, so I will try to be like him. Just as the door opens, someone shouts, The Tiger King is entering. The well-dressed beastmen stood in two lines, surprised to see Velen enter, but then all bowed respectfully to him, with his flowing cloak fluttering in the wind, further enhancing his authority. Back in the battle, Elzik is holding a crystal, floating with a very excited expression. Elzik exclaims, Amazing! Kwangmeo is worried and warning you. Elzik, even if you absorb the power of the Ice General, it doesn't mean you're getting weaker. I know that too. I also know that the Ice General is learning from his opponent and getting stronger. Under Elzik's description, the Ice General is howling fiercely, and the surrounding killing intent grows thicker. Ellet raises his hand, controlling swirling ice crystals in the air. But we have already obtained what we needed. My ice seal has become stronger, and most importantly, I now have a way to devour the Ice General. Eli's eyes sparkled with pleasure before he leapt over the Ice General's head and landed right in front of the Blood Wolf King, leaning on his hand as he said, That old wolf seems to be exhausted, doesn't he? Why don't you surrender already? Huyat Langvuang sweat profusely, still growling with extreme anger. Why is it Melvingo? He's blaming everyone unfairly. If they do not exist, Blood Wolf King gradually recalls his memories of a small tiger curled up inside a dark cave. When I was slowly dying in a dark and cold place after being abandoned by my tribe, I met a being who wielded a mysterious source of power. That being was a wolf in disguise. After training for centuries under his command, I gained a strength unmatched by any enemy. I gathered and built my forces and strived to become a king. I tried to break through the Black Ice Plain and make the Empire submit, but a giant wall blocked my path. Vampire King gritted his teeth and said each word clearly. That wall is Melvino. He remembered Jan moving in a white hooded cloak with deep blue eyes, looking down from above and saying, I am sorry, but you must return to your original place. If you withdraw quietly, no one will get hurt. He ordered his subordinates, but also spoke to himself. Don't just stand there, cross that wall for me. Blood Wolf King continued to ponder. I tried to eliminate that arrogant human, but we faced a tragic end. All my men are gone, lying on the ground, trembling. Still, I never give up and keep building my army, but this time that bastard got in my way. That bastard is closer to my ideal than I am. This time it's not fear, but the Tiger King trembling. He stands above, looking down at the Blood Wolf King, the one he has defeated. Why is it that I can't do it? In the end, why is that? He opens his mouth wide and screams as if he wants to swallow everything. Why did I lose so badly to these mortals? I must become stronger. A power that no one can attain. His eyes are filled with darkness and shadow, consumed by hatred that takes over his mind. And so, I abandoned everything I had learned over the centuries and unleashed forbidden power. I began to venture into the realm of demons, those I once feared greatly. He shouted in despair, No one can stop me anymore. Why do you keep blocking my way? Blood Wolf King muttered repeatedly the Melvivingo surname since he was young, and as he grew older, he screamed in terror. Why do you keep blocking my path? Now he has escaped from his memories. Eli is standing in front of him, and he continues to shout, I won't forgive you, Melvingo family! He roared as he charged down from above like a storm, saying, I will surely tear your limbs apart and send you to hell. But after saying that, a sharp slicing sound echoed, and Huyet Lang Vuong turned around in confusion. All 7 of his tails had been cut off cleanly by E.T., each flying off in different directions. Huyet Lang Vuong roared. No, no, you old fox. It seems like you always have bad luck with my family, huh? Let's end this cursed fate here. He jumps down from above to where the Blood Wolf King is suffering. Then Yi swung his hand, slicing through the air with a swift ice element attack towards the Blood Wolf King. After that move, a loud roar shook the heavens and earth, and the Blood Wolf King lay sprawled on the ground, completely frozen, with bloodstains still in his eyes, now closed. It's not over yet, you bastard. This isn't the end. El watched the giant Blood Wolf King lying still on the ground, wondering to himself, it's not over yet? But it seems like nothing else is happening. Suddenly, the Ice General shouted loudly, as if demanding his life. Eli is standing at her feet. All right, I'll do it right now. No need to rush me. El listens now, with a gentle but very serious tone. Let's start right away. It's her turn now. With deep eyes, his expression is unpredictable at this moment. Mo Victor crosses his arms, and with Mayo's confusion, she wonders what's going on. The game of Catch the Bull. Mo Victor replied seriously. He must have seen something. Kwon Mayo turns to doubtfully say, what do you mean? Elite slowly approached the Ice General. Micho continued, saying that he had mentioned before that after absorbing one of the hidden powers, he could see memories that helped him. Understanding the owner of the Wind Seal, perhaps he saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Koga began to ponder, standing still as fragments of memories flashed within her, and the image in her mind asked, is this the scene you've always wanted to see since becoming a goddess? She started to understand, like when someone else understands my memories. El, have you also seen the memories of the Ice General? However, Bang Tuong remains an unsolvable mystery. Even I cannot understand him. How is he capable of this? Bang Tuong appears alongside the icy aura of Alik, who is absorbing her hidden energy. The Ice General shouted, his small figure facing the overwhelming opponent. He calmly said, why are you so cautious? I thought you wanted to play with me. Under the pain of the Ice General, he thought, at first I thought the Ice General was just the shell of the goddess Kwon Mayo, but full of malice. The memories of the Ice General that come with that shard are completely different from what I thought. The Ice General I saw was just a lonely child. His mind gradually reveals the memories of the Ice General, who initially was not hostile towards humans. From afar, the figure of the Ice General slowly approached the two children. E continued to speak in her mind that she was born as the Ice General out of curiosity, like a newborn child, but her curiosity quickly turned into hostility. The children became frightened of her appearance and exclaimed, what kind of monster is this? It's so cold, I feel like my whole body is about to freeze. The two kids started picking up stones and throwing them directly at the Ice General. They showed extreme hatred towards her, shouting, monster, go away and don't come back. General Bang's face suddenly shows great surprise. Even though she hasn't done anything, she just wants to play with them. She stands behind a tree, quietly watching the children laughing and talking, her heart simply longing to play with the kids running across the black snowfield. When approaching them, she only had that simple thought. Everyone saw her as a monster and pushed her away. The beastmen all drew bows or spears to attack or shoot at the Ice General, just like how they brandished their weapons to protect the villagers. The monsters quickly fled in fear of the Ice General's overwhelming power. Even the trees are swallowed by darkness. The river freezes and stops flowing. She only wanted to make friends, but accidentally froze everything. The Ice General tiptoed onto a shadow of growing resentment. She is someone with no family or friends and doesn't know how to obtain them. Because she was born only recently, she didn't know what to do and ultimately destroyed everything. The darkness of hatred enveloped the Shadow General, creating a different form of her. That is why she believes the whole world is against her and wants everyone to suffer like she does. The giant figure rises amidst the cold, its body covered with sharp ice shards. That is why she became a true monster full of hatred. However, deep in her heart, she still longs for one thing. The image of the Ice General standing coldly from afar watching the children appears, but it's nothing special. The children are cheering and laughing, looking very happy. The children she saw for the first time after being born really enjoyed the game, and the cold general's gaze was truly longing to join in that atmosphere. She wants to play that game. Returning to reality under her towering presence, Elzik continued to think. Although unintentional, everything I did while bringing her here closely resembled a game of chase. El looked up with a faint smile on his lips. Although she seemed very angry on the outside, I could sense that she was secretly interested inside as I absorbed that shard. That's why I decided to keep playing this game with her. All right, since you can't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser. He places his hand on the ground, a golden energy radiating from it to lift him up, and says, if you get caught, Elzik will fly up, holding the ice shard straight at you. He rushes forward, shouting, and continues, so that means you lose. The Ice General clenched her teeth and quickly turned away. She ran while laughing, looking very delighted. Eli is chasing from behind. Movic floating in the air with the cat Rice, he crosses his arms and smiles confidently, unable to believe she just wanted to play such a simple game. This is pathetic. Kwon Mayo watched the two players chasing each other, and many thoughts raced through her mind. I never expected the solution to protect the fields, and the temple would be just a simple game. Kwon Mayo kept frowning and fell into deep thought. The solution shouldn't have been so clear-cut. She was born from her own mistake. Resentment flashes in her eyes. Sadness and loneliness are clearly reflected in her eyes beneath the gorgeous dress and beautiful jewelry. She thinks she might have been as lonely as I once was. She probably also felt very lonely, like Winter. Returning to reality, she frowned and continued to think, resulting in the current Ice General being very happy. From the cat's perspective, she continues to think. Elle has almost become her friend to help ease her loneliness. Elzic's face at this moment was both serious and happy as he chased after her, while Eli tightly held the shard of ice that was subtly absorbing from her. He exclaimed, "You're quite good at running." The Ice General gradually shrinks. At this moment, she is no longer tall and has gradually returned to her original form. Elzic continues to chase after her. The shards of ice are still absorbing. As she runs, the chains on the Ice General gradually disappear. The bindings around her are undone as Eli gently touches her with his finger. "Got you now, little girl with the small back." She turned to Eli, her big round eyes blooming with a bright and warm smile, and the ice figure immediately melted away. Her voice softly echoed, "I had a lot of fun." Everything vanished in an instant before Elzic's eyes as he held the shard of ice he had just absorbed. Elzic uses the dispersal technique. The streams of ice are scattered everywhere, lingering in the air. A chain of cat's thoughts emerges as the scent of scattered flowers is carried by the winter wind through the falling snow, spreading everywhere. The fragrance passes through cities, pushing back the darkness that covers the world and melting the frozen lands. It has awakened all the sleeping lives. The Ice General's soft hair appears in the wind. The feeling of vitality eases the congestion everyone has felt all this time. That is the spring frost. Let me tell everyone that winter has passed. The mixed feelings of joy and sadness are standing still. With tears in her eyes, she said, "And spring has arrived." Everything seems to be reborn, and a voice echoes, "Is it really over?" The inner clan has fallen. I also feel the same. After just one night, our long-held wish has come true. However, what matters now is what will happen from this point on. Even though the inner clan has fallen, rebuilding the Tiger King clan and the Snowfield unity will not be easy. Velen looked up at him, smiled, and said, "You're right. Now is the time for us to unite more than ever." The little fairies appeared, bustling around above their heads, their joyful laughter ringing out. The fairy maidens take turns saying, "Spring has come, spring has returned." Dafo points in one direction, and the fairy maidens look over. She exclaims, "Look over there! That is Elzic Kwang Meo." El slowly approached with a cheerful expression, and Kwang Meo was there. He asked if they had arrived. Daphne looked at him and the little red fairy with surprise and asked, "How did you do that?" Eli clearly told the little fairies, "Everything is thanks to the flower scent you gave me. Nothing else can better dispel winter." Dafor, with a puzzled look, asked, "What do you mean?" The little fairy next to Dafor also looked confused. "I don't understand what he's saying either." Kuo Meolak crossed her arms and said firmly, "You said that everything turned out well thanks to all of you. So if you still don't understand, just accept the thanks." The three little fairies held hands happily, spinning around and shouting, "We have driven away winter. We helped Elec dispel winter." El stands with his hands on his hips in front of Velen and Noer and asks, "Are everything settled now?" Velen's face lights up with warm happiness, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. He said, "Thanks to you, we managed to persuade them." El happily replied, "When I arranged the meeting, it was you who convinced them." No, standing nearby, also listened carefully. He thought, as he watched our king negotiate with the tribal leader, it was like seeing Elzit Melvinger there. A person admired by Lord Mountain Forest, now in his brown eyes, the image of Elec appears, with a look of respect, hand on his hip, his mind still focused. He must have been born with the qualities of a king, and the future of the continent will surely be influenced by the Melvinger family. The brown-eyed man now becomes serious, his expression hardens. We must team up with him no matter what happens. On the other side, the Bloodwolf King lies stunned and majestic on the barren ground. The beast guards are puzzled, still unable to believe that the Bloodland King has turned to ash. It seems the feline Vinger is truly powerful. Suddenly, a wave of darkness rushes quickly toward the two beastmen guards. While they are still talking, it's clear from the way he defeated the Ice General. Suddenly, that shadow pierced through the two beastmen instantly, without giving them a chance to react. And a mysterious voice rang out. I knew it. It's him. A fiery-eyed gaze appeared in the temple, filled with intense anger and emanating a terrifying aura of darkness around him. His voice echoed, Melvinger's face hidden in darkness, revealing only his blazing eyes. He clenched his teeth in anger and thought, I can barely keep my body going by stealing the life force of my new subordinates. Yet both the Bloodwolf King and the Ice General were defeated there. Furious, they looked at the Bloodwolf King and then turned away. We have invested 10 years in the Bloodwolf King to reach the Eastern General. He began to clench his fists. If the Bloodwolf King could merge the monsters, reaching the Northern Wind and the Winter Snowstorm would only be a matter of time. There, Dew looked up in regret, wishing he had eliminated that kid Melvinger when he caused trouble. We should have burned all traces of the Melvinger family. Our arrogance has backfired on us. His eyes began to flash with a very sinister thought, and he continued to ponder. If that's the case, there is only one way. He looked at the Blood Wolf King and said, "That is to awaken the demon residing within the Blood Wolf King." Then he knelt before the Blood Wolf King and shouted loudly to the demon gods and demon kings. Without hesitation, he decisively plunged his hand into his chest. A flash of red light flickered, and he said, "I offer this life to you. Please turn to your loyal subjects. Your wish has been granted. You seem quite desperate, don't you?" The dark shadows begin to be absorbed by the Blood Wolf King, who continues, "If so, then gather those emotions and make them pay 100 times over. That is how one can become a greater demon. A new path will open for you." At this moment, the Blood Wolf King opened his eyes, a dark red streak like a sword. On Elzic's side, everything was still fine. Komeo asked him, "What are you going to do with the Ice General?" El, holding a piece of ice, said, "Now I have gathered all the necessary materials to create winter." He looked at the snow with a serious gaze and said, "I need to complete it." Dongtian Kwangmeo then leaned forward, asking Elich curiously, "Do you know how to do it?" El shook his head. "Of course not. I haven't even heard of it before." "Krum Meola, do you know anything?" Krum Meola shrugged and said, If I know, I know. If I don't, I don't." Elite replied, confused. "What's going on?" Suddenly a loud noise struck, startling Elik and Nympheto, their faces tense and unsure of what was happening. Elite's eyes tense up, his pupils dilate in disbelief at what's happening before him. He asks, "What's going on? Is she implying that the Blood Wolf King isn't finished yet?" The sky is shrouded in fierce red and black as the giant Blood Wolf King gradually appears, with a strange form and blazing red eyes burning through the thick darkness. The figure gradually revealed with sharp iron claws and enormous ferocious teeth, eyes filled with hatred and overwhelming pressure. The Blood Wolf King roared, causing the earth and sky to shake, as from the blazing chaotic red light, black and white fur bristled. In the midst of darkness and overwhelming pressure, Kwangmeo exclaimed, "Elix, someone sacrificed themselves to use the power of demons and gods to revive the Blood Wolf King." El stepped back tensely, clenched his teeth, his face tightening. Kwangmeo, standing nearby, continued, "If we leave it be, another band of generals will be born again." Elgit's face hardened with anger. He quickly reached into his shirt pocket to think, realizing everything was going too smoothly. He took out the communication device and urgently ordered Sun to gather the survivors and evacuate the city immediately. Both of them were stunned and exclaimed, "What?" El forcefully propelled himself off the ground, creating a powerful cloud of smoke beneath his feet. Hay and Sun continued. "Thek, what about me?" He replied, "I can handle myself." "Going after Mikt?" Elzik asked, "What do you plan to do alone?" "You should know that's not something you can handle." Kwangmeo's worried voice echoed as she spoke. "He is right. The one who defeated him before was, thanks to the Ice General, but this time it won't be as lucky." Eric looked seriously at the ice shard in his hand and said, "I want to study it a bit more before using it." "But Kwangmeo is hard to understand," she asks him worriedly. "What are you talking about?" Elit puts the ice fragment into his mouth. "I will finish Dongtian right now." Kwangmela and Nympheto were extremely shocked and frightened by his actions. She and Mit desperately tried to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop right now." "Are you crazy? Let go now." Eli's face gradually froze, his eyes turning vacant. He slightly parted his lips, a stream of cold air escaping. The spreading influence of the snow continues to grow, with his eyes shining brightly, emitting icy blue beams of pressure. He raises his hand with great power and says, "Come on, Dongtian." At this moment, Elzie's entire body is covered with wind energy, and Mick stands in the distance but is also affected. This makes him extremely angry. That fool has caused trouble again. Kwangmeo is gradually being pushed away by his power. She secretly thinks that the ice spirit is a mystical item with superior qualities. Its close friend has already been dangerous, and now it also contains the Ice General, an entity that has brought eternal winter to the snowfield for ages. Elzig is still trying to unleash his power without paying attention to the surrounding space. Suddenly, Kwangmeo is panic-stricken as he realizes something is wrong. Even if the one doing it is Elzig, if he absorbs it without any preparation, his mind will definitely be affected. His body might even be torn apart by that furious, chaotic mana. Kwangmeo is worried and scared, but can't find the words to say it. What exactly is Elzig trying to do? He clenched his teeth, trying to keep the cold air from escaping. I know what kind of enormous mana this is. Absorbing such a huge amount of power, the seal of the Ice Path and Ice Blade is also rapidly strengthening. Suddenly, from deep within Eli's body, a deadly pain surges, and his mouth begins to bleed uncontrollably. My current mana flow can't handle this kind of power anymore. I have to endure no matter what. His eyes gradually blurred, as if he had lost his determination, while a mysterious yet beautiful light radiated from one side of Ellis's chest. When he opened his eyes again, Ellis saw that they were in a strange place, with endless falling snow and tall mountains with no visible peaks. "Do you think this is your spiritual world?" Behind the car, Melvingo kneels on one knee and then makes an offer to the Ice General. "Are you coming with me?" She smiled softly, but didn't reply. He keeps asking, "So what does that mean? Aren't you afraid that I, being a bad person, will hurt you?" The Ice General's smile suddenly disappeared upon hearing that. Suddenly, a bright light shone from behind Tuhun. Mr. Hiantu said, "You're so kind, yet you only see me as an enemy. All right, let's go together. If we can reach the other side, you won't be sad anymore." As soon as that happened, the general quickly ran over and hugged him tightly with satisfaction. "Are you so happy?" The two of them suddenly looked away. She let go of Tohan and ran over to Elzik. The ice general bows politely to him. Elzik looks at her with rare gentleness and softly says, "No need to thank me. Just go over there and enjoy yourself. You did better than what Eden and I expected. We thought you would defeat the ice general and seal her inside the ice spirit. But I truly saw through her true self, understood and soothed her heart. If I had approached her by understanding her as a child, maybe she wouldn't have been hurt so much. But anyway, the last method I accidentally left behind, you finished it faster than I expected." El deliberately changed the subject. "Now it's time to hand over the winter to you." He chuckled softly and replied, "I never said you were qualified to receive a season. To earn one, you need to be stronger, learn more, and understand them bit by bit." He crossed his arms, clearly showing his frustration. "What do you mean? I've done so much and you say I'm not allowed?" Tuhan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I didn't say you couldn't have it. I just said now is not the right time for you to take the winner. When the opportunity comes, I will give it to you automatically for now. Just be patient and wait." Eli crouched down and said, "So this is all because of what you wanted to say. Hey Bang Tuong, this old man is the worst. Come here." Hearing that, she quickly ran over to him without hesitation. As she grasped the ice general's hand, Eli looked straight into his eyes and questioned him. "What plan do you have for taking the girl away afterward? I won't let you succeed in that." "Oh," Tuhan shook his head in frustration. "I see you're climbing on top of me more and more each day. Why has our family become like this? You're not angry, but instead you're deliberately provoking. Does he really deserve to say that? He only thinks of ways to bully his own children and grandchildren. So, do you want to give winter to me or not?" His voice gradually softened as if he was conceding. "I'm just joking, but right now, keeping it won't do any good for you. First, you need a solid foundation." Eli scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I've been wanting to for a while, but the situation outside isn't very good." As soon as he finished speaking, he returned to the original space with a body covered in wounds. Komeo, who was behind using her power, sees Els just waking up and shouts loudly, "Elzik, you have to wake up quickly, or before you can finish speaking, the nine-tailed fox has already aged and moved at lightning speed." Just as that moment is about to happen, she immediately cuts off that thought. He already beheaded him. Tahan lowered his head in helplessness and said, "So that's no different from insulting the ancestors. All right, now go, and when everything outside is settled, remember to come home to see me." Eli clenched his fist and smiled smugly. All the necessary materials to complete winter have already gathered there. A sudden piercing scream rang out while his eyes were still closed. "El, hurry up, open your eyes." "No." At that moment, Eli's arm gradually revealed strange tattoos, emanating a source of inner strength that spread everywhere. Winter will find the person in a terrifying and ruthless form, hoping that they won't be swallowed by the demons. The tattoos are glowing brightly, emitting a light from the tightly clenched paw of the nine-tailed fox that illuminates the entire space, and he has escaped. Miko excitedly exclaimed, even with Tahan's help, because he absorbed the general-level seal, truly a talent of a real demon. The nine-tailed fox went berserk and released demonic energy from its mouth. Alec leans back on the power of the wind, launching an attack with a swift move. The strips of cloth immediately wrap around the nine-tailed fox like a seal. Crumeo exclaimed in worry, "Winter? Has he really gained winter and can control it freely now?" The nine-tailed fox howled in pain as it was restrained, and a surge of energy was unleashed to drive wooden stakes forcefully into its body. Alec stood somewhere else, silently thinking that his magic energy was on a completely different level. So, this is what it looks like when the elements of winter are combined? The tattoos begin to change, infused with the energy of winter. Kuviho's tongue lolls out from the pain so intense that its claws shatter the ice into many pieces. Kuviho's eyes turn red as he says, "You're too noisy." Elzic's mouth moves but remains silent. He ordered to muzzle him, and as soon as the spell was cast, the nine-tailed fox fell silent. Eli stood with her hands on her hips, amused by the scene and unable to hold back her laughter. Does being silent make it easier to relax? Cold chains are tightly wrapping around the snout of a fierce beast. Eli reached out to bind it, as if under a strong force that made it impossible to move. The beast lifts its head and struggles as if trying to break free from the chains. Suddenly, he rushes in just as Elzic throws a powerful punch. It's over, but I was still a step too late. The beast broke free from its chains and opened its mouth to unleash a powerful magic attack at him. Elzic struggled to defend himself with both hands. She even becomes stronger. The thick ice gradually shows cracks from unable to withstand the immense power. Seeing the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but feel worried. Even the ice barrier can't withstand that much energy? His eyes flickered with silent determination as she absorbed demonic energy from the air to grow stronger, just as it was shown absorbing demonic energy into its core. To kill her, I have to destroy that core, but due to the fire lake, it's very difficult to get close to it. Suddenly it opened its eyes wide, its gaze as if to swallow Elsie along with crazy thoughts. repeating over and over, "I will kill you, VIP cat. If we leave it alone, another demon king will be born again." He furrows his brow, as if confused about something. Eli clenched her fists. If something were to happen, she might be able to do something, but in the end, there was nothing she could do. At that moment, Sani appeared like a savior, asking if we needed help, but Elzit seemed doubtful of its abilities. Huh? Help? He looks like he wants to eat her up, yeah. Hearing that, she chuckled a few times, but still refused to beg for help. People with high self-esteem really are something. It opens its mouth wide. Eli quickly intervenes, saying, "If you don't like it, don't do it." He calmly replied, "Of course not." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed quickly to where the remaining beast was, knowing this was the chance to swallow her whole. Sino now looks like a different, more powerful form, as if about to enjoy a delicious meal. Despite the beast's struggles, it suddenly bites hard into its neck. It thrashes in pain, roaring loudly as blood begins to spurt from the wound. Seeing that scene, Eli thought this was his chance while the beast was suppressing her. His eyebrows furrowed as he began to plan. A half-hearted attack will have no effect, but in that very moment, Eli immediately uses her power to rush toward the beast. "Even if I burn out my mana, I have to finish her with one final blow. I will use the last enlightenment that the Tiger King rune taught me." Elzie's hand is enveloped in a bright yellow glow as mana radiates outward. His eyes also change, gradually shining with a golden light. The Kuang body technique. Jun's figure now merges with him, with waves of power emanating around, the 10,000 tiger claws. The sharp claws strike down on the beast, overlapping each other, causing it to thrash in pain with its mouth wide open, blood and saliva pouring out endlessly as continuous attacks rain down on the creature. Its flesh is torn open like a claw mark, revealing the core of energy inside, with demonic aura spilling out. Seeing this, Elzik rejoiced, knowing his plan was working. Suddenly his heart clenched painfully. Elzik grimaced in agony, clutching his chest. Damn it, Long Tam's mana. He seems to have lost all his strength, and his body falls aimlessly. Meanwhile, Sine is also struggling as his power diminishes. The Demon Lord saw this and took the opportunity to attack. No, the core of the demon energy of the beast is becoming clearer. If I miss this chance, it will be the end. Suddenly, the seal on E's hand flashed. He clenched his teeth and embraced the body. Why did Mephisto's demonic energy suddenly react like this? It didn't even react when I absorbed a lower-tier barrier. His figure appears to answer his doubts. It seems my remnants are being suppressed by that damn siesta's energy, reacting to the absorbed demonic aura of the lower-grade barrier. Even so, it's only a small part of Ty's power. Hearing that, he needs to use his arm. Is Mfix's demonic energy rising because his mana core has been depleted? Now the energy is enough, and at the same time, the wounds of the beast seem to be healing gradually. Elzik, with a determined face, thrust his hand forward. Damn fox, never meet again. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the core of the beast until cracks appeared, and it shattered with a flash of light. It exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that sent everything around it flying in all directions. On this side, Velen and two others were surprised by the scene, standing there watching the explosion, as Velen couldn't believe his eyes. "No, your eyes are wide open. Spring has finally returned. If the wind rises, the snowy plains will face drought and the environment will become harsh due to the heat." No one shouts orders. The royal knights and warriors must protect the people below. That demonic energy suddenly transformed into a tornado, causing everyone to fearfully look up. He began to worry that we couldn't stop the hot wind on our own. In times like these, I wish we could use magic. We are in this situation because of their arrogance. They just stand there, watching the wind grow stronger. However, as long as His Majesty is alive, we will always be able to rise again. Noon commands, "Great warriors, protect His Majesty at all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourselves." He looked up at the wind, surprised to see it beginning to fade. What's going on? Is someone approaching them? It's Ogden, just let me handle it. The scene shifts to the night sky, and the old man asks Eli, "Do you not need my help?" "Yes, I can't keep relying on others forever." "So what? Before becoming your disciple, I was the head of a noble family leading my clan. No one would listen to a leader who can't do anything on their own. I will walk the path ahead just like him, even if I have to face danger to bring the family back into the spotlight. I must overcome this on my own." His eyes are firm. After all, this is the destiny of a Melvingo family member. The old man asks again, does he mean that as a master, he has to watch his student die? "No, I won't die. Thanks to my master, the protector of Valence and Anramov, I still remember how important they are to me." Ogun gazed into the distance and said, "That is also my role as a teacher, to protect." The old man turned his head and asked, "Hey, have you ever encountered a freak before?" "Yes," he squinted. "Then look carefully." Ogun begins to cast a spell. Who is the more dangerous mage, me or him? Oten, standing thoughtfully and tired, asked, "Have you ever met Udon?" No now, in his wolf form, snarled with bared fangs, and replied, "Yes, that's right." Ot's gaze lowered, calm but full of implication. "Then take a closer look." His eyes and body glow brightly, the tension in the air thick. Who is more dangerous between us? Now step back quickly and be afraid. He clenched his trembling fist, thinking of overwhelming power. How strong is he? Oten steps forward lightly, then throws back his cloak as a stream of light converges on him. The Nightman rises, with a magical light shining half blue and half white. If the Ice General covers the sun, this thing absorbs all the light. Ogun's hair and cloak billow fiercely, a black and white blur, a terrifying force that consumes both death and presence. Nowhere grits his teeth, face anxious and sweating as the white darkness engulfs him, and he collapses, his power like a catastrophe. Unbelievable for a human. The shattered glass reveals an orange sky, and Nowhere stands behind the old man. The surrounding wolves gasp. What just happened? He was stunned. The fire went out. Nowhere stood for a moment, eyes flickering, thinking he was like a disaster on a noodle shore. Ven runs over. Your Majesty, are you okay? You worry about returning to the city. El is in danger. Stay calm and trust the news. You think my disciple collapsed because of that? Elzik and a group of people are approaching from afar. Ven smiled brightly, but his eyes sparkled. Elzitz, walking with his friends, looked exhausted and rubbed his temples. Elzik, covered in dirt, smiled and waved when Ven called. Elzik responded with a faint smile and a wave. On the arena floor, he froze, eyes wide as if he was about to die. Venu Elzik falls into Isabel's arms, making her scream, "Elzik!" Sun and Isabel gape in horror. But he just pretended to sleep. El turned back, scratching his head in a puzzled way that made everyone laugh. He's good at intimidating others. The glowing orange mountains, everything in the black snow plains has come to an end. On a sunny, beautiful day with clear blue skies, Eli sat under the old tree, softly gazing at the girl's flowing hair as she ran over, with a smile and eyes only for Eli. The girl looked at him and said, "Are you saying goodbye?" Hearing that, she smiled even brighter. He is happy to be cared for. Elsie's hand gently strokes her hair as he reminds her, "Have fun there and don't cause trouble, okay?" Alec's sad eyes make everyone wonder where she will go, no matter what. The girl smiles brightly because of his care, hoping she won't be sad anymore and only hear laughter. "Play with me for a little while." She stands up gently with her hands clasped behind her back and asks, "Will you play with me again?" His eyes paused at the innocent question. El smiled softly and replied, "Of course." The girl smiled more brightly, filled with roses, as rose petals floated into Ellis's room. They landed in the room and gently crossed paths with him as he was dozing off, which is why he woke up. He sat up, wondering how long he had been outside, and as he was startled, a voice rang out. "Are you awake now?" He tilted his head toward the call and saw Ven sitting in a guard chair. "How long have you been sitting there?" "Velen told Kwangmeo that you would wake up soon, so I came to check on you." "Oh, I see." After a moment, Velen's serious, holding up the notebook with the charging tiger print. El is stunned. "What is this? I received the research materials a long time ago." He holds the notebook and listens to Velen's explanation. Velen, feeling curious, asked why he was giving it to me. He said he found it while at the Library of Six and discovered something interesting. A green leaf marks a special page that catches Elzik's attention. "I think you'll find it interesting, so go ahead and read." He started reading, his face changing color, flipping through the old pages, his eyes wide, and said, "This is through the pages." He sees a mysterious story. On the 14th, I met a human caught by beastmen who knew how to use superhuman techniques. On the 16th, he adapted quickly and eased my worries. On the 17th, he suggested a settlement place, and we stayed there. February 29th, he became interested in the body cultivation technique, similar to mine. On April 16th, the Ice General phenomenon affected our clan, and we asked him to lead us in destroying it. He was stunned because it seemed real. Wasn't it all arranged? Is this really happening? His hand trembles as he holds the book because the humanity inside it is himself. Sitting and looking at the book, he doubts the Ice General event matches, and he continues flipping pages. The mountain range and the light telling of my departure disappear. His name is Elzik Melvingo. You are the heir of the Melvingo family. He looked at the crest on your neck with fear. The emblem becomes a mystery. What is the arrangement? It's so real it can't just be an illusion. The clock appears. If that is reality, it means there is magic that sends people back to the past. There's no god testing strength. The image of Otao Han appears. I don't know anything. Otao said to find the old man at his private house. The book was left on the bedside table. Doubting this world, I must return to the Empire as quickly as possible. C opens the door and shouts, "Elzik, thank goodness you're awake. I was worried you wouldn't wake up." El laughs. "You didn't think I'd come running just because I knew you were awake." "What's going on?" C hesitated, sweating. That sudden news means war has broken out in the Empire. Sun reports urgently that the Empire has erupted into war. El frowns and asks, "What do you mean?" "Why do you say that?" Sun gently reminded. "Count Wind." El was sweating nervously. "The Crimson Lion family?" A heroic middle-aged man in armor like a lion, the Count's brother. Everyone knows the Crimson Lion family is one of the 8 noble families not loyal to the imperial ruler. Soldiers in full armor standing in line. This family still rules the border military colonies, and their troops are renowned for their discipline. El leaves the house worried. If there's a rebellion there, it can't be taken lightly. Sun follows and hears that by the end of the day the Count will be declared an enemy of the Empire. Eli strokes his chin in thought, sensing something suspicious. He looked up and asked, a loyal family turning against us, how strange. Sun hesitated, hearing that he was colluding with demons. Eli turns around. A demon? Sun looked grim and hesitantly revealed that yes, what's even stranger is that the Crown Prince is leading the way. Eli sneered with a sharp, sarcastic smile. The Crown Prince is chasing Jigo, who's leading this rotten mess from the top. He walks away, urging Sun to follow. Hurry up, I'm returning to the Empire now. Everyone gathered around the carriage in the large courtyard, holding Eli and Hai's hands. Are you leaving already? The boy bowed his head, tears of regret in his eyes. Compared to what you have done for us, I have not yet repaid. El kneels on one knee, clasping his hands. Do you still think you owe me? He looked up at Ven with respect. Then become a great king, I'll be waiting. Show your gratitude generously. Ven's face was filled with gratitude. Son Ogden Guladi smiled gently. The white fox behind secretly wiped away tears. You nod and say, I can do it and will always be by your side. That's enough. Eli and Hay smile. He praises their wise decision. A voice suddenly called out, catching his attention. Have they already left? The three small, colorful spirits appear, and the red one sheds tears. Are you leaving soon? The yellow girl pouts and begs. Stay a little longer. Ifo and the three spirits hug each other and cry. She asked why you were leaving so early. He forced a smile. Haha. I also wanted to stay, but another voice rang out. Everyone stepped back to save face as Komeo crossed her arms and approached Ifo, with the spirits surrounding her. Komeo is her arrival. Eli smiled, saying she was planning to visit the temple before leaving. She closed her eyes calmly, probably thinking I wouldn't dare bother her. She opened her eyes, silent as if she wanted to say something, then lowered her head with a worried frown. The path you're about to take won't be easy. He confidently stood up with his hands on his hips, but the road ahead is surprisingly smooth. She smiled gently, her eyes full of tenderness. El thought, I came to the north on orders and gained something more valuable than I expected. Ven and everyone watched the carriage leave the palace gates. He leaned out the window and waved goodbye. Ven, as if revitalized, stands confidently with a smile. Alec is excited to restore the family honor and turn the ruler of the Black Snowfield into an ally. This force is unmatched. He holds the flower emblem on his cloak under the blue sky and cool air as the carriage moves slowly. All of it is the legacy of our grandfather and ancestors that must be cherished and developed. Mio is smiling brightly, and fragrant petals are floating around. He leans on her hand, the scent of flowers carried by the wind, for that is the duty of the head of the family. Elsewhere, the demon guard kneels before a long-haired, elf-eared man. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He calmly returned upon receiving the order and canceled the sealed letter. A giant black mouth with sharp fangs appears, sticking out a terrifying long tongue, many mouths biting at the demons, blood and flesh splattering, a desperate scream. Your Excellency, spare me. Ah. The man looks indifferent and, moreover, leave no traces. The purple flames burn everything to ashes. Gathering at the main base, a major mission is about to begin. He clenched his fists, furrowing his brows and grinding his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for Melvingo interfering, we would have already offered Beifeng and Snowbao Dongtian to the Lord by now. The man raises his leg, even now forced to retreat for the moment. He stomps down hard, creating a gust of purple wind, and when we meet again, his red eyes burn with determination. I will personally deliver your head to him now. So I've finally left here. A hurried voice shouted, Stop! And the carriage jolted as it braked suddenly. You and Eli staggered, holding onto the seats inside. Bride, is something wrong? I think you should go see for yourself. El-Sun gets out of the carriage one by one, while guards on the wall brandish bows and shout threats. Disobeying orders, we consider you intruders and will open fire. El frowned in suspicion. They have deployed crossbows that shoot stone projectiles, only used in wartime. Is it the Crimson Tiger clan? The guards still asked for identification and number of people. Sun snapped his fingers and said, We are the convoy that passed through here 2 months ago from the Nameto family. A pink patterned emblem appears, with a 5-petal flower in the center and lotus petal patterns around it. The emblem is on the roof of the car, and you shout, Please open the gate! A guard was stunned. Nimito, they really have returned. We thought everyone had died because we couldn't contact them for 2 months. Sun angrily reminded to open the gate, damn it. He was startled and ordered immediately. Open it now. The city gate opens and the car drives inside. The books are neatly arranged on the shelves, and a platinum-haired person wearing a hat bows politely. I am Vanille, he looked up in Sun. Sorry for our rudeness, Sun replied. It's okay, you greet with respect. Seeing how you guard the borders of the Empire, I am proud to be one of your people. Vanilu laughed loudly, ha ha, recognized by the third young master, Nameto, 30 years here. I was just moved. He placed his hand on his chin. But why are there so many distinguished guests visiting this remote place today? Sun asked. Is there anyone else besides us? Yes, since the fourth prince is here now, would you like to meet him? Eli and Sun looked at each other in surprise. Sun asked, Is this definitely him waiting for us? Eli nodded, pondering with suspicion. Why would the fourth prince come personally to our side at this moment? A hand tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the chair, a cigar resting on his chin as he waited. What is he planning? The fourth prince tapped the armrest and listened as the attendant reported, Your Highness, Eli and I have known each other since childhood. Jodio bowed his head, hoping to gain trust. If he could persuade him, he would side with us. Rodeo Foron. The fourth prince leans his head, deep in thought. Staring intently at the Roman pig, he silently vowed to seize this opportunity. The fourth prince's gaze was cold and scrutinizing. The genius of the Royal Seven was acknowledged for his swordsmanship by the Golden Lion, the Black Wind Lion, one of the 3 leaders of the Empire, and winning his favor could make one the heir to the throne. He nodded in agreement. All right, I'll try trusting you this time. Trusted, Jodio bowed his head to thank him. Thank you, sir. The look in his eyes clearly shows he's calculating himself as the next head of Foron. Over here, Sun and Elik are talking. You don't believe his decision. Are you really planning to meet him? You've always hated the royal family. But Elzik calmly clasped his hands and replied, I've decided to ignore everything. Sun looked incredulous. You bastard, you're planning something, aren't you? He smiled and said, Planning? Scheming? No, I realize I can't just sit around doing nothing. I will rebuild the family. Do you sound more and more dazed, relying on the fourth prince to restore it? But Eli didn't finish speaking. I already decided after meeting him. Sun couldn't advise and just sighed. So you're planning to spread your wings on the battlefield? He is making a bold move. If he wants to restore the family, he must either achieve merit on the battlefield or at the imperial court, which is the fastest way. Elite believes this is a good opportunity because he is separated from the crown prince, and the fourth prince will be a valuable pawn. The door to the room opens and Hamen steps in. Are you looking for me? Sun stood up to greet him, as if he had known in advance. Oh, you're here. Please take the seat instead of Hamen. Elik smiled brightly. I am waiting for you. He responded disappointedly. I hoped you would practice swordsmanship, but with this atmosphere, probably not. He chuckled and invited him to sit. Next time I will train with the sword. Please have a seat. Homan did not refuse. He asked, So what do you want to talk to me about? I have a few questions. The first about the Black Lion. He pondered. The Black Lion? Homan pondered, then replied, The world says he is full of ambition, but I don't think so. Suddenly his eyes warned. He is just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts. El was surprised to realize the implication and added some words of reassurance. Maybe you're compatible or not, but after meeting him you might find he's not so bad. He replied, Thank you. With your help I got an idea to approach him. Suddenly he asked, So Els is determined to wait for an answer. He smiled contentedly. You've changed a lot, haven't you? Mito appears and interrupts. I sense he wants to fight you. I also want to test my martial skills. Eli immediately requested. Do you want to have a friendly match? Hen smiled. That is what I wish for. The two of you go outside the border and duel hand to hand. Over there, soldiers are watching. El frowns. Did you call them here? But you act as if you don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. Ho ho ho. Mito stands beside him smiling. His acting is just like yours. He squinted, thinking about handling everything on the spot. How did the news spread so quickly? El considered the possibility that it was probably Isabel. He admitted that Isabel was not ordinary. Her political instincts and strategic mind were both sharp. He nodded in agreement. She's truly talented, able to quickly demonstrate her strength against the otherworldly defenses and raise her value before meeting the fourth prince. El slowly assumed his stance. It seems both the Lord and his beloved daughter want to give me a boost, so I will soar to match that. Homan also draws his sword with killing intent, saying, Don't expect me to hold back, you need to stay alert. Both of them, one wielding a sword and the other unarmed, stare at each other without hesitation before charging forward. The attack kept coming non-stop, swords striking unexpectedly. The soldiers watched in amazement as they fought without using magic or aura. Everyone was surprised. The Mage Lord was fighting evenly with the Western Lion Mage, which was unbelievable. Someone was covering a wound. If the mage was so skilled, what could be done? The ground swirled with dust from the strikes. After a few exchanges, men pushed Elik back a few meters, leaving marks on the ground. Lem's muddy face is also praised. His movements are much smoother now. While praising and criticizing at the same time, he still has plenty of potential. Eli leans on her hands, catching her breath. It seems I still need your training. The sound of footsteps approaching, both of them looked over, and the soldiers parted to salute the royal personage approaching. The fourth prince clapped encouragingly as he stepped forward to stand before him. That is the fourth prince, the hot-headed one. Both of them bow in greeting. Eli walks down the corridor, illuminated by the night stars. Hodio stands bored by the door, watching his cousin with a surprised expression. It's been a long time since I saw El. I just met Movito and already dislike him. What's with that smug look? Do you know him? He's just charming. Of course he's the heir of the Foron family. He put his arm around Foron's shoulder and squinted. Is the Phone bloodline notorious? Yes, at this moment Mito understands. He smiled, so he's the traitor. Seeing your surprise, he asked, Why are you so silent? Then you answer yourself? It's probably been a while, so it's a bit awkward. Jodio taunts Elik, knowing he hates my family, but with the Melvingo inheritance in Foron's hands, he can't show hostility. Now, Foron is the top power in the royal family. He won't dare to oppose. He is arrogant enough that if his family hands over the Melvingo inheritance, he will be forced to shake hands. Jodio, with a friendly gesture, put his arm around him and said, "Before you meet the prince, I want to discuss the Melvingo inheritance held by my family. This tall man," El looked serious, "take your hand off. My eyes are cold. Stop touching me. He's so arrogant, he's even afraid." Mito laughed, realizing that the one claiming to be Melvin's right hand knew nothing about Melvingo. El was furious. Count Foron should have shown me respect, but a third son like you harbors hatred for the Melvingal family. Gritting his teeth, he was uncontrollably angry, daring to speak up to the Imperial Duke, and it would never end. The mark around EC's hand flared with anger. Count Foron should have shown me respect, but a mere third son like you clenched his teeth in fury that he couldn't contain. "How dare you speak up to the Imperial Duke again?" Jodio didn't expect to poke the hornet's nest and stepped back in fear. The Foron family blood has built a giant fortress that has protected Melvingo for over 1,000 years, and as vassals, we have shed blood to defend this land. That's why my sister and I have always trusted the head of the Foron family more than anyone. An incident occurred, but they sided with the royal family. The usurper of our inheritance caused Melvingo to fall. Worse, they want to absorb our magical bloodline by forcing Rodeo to marry my sister. When refused, we were abandoned in the abandoned estate, struggling to survive. Remembering this, he trembled with anger. So now they haven't gone far enough yet? Rodeo is considerate and bows his head to beg for forgiveness. "I was rude, Your Highness." He turned away, having realized it himself. "So get lost. I don't want to see your face." Then Elik left without another word. He gritted his teeth in fierce hatred inside, and entered the living room to greet the fourth prince, Elzik Melvino. "The divine light of anger, Lord Melvino, sends his regards. Zomheo's banner awaits you, pleased to meet you. Kong Tuktin Kwang." Seeing his calm expression, Elzik thought he must have overheard the conversation outside. Movito saw through him. He doesn't care if his subordinates are insulted and finds you interesting. I also nod, thinking he knows Rodeo well and has no expectations, just wants to see my reaction. Suddenly, Kozom Heo asked, "Did you use body enhancement magic when fighting Lam Sutu?" It left him stunned. I wonder, did he recognize the enhancement magic? The fourth prince stepped down, casually patting my shoulder and smiling. "I know it's a forbidden spell, so don't worry, I won't reveal it." Kozom Heo gave a strange smile and returned to the topic. "What do you think about the former Melvingo territory?" These words stunned Eli. "What?" He floated in the air, smiling. Mito only stopped after 10 minutes. "It seems you've been caught off guard. He is good at taking the initiative." Elzik knew he was at a disadvantage, expecting to negotiate slowly, but unexpectedly he got straight to the point, or he might lose the upper hand. The sealed arm clenched tightly, trying to contain his anger. Eli pretended not to know. "Sorry, what do you mean?" He smiled strangely, coldly replying, "I am straightforward. If Melvingo helps me, I will respond with what I have." Yemngi questioned sternly. "The Divine Realm territory is now desolate and cursed. What do you expect to demand there?" The butler beside him whispers. He ponders, then dismisses it. "It seems I misspoke. My apologies." The fourth prince proposed a different plan, offering land equal to the former Melvino territory. For example, he raised his hand and said, "I will give you the Lion Clan border region." Eli sneered and said, "The Jichsutu family, the golden land he's offering again," and he even said he would personally handle the allied nobles. This is no trivial matter. But outwardly he remained calm and polite, apologizing, "I am just a citizen of the Empire, only obeying the Emperor's orders." His gaze was firm. "From the start, I didn't intend to negotiate, only to assess my own worth and understand the situation. But the fourth prince still wants to pull me in. However, my proposal remains valid. Think positively. If it's not enough, I will add other conditions." Seeing the tempting idea that Compig proposed, Eli doubted he would give up, so he said straightforwardly, "May I make a request?" There was a loud banging on the wall outside. Jodio trembled with anger. "Elik Melvingo, you are so arrogant." He trembled and muttered to himself about today's enemy. "Do you think you can insult me just because you're a noble? I will avenge this insult 1,000 times over." The butler comes to call Lord Jody Foran. He crossed his arms and reported seriously that His Highness was looking for him. He quickly stepped into the guest room where he was summoned. "Your Highness," Jodio was stunned to hear his condition. "Yes, I summoned Jody Foran. State your request," he muttered angrily while looking at that face. "Eli, you bastard. It seems he wants to use me as a mediator because the negotiation failed." Rodeo sneers unconcerned at the fool. Does he think that will ease the tension? His eyes are filled with hatred. "Fine. State your demand, and I will double the humiliation." Elik surprised everyone by pointing out the condition to exchange Jody Foran's one arm for the divine. This also surprised Kam Heo, who looked terrified and opened his mouth in shock. "What the hell? What did that crazy guy just say?" He frowns and reminds Elzik that the foreign family supports him, but he doesn't care, shrugging regretfully, so he regrets it. Kozam Heo bites his lip and considers. Jodio arrogantly said, "Do you think he left our family because of you? The foreign family has been loyal to the fourth prince for years." Suddenly he asks, "Jud Foreign, you are my subordinate, right?" "Yes, the foreign family and the gods have shown their loyalty." Finally, the fourth prince said ambiguously, "So please forgive what is about to happen." He doesn't understand what. The meaning is that the fourth prince drew his sword and cut once, his left arm flying off, dropping to the ground in shock for both of them. Jody screams, "My arm, you never expected him to actually do it. This crazy guy, I just wanted to break the negotiations." Zom Heo calmly holds the arm and asks Eli, "So how is it?" He laughs maniacally. "Is this enough to make you my friend?" He admits he's crazy. His face is covered in sweat. "You are sacrificing too much just to have a friend. Do you know that?" The Ferran family and other nobles will turn their backs, but Cheo doesn't care. "The Ferran family will never abandon me." The butler drags his bloodied body away. Alec figures out what's happening. He seems to be holding the reins of the foreign family and many others. He thinks it's bold. Keeping him as a friend would be interesting. Emfit also realizes that. Creatures of the same kind are drawn to each other. The two stand up as if they had agreed on something. He extended his half-raised arm. "I have shown my sincerity. What do you think?" El was interrupted before he could finish speaking. "Well then." He turned to the door, and Chromo also sensed something was off. The glass shatters. The steward with a pale face rushes forward, shouting, "Your Highness," as a group of black-clad assassins rushes in to attack the fourth prince. "Please step back." A dagger-wielding assassin rushes at E, but he dodges just in time. "Are you an assassin?" He uses blue magic on his hand, and both the border garrison and royal guards are present, yet they still dare to assassinate him. That is Ice Eli magic that freezes them. He clenched his fists, pouring all his strength into destroying their bodies. "We must protect the prince quickly." Koheo at the flag also matches his resolve, not backing down, right? He remains safe. One foot steps forward, smashing down to break the bricks and send debris flying, while the other foot immediately strikes. Each one had their limbs cut off. Kokoheo's face was not worried but focused. No one escaped his sword. He stands in the cold room, watching them fall. Eli enjoys seeing this scene. "That's right, that person is the Black Lion. My worries are in vain." Another larger group is rushing in from outside. "That prince over there," Ellis worried and annoyed. "Are these bastards trying to die?" The angry voice made them cautious. Anyone who dares attack the prince has come this far. That is the Lion Commander, stopping the assassins, protecting the prince, with soldiers standing proud. Everyone brandishes their weapons ready to fight, and the royal guards and the Lion Commander join the battle. The assassins charged forward despite that, unaware they were doomed. Amen and Kam Heo nodded, drawing their swords and rushing toward them. Koheo cuts across with a red streak. Men leaves a blue trail. Eli watches with interest, now almost feeling sorry for them having to face both lions. His eyes turn blue, so he surveys the room to see how many are hiding, planning to eliminate them all. The hiding enemies look shaken after witnessing the scene outside. Some recognize who to avoid and warn their teammates not to attack the Lion Prince, only to target the prince. A guy raises his hand and keeps watching, so it turns out it was a signal for a surprise attack. A few of them rush out like arrows shooting toward us. They're all taken care of. Even the commanding officer is scared. What? But he hasn't given up, gripping the knife and locking his eyes on the target. Eli squints and aims, his smile seeming inhuman as each attacker rushes toward him at unimaginable speed. Piercing through it, Melvingo, Elzik pretends to blow smoke from his gun. Movito hesitates, but he remains calm. "What kind of stance is that? I don't know, I just wanted to do it." He grits his teeth in anger while he calmly creates ice. "Those guys are unfortunate. They are elite, hidden assassins. But unfortunately, their nemesis has arrived." His expression turns serious, but who are they? Why risk your life to assassinate the fourth prince? Kneeling down without knowing what to do, first we need to capture a few of them alive and find out their whereabouts. We probably won't catch the right one. Eli was caught off guard and nearly fell backward. "Huh, what did you say? Are you confused why I couldn't catch him when I turned back?" she explained gently. They have been trained to that level. Over there, the fight is still fierce. Even without suicide, the mind control will activate and finish them off. Elle asked in surprise and received an explanation. "Do you know who they are?" "Red Shadow. I have my doubts." "The Crimson Shadow. Is that organization real?" She wasn't surprised. They haven't existed for long and are extremely secretive. This only makes him more curious to find out. Her face gradually grew colder. "How do you know?" "Because your mercenary team leader is our enemy." "Ha ha, you're just thinking of reasons." A secret organization that has never been exposed. On the other side, someone who seems to be in charge is ordering everyone to retreat. In Eli's eyes, the fire is already burning. "Are you planning to run?" "In that case, you use a gold thread to attach to them. I will attach a spiritual tracking device to find their location." Elle is delighted with what he's doing, never expected this turn of events. A strange voice echoes, shocking him. "Now if this mission continues, your entire organization will be easily dismantled." Elite doesn't believe what he just heard. No way a cloak flutters in the red background. A living creature, a leader-like figure standing upstairs looking down, and yet there's no flow of energy? It seems he's stronger than those guys. So this is your little game. He drew a powerful sword leaving a purple streak, and yellow spots appeared on the backs of those guys. Eli is worried. Damn it, he has detected even the divine spirit Banner Pig stopping the battle to focus on him. So, you are the leader. Who sent you to kill me? That guy is not intimidated but provokes, and do you really think I will just open my mouth willingly? Your Highness, the pig girl is in a tough spot. The ground is shattered, and her sword is gathering more power. That's true, if you reveal her, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Herman and the Pig Song Sword Union rush at him, both jumping onto the floor where he stands. He prepares to use the magic array, but being surrounded by two lions is not a good sign. Both were surprised by his strength, but were knocked back. If they had reacted quickly and jumped to the opposite side, I would have wanted to continue playing. But today is not the day. I didn't expect him to leave, so I will take my leave now. A wave of icy snowstorm power rushes like a tornado, dispersing and dissolving. What is this? Your eyes turned red after witnessing that scene. How could you rush in here? The thrill of throwing punches at him won't let you leave so easily. That's all for my video. Above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below the comment section. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos. Now, goodbye and see you again.